All that happened on a flat Earth, right?
Yep. At the time, I did not know it was flat.
I'd say that girl's lucky. There's not many people that can say that they hit somebody going 65 that was sitting still and they lived to tell about it.
She was driving the Subaru Outback wagon. It's a good little car.
Oh yeah, those are sturdy cars, and your Prelude was just like a nice, soft, crinkly can for it to get into. Man, it really smushed that back end all the way up into the seats.
Yeah, the worst part for me was I had a brain bleed, and so I was almost going to have my skull drilled open and stop that, but it stopped bleeding and started reabsorbing, so I didn't have to have the surgery. But I didn't break anything, but my ribs were like horrifyingly bruised, like all the cartilage was crushed, and I couldn't breathe well, so I got pneumonia. So everything, breathing hurts, but coughing and throwing up hurts way worse. And that didn't go away for 6 months probably. I was back at work, I think like 6 weeks later, but took it 6 months for my ribs stopped hurting. That shit sucked.
I had a similar experience. I had that terrifying feeling of looking in my rearview mirror while I was sitting still. Here comes somebody not hitting their brakes, but they were only going about 30 when they hit me, so I didn't get hurt. But I know the feeling. Anybody here think they live on a spinning ball in a vacuum of space? Go ahead.
I do. Go ahead.
Maybe Timbo from the land down under. Maybe he's switched back to the globe. Let's check in with him if he's at his mic. And it looks like he's not.
Sheepdog said something.
Sheepdog went back to the globe. Why'd you do that, Sheepdog?
What? Who? Huh?
You
Oh,
found
who
Earth
said that? It sounded like Sheepdog. Who said that?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
My bad, Sheepdog.
I'm just giving you crap, Dave.
Looks like all globe deniers on here as far as I can tell. I don't know Spliff. Does anybody know Spliff? Do they talk?
Earth is a globe.
Hello, Spliff. Are you a glober?
No,
I mean,
Spliff's a flat earther.
Okay.
why
What
do
about
things go?
Shiny Money? We've just been joined by Shiny Money. Welcome to the server. Hello. What say you? If anything.
Oh, nobody likes talking to you, Dave. I don't know.
He's lighting up. I don't hear him say anything. Do y'all hear him? Go ahead, protect hate speech. See if he'll talk to you.
Who am I talking to?
Shiny Money.
I don't think that's not a real person.
Yeah, what's up?
No, it is a real person. All right, Shiny Money. What brings you to the Flat Earth channel? Are you curious about Flat Earth? Do you know what it is? Do you have ideas of your own about the Earth? What brings you in here?
I'm not a Glober. I'm elect.
You're a what?
Yeah, I go by Jesse or Electric.
You're Jesse. Okay, so what do you think about the Earth, Jesse? What are you on? What are we all on?
The continents lay along something less like a sphere, more like a horizontal plane. That's just the reality. Whether it's a gigantic ball or a flat, it's definitely not a ball with a radius of 4,000 miles. It's not an oblate spheroid. It's way bigger than that. The continents lie closer to a horizontal plane than it does a sphere. I mean, that's measurable.
Well, I mean, if you know what the radius of the Earth is, then to your eyes, the continents would appear to be flat, right?
Yep, that's what we measure. Yeah. I don't think Earth is a globe, man. I'm like not a glober.
Yeah, but my point is, you're saying the continents, they look flat, they're laid out, they're flat. But my point to you is that if you understand the globe model and the radius, then I mean, it would appear that way to us. So that's not really. I wouldn't say that's a good reason for thinking that the Earth is flat, just because that's how it appears.
Well, that's what it measures to be.
Oh, so you measured it.
Yeah, people have measured the surface of the Earth before.
Okay, you didn't measure it.
No, I didn't do a gigantic survey to determine the lay of the land at that scale. No, I wasn't participating. But I have read about it, and I know their methods, and I know they measured a flat Earth.
There's a gigantic survey, like a worldwide survey.
What survey is that?
Yeah, there's plenty of surveys that happened over the past 200 years, and that's what the foundation of the fake ball is coming from. Is these people faking longitude lines, faking latitude lines in places that nobody else has really been trying to go to, because magnetic declination readings and cardinal directions based on the sun in the South Pacific and places like the North. These are places that you can't really verify that it's all going to wrap around nicely and circumnavigate and make everything a ball. The places where you got to confirm it, those are the places no one's actually able to go right now. For some reason they lock down the North. You can't circumnavigate the North, and you can't circumnavigate the South. Right? So right now, you could have an azimuthal equidistant projection centered on the North Pole. That's not a problem at all. You could do cell nav treating the North as Polaris, and then in the South, what you would have is a different star map, but the only region that you have to worry about is really like Australia, South Africa, and South America. So like where those places really are, like when you go to travel south to get to them, you don't know if it's going to take, 6,000 miles to get from South America to South Africa going due south. Like, you're not confirming that trip. You don't know if you're actually going to see Sigma Octantis reach your zenith. Those are the kind of things that people aren't verifying. So that's what really matters in this ball model, and no one's doing it.
Okay. So you like to look at the stars and wonder how navigation works. I got that.
You got to circumnavigate using Sigma Octantis heading due south, and you literally, like, nobody's doing it. Like, the people that claimed they were going to go do something, they did it with the sun, and the sun was doing anomalous things. It was literally acting funny. Like, the sun was doing things that the sun shouldn't have at that latitude.
Oh,
So, yeah. That's the problem, man. Like they just keep faking the South for some reason. You know, they
All
make
right.
Antarctica like out of control at this point. They're just playing games.
Calm down, shiny money. It's all right. So when you're talking about traveling and you're saying somebody needs to travel and use Sigma Octavius, Sigma what?
Why are you telling him to calm down?
He was getting a little too excited.
I'm driving and I drank a lot of coffee. It makes sense. There's a different pace. Not everybody's really gonna hear everything if I'm doing that pace with this kind of information.
Yeah. It's just, you don't want to fire hose all the information. I mean, he was going all over the place. Sigma Octavius, circumnavigating the globe, magnetic.
Dude, you were talking about verifying the ball in the South. You want to verify angles to stars, you know, traveling across latitudes, going from, you know, the Arctic Circle, 60th degree south latitude, keep going south and then pop back up in South Africa. No one's doing it. They wrap around, they go to Australia. For some reason, everyone who claims some type of circumnavigation over the north or the south, they do a wraparound. Like you could literally look at every single flight route projection that claims to go like over the south. They wrap around it because they claim the environment is too harsh and there's nowhere to land just in case. You know, it's just excuse after excuse. Nobody's proving the ball. That's the end of the story right there. Because if you could do that, then you just would have already, and it's been thousands of years.
All right. Shiny Money wants to see the circumnavigation.
There isn't any, just east and west.
Yeah, I think
let me tell you another fact about this. Okay, so the Southern Cross is said to be roughly centered over the geographical position, like that is the South Pole, right? It's like over the center of the Antarctica, roughly. Southern Cross. Okay, so when they measure the angle to this, they consider the celestial sphere. All the angles are going to comport to 1 degree per 60 nautical miles. If you keep traveling south, the angle to the star is going to change 1 degree per 60 nautical miles, and you will see Sigma Octantis go up and reach 90 degrees and be at your zenith, and you'll be standing at the South Pole, right? But the way they confirm the way they confirm the geographical position of Sigma Octantis is from 23 degrees south latitude. They do it from South America, South Africa, and Australia. Those are like the three main observation points that they take the angle to Sigma Octantis and the Southern Cross. And it's literally like thousands of miles away from its geographical position. Nobody's actually confirming the changing of the angle to the star. Okay. They just sit from like thousands of miles away and act like it all wraps around a ball. So that's it.
I'm pretty sure what Shiny Money was saying, Alpha Omega, was that he wanted to see north-south, go south to north circumnavigation, not east-west.
Right. Okay. No, I understood that. That's what I was saying. I was saying it's been done east to west many times, just not north-south.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you can totally do east to west circumnavigation on an azimuthal equidistant projection, like anywhere on these, really the azimuthal equidistant projection, I think it works all the way to the 23rd degree south latitude. And if you look at the map, that's literally the tip of South Australia, the tip of South Africa, and the tip of South America. And then beyond those points, you have the Arctic Circle, right? From 23 to 60, right? So what's that? That's roughly 37 miles. That's 37 degrees. So 37 times 60, you get what? 1,800 miles. And then you add the fucking, you're like 2,000 miles away roughly. You're taking angles from 2,000 miles away, acting like you know where that geographical position really is based on the star and how long it's going to take you to get to the geographical position based on the angle. That's a lot of, you're inserting too much information on a trip that really nobody's doing. Nobody's doing this trip. Nobody's taking angles to the star heading due south the whole time. You could live stream that. You could make $1 bazillion. Check this out. NASA could make $1 bazillion right now. We're going to prove flat Earth. We're going to circumnavigate on a plane, right? We're going to do it the World War I and World War II method. We're going to take a sextant out the top of a plane at 20,000 feet to reduce refraction, and we're going to take angles heading due south at the southern. We're gonna just face the Southern Cross and just go there and just take the plane the whole way and live stream it. That would get 5 million people watching live stream. They would have to change how they fucking manage the hardware for servers to handle the live streams, to handle how many people want to watch that shit. Okay? They would make so much money. And they're not doing it. They're not doing it. That's fucking retarded. That's $1 bazillion. You
Okay,
can make $1
bro, we get it.
bazillion. They're retarded. Or Earth is not a globe, you know?
Well,
You are a little live wire today, I suppose.
No, it's just, Globers just don't think, you guys just don't think about what the globe means, like what it really means. It means that people took angles to stars heading south. It means that people were trying to figure out if Earth was a globe and they actually didn't do it.
no, you were saying that. Do you not believe in ground position? Because it sounded like you were.
You're talking about
Somebody's
measuring
echoing.
the angle to stars from the ground position that is considered like, the South Pole, which no one's doing. They don't let anybody do that. And then you could just keep going south, cross Antarctica. Somebody just cross Antarctica and prove that they did it. But it doesn't exist because
No,
it's on lockdown. The whole place is on lockdown. They got a military base under the ice.
No, people are allowed to and do position.
Somebody's got to mute. You got to mute when you're not talking.
Yeah, I think you have an echo going on, Shiny Money. But no, that's people are allowed to do that. They've been mapping the stars and documenting the ground. He left.
He left?
Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't, what he was doing, he was listening to YouTube at the same time he was talking. That's what I'm guessing, anyways. That's how you get an echo, usually.
He was just spouting off a lot of different things, and some of it didn't quite make sense to me. So I was trying to make him expand on those ideas, but
That's Earth. That's crazy.
he wouldn't take a breath. So
Yeah, he had a little energy, didn't he?
yeah, if you don't take breaths while you're talking, then nobody can interact with you. You're just a stream of words, and then it's like, okay, well, I already forgot what I was gonna comment on because now you've changed topics 5 times.
You're just preaching at that point.
Yeah. He probably just watched a bunch of flat Earth YouTube videos and then just got revved up and came in here and spewed it all out.
Yeah, he was kind of talking like he's one of those esoteric flat earthers. The one who believes in the AE map.
It's Jesse. He's been around for years.
Electric?
Yeah.
Is he one of those AE flat earthers?
No. He was a flat earther, and then he went to the globe. But he said that was a laugh, and now he's back on flat Earth. So I'm not sure.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe it's like an emotional thing for him, man. He's going back and forth, kind of jumbling his mind up.
Yeah, when Awakenings channel opened, he was a flat Earth mob on there.
It's pretty quiet for a Sunday afternoon.
Sunday.
Well,
All I heard was "Elabelabelabom."
I said Sunday. Tuesday, ain't it?
Yeah, it's Sunday at 3:27.
Tuesday.
Must be in some other planet.
Yes.
Planet. She's talking about planet.
Figure of speech.
You know, planet.
Ain't no planet. Planetas. Wandering star.
People always do that. They try to in the planets. They're like, but what about the planets? So we're just not like we're a different planet.
I know, it drives me bonkers.
It always comes to that.
But everything else is a ball. You don't know that.
Why do you have a GUN as a profile photo?
Because it's my personal piece. Can I not do that?
I'm actually surprised because usually Discord is pretty tight.
Like I'm threatening anybody or doing anything bad with it. Picture.
Yeah, you can't even say the word. You got to spell it out, like he who must not be named or something like that. You can't even say it.
Yeah, because or else this channel could be flagged by somebody.
No, the word gun is there's nothing offensive or threatening about the word.
No.
It just has
Hey,
nothing to
man, I'm
do
just
with
saying this
butter.
happened in other channels, so
Maybe.
No,
just take precaution.
that's just when people are being threatening, whether they use that word or not.
Well, regardless, it's just not. It doesn't really have anything to do with the measurements of the flat Earth.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about that. I was just asking a question.
But I mean, it does kind of give us an insight into where your mind state is when you think like that.
That I was just curious.
Now that you just you can't even say the word gun out loud. You think it's like a naughty word, or that an image of a gun is like somehow offensive.
No, I mean like in Discord. I'm surprised that Discord is allowed. That's all.
Yeah, I'm surprised. It's surprising that you would think that.
Because in history, it's happened where people have had their accounts taken down because they've associated
But
themselves with GUNs and BOM
no,
BSs and stuff.
explain this to
So
you.
I'm just curious.
No, I already explained this to you. That has to be accompanied by threatening comments, imagery, or statements. It's not. It's not the gun. That's the problem. It's the threatening. That's the
Okay,
problem.
I'm just saying what I've seen in the past. So
Yeah, I'm telling you why you've seen that, but you won't accept it.
I just said okay. You don't need to argue with me.
Well, yeah, I'm arguing with you. You know, I'm debating with you.
That's another word for arguing.
Yeah, that's why I used it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I would rather use the word debate because arguing, has a negative connotation.
Yeah, it does, I guess.
Well, so does Discord.
So does Discord, yeah.
Okay. Well, don't take it negatively when somebody disagrees with you and challenges your beliefs. It's not a negative thing. A debate doesn't have to be negative. Being challenged doesn't have to be a bad thing.
That's right.
Totally.
People get like that too when they're wrong. It's like, you can be wrong. There's nothing wrong with being wrong.
Yeah.
I'd like to be wrong. Helps you learn.
It's a really good way to learn, yeah.
Have you learned anything today being here?
Who, me?
Who?
No, I was talking to KJ.
Oh, no, I was just, the other server I was in was dead, so I just seeing how this place is doing.
So what do you think about the surface of the Earth?
Oh, I'm not gonna debate that. I was a flat earther for years. I'm not here to debate it. I just come to say hi every once in a while and see some old friends.
Okay, well that's the topic of the room, and I didn't. It doesn't have to be a debate. I just asked you a question.
Yeah, she
And
gave
I
me an
answered.
answer.
Well, you didn't answer. You deflected.
I answered. I'm just hanging out saying
This
hi.
guy's weird. Holy.
You didn't answer. So, what do you think about the surface nature of the Earth? It's a simple question. It's the topic of the
Okay,
server.
fine. Cool
Dude,
it.
stop raping this girl. Leave her alone.
I think the earth is really pretty and I enjoy nature and I'm glad that I'm a part of it. There's my answer.
Yeah, that's not what I asked you.
You asked me what I think about the earth and I just told you.
I said, what do you think the surface nature of the Earth? Do you think it's round like a sphere? Do you think it's round at all? Do you think it's flat? What do you?
I don't think my opinion matters.
All right. Well, it looks like you're in the wrong channel then, because I mean that's the topic here is to discuss that, but you refuse.
I was just starting a conversation, saying hi. You don't need to get all tough on me.
You're being
No
tough.
one was talking. I was just saying hi.
It doesn't have to be a negative interaction. It doesn't have to
Then
be negative.
maybe approach in a nicer tone, in a nicer way, because that's not how you talk to people.
No, if you could answer a direct question, maybe this conversation would be going better.
You must be really fun at parties, huh?
I know, right? That's what I'm thinking. This guy thinks he's like a police officer or something.
Like, this isn't day one for me, I'll tell you. My husband's a flat earther, and I met him on a flat earth server, and I used to be a flat earther, so this isn't day one for me.
More.
He's what we call a lol cow.
Wait, what's a lol cow?
So what made
keep around just for the laughs?
Oh.
So what made you change from being flat, even if your husband is a flat earther, and then you go back to the globe?
Did I say I believe Earth is a globe? I just said I'm not a flat earther.
Yeah, that's what you implied.
I didn't imply anything. I just said I'm not a flat earther anymore.
Technically, you are.
Technically, I'm not.
Based on reality, you are.
You've already admitted it. You know, you used to be a flat earther, you were a globe earther, then you went flat, now you're back. And now you won't even say what you think
I
you're too
never
afraid.
Once you go
implied that
flat,
I
you don't
believe in
go
the globe,
back.
and I never implied that I am a globe believer. I never implied any of that.
Hey,
I'm
what
just
about this,
assuming that
KJ?
I was.
That's exactly.
What about does the surface of water drop over distance at 8 inches per meter squared?
I know all the arguments, guys. I'm not going to
I
fall
asked you
for
a
any of
question.
it. I'm just
I asked
saying
you a
hi,
question.
seeing if some old friends are here. That's all.
You're not going to get pounced on.
Attack me.
Right? I'm just
already know
asking
all
you
the
if you think
arguments.
does water curve over distance? That's what
I
we're
already know
asking.
all the arguments. I'm not going to be baited. If it's
You're
just
not
going
being
to be
baited.
100 guys
Right
trying to
now,
get me
you just
to
kind
argue,
of.
it's not going to work.
We want
I'm just
people to
saying.
be genuine, right?
Is that someone with copyright music in the background?
This is ridiculous. Like, you come in here, you refuse to talk about the topic, then you're just like, this is just my social life. This is just better. Is my social life. That's the only reason I'm here. And then you try to, like,
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
I mean, it's rage bait because you're coming here deliberately saying, I used to be a flat earther, knowing there's a room full of flat earthers that want to talk about the topic and then refuse to talk about it. It's
You
just
don't
so,
have
and
to
then
tell me. All I did
reflect
was,
your
like,
disingenuousness on others. It's just ridiculous. Wake up to
to me.
yourself.
Talk
Wake
to me
up
then.
to
He
yourself.
was
I was
talking to
listening
me.
to you on YouTube. You sound like a pompous bitch.
I know who you are. We used to be in servers together, so watch your
I don't
mouth.
care.
We
You
used to be
are coming
friends.
across as
Yeah,
a total
whoa there,
pompous
T-Dub. That
bitch.
was a little much.
That was really rude. Don't you remember me from Ladies' Night and all that?
No, I don't care. I don't care. You're coming across really pompous and like a
No, I'm
bitch.
just saying hi.
Why don't you just answer the questions that were put forth to you?
I didn't come here to
Then
be
leave.
interrogated.
Then leave.
I
Then
just came to
leave.
say
Then
hi.
get
The
out
room
of
was
here, lady.
quiet.
You're not
The
welcome
room
if
was
you're not going to
quiet.
be honest and just have a discussion
Then
about
ask
it.
somebody else other questions. I just came
And you
to say
said, that's really rude to approach this topic like that. And he was just being totally normal. I was listening.
No, he
He did
wasn't.
not sound arrogant. He did not sound rude. He did not sound angry. He just asked you a simple question.
Let me
And you went,
just do this then. I will just go because
I'm
it's
not
such a
answering any
problem just to
questions.
say
Nah,
hi.
nah, 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 nah.
Oh,
Just leave.
whatever. Okay, yeah, I will. Bye.
What are we doing anymore? All right. Is Barney's sing along time, bro? It could be. It could be.
Emotional.
That's what they do. You want to hear that? Do you want to hear it?
Well done, T-Dub. Well done.
I love you.
Shut up. What's wrong with you?
You come in here acting all la-di-da. I used to be one of you. I'm married to a flat earther. Who gives a shit?
Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't give you a right to be a jerk. Just be a jerk to people. Oh, my husband's a flat earther. Friends with everybody.
What's going on?
Beat me up, Scotty! Beat me up, Scotty! Get it done. What's cyber? You're a big time. Hold on. Hold on, big. You're in a big. But we're not saying what's this thing. It's hard as I want to do what I want it to do. This is what real strings and real stuff. I tell you, you're never gonna pay it. Man, all right, here we go. We came up with the name Moonbeam for this guitar lesson. Somebody in the chat said it. Moonbeam. My guitar never had a name. The Moonbeam. Freaking epic, right? All right. Anyways, let's get it done. Yeah. Stop. Johnny.
Well, that probably didn't go how she was expecting.
It's the punk part, right? Let's keep it moving. Trust it. It's going to evolve. It's going to evolve. We're just getting started. We haven't.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I kind of understood what Jesse was on about earlier. He was talking about, how what they claim to indicate to them that the Earth, that these latitude and longitude lines, particularly the latitude lines, are converging at 2 points. Must have been it would have to have been from actual angle measurements to celestial objects, right? And he was saying that
I was in the wrong.
neither that's been done in neither the north or the south, right? That he's looking for it, and he's not finding the evidence that's ever been done. And likely also other locations on the Earth where they say you are now at this particular coordinate, but no one goes there. We don't even know if that coordinate exists. Like, so, I sort of got what he was saying to that degree. I don't know if anybody else
I got
caught
what you're
that.
saying. No, I got what you're saying. People give you like 6 numbers, like, and no one, just because you give me 6 numbers doesn't mean you've been there, right?
Or that coordinate even is a place like that you could go to.
No, exactly. That's what. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but he was also talking about DJ and others challenge people like, well, go straight across Antarctica, from one side directly through the center to the other, like across that geographic pole point, and come out the other side. Start at Australia, go to Antarctica, cross over, and end up in South Africa, and like nobody does it.
And if they try, they don't come back to talk about it.
Yeah, I didn't quite understand what he was talking about, but I think it was because he was just talking really fast and about a lot of different things.
I didn't know what the topic of the conversation was. I just got here.
Yeah, but he did sound a bit sort of scrambled. And and like you said, he's like just pumping out a heap of stuff. He sounded real wired, like he said he was driving and he had a coffee. So,
oh shit, that'll do it.
Maybe there's something else in his coffee. I don't know.
Well, hopefully he's safe, right?
Oh, I'm sure he's fine. Yeah, but he sounds like he's got a lot to say about the topic.
Oh, maybe he pulled over to urinate because of all the coffee. I don't know.
Are you globe Earth or flat Earth there, Squiggy RMD?
I'm the gray area. I don't let my life worry about politics or the shape of the earth. Like, as long as I know that I have 2 feet on the ground, that's good enough for me. And I'm not definitely going to truck across like ancient ice to find out. So you guys are cool with me, man.
Yeah, I mean, I get that you're not going out of your way into politics or anything like that, but when you say you're on the gray area, just like what do you mean by that?
Like if I was to walk to the edge, I think it would just be a fog. Like, that's what I think. It's just a fog of like almost like moisture and smoke mixed together, and then it's just the end, right? Like, what are you running from?
You're getting philosophical. I'm talking about
Physical. Oh yeah. There's rocks. There's probably big rocks. I don't know. I've never been out there. I'm scared.
Yeah. But just when you think of the Earth, do you think it's a flat place, or do you think it's like a giant ball?
Not a giant ball. That sounds ridiculous.
You don't think it's a giant ball?
No, it sounds ridiculous. The word ball itself.
Oh, well.
Sounds a giant ball.
Okay. Well, sphere-like objects. How about that? Just, the Earth is just a giant sphere-like object.
I don't know.
Maybe you can kind of get with that.
I don't know. It's like, I don't know, all the like, if you look deep, everything's kind of flat, right? But then if you think too big, you're gonna, I don't know, maybe everyone's brains are getting a little bubbly. I don't know. I haven't seen it, man. Like, dude, I've been working forever. I got a family. I don't have time to fucking go and look. and I don't trust anybody. I have trust issues, so I don't know, man.
I mean, don't you go on you go on vacations with the family?
Yeah, but like I don't go where I can see a curve. Like I haven't been that high. Like what would you have to climb to actually see the curve? Like I don't like I'm out in the bush, man. Like I climbed a high tree once and I didn't see a curve.
Where do you go on vacation?
To the lake. You guys talking about the Earth or? Like there's the lakes aren't big enough too. They look flat. I don't know. Like, but I've heard there's people out there. I go on TikTok and I see that there's people like they live by the Great Lakes and they think they can see a curve or some shit. I don't know. It's just awkward. I think they're just doing it for the clicks.
Do you go to the beach?
Yeah, I go to the beach. It's still flat though. I brought my level once because I was doing a job and it was level, dude. It was level.
The beach was level?
Yeah, man. I put the level there. It was level, man. I even I put a video of level bubble on the horizon, and it was level, man. Like I don't know. That's just my observation, right? I don't have fancy equipment or nothing.
You don't need fancy equipment. What would you need? What do you need that for?
Well, I heard about the shadows, but like there's too many trees. I can't get a good shadow.
So when you say gray area, what do you mean?
I don't know. Okay, you got me, buddy. You got me. I don't like when people say gray area. So I was trying to start a debate with the end of a debate, and I just wanted to see how it went. So usually when people like someone asks someone a question, they say, "Well, I'm a gray area." That means like they don't know. There's no point in arguing anymore because they're unaware of the situation that's happening because they're just like back away, right, into the fog, as I call it. And and like people were arguing me and muting me, like you don't know what you're talking about. You're just a drunk Canadian. I'm like, yeah, that's fine and all, but like why do people say at the end of an argument, "Oh, gray area"? Like, what does that mean? The top of the bell curve? Like that's the closest I've gotten. Gray area is literally the pinnacle of the top of the bell curve.
Wow.
Sorry.
That's fascinating. You're debating yourself now, I think.
It's a long way.
Yeah. We didn't have the internet back then. We had no choice but to debate ourselves. That's why we're like really like we're one in tune with ourselves. And like I've noticed a lot of younger rock maggots. They're like, oh, like you can see like the enthusiasm. It's like because they don't understand. We didn't have the internet, so we had to be in tune with ourselves. We had to learn what music we like to listen to and what mood to like, so we wouldn't. Yeah, it was an awkward situation, but we dealt with it. And now we're like thrown into this pot of internet cesspooling. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Just listen to some tunes. Sorry.
Oh boy,
that was my vent.
You got anything to say about the topic specifically?
Well, yeah, I never seen it, so I'm in the gray area.
You never seen what?
The plum.
You don't like the gray area?
No, I don't. I don't like the people who are unaware of what they're going to do next. Right? Everyone knows. There's two people in the world. There's people who piss in the shower, and there's people who fucking lie about pissing in the shower.
Which one are you?
Oh, I piss in the shower, dude. It's good for the heat rash on the toes, right?
It actually is. Yeah, you're right. You're actually right on that one.
I'm not a scientist.
Why are you getting heat rash?
Because I work and I got work boots, and then I come home, pee on my things, and I put flip flops on and go in the garden. And my garden's flat. I've already plumbed it and leveled it. So like, come on, guys.
That's great. You plumbed and leveled your garden.
Yeah. So what? Like, why else would we do that?
Did you use a plumb bob? I doubt it.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I did actually. I have an ancient one from my stepfather and his grandfather. But this was good about having a partner in life, because then you get like two sets of grandparents that you can generalize with, like flatten out the situation.
What do you do for work?
Pardon?
What do you do for work?
I maintain an establishment. I'm like an engineer from Temu, if that makes sense.
At least he's interesting.
What do you mean, like an engineer from Temu? No,
because that's my label. Like, they label me as an engineer, but I don't have the actual engineering paperworks. Like, I'm the little like slave for real engineer kids who like come in out of schooling into real, like, this is all contractors too. It's not just engineers. It's like electricians, plumbers, and everything. So I like when they come out of school, they're on their high horse. Do you know what a high horse is, or no? Do I have to describe that as well? Like, once you get practical work, you come into the real world, and they throw you into industries of like establishments that are old and ancient and new at the same time, because they don't rebuild. They don't, like where I live, they don't tear down buildings. They just build upon them. So then you have 2, 3, maybe 4 different stages of time. It's pretty much a big time capsule, right? You got gate valves, you got ball valves, you got freaking all these sorts of shits. So then you learn all these situations. And the best place to throw these people after their education system is into a mechanical nightmare, right? Does that make sense?
You intoxicated right now?
No, I have 4 beers.
Okay. So you are intoxicated. I can tell by your speech.
Impediment?
That'd be good enough to be not allowed to drive. So, yeah.
What's your all's best evidence Earth is flat?
It's measured.
Hey, well done. Good question.
How is it measured?
By aircraft
Well, lots of
before they
ways.
land.
How did aircraft measure it?
Before they start planning their descent, up to 100 miles away from the airport, they calculate the runway being dead ahead of them on a plane surface, not a curved one. They're the trigonometry that they use to calculate, their descent steps up to 100 miles away from the airport involves them using planar trigonometry and not accounting for any curve. So they measure it like that, and they land successfully. Then I go, let's do planar trigonometry and then add in corrections, because we know that it's not out on a plane in front of us 100 miles away. It's actually dipped down a mile below that plane on the actual surface of it. No, they don't do that.
Why would it be dipped down, though, below?
Because out in front of them would be a curve, a mile drop of curvature, according
So you
to
think that
to the size of the Earth that they claim it is. Yeah.
Wouldn't they just say that gravity is keeping them into the center?
No. That's not how it would work at all.
Gravity does not affect water. That's why water is always horizontal. That's why if you look at a bathtub, it's flat.
Well,
actually,
water's not always horizontal, so that's, you can't say that.
When it's still and at rest and in a large enough amount, yeah, it is.
Where is it still and at rest? And large enough?
Still and at rest, as far as like, if you want to get pedantic about it and say that, like, even when it's really still, that's still moving, like, yeah, whatever. It's in physics, they use the term at rest, right?
No, I'm saying, where is there a large enough body of water that would prove quote unquote curvature that's also at rest?
As long as it's
you just said large enough.
Lake Placid.
Yeah, like a fish tank, bathtub, pond, lake, ocean, whatever. Like, that wouldn't matter. what amount, as long as you're not talking about so little that it's going to form a little dewdrop, right, and have a curved surface.
Well, so water can have curved surfaces then.
Water can, yes, water can have a
Because that
curved
one guy
surface.
just said it's always flat. So
Yeah, it's circumstantial, but in large enough bodies, and when there's
or small enough bodies like
little
a drop.
external force acting upon the surface, and it's large enough
You might
body
be
of
thinking
liquid,
of refraction.
its surface is
Completely
flat and level, and it's described like that in the study of hydrostatics, right? So people that go to university and study hydrostatics, like liquid being at rest, and its differences to when it's dynamic and moving, right? They describe the surface at rest as being perpendicular to gravity. So that would be the entirety of that surface is perpendicular. So that at any point upon that surface, you were to drop a plumb bob, it's going to be perpendicular 90 degrees to that plumb line, right? That's how they describe it. That's how they teach it.
And what's wrong with that?
So none of it, because that's an indication that the water surface is flat. They're measuring it that way. They're measuring it that
local
way.
point.
And you could say that.
Well, no.
No, you could say that that's too small, so that that our tools and our sensors can't perceive there's such minute rate of curvature. But then on larger scales, observations and measurements are done, it still just indicates that it's the same as when it was at a smaller scale. It's still just flat and level all the way. In fact, in
I don't know how you would do that
engineering
on a
and
large scale.
construction, you can transfer you can use water levels, right? Water to continually transfer along a distance, right, with your water level, to establish that at each point that you've marked, it's absolutely level along that line. So that there's a straight line, a horizontal line, not curving, because you'd have to
it's
account
always
for that in
perpendicular to
construction and
gravity.
engineering.
Like you said, it's always perpendicular to gravity, and if there's a slight curvature, then it's like taking
that would
a
cause
tangent.
some problems that you would have to deal with that curvature, because you want it to be not curved. You want something to be not curved over large distances. Then you're going to use they used to, maybe not so much anymore. Maybe they got more advanced sort of tools now, like laser leveling and that sort of thing. But water, they used it to establish that over distance they could have a surface or points, right, equal at equal elevation all the way along in a straight line, right, not a curved one, in a straight line.
There are no such thing as straight lines.
Me and DJ just put a bunch of laser tests in the chat.
Yeah, there you go. You got laser tests which are performed over large bodies of water, where and we're talking like in tens of miles, right? So a significant enough portion of the water surface that you should be able to detect the curvature, because at that distances, the rate of curvature would show you that, like at 10 miles, there's 66 foot of drop of curvature. Like I was talking about earlier, like over 100 miles, it's like almost a mile or something. It's close to a mile of curvature drop. Over 20 miles, it's like 200,
that math doesn't
230 feet. So, and these laser tests just shot across large bodies of water like that, across the surface of water, hit their targets. And whereas the target should be below that laser, and it should not hit its target.
Well, I think that's why the Navy calls it over the horizon. There's over the horizon systems which use probably satellites or autonomous airplanes. That way they have a higher field of view, and you don't need a line of sight from the launching position. Those are over the horizon systems.
What is the horizon?
The horizon would be
view of the surface,
where you can't see
go on.
down
You weren't
anymore.
asking me.
It's what?
It's where you can't see down anymore.
No, that's not what the horizon is.
I mean, what do you think the horizon is then?
It's not what I think the horizon is, what it's defined as.
And do you want me to Google it? That seems kind of cheap.
No, I didn't say Google it. I just asked if you knew what it was.
I feel like I
It's the
do.
apparent junction of the earth and sky. That's all it is. It's simply as simple as that. But it is also, right, if you want to just like describe from your own natural experience, the limitation of your view of the surface before it appears to meet the sky. That's what it is. In both instances, whether you want to think that you live on a globe or a flat earth, that's what it is. The question is what defines it? Why is it there? What's causing it, right? And on the globe side, they say that it's because you can't see any more of the surface at that distance, right? Because it's curving down and away from you, and you're not high enough to see past it.
Exactly.
But that would mean that it's a matter of geometry, so that at a distance based on the observer's height, they see a specific amount of surface before it appears to meet the sky. So that being, and there's an actual equation for it, and it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It means for a 6-foot observer, if you punch in those calculations, it's roughly about 3 to 3.5 miles that they're going to see of the surface before it appears to meet the sky. Beyond that point, objects on the surface going past that point will begin to appear to become obstructed, bottom up, right? That's the claim, right? And then we ask for people to show that, right, in reality, or document it in some way, and they don't. They can't. They show imagery that seems to appear like where there's an object on the surface of the water that appears to be obstructed from view, beginning bottom up, sometimes, but they can't give us the specifics. They can't say, hey, this was at the exact distance that it should be for it to appear like obstructed like this based on the Earth's globe geometry. Nobody, also at the same time taking into account all the confounding variables like the weather conditions and the surface conditions. Nobody does it. They just appeal to these very relatively few images of objects appearing to be obstructed from view, bottom up, boats and buildings, mountains, etc.
So that would mean it'd have to be at a specific distance, wouldn't it, T-Dub?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But it never is.
Yeah. Also, Phil, if you feel that there is direct measurement of the Earth's surface, demonstrating that it has a curvature at the specific rate as is claimed, then do so. Show us that. We'd appreciate that. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, T-Dub still got it, man. Let's go, dude.
Sorry, I think I'm shut it down. Just be gone.
I've only been away for like 3 months. Thought you're gonna be rusty. Come back like you never left. Oh yeah.
But even when government agencies and academics go out with lasers, particularly over bodies of water, and make predictions about what their lasers should do, right, over those large distances, they get results inconsistent with their predictions. With their predictions based on the globe geometry and based on the accepted models of refraction and things like that. And they have to go back to the drawing board and they have to like fudge their numbers and and say, well, there was something like different about some unaccounted thing we didn't account for. As if we just fudge the numbers here and there, we can make this work so that it fits the globe. Even though it's just showing that like there's no curvature, it's flat. And those sort of tests, you can go and read about them on DJ's server and probably on the home server too. And yeah, they're documented. There's like whole papers on military and university, often in collaboration. You know, the government and universities collaborating to do these sort of tests. Find that they're like very wrong. The predictions just are way off. Yeah, and given that like you got environmental conditions that are going to affect like things like targeting, like line of sight targeting, especially over water, out at sea. You know, like it's no surprise, like because of the confounding variables that's going to mess with you trying to like target something. That the military use like aerial relay sort of technology, drones and whatnot to like help them guide missiles, projectiles to their target. That's wouldn't be exclusive to a globe. I mean, those sort of confounding variables, they're going to make it difficult to target something very, very far away. Is going to exist on a plane surface on a flat Earth. It's no surprise. And they call it things like over the horizon and shit like that. They're bullshit. Submarines are actually causing with like some of these military subs and the technology they use with their sonar actually reaches like marine life up to like 300 miles away or 300 kilometers away. I can't remember if it's 300 miles or 300 kilometers, but that's a long way, right? Like so the technology, the communications technology and the detection sonar and stuff, the technology they're using, these really powerful waves that they're sending out actually like damage, like is harmful to marine life, like whales and other things. From that distance away, where like these sound waves should not be reaching those creatures over that distance, because they should be well out of the line of sight of those things, unless they're going to say that somehow that the sound waves underwater are refracting through the water, just like they're trying to claim. We get excuses of the light's refracting through the air in such a manner that it makes the Earth appear and measure flat.
Hey T-Dub, can you hear me okay? Is my mic all right?
You sound a bit muffly, but yeah, I can hear you, man.
Hold on, let me change my microphone here.
Can you hear me now? Better?
Yeah, it's better.
It sounds a bit better.
So I don't even know if you heard that guy when you were going off talking about the geometry and the tangent to the horizon. But when you told him that at 20 miles there should be 266 feet of curve, he was like, no, that can't be right. He's seen 20 miles. He knows he's seen 20 miles with no curvature. He knows it.
Yeah, that's usually one of the most shocking things for people when like they start looking into this, because they just have this vague idea that Earth is really big. So, it's no surprise I can see that far, right? But when they start examining, like the actual claims of the geometry involved, and that they realize that there is quite a significant amount of drop, should be, and significant, that's much drop over distance, they're surprised. They're like, no way, how can it? No, I could have sworn that it should have been bigger. And then they'll, in retrospect, like maybe consciously or unconsciously, realize that they've actually seen more in their lifetime.
Yeah, when I found out the horizon was 3 miles away on a 6-foot observer, I was like, no, that can't be right, because I've been seeing Catalina Island from Los Angeles, California, like my whole childhood. There's no way that the horizon's 3 miles away. The Earth's too big. But then you think about it, it's like, have you ever seen boats over the curve? Nope.
Yeah, lots of people claim that they've seen it, like with their own eyes, right? Just with their eyes, no binoculars, no telescope, nothing, just their eyes. I've seen it. It's like, yeah, really? Just like, your eyesight must be pretty good.
Most people have only ever seen the same red barge going behind what appears to be the curve of the Earth on TV or YouTube or some video. That's the only time anybody has ever seen it. Anybody who's ever gone to the ocean to go swimming at the beach, you're not looking out at the horizon to watch boats go behind the curve. You're out there swimming in the water, trying not to get bit by a shark or step on a stingray.
Yeah, exactly. Even like that, because earlier Matrix was up someone about that bloody that video that little pipsqueak, that curly-haired, freckly-faced pipsqueak does for, like he has some YouTube channel and he takes on Flat Earth sometimes, and he apparently had this confessed flat earther, right, take a lie detector test before and after this supposed I saw the boat go over the curve event, right? And I think, right, that whole video absolutely 100% fabricated, like purely scripted. It's their actors; they're not real. The guy was never a flat earther, and they probably didn't even do that. Like and show what they saw. Like they did. They just.
You talking about that redheaded kid with his black friend?
Yeah, and he threw Nathan Thompson and some NASA dude into a room together, and they had to fight it out or something. Like I was stupid thing like that. Nathan Thompson, I haven't seen the whole thing. I just saw like small snippets of it, but from what I saw, it didn't seem like Nathan did too well. Like he made a couple of good points, but I think he could have probably done a lot better. He's probably under a lot of pressure, like I don't know.
Well, he doesn't make a whole lot of good arguments, but he does have a couple of good ones. Like my favorite one from Nathan Thompson: if you don't know you're moving, how do you know you're moving? It's like one of the best arguments ever.
Yeah, it's simple and effective. Yeah.
But yeah, if I had any say, man, I would say that YouTuber is racist, man, for bringing his little token black friend along to make him look stupid.
Yes, I mean the whole thing, from everything from like the lie detector tests, and that guy's probably not an expert. He's just probably some actor that the guy hired to, like, probably his friend or his dad or something. So can you just pretend to be some lie detector expert, and we'll get the machine and pretend, and like that's all it was. That's not real. And then the footage that they actually show of the little tiny yacht going over the horizon, it's a inferior Mirage, I think. Is it inferior or superior? I can't. I think it's just a Mirage anyway. You can tell, you can see, and there's like this huge gap between the horizon, the apparent, what seems to be the horizon, and then the top of the bottom of the sail, where like you can't see any of the boat, right? It's just all blurred out, but you can see a little bit of the mast, right, and the sail, and like it just looks like that. It's just really hazy out there. Like the horizon is actually just below the sail. Like the sail's not sitting on the horizon, but they still use it. They still try and say that that's what convinced that guy, the supposed flat earther, that it must be a globe because I saw the boat go over the curve. Yeah, right. And they were on their phones or walkie-talkies or whatever, saying, "Yeah, we're 3.5 miles out now. The GPS says," or something like that. And they're like, "Can you see us?" And they're like, "We can only see the sails. That means you're behind the curve." And they make this big spectacle out of it. It's just bullshit. The whole thing's a joke.
Oh, it was a total troll. But if you watch everything, like it's not just that. Like apparently the black dude is nothing but a conspiracy theorist, and then the white friend is the one that's like nothing's a conspiracy. It's hilarious.
Yeah, the government have never done anything clandestine or nefarious against its own people ever.
Hey guys, what's happening?
Hey, Helio.
I got something to say on this boat's going over the curve thing. Which this is something simple, and it's anyone's familiar with this argument knows it's simple. And every time we try to bring it up, they make everything obscure and talk about miraging and refraction. And when they get deep into that, of course, it just spirals out of control. But yeah, we're just asking for a simple test on a clear day. You take a boat, sail it away from you at a certain distance, depending on the observer height, it's going to begin to disappear because of the earth curve. The hill, you're going over the water hill. And so you just put a tracker on the boat, or somebody on the boat with a radio saying, or however they measure the distance. It's like, all right, now I'm at the top of the water hill and we're about to crest the water hill. You know what I mean? It's like that. It's that simple.
It really is. Yeah.
It's like you don't want to go on a hazy day like this or whatever. Which that image, I don't know. There's all kinds of shit going on in that, right? Were they looking through one of those little change machine things where you look out across the water? Where you put a quarter in and you can zoom in with these stupid binoculars.
He
just held his phone up to the telescope.
He was in the middle of fucking that big booty stank nigger and thought he was doing something.
Oh, somebody's mad because they can't find the curve either. Somebody's so mad. Get the fuck out of here. But yeah, I mean, these simple tests that we talk about, they try to make it all complicated, just like the globe. And like you guys were talking about, how can you... They're trying to fit the star field to ground positions on the ground. So when it's like... everything about the globe, as far as like traveling across the earth, and we talk about it quite often, or I don't necessarily, but I listen to you guys talk about it. It's pragmatic, it's functional, it works. So, people think it's, well, it's a globe. They use it as a globe, because they see the maps and the system that it's all built under. But that's a pragmatic fallacy, of course. So It's time to start saying, yes, I can use a globe map on a flat Earth, no problem. I'm just going across the flat Earth, knowing that I'm using a map that's depicted as a globe. It's very simple. As far as your exact position on Earth, in relation to whatever star is supposed to be directly above you, that's impossible to tell. But the map itself is functional, and it's pretty close in most cases. You know, I mean, as far as in the northern hemisphere, and even the southern hemisphere now. I mean, over land where you don't use Google Maps or any type of large area map. Like if you want to travel from Los Angeles to New York, yeah, you can see the route on a big map, but you're not going to use that one map the whole time that you're traveling from LA to New York. You know what I mean? You're going to get to different cities. You're going to pull out a map that's closer, right? Every time and when you get downtown, you're going to have to pull out just like the old big atlas books. They had a little corner section where they zoomed in on downtown so you don't get lost when you get closer to downtown. That's maps. They didn't have you can't tell what it looks like from that big ass map, so you're going to have to pull out another map. Maps are just maps. They're not the Earth. Map is not the Earth. I can use a globe map all day. It's not a problem.
Yeah, flying over land, like, almost is like, like the pilots, if it's on a nice clear day and they're familiar with the route, like they'll just see, like they can see the land features. They've become familiar with it. They know if they're off course because they can look down and go, oh,
sure,
that mountain should be on my left, and shit like that, right? Like they know, like it's not
right. And also here's something else as far as maps go. I can draw you an accurate map from New York to LA or vice versa on one page with just some lines, some general cities you're going to pass through, and then just draw, the interstate that you have to get off on and go west or east, whatever. That's a legitimate map. It's a map of how to get from New York to LA on one page. And can someone say, yeah, is it an accurate map? Well, try to use it and see if you get there. It's an accurate map. I drew it on one page. There's no scale involved, but I told you how to get there. It's a map.
Yeah. You could even essentially just draw in like straight lines. I mean, if you're in a car during the trip, it's actually going to be windy, right, and bendy. It's not going to.
Yeah, you just write some notes saying, "Hey, stay on this road until you get there," just like your Google Maps does. Turn up here, turn over there. Yeah. You could draw on a piece of paper, put a couple notes. It'll tell you about, you just draw a couple notes on how, once you get to this city, make sure you hit this. You can draw notes in there. It's still a map.
There's maps out there that have like cartoon drawings about all the cities that you will see on the way if you continue down this highway.
Sure.
They don't even use a map. It just says, hey, you're going to approach Dallas. You're going to approach Louisiana, or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I could give you a map that has no lines on it or cities. I could just write it out in paragraphs. When you get to this city, I'll give you a map, just words, and you'll be able to get there. So when people are saying, well, show me the flat Earth map, well, they're saying, well, show me what the whole Earth looks like. Well, nobody knows that. So, no.
You know what I give them?
The stars. I saw your map.
A flat map of the stars.
Yeah, post it because I meant to save that.
All right, give me a second.
Yeah, it's awesome, man. And so, yeah. So when you're looking at the globe map, you're looking at where certain areas of Earth are in relation to the stars and the angles thereof, depending on where you are on Earth, what stars you can see in your field of view. That's basically it. And the whole map was created that way. So it doesn't mean that the Earth is a globe because you have an equator. The equator, it differentiates between north and south on the map. So it's just so many people get the compass headings and maps confused as well, and there's a lot of weird stuff about the South, as you know. Even though there is Sigma Octantis there, and you can see it from three southernmost continents, doesn't mean they mapped out everything like they did in the northern hemisphere, in the southern hemisphere. You know, as a globe that way. So yeah, it's like they want you to think that, well, we're the highest, biggest humans that have ever lived, and smartest, fastest. We got all this technology. You don't know what these other humans, what their cultures had, you know. And what they do have is these university professors' interpretation of what these ancient cultures did. It could be totally off. And of course, there's a lot of hidden technology that they release to us every once in a while.
I posted it in the chat for you. Have you seen my shape test also? When they ask me what shape is the flat Earth, and I say, well, which of these shapes is flat?
I would say all of them. Did I pass?
Yeah, that's what shape the Earth is. All of them. All of them except the sphere.
All of them are flat. And then
That should be the other NASA test.
Well, it's like, you know, you could put two lines. One line's flat, one line's curved, you know, and you say which one's flat and which one's curved. And Mushkane, I saw him in earlier.
Oh, I
freaking
you
argue
never seen me
with
do
you
that?
all fucking day about which one's flat, which one's curved.
Oh my god, I did that a long time ago. You haven't seen that one yet? Indio about lost his shit when he saw that. He's like, "Oh my god, that's the stupidest test and best test at the same time." Let me find it.
Yeah, it's just like, you know, everyone, not everyone that comes in here, but a lot of people when they're brand new, you just think, oh well, flat Earth, yeah, that's dumb. No, what would that look like from the outside? I was like, well, nobody's seen the globe from the outside either. No, that's on TV. So come on, man. You know, this whole heliocentric idea was created from people looking from the ground into the sky. Now, if what they were saying was true, then the ground would be curving. It's not. Very simple.
Yeah, I mean, like, it was a great idea. Like,
yeah,
hey, I wonder if we're
even
like
as
what
far
we're
as they
seeing
take
in
it,
the sky is because XYZ, right? But if XYZ isn't apparent and can't be detected or measured or anything, observed, nothing, then you're
they looked everywhere but the ground and just ran with the idea. Fucking crazy. And most of the, you know, people, like the new people or whatever, it's like, well, surely they measure the ground, right? They got boats over the curve. You can see the shadow go in front of the moon of the Earth. And, you know, all their little samples or whatever. It's like, well, those are postulations. You know, has anyone seen the solar system from the outside? No. So it's kind of, hey, man, you're smart enough to figure out if the Earth is flat or not. Now, whether they've convinced you that it's a globe, but it's too complicated for you to figure out, we did it for you. And now you're smarter just because you believe me than all these dumbass flat earthers.
Hey, Helio, check the chat.
I see it. I'll save that one too. It's like, yeah, but.
You're right. I'm actually, yeah, like, I think in the home server, if you type in links, you do the command to post stuff, put in links, I test. And it brings up a link that you can, and it actually says if you are in the description in the little thumbnail thing, it says if you see straight lines as curving or something like that, like yeah.
What's up, Dad?
Call 1-800 not curved.
Is that Helio?
Yeah.
What's up, man? How you doing, man?
Oh,
I'm doing well. It's good to hear you.
Yeah, you too. I was listening to you earlier this morning when you got your new mic. What you're gonna have to send me send me a link because I'd like to check how much it cost.
$185 after delivery after everything is said and done.
Okay, I'll have to check it out, man. Because for the most part, a lot of I mean, I work in a cabinet shop, so it's really loud anyway. But yeah, if that would be because I've heard AI Overlord sometimes successful in covering up the tools, noise and stuff when he's trying to talk, and other times really bad.
Yeah. No, this isn't that. Like I've like I'm in. You know how New York City is. Like it's always loud.
Yeah.
Windy. I was literally riding down the west side in wind. Today's a rainy day, and all you guys can hear is me. It doesn't matter if there are cops going by.
It's cool, man.
And the noise canceling is also it works really well. I'll do some more tests for y'all later.
Yeah,
What's the brand? What's the brand on it? If you don't mind me asking.
It's called Soundcore Liberty 5 Pro Max. Well, I don't have the Pro Max. I just have the Pro. But the Pro Max comes with like some extra features for the case, touchscreen stuff.
Cool. Thanks, man.
Yo, is that Bluetooth?
Mm-hmm. It is Bluetooth, and it's in bud. It's in earbuds.
Oh shit! Yo, can you type the name out in the side chat for me, though?
Yeah, I got you.
My AirPods, dude. My AirPods
Matter of fact, I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna send y'all like a video, like, yo, this dude. Hold on, Soundcore Liberty 5. So they won the Guinness Book of World Records for blocking out background noise, apparently. And dude was at a waterfall in the video while playing music from a Bluetooth speaker. Was talking like nothing was in his background. And it didn't make it all super compressed. Yeah, there's going to be some compression and all of that, but it's not like not like Sony or any of the other things I've tried. You guys have heard me try everything, and they all suck. You guys will agree.
Yes.
Dude, how about now? Am I sounding all right?
Sounded a little. You might turn the input volume on in your settings on Discord down just a hair.
That's a little loud.
Yeah, it's a little loud and distorted. Yeah, it's a little bit loud and kind of distorted, but yeah, just a little bit, just a tad.
Yeah, it catches everything. Even with me talking low like this, there's horns blaring in the background, and I'm talking very low. So let me see how do I do that? Do I go to settings, voice settings?
Yeah, and then voice settings, and it should have an input volume that you can.
I'm seeing output. Maybe that's. Hold on. So okay, tell me if this is better. Is this better?
A little bit, I guess. I don't know. You're talking softer.
No, yeah, that's just.
Let me see. I don't use the Discord app a lot for talking and stuff. So let me check my settings here, see if I'm telling you the right thing. Because on the PC, it's a lot different.
It's even on auto sensitivity, and you guys know that shit never works.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, we can hear you a lot better than we usually do. So either way, even if there should be a way to turn it down a little bit. Oh, voice activity. Oh, yeah, it doesn't have it. Input sensitivity. If you turn that up, that'll actually bring in some of the background noise. So you don't want to do that. No, sounds good, man. Don't worry about it. You're not going to be able to do what I was thinking. I've got this is these headphones. I've just looked them up. Soundcore Liberty 5. They're made by Anchor. So I have an Anchor speaker I've been using for a few years. Actually, this is the second one I bought. The same speaker. So it's good.
Yep.
It's a good brand.
That's right, Anchor, yeah.
Anyway, I was bitching about all the Globies just not knowing anything about anything.
When did they ever?
Spouting the mantra of ships going over the curve. And I was saying, well, if they really were interested in doing a real test, then they would show us where the ships are going over the curve, like exactly where. I think you were talking about that earlier today when I was listening. It was like, yeah, you're going to be at a certain height, and then the top of the water hill is going to be right there, and then you'll start to see it disappear at 3 miles or whatever it would be from your observer height. And then you can say, okay, now the curve's in the way, and I can see less of the bottom, less of the bottom, less of the. Now I just see the sails, and see it went all the way over the water hill. Now I can't see it anymore. That would be the curve. You'd know exactly where it is. But that's not the way the air works when you're looking through the air. And their refraction idea of being able to zoom in and see the boat that supposedly disappeared over the curve, or oil platforms. Say, well, the horizon did the horizon move? Is it still in the image? That's why I've always wondered if they're trying to say, well, refraction. That's why you see the oil rig. So you're saying the curve it's still there in front of them, but and the oil platforms are behind that curve, but refraction's doing what? I mean, come on. When you zoom in on something that's physically there, it's not going to disappear. So.
Yeah, I got my microphone wide open. So much New York ambient noise going on.
All we hear is your voice, man. Sounds good.
Well, that's just still blowing my mind, yo.
It's crazy.
Blowing my mind.
Nice.
Wind all in my ears. Everything. It's crazy. There was a train. Yeah, I'm outside. There was a train going by earlier. Like a train literally going, like if you're in New York ever and you were by the Brooklyn Bridge, and you can just hear the train going into the city. That shit is loud. It was over my head and I was talking to someone. They could not hear anything but my voice.
Oh, nice.
Money well fucking spent.
I'm seeing them on Walmart for $89 or $90, $89.99.
No, it's Liberty 5 Pro specifically.
Oh, Liberty 5 Pro.
And the Pro Max is like 230 something or something like that.
I got you. Oh, okay. It popped up as soon as I put them in.
Elijah gonna be like, man, get you a fucking microphone.
I don't want to ever hear him say that.
I mean, I would be the best person to tell someone where to go at this point.
Yeah, this one's pretty good, man. I ain't gonna lie. It sounds good.
Bluetooth.
Okay, I see
all
it now.
things.
Yeah, it's 169. I see it now. When you're talking about that
And where's the microphone? Like it's actually on your ear?
Yeah, on my ear, like in earbuds, regular Bluetooth in earbuds. I know, yeah, they're
Wow.
usually trash, right? Like, or you go into a bad reception area, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh no, now nobody can hear me. No, these are solid as fuck.
What are they called again?
Soundcore, Liberty 5 Pro. They are not a gimmick. I'm, my conspiracy brain started trickling in when they were like, yeah, you can take notes with it, with the AI, and you can record conversations. They didn't say that. They said you can record meetings. And I'm like, oh, so I can record conversations. And then it'll, transcribe it into text. And then, you know, now you have a whole conversation. And your wife is like, I never said that. And I'm like, yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. You're caught. You're busted.
Well, it's like earlier when you were I came in, you were already in here. Well, I didn't come in, but I moved the bot in here because I noticed people because there was inactivity, so I just started playing some other stuff, and then I noticed it kicked back up, and then you was at the end of your conversation, and you were like, "Oh, is the bot in here? If we go back and listen," I was like, "Dude, there was no bot in there for like." It was only there for
Damn.
5 minutes before you said that, but that's cool, man.
That sucks. I really wanted that conversation.
I don't think it's recorded, but all right, man.
It is what it is.
Yeah, that's cool.
I will say this though.
I like
arguing in flat Earth has made me a better arguer with my wife. Not that I argue with her all the time, but if I choose to have an argument with her, I literally know how to put her into a circle so she can see where she went wrong.
I thought she doesn't speak English.
Yeah, I can do it in Spanish. I actually had a conversation with one of my coworkers in Spanish about flat Earth, and he's like, "Oh no, that all makes sense."
Damn, you speak Spanish? Crazy.
Yo hablo poquito.
Punta.
Mama huevo.
Taco. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, no, my Spanish isn't perfect, but it's getting better.
Yeah, people even get confused because, like, I'll be talking to them, and then someone will be right next to me talking to me, and I'll just be responding, and they think I'm talking to them because they can't hear anybody. Like, and the person could be like lip to lip with me, and they won't hear that person. And at this point, I'm like, yeah, stop fucking telling me it's technology and science. It's magic at this point. All right. I was with you with the string. I was with you with the wires and the phone and the wires are connected. Then I was with you with the Bluetooth for like, okay, maybe there's some type of airwave shit going on. But now you're gonna take no. This is magic. Yep. Name.
Well, the AI is recognizing your voice, and it only comes on when your voice is there.
Thank you.
Suppresses all the other noise.
Yeah, but see, my problem with that is it doesn't go through a cloud or anything. Like it's straight through the AI of these headphones. Number one, and number two, I like it's not. It's not like like whatever it's doing to separate my voice from noise. It like it. I don't know how it's doing that because when I'm talking, all of the stuff in my background is not coming in with it. Like I'm gonna prove to you right now. I'm gonna play. I'm gonna turn my mic off and put it on like I don't know headphones or some shit. I mean on speaker, and you're gonna hear all the workers working and all the honking.
It's probably like that where where it can isolate.
You hear any of that?
No.
Oh well, fair enough.
I heard something smash.
Usually I have my sensitivity thing turned up. All right. Anyway.
But you know how people like take a song and they'll rip the voice out of the song and just so they can have the beat. It's probably doing the same thing. It's isolating your voice, your particular sound, and then removing the other sounds. And the more you talk, the more it's going to learn your nuances.
Yeah. It's just incredible how fast it is though. Like
I'm
it
super
sets
happy
like
for
the
you.
latent. I mean, to some of y'all who haven't been around for a long time, y'all are like, okay, and it's like, okay, some headphones. Okay, congratulations. No, I've been talking on these lives for almost a decade. I've bought a lot of different headphones. And Witsit has even sent me headphones once. Like, I, it's been a lots of different stuff to try to brave the New York loudness, and it's just nothing would do it until now. So it's like, damn, and they're not even an expensive pair of headphones. I would say they are for some buds, but they're doing their job, and the fucking noise canceling is better than the Beats overheads that I had. I don't even know how that's fucking possible. Would I say better than? Maybe I'm dragging it. Maybe not better, but they're definitely quiet as hell.
Well, I mean, you got to think about it, right? It's probably using, the AI is learning how to isolate things for you based off of the way your earbuds fit, right? And it's listening for outside noises and trying to counteract that while making, like auto tuning your music and making it crisper.
Mm-hmm.
Super dope. Like for the technology that's out there, for every 90% of it that's bullshit and working against us, 10%
Right.
of it is phenomenal.
Yep. Like this is just one of those things. I'll probably just like I love the S series for the Samsung. And it took me buying a whole bunch of phones to realize, you know what? I'm just gonna buy that phone, just like these headphones. I'll probably never buy another brand again, unless technology catches up. I mean, but again, I hate in-bud headphones, and these have changed my mind on it completely. And I've had tons of them, tons.
Yeah, I know how you feel. I'm the same way about iPhone Pros, the way they function.
Yeah, when it works, it works.
But yeah, I'm saving those in my list of things. It's a little bit on the pricey end for me right now, but I'll definitely put that on there as something for me in the future.
For sure. I would love to hear other people like this is I'm never simping for a product. This is one of those things where I'm like, yo, you gotta get these. Yes, I may as well get an affiliate link because I want everyone to have these headphones. If we're gonna raid a Discord server, I want me and 4 other guys to go in with these headphones and totally just annihilate them.
Speaking of, is Lats here?
Yeah, what's up, brother?
Did you ever find any information out about that dude you were talking to last night about going into that one server that he was in?
No, I never tried. I went in there briefly to see if I could make any guest rooms, but I can't find any.
You actually went in the room?
Yeah, I went and browsed the server and I couldn't find anywhere to make any guest rooms. It's not even as packed as I thought it was going to be. They only have 78,000. I mean, granted, that's still a lot, but still. Yeah, I'm always on the prowl for new servers to plant the 24/7 room in. So, if you guys ever hear anything, I'll go in there and try it out. And keep trying to socialize, but that one's just riddled with teenagers, man. That place sucks. And the way that you mod in the room and everything's irritating. You only have one mod in a room at a time. It's terrible.
back on the headphones thing a minute. The technology to make that happen has been around a while. It's called noise gate and compression. And I have that applied to this microphone. It's like I can hear everything around me in my headphones, but you guys can't hear the background noise. But I prefer it that way. I could cut that as well. But yeah, to make it micro into some headphones even better than iPhone did it. Well, that's kind of saying something.
They've been making movies about autonomous robots and like AI, kind of, sort of, in that sense, since the 1920s. If they're making movies about it, they knew about it.
I'm just talking about how to isolate the preferred sound from all of the background shit. You know what I mean? We're talking about the headphones again. Elijah's headphones. But yeah, you're right.
No, yeah. I was just saying AI in general, right? The idea of AI doing things for you has been around for a long time.
Right. And from what I was reading on the description of the headphones, they do have a AI built in that kind of helps adjust it to you. So that's pretty cool too. I'm a neckband guy though, because even, if I had like at work and stuff, like I have to communicate with people, but I can listen for a long time, but I have to pull them out to actually talk to somebody. And when you have those buds where you have to hold them, when you pull it out to hear something, that's the only annoying thing that I have with the buds thing. So I wear neckband, even though I know I look dorky running around everywhere with the headband or neckband headphones on, but that's the only thing I don't like about not free. Once you pull it out of your ear, you got to hold it or put it in your pocket or something. And it falls out of your ear, goes down in the gutter. Shit's gone. I did have, I was vacuuming my car one day at the car wash, and I had my neck buds on, and this fucking vacuum was super powerful. Didn't even get it close to my head, man, but the air it was brand new. I just bought them. These neck buds that I get, that's the same brand I get all the time. I just bought them, and I was like, man, the battery in this one's really good, because it lasted like almost 2 full days, constantly listening to YouTube and shit. And I was like, man, this one's a good one. Freaking, I go to work the next week, and I'm vacuuming out my car, and then it just slurps the whole thing up into the vacuum at the car wash. I was like, anyway. So if you're at the car wash and you have some neck bands on, be careful, because they will eat them. You guys think that academia will ever come around to let me think about how I'm going to say this. Like consider like gravity's the god of the ball, right? So just like it was instilled in my mind as well, long time ago. Gravity. That's why you can have a ball in space because of gravity and all these other balls. Gravity's doing everything. So gravity is gravity, gravity, gravity. And the more you understand about the magic of gravity and all the calculations and everything, the academics are they're fascinated by this formula they figured out. There's something to it. There's substance and function in their ideas, but it's fruitless. Well, I won't say it's fruitless. I will say fruitless in the way that they're building a framework that doesn't actually exist. It goes back to the pragmatic fallacy I was talking about earlier. Yeah, you can use gravity and pretend satellites. Nobody's going to space. There is no space to go to. And so how long before they all figure out that, wait a minute, this is kind of like we just built this virtually and but it connected to the technology and the upcoming of AI and everybody just gobbles it up and all that kind of stuff. It's like, when are they going to actually look at the Earth to see if it's curving or not? It's just like they won't even consider it. They never have. All the Globers, well, except for the YouTubers and the anti-flat earthers, they put videos out and stuff, but that's not really nobody. Only fans of this topic really pay attention to that. So when does the real academia get involved with in my mind, the top flat earthers are in this room, or in this involved with our effort here. The rest of them are kind of fluff, and we've got our critiques, and in my opinion, all of them know about it. Mark Sargent knows, Dave Weiss knows, they know about us, and they know that we critique all their stuff, and they hear what we say. We've told them about using that AE map, for example, and trying to say that's the flat Earth map. It's like, stop it. That's not what we're talking about. No flat earther should be saying, well, this is what the flat Earth looks like, because you don't know that. So let's just stop the nonsense. It's 10 years now. Let's get the real people that are serious, not all the fucking YouTube fanatics and TikTok or whatever. Flat Earth is a meme, and all the meme stuff. Fine, memes are great, but let's somebody that's serious, that really knows kind of what they're talking about. Not like the anti-flat earther YouTubers and shit. Real people that are like, man, I heard about this, because they all dismiss flat Earth, of course, because they're not around people. They're not interested in the discussion. They're just doing what you're supposed to do in the globe Earth paradigm. And of course, they're going to dismiss flat Earth. It's not worth their time. Nobody should take a look at it because it's dumb. Everybody knows that. Just like I thought about it. But yeah, when are real tests going to be done? Because we could sit here all day and say, hey, well, no glober has ever actually done a laser test, which is 100% true. And there's hundreds of flat Earth laser tests, and they're just like, well, we'll just use yours, and it'd say it's refraction. Get the fuck out of here with that nonsense. Fuck you. Do your fucking laser test and show us that the ground is dropping away. Show it. Come in here and use our fucking test and then tell us how we did it wrong. That's fucking crazy. You're out of your mind. Pardon my French. That's how I feel about it. Most of the people that come in here and argue with us aren't smart enough. They're not. Well, I won't say they're not smart enough. They're in a religion that tells them that they're not smart enough to figure out whether something's flat or fucking curved. Somebody else has to tell them.
I'm curious. Why don't you just put a gatekeeper where people have to pass a certain test or otherwise? Because you don't seem to want those people here. I'm curious. Over.
Oh no. Well, Clive, though,
just a simple. It's just a simple question.
Give me an example of someone that's not invited here.
Here, wait. I'm saying
that's an academia that hasn't talked about flat Earth. That's actually wants to have a real discussion with us about testing whether or not the ground is curving or it's level and stationary.
Here's something that occurred to me just recently. Okay, let's say the globalists are wrong, that the Earth is a lot larger than we think it is, because from what I've heard, we don't know how far south is. Correct? Am I presuming wrong? We don't know. Correct?
Well, it depends on what you mean by south.
Okay, if I head from the North Pole south, and I wish to basically keep going south, will I reach either A, an edge, or B?
Do that?
Wait, let me finish. Let me finish. Okay, I only speak in generally 2 or 3 minutes, and then I'm done. Okay, I started the North Pole. I head south. I continued south until I reach Antarctica. I keep going. Which of the following will happen? Which of the following 3 will happen? A, I will rotate back up to the North Pole. B, I will continue forever and never reach the edge. Or C, I'll reach an edge. Which do you believe? Because we don't know.
Nobody's ever done it. Yeah, if nobody's ever done it, how can we know?
Yeah, well, which do you believe will happen?
I believe if you tried, how are you going to traverse Antarctica? Because I don't.
You go.
With an airplane.
Yeah, we're gonna go in it.
All right. And so what happens when you reach? You get far outside the reach of the sun, and you just keep going. What do you think's going to happen? You're going to die, and you're not going to be able to come back and tell anybody. So
let's say you can keep radio contact. Okay, because we can do radio astronomy out to stars. Okay. It will go. The first broadcast is now reaching the Kuiper Belt. Okay, our first radio broadcast is cast out into space, and it's at the Kuiper Belt now, which is actually 1 light day away. So that's how far our broadcasts have gone. That being said, we could put a radio on there, and the person could be able to communicate with us until the Kuiper Belt, which is hundreds of billions of miles.
Cool story.
Yeah, how's that been confirmed? I mean, do they receive the signals while
we know how fast? No, I'm just saying we know how fast light goes.
Bullshit.
We know the speed of light. We don't know the speed of light. We don't know the speed of light.
Well,
I'll send you a video.
Whatever test you're talking about. I mean, has it been confirmed?
Wait. We don't know the speed
radio
of light.
Waves.
Light waves and radio waves move at the same speed.
No, they don't.
I'm pretty sure they do.
Well, it would depend, I would think.
Well, it depends on the medium, yeah.
Right, I understand that, but basically, light waves and okay, let's just say light waves. Okay, is the speed of light? Do we know the speed of light? 360,000 miles per second.
In one direction, sure.
Right. Okay. So this craft that we're going to send south is going to send us signals from the craft, so we'll know what's going on.
Laterally, we're talking about laterally through the air.
Okay. I mean,
so you're talking about the Kuiper Belt's billions of miles away.
No, I understand.
We're talking about on Earth.
You asked how would we know that they're not dead?
Laterally through the air across Earth. We're not talking about
right, but you were asking how will we know?
Thing.
Okay, my question is,
You're not
we
going to be
will
able to
still.
send a radio signal.
Okay, so they'll be able to
Maybe
send
you
a
would,
radio.
maybe you wouldn't. Who would you know? If they went out of signal, the distance that the signal would send, you'd say, "Oh well, they just went too far. Maybe we'll find out. Maybe we won't."
Okay, wait.
Next
What is
story.
what is the length of a radio signal? Maximum radio signal.
Who's to say going south, whatever that is going to lead you into Antarctica? Because you're still assuming this stupid A circle map, probably, and then you think if south is going to take you somewhere into the dark or whatever you think is going to happen. We're not on an ice ring Earth. I don't know if you're picturing that in your brain.
No. Because I've been there and I didn't see it.
Well, I've been there too. I decided I get done away with the ice ring Earth back in 2016.
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
good for you. That being said, okay, so what is beyond Antarctica? If we don't,
well, beyond. What do you mean beyond? Because Antarctica could be just another place. The only places we can go is where the sun reaches and there's life. You know what I mean? So
we can go to places without life. We can go to places without life.
That's not affected by the sun whatsoever. No, I'm talking about the sunlight.
Sun. Okay, sun. Okay.
The extent of the sunlight.
Oh, okay.
So we have the sun and moon and stars in the sky. The sunlight is as far as we can go, as far as I know, and there is a relationship between, the celestial. There's a celestial sphere, which is conceptual. It's never been actually confirmed to be like, if you're on this part of the Earth, this star is directly above your head, and all those points are confirming the celestial sphere map, and it's constantly being adjusted, and sure, it's a great idea, but it's just where you are on Earth and where you can see certain stars and the sun.
Okay.
In my mind, that's the way you should see it. If I could go out and confirm that the ground is curving away, over a body of water, still water, calm day. If I could confirm that the Earth is actually curving,
we're taking your position. It's flat. It's flat. Okay, let's just say it's flat.
All the water's flat.
So what happens if you continue to go south? We don't know, right? Okay.
Well, what do you mean by south?
South. From the North Pole.
You mean on the longitude line or magnetic?
No, longitude.
Well, longitude.
We know magnetic. We know magnetic ends.
Longitude.
We know magnetic ends at the South Pole.
Well, how
the magnetic South Pole comes to a point. It's not a.
No,
it's not a.
There
region.
Is no magnetic South Pole.
Sure, there is. Yes, there is. If you take a compass to the middle of South America, eventually it'll be zeroed out.
Really?
Yeah. That's been proven.
No, there's like 4 South Poles. There's 4 magnetic
I understand
poles.
there's
not going to be able to use.
And there's a wandering magnetic north.
Compass
a magnetic south. There are 4.
Yeah, you can get pretty far south. Dude, there's declinations all over the southern regions in different parts.
I understand the magnetic poles shift over time.
No,
slowly, very slowly. Yes, they do. They shift all the time.
Compare the magnetic map to the celestial sphere map.
I have. Okay, it changes every 300,000 years.
Dude, it's not even close.
Flips.
You're not going to be able to use a compass to do shit in the south. Really?
Of course you are. You use a compass to find where magnetic south is, and
where
it is
people
a point.
Have already been.
Right.
Like
the compass. If you take a compass in your hand and keep going towards magnetic south or north, eventually it just spins.
South, bro.
It just spins.
It's because the magnetic field is weaker, and it acts differently because the magnets are pointing north. When you get to different parts of, they call the south in the southern regions of the map, it's not as accurate, and the magnetic fields get crazy. So that's why, you have to know where you are. You have to know what time. No, you. It sounds like you think the celestial sphere and the magnetic field lines are pretty damn close. I don't think they are.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, they are now, but I mean, they shift to very. They've come as far as south as far as Canada on the north side.
You're just going to use a celestial map if you get to a certain point and you get lost. If you're in a city, then you're just going to use GPS, which is connected to towers around
I'm
you.
not talking about GPS. You're not going to use GPS
you're not going to
in
be able to tell
Antarctica.
shit from using a compass if you're, say, in Argentina, like really far south. It's just like...
I'm not talking about GPS.
What are you going to do? Are you going to just grab an airplane and be like, all right, I got my magnet.
They did with Pam 50.
I got Sigma Octantis and away we go, baby.
Both ends of the magnetic north and south are identical as far as strength. They are not different. They're roughly equal.
And it matches the map.
Okay, Clive, I put it in the chat for you.
Yeah.
I gave you something in the chat.
Hold on. Give me a chance to move my finger, for God's sake. Hold on.
Yeah, I just posted it. It ain't going anywhere.
Thank you. I'll get to it. Hold on.
I'll even tag you.
Okay. Go ahead. Okay.
There you go.
Okay, so it's impossible to measure the speed of light?
Just watch the video. Just watch the video.
Okay, I'll be back then. Over. Out.
You didn't have to do it right now. Giving you a video.
Yeah, try measuring the one-way speed of light.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell him, but he just wanted to keep talking, so... I had the video earlier and then I lost it. It took me like 10 minutes to find it again.
Imagine what he was talking about with the just use a compass instead of using any map. You use the compass in the sun. What would happen then? You don't use a star map.
You'd be struggling.
You use the compass and the time of day. What would you do? Where would you go? Don't use the stars at all.
I don't think you could.
Yeah, and I always wanted to know how you keep going south without freezing to death.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, if you go outside of where the sun reaches, then you're fucked. Death. So how can anybody go there and then come back and tell you? Well, they may be able to get close, and I think people have. But other than that, they just come back and say, yeah, man, it's fucking dangerous.
Well, so he's got it in his mind that there's been several flights that have gone directly over the South Pole and popped up on the other side. But the routes have never done that. And so we've had this conversation before that in all this time, no one's done a direct north to south to north circumnavigation. At best, they changed their path when they got down to the South Pole, whether it was turning around and coming back or swooping down and across and coming out on another side. But they never passed over the south. They just kind of like made a giant parabolic arc.
Yep. Yeah, you got to actually go look at their route instead of
Yeah, just go to one part of Antarctica, then they move east or west. It's usually east, and then they'll turn around, come back up. Like, dude, that's not going over Antarctica and coming back up the other side. Not even close.
Well, it's like that argument they had like 2-3 years ago about the Qantas flight, how they'd say, oh, the Qantas flight goes right over Antarctica, right over the center. And they claimed that for like a year. And then when the flight data actually came out, no, it didn't. It went right over the tip. The tip where everybody goes down there. That's where the plane went. Didn't go across the middle.
Look how everybody just left when we started getting a really deep shit about the arguments. I mean, I know Clive's watching the Speed of Light video, but yeah. Yeah, yes, we assume the light goes the same speed in both directions. Yeah, because you have to. You can't measure it from source. That's the point.
Well, and then they claim that, well, they can do radar to the sun and all this. Well, no,
he was like, well, we know the distance of the Kuiper Belt. And it's like, do you? Really?
How do you know what the medium is past where we can go?
That's what I'm saying. He's one of the anti-flat earthers that just be like, man, I don't really know how they did it, but they did it, and you flat earthers are dumb.
You haven't met him yet, have you, Helio?
Me? No, yeah. I talked to him last weekend. Yeah,
so his dad was one of the first leaders of the FAA. The FAA, yeah, the FAA for flight control, and then he worked for a telescope planetarium, one of those giant telescopes.
Yeah, well, I was camping with a friend of mine. I didn't know this about him. I mean, I've known him since I was in high school and stuff. He was like, for some reason it came up. They don't want to necessarily talk about it. When it's just a few friends around. But he's like, of course, saying, "Well, my grandpa worked on satellites." Like, all right, so your grandpa worked on satellites. That means the Earth is a globe. It's like, yeah. It's like, all right, well, we're good.
Yeah, and he says he has a bunch of friends that work for NASA, and it's a really hard conversation with him.
Well, it's hard for everyone, right? I mean, that comes into the conversation, especially the academics, but even to the other people that don't know anything. They're just like, well, surely the academics figured it out, and the people on the midwits. And we're like, well, yeah, the academics have it figured out. I'd rather trust them than argue with you about it. And it's like, no, dude, we're just talking about, is the water flat or is it not flat? And you're trying to make it into like, well, you have to go to college for fucking 30 years to figure it out if the water's fucking flat or not. Give me a fucking break.
Clive, I know I am alive.
Once you realize that there is no curve, then sure, you can consider both sides. See, the real intellectuals here are the ones that are considering both sides, understanding both sides, and then making a decision which one is true or not. Not making up excuses for why our flat Earth laser tests, hundreds of them, are successful every time. When we take a telescope or a high zoom camera, stand on one side of a lake and zoom in on the other side of the lake and see the shoreline 10, 20 miles away, it's because the water's flat. It's because the water's flat. That's why. Yeah. Not because of refraction. It's because the water's flat.
I heard somebody say earlier, I don't know who it was, it might have been Clive, I may be wrong, that a flight over Antarctica takes like 51 hours or something like that. And I was like, you're out of your fucking mind. It's supposed to be like 1,800 miles across.
Right?
Yeah. It's like everything's so difficult. Well, to understand this, it's really difficult. You have to take an airplane. Dude, an airplane. Well, didn't Admiral Byrd take an airplane to Antarctica? He didn't have a jetliner. But yeah, there's some video of that shit. What'd you think about that stuff, Clive? He's not listening. Probably still watching that light video. But yeah.
No, he's texting the chat.
I see him.
My apologies. 5,000 to 6,000 miles. You think it should take 51 hours to cross that?
Well, if you could, in an airplane, You talking about one flight, 51 hours? How the fuck would you do that?
Bro, I'm telling you, man, like a flight from Los Angeles to New York is 3 hours, maybe 4.5 hours, and that's only 2,400 miles.
Yeah, what airplane's going to do that? You know, that's fucking crazy.
One of the things I've been doing to help people put things into perspective is when people are like, I tell them that the circumference is 24,900 miles. That's a flight from Los Angeles to New York 10 times. That's it.
Just like, well, it's too big. It looks flat. Well, yeah, it looks flat, but you know what else? And I've heard Indio, and we have too. You know what else looks flat? Flat shit. It looks flat. It's like, well, I've been up in an airplane. It looks curved. No, it wouldn't look flat. It wouldn't look curved from there either, dumbass. You just seen in a circle around you. It's flat. You know, come on, man.
Yeah, when has ever curved shit look like flat shit? Come on.
Yeah. It's like, I see the curve. Where the fuck are you seeing this curve, bro?
You also don't realize that human eyes are not designed to look that far.
Well, that's fine. A lot of people don't understand that, but yeah, they'll just say, "Oh, why do boats disappear?" It's like, well, they don't disappear. They just there's too much air. You just can't see them anymore. And your perspective, the vision, you're limited in vision. So what happens when you can't see something? We now have technology called zoom lenses. You know, you pull out a camera or binoculars or a telescope. Zoom in, boom, something that you couldn't resolve before. Now you're not seeing more, you're actually seeing less. Because now you're zooming in on something you're focusing on. So you're seeing less as you zoom in, but you're seeing you're resolving it better. You're seeing less of the field of view, but you're adding more resolution to the light that's coming into your eyes, correct?
Yeah, they're just not grasping the concept that as the boat moves away, parts of the boat will get dimmer and dimmer and have less and less contrast.
Because you're only seeing reflected light.
Yeah. Well, the hull of the ship gets smaller and smaller, but the water surface gets bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
And reflects a lot more light than the hull of that ship can.
Bro, the flatter it is, the more flat it looks, the more curved it is, man. Everybody knows that. Like, we see only flat shit, and the flatter the shit looks, and so flat it fucking flat is, the more we know it's curved, fucking asshole. Like, it's so curved because it's so flat. That's what these assholes are telling us.
It's like flat shit doesn't look flat.
No, the flat shit's curved. Like, the more flat it looks, the more curved it actually is.
How about McToon's new biggest thing, or it has been in the past couple of months? It's like, well, you have the crisp horizon. It's like, what crisp horizon are you talking about?
Crisp.
Too many times I've seen the horizon being very uncrisp.
Yeah, what crisp are you talking? He's talking about the zoomed in footage on the sinking Mirage. That's what he's talking about. Now, obviously, that's the Mirage, and they're going to zoom in on the sinking and say, "Well, there's your crisp horizon." It's like, you're not telling me how far the boat is, from you, or whatever they're looking at, where there is the sinking Mirage. And and they'll avoid that at all costs. It was like, well, yeah, that is the top of they're saying that's the top of the water hill. The rest of it's hidden behind the curvature of the earth that is the water hill. And so they'd be able to tell us the distance to that crisp horizon.
Yeah,
do it.
Helio.
They can't fucking do it, bro.
It gets worse, right? So we've got clips of McToon saying that there are 3 horizons and the black swan image of the oil rigs. Three horizons. Now, I want to ask you, hey, McToon, are those 3 horizons in the black swan image that you pointed out, are those 3 crisp horizons? Crisp like apples, crisp like your wife's ass. Horizons.
Well, that's like I don't know if you were listening earlier when I was like, dude. So when you take, when you look at the black swan, you watch them go down to the shore, freaking put the camera on the freaking beach, and then zoom in on those platforms. Are you saying that curve is in the picture, but what you're seeing behind the curve is refracted up, somehow? And so that curvature, that blocking curvature it's in the image, but you're not seeing it because of the refraction is pulling the entire image up to see the whole platform from water to the top of the cranes in that image. But it's all most of it's behind the curve, and so that has to be that.
Yes, Helio. From the scientific perspective of the Royal Society of London, the exact image you're seeing is a portrayal of a completely globe Earth. The reason why it looks so flat is because it's so globular.
And there's gravity and refraction that you have to consider.
Yes. So in the year 2000s, we have combined gravity and refraction into one term. It's gravifraction, and because of gravifraction, we can explain everything there needs to be with regards to the globe.
And all you have to do is attach a slider to it. But when you actually do that, as our good friend Indio indicated and made an image for, when you take the reflection slider and you slide it all the way up to where it looks flat, then there's a big hill of water behind it.
Yeah.
Did you see that meme that Indio made with the surfer on the big wall of water behind
the double wall, like it's like a 500-foot wall of water with the surfer on it.
Yeah. I thought I saved that somewhere. I'm sure I have it saved somewhere. We got to freaking.
It's going to be. Listen, it's got to be like 400, 500 feet of water. It's going to be a globe.
Like that's an extreme concave Earth, isn't it? When you slide the reflection slider that far, it's just like, dude, that's
every fucking thing's downhill, man. Like every fucking thing's downhill. Like when I had to go to school, I had to walk uphill, and then like from school, I had to walk downhill.
Yeah. No, you walk uphill both ways in the snow.
Yeah, it's a globe. Yeah, globes require walking both ways uphill. Fucking right. Fucking globes.
You remember the old Alice and Bob thing where they're coming together? Both of them are walking up, up or down, and they come together. It's like, how do they meet at the top if they're both walking down the globe? Come on, man.
It's a globe, baby. The globe fucks you both ways.
Let me see if I can get my Elon voice in here. You can tell it's flat, or you can tell it's curved because it looks so flat. If it was really flat, we'd have way better flatness.
Yeah. I got a meme for that. Surprise, surprise.
Surprise.
But if I find it, that'd be even a bigger surprise.
It's also funny, like all the globe defenders have like fucking they got fucking gay underoos.
Don't say it was Aquaman, because I had Aquaman underoos. I was a big Aquaman fan when I was a kid.
Fucking gay underoos, man.
They have rainbows on them.
You got fucking like My Little Pony fucking underoos.
They're brony underoos.
Yeah, they got the globe guys got brony underoos. What the fuck?
You did your job when you get a giggle snort.
Fucking Globers. They need to give up, man. They're so dumb.
Yeah.
Hey, have you seen of course we used to follow modern day debates when they actually only bring in they'll let you go on there. It's like, why the fuck would I go on there and talk to these idiots like Craig and those guys?
Fucking My Little Pony fucking underoos.
Who are you talking about? Maybe I'm looking for that meme. What am I looking at? What are you guys talking about? Anyway, now I lost my train of thought. I was talking about Craig. Well, anyway, with the modern day debates, they're in this debate, like debate fest or some. What is there? It was just happened recently. Debate con. Anyway, and there's Craig went. Fucking Fight the Flat Earth went. I mean, of course, I didn't watch it. I just saw that he was there and he was debating someone. I don't know if it was. I don't know who it was, but it's just like, Craig, man, you suck at this. Why the fuck do you think you're even somebody? Why do you think you're even something? I mean, I don't know. He's using his UK government money to travel across the world and be super shitty at debates. Fucking fine. I think people are just maybe he. I don't know. Does he enjoy people laughing at him?
There's nothing more British than, going around the world trying to sell your fucking worldview in your underpants.
It's like I don't think in your fucking underoos. He's supposed to be missing a leg too, remember? Now he's just walking around the world, just like throwing in everybody's face. Sorry about that,
Captain Morgan.
Sorry about that GoFundMe. Hey man, thanks for all the GoFundMe money. My leg's fine.
Yeah.
Anyway, Craig is a dork. He's dork extraordinaire, and I know that for a fact because I've had a lot of friends just like him.
Well, he got caught picking his nose and eating it.
Dude, I was about to say, like, the dude eats his fucking boogers.
Yeah, it's weird, man. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I pick my nose sometimes, but I've never. Well, why would I eat them? I really do. I mean, that's.
Yeah. Why'd you eat it? Like, the dude is like cranking it on the fucking camera. Like he's like going around and around and around and around.
That means you do it. That means you do it all the time. Because I pick my nose fairly often, but that means he does that all the time. It's like instead of wiping it on something or putting it in a tissue, that motherfucker's eating them.
That motherfucker is called finesse. Bro, he's got the finesse.
He does. You have to. I don't know.
That guy can like pick boogers like in front of the president, and they might not notice. No, the only way we caught him was because like of the 24/7 live stream. Like that camera was rolling for like a long time before and after. He had no fucking clue. He's like, "Fuck, man, I got a fucking itch. Let me like take my pinky and like shove it up there and crank it.
I thought it was from one of his. I thought it was from one of his live streams, and he didn't know it was that he had his camera on. And
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and then then we. Who found it? I'm trying to figure it out.
Fucking cranking it,
dude. That dude.
Dude, that's like when. Like if you're trying to mine for gold, you might have to like go in the opposite way to like start like cranking that shit because the other way just ain't working out. Dude fucking reversed.
Craig.
He did the reverse crank and fucking mined for gold and then fucking ate that shit.
I wonder how many times he's pulled it back and be like, looked at it and be like, "Oh yeah,
dude, yeah, like that's
a
quality
good
check,
one.
Quality inspection."
Oh. Think he was getting ready for a live stream that time and just like did it real quick. But I'm sure this time
USDA
he's just like pulled him back. He's like, "Ooh, that's a good one. That one's going in my tummy."
Triple A.
In my belly.
Get in my belly.
Big booger in my belly. We're probably grossing everybody out by now.
Hey, yes, but that's who we're up against. Like,
Yeah,
it's
it's just
us.
like that's what I was saying earlier. I don't know if you were listening, but yeah, it's just like who the fuck. Let's just. I know for this platform and what we do in English Hub here and there, but if we're gonna actually get not that's why we don't get debates on like modern day debates or entertain McToon or these other clowns because they're not serious about it. If we want somebody that's in academia that is like, oh, of course they're discounting flat Earth because they don't know anything about it. But if they're really intelligent and serious about life and what just like we are, then they'll come say, hey man, I don't know anything about this flat Earth shit, but what can we do? We're going to show you guys that there's curvature on the Earth. And they go out and do what we did. Put a laser over a lake. Take some binoculars or a fucking zoom camera or a telescope and go do that and be like, yeah, they would partner with us and be like, man, I want to show you the curve because it's obviously there. Look, it's 3959, it's right. We're going to go out to this lake body of water, crystal clear day or whatever, it doesn't matter if it's crystal clear day or foggy, it's always going to be refraction. Oh, you'll never be able to tell doing it that way. It's like, of course you fucking think you won't because you think that there's earth curve. It's like, well, when we find there's no earth curve, then you're going to say, well, it's the light is bringing everything that's behind the curve up into your view, and it's called refraction. Do you not believe in refraction? It's like, well, fuck no, I don't believe in refraction, not the way you're saying it. Look, we're looking across this water, we can see the other side. Are you fucking crazy? Are you saying you can't see it? No, we're seeing it, but you're only seeing it because the earth curve's actually there, but it's not there in the camera or in the telescope.
Yeah, it looks so flat because it has to be that flat because of refraction. So we know that the Earth is a globe and curving because of how flat it looks.
That's right. You know what else looks flat? Flat things. Got that from Indio. That's right. Flat things look flat. Wouldn't the Earth look flat if it was flat?
Whoa, hold on. Listen, it could be curved, right? Could be curved.
Okay.
But, okay, it's curved, but it looks flat. Nobody would know it's curved no matter what. Like, everybody would see that it's flat. Everybody. Okay? But we know it's curved by how flat it looks.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. So if we're going to figure out whether the Earth is curved or not, what can we do? How we know if curving?
I'll tell you. Listen, we look across the horizon, we see how flat it is, and because we know how flat it looks, we know how much it's curving by.
I don't think you'd be able to do that.
Well, hold on. Listen, everybody knows that the Earth is a globe with a radius of near 4,000 miles. Okay, 3,959 miles. Okay, hold on. Listen, the Earth is so big it looks flat, and nobody would know it was curved unless they talk to NASA.
Or they go far enough away to see it as a globe.
That's
no,
right.
No, it can't be 4,000
Jupiter.
miles.
Okay, listen, Helio. You have to go to fucking Jupiter, and we got thousands and thousands and millions of people who've gone to fucking Jupiter, who've seen the Earth from Jupiter and knows it's a globe. Helio, you know that's the truth.
The radius would be 4,000 miles. It has to be bigger than that.
No. If it was bigger than that, it would look even flatter. But we know it's just flat enough, and flat enough is 4,000.
It's just like, no, it's a bigger Earth. Oh, maybe
4,000 miles is flat enough, motherfucker.
I don't know
We
how
don't
big
need
the
any more.
motherfucker is.
We don't need any less. It's 4,000 fucking miles.
I don't know how big this motherfucker is, but I know it's not flat. I know it. It looks flat, but that motherfucker ain't flat. I promise. They flat.
It's you motherfuckers.
Dude, I'm thinking about 50 years, it's gonna flip. Everybody be like, man, everybody was so stupid for thinking the Earth was a globe. That's the most ridiculous bullshit. That's all right, man. I'm gonna wait it out. I'll still be here 50 years from now. I'll be
Yeah, me too, man. Me too. I'm
I'll
like
be 100 years old laughing at people. Be like,
fucking
man,
right.
fucking idiot. Told you.
Dude, fucking.
No, it's not about being an idiot. I don't want anybody to feel bad for thinking the Earth is a globe, because we all used to think that.
What if the Earth is a planet? Just what if?
Oh, fuck.
Huh? I don't know.
Earth is a planet? What the fuck, dude? What are you smoking?
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Like we know it's flat, but like, what if it was a planet?
Oh, okay. So listen, it used to be the mother planet, and then it broke up and made baby planets.
Baby planet. Dude, that's as plausible as the other bullshit. They kind of say that, right? It was like the Big Bang. The Big Bang was a little dot smaller than a period on a page, and then it made everything in the universe. So it made baby planets everywhere.
They're fucking baby planets, man. We got the mother planet, the baby planets.
Yeah, all the baby planets spread over multiple trillions of light years. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, man, it's like fucking
Prove me
space
wrong.
turkeys.
Prove me wrong.
When you go higher up, the Earth doesn't get smaller, you get smaller.
Oh shit.
I just gotta mess with you, Yoder, because you're going off on some funny tangents, dude.
Where do we go from here?
On that one, I have no idea. We could call it concave.
I know.
We're joking around, but I'll tell you what. I mean, I do want to go after or somebody that's actually serious, not the anti-flat earthers. You know what I mean? I want someone that says, "Hey, man, the flat earthers, you guys make fun of them all the time." I'm actually curious, and it doesn't have to be a viral video. I could give a fuck about it, putting any of it on YouTube. Somebody from a university or someone that has the resources, whatever, to actually do a study that we can record and say, well, yeah, this person was involved, these doctors, or these people in the university sponsored it. Here they were.
I'll tell you what,
blah blah blah.
You fellers must have not went to school because the damn Earth is flat. Didn't they teach?
Oh my goodness. Okay, Eratosthenes, we understood you loud and clear.
Who the fuck was that? But anyway, yeah, we can sit here and argue with these retards for fucking years, like we have been. But when is someone actually going to get serious about it? And it's not. It has nothing to do. We're serious about it, obviously, but we're also kind of free spirited and we have fun. But yeah, when it's someone who is also like us, that's like, man, these flat earthers are dumb. It's like we were. Like, I'm not going to look at it, but then finally says, all right, I'll look at it. And then they become flat earthers and they're one of us, and then nobody pays attention to them anymore. So, who knows?
Bro, sounds like every political revolution.
I know, it's just like, you know what? Before everything gets turned upside down, we're going to have to fucking all become flat earthers, or at least a good portion of us, which there is a good portion now. It's 10 to 20% all across the world, so that's a lot. So
yeah, man,
that's hundreds of millions.
Fucking tax money back.
That's hundreds of millions of fucking flat earthers. So everybody, look out! We're not going to stop.
Yeah, I mean, they know we exist, man. We're fucking herpes.
That's all right.
If you take the current population, what they say it is, let's say 8 billion, right? 7.5 billion, 8 billion. And you took 10% out of that,
That's
That
what I'm
would put it
saying.
to
It's hundreds of
700
millions.
700 million, yeah.
Yeah. Dude. Well, it's like most people aren't paying attention, but if it came down to brass tacks, it'd be like, all right, yeah, it's if they really paid attention, everybody, it was like they didn't think there was a choice. They're only educated on the globe. They weren't told to look at it or investigate it like we have. So they're just like, well, obviously Earth is a globe. Everybody knows that. I mean, it's just what, you're taught that. Of course you're taught that. But, well, they also taught you that if you if you think it's not, then you're a dumbass. Well, what does that mean? Well, we're saying, well, it looks flat. Well, it's not flat because it looks flat. It looks flat because it's so big. Okay, well, how big is it? Oh, well, now we have the number, so let's see if it's flat or not. So we can go across the Earth, see if it's actually flat or it's curving away. And then they're like, well, what about the planets, though? You know what I'm saying? No, we're trying to figure out if the ground is flat. What about the eclipse, though? No, it's the ground. That's where the Earth is flat. It's on the fucking ground. That's where the Earth is flat. Outer space is in your imagination and on TV and in the education system. Never been verified. Anyway.
Dude, man, I'm glad you're back. Glad you're back, Helio. Like flat smacking.
Not necessarily back. I'm only back drinking a few beers.
You're back
I'm back drinking a few beers, not getting crazy with it like I used to.
That's good. Yeah, just don't get crazy.
That's right.
Or if you get crazy, don't get crazy for too long. Just get crazy for a little bit. You're okay.
Well, it's just like, I'm just coming on here to vent because I listen to you guys all the time. So it's just like, dude, I want to say this, but I'm always working or something, or I don't feel like getting on. But I always feel like getting on whenever I have a few drinks. So whatever.
Yeah, man, me too.
But it's just like, dude, it's like all these anti-flat earthers they're wasting their time. Well, they're not wasting their time because they have all these dimwit followers that just haven't really thought deeply about it, and they think they can come in here and giggle at us and do what they'll listen to McToon or some of those other anti-flat earthers, Professor Dave, whatever, and get their little tingles up and be like, I think the globe is true too. I like space. Look at these flat earthers. Look at them. Look, I can go in there and just make fun of him and not even understand the conversation at all and just be like, I'm already intellectually superior because I know the Earth is a globe. Look at them.
You missed it earlier, Helio. This girl, you probably heard her a few times, Epo.
I did hear it. I heard it.
Yeah, she's like, I'm going to bring Dave McKeegan in here.
Oh, yeah. No, that wasn't that Epo that was saying that? She's like,
yeah, it was Epo. I'm going to go get that Dave McKeegan guy. I'm going to have him come in here and talk to you guys.
Epo said that? Really? Epo?
Epo said that.
She found him on YouTube, probably looking for globe Earth proofs and shit. She probably found him, and she's like, "Oh, this guy." Man. She couldn't even pronounce his last name, and she was like, "Oh, no." Well, yeah, bring him in here. Yeah, for sure. If you can contact him and get him to come in here and talk to us, that'd be great. Do it.
Yeah,
we're not going over there. He's not coming over here.
I mean, didn't NDO toss his ass?
Probably. I think he tosses everybody. We all do sometimes.
Yeah. I think
when they get enough balls to come in too. I can't remember. I don't ever remember seeing him in here, but I could have missed it. But
all right, maybe I'm wrong.
I think he's more moronish than a lot of the other guys. So whatever. It's like they just talk about the same dumb shit talking points that haven't, that skirt around the truth and keep their fans just with just enough knowledge to strawman our arguments and keep their fancies tickled and all that kind of shit. It's just like,
Yeah.
they're not involved in the conversation. They like the entertainment. They like to make fun of flat earthers. It's like a kind of it's just a club kind of thing. And they think that we're doing it, with each other because we hate the globe or whatever. No, it's just like, dude, it's the flat earth. It's right outside. You just go outside. It's flat. It's like we're trying to tell you it's obvious, and you're just like, "Fuck you guys! It's a globe." Where the fuck is it a globe, bro? Where?
Well, you see in my mathematical equations, when I add the geodetic constant to the ellipsoidal constant, then you get the perpetual renunciation of the declination of the aberration of the multitude of the square of the distance regarding the equilibrium of the radius of the globe, and so therefore it's a globe, guys.
Yeah. It's a globe because you can't see it, but you can see it in your mind.
Come on, they saw the curve from an airplane.
Yeah, like the David Lynch article that was posted. And listen, some Glober came in and posted that. So a guy named David Lynch sounds like a musician, but he's not. He's an actual optical physicist. Maybe not on the level as Andrew Thomas Young, but he's an acolyte potentially. All right, so in 2008, there was a famous article. This article has actually been used by Google and major search engines and even artificial intelligence as an authoritative source document on the curvature of the Earth. Because in 2008, David Lynch said that he actually measured the least sufficient, but not. No, let me backtrack. The least necessary, but not sufficient height that you have to be above the Earth in order to discern that it's a globe. And his paper discerned that was 35,000 feet. So when you go to Google and say, how high do you have to be to see the curvature of the Earth? It says 35,000 feet. It's because of this 2008 David Lynch article that's been baked into the AI. Now, here's the thing. I mean, there's a lot wrong with this. Actually, DJ got into some issues with this earlier today when somebody posted this paper. But this paper is interesting and, in my view, somewhat flawed for several reasons. I mean, it's got confirmation bias out the ass. But second, one of the things that the author did not take into account was the difference between what I would call the cone of clarity produced by the fovea of your eye. All right, so this is a 2-degree cone of clarity. So 1 degree radius. If you could open your eyes and look a dead ass center. Okay? And about 1 degree radius, draw a circle. That is the focal point of clarity for human vision. All right, so anything outside of those 2 degrees are the result of your peripheral vision, and anything outside of 60 degrees to the left and to the right is due to scanning vision. So you've got scanning, which is your eyeballs shifting to the left and to the right. You got your periphery, which is without your eyeball moving, seeing what's to the left and to the right and the center. And you've got like a focal area of acuity, maybe about 15 degrees around, but you got the sharpest point of visual acuity within the foveal cone region of about 2 degrees. Okay? So the David Lynch article basically said, hey, I am taking my eyeball and I'm scanning the horizon, and my scanning and my peripheral vision is recreating the curvature of the Earth. So what people do is they take their eyeballs, which is, you know, the foveal vision of acuity, the region of acuity is 2 degrees, and they look around with their eyeballs from the left to the right, to the left to the right, and their peripheral vision on the outside of that's also taking in information, and the scanning process is also taking in information, and all of this shit is being forced into your frontal cortex. And then it's being processed by your brain for context, for visual information, things that your brain understands and relates to certain other things. So your brain is undergoing an immense and very depth and very extremely rapid data crunching measure.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. So what I'm going to say is the David Lynch article basically lays a case out for somebody who takes 2 degrees of foveal acuity with the peripheral vision scanning to the left and to the right is able to reconstruct an expectation of curvature of a globe, and by consequence reaffirm it. All right. So what's your take? Go ahead.
I was going to tell you something. Something about what you were saying reminded me of something said probably a couple of years ago. And for some reason, I remember Sasha having a conversation with somebody. But I was driving at the time. How's my microphone sound, by the way? Because I haven't talked. This is on my headphones.
Dude, it sounds like a hot gerbil through butter.
Is that good or bad? But anyway, I was driving at the time, and I was like, "Hey, let me think about this. I'm going to test it." So I'm looking straight ahead, driving. I'm going to see, and I'm like, I know the sign is there, but I'm not going to look at it, and I'm going to see if I can read it. You know what I mean? I'm looking at the road straight ahead of me.
Yeah.
All the signs going by, you can't fucking read them. They're right there.
Right, but it's
Can't read
outside
'em.
your foveal view of acuity, right? So now you're like
Exactly.
taking it in on the outside, the periphery.
So the rest of you, like you were saying, the rest of your brain is filling in all that shit. Like you can see what the sign looks like, the colors of it and stuff, some of the signs. But you can't read it unless you're looking at it.
Yes. Yes. So that's my critique of the 2008 David Lynch article. So he's an optics expert, and he brought in how you're able to produce this visual field of acuity of human vision. And the one thing that he actually left out was the most important thing, which is the brain. You know, the way that you process visual information is due to perception primarily. So if you can only take in 2 degrees at a time in your visual arc of the horizon, around 360 degrees, how much can you actually take in within a 2 degree diameter field of view and see the curvature of the Earth?
Much. Well, you're not going to see the curve, and you can't even see the sign while you're driving down the road if you're not looking.
You ain't seeing shit. So you might start to perceive shit at like 1,000 miles high, which is higher than Hubble, but yeah, man. So that's all to say that, like, every astrophysicist, scientist, astronaut that's been to the ISS, been to the Mir, been in space shuttles, been even to Hubble, and anything else, except for the moon missions. All those other astronauts were never high enough to have enough visual information to discern whether or not Earth is a globe or a flat plane of existence. So only the astronauts who went to the moon are able to claim that they've been high enough to see whether or not Earth is a globe or a flat freaking, plane of existence.
Yeah, the only problem is the further you get away from a sphere, the less and less you see.
Right. I mean, at some point, people might get so far away from the flat Earth that they see a disk, but the disk is what's illuminated by the sun. And there may be a much bigger plane of potential illumination to be had.
Well, let me ask you this. There was some guy that came in, I think, last weekend, and I was talking, and he was like, what about the photographs of Earth from space, on satellites? And I was like, well, give me one, And he gave me some weather satellite or whatever, which we know they don't have a camera on those, right, to take a picture of Earth. Which I knew that, but I didn't necessarily get into the big argument about, that. I just wanted to know the name of the satellite and stuff. And so I looked it up. And of course, it's got different radar signal, whatever. And it said it's 26,000 miles away from Earth, right? Now, whatever field of view those sensors are picking up is going to be round. So it's not, and the image they created from that roundness of the sensors, if it's, supposedly, it doesn't matter the distance, if it said it's 26,000 miles or 2,000 miles or whatever. It's those sensors are designed for a specific thing, and then any of the information from that goes into the globe creator sanctuary where they make pictures of the globe. And we know this, but it's like, well, they wouldn't be able to do that if they didn't have all the shit. And it's like, well, can't they? Dude, we should have cameras pointed at the Earth from the moon by now. You don't have to send people there to do that. Supposedly, if they are sending all these satellites there, why couldn't they just make a robot lander or not even a robot, just one camera pointed directly facing Earth on the side of the moon that's facing Earth? And, if these radio waves that Clive was talking about earlier, they're so fast, you can, speed of light, then we can just have a live 24/7 image from the moon to Earth. Easy. It's all this shit about going to Mars we're going to send a rocket with humans around the moon and then come back, and then everybody could tell that was a cartoon. It was like nobody talked about it after they did that.
Yeah, and supposedly up to date, the best evidence is from supposed personal iPhones from the Artemis astronauts.
Oh, and I think the same dude said he had a video from the cupola on the ISS. He's like, what's this? It's curvature. And then part of the video is like one window had the curve going down a little bit, and then the next window had the curve wrapping around underneath. I was like, dude, what the fuck?
Bro,
like, how could that be?
have you seen the astronaut with the sextant in the ISS cupola who's upside down?
No.
Let me show this to you, okay? Give me just a second. I'm going to post it in the side chat. Holy fucking shit. All right, here we go. Like, all right. This is one of those pictures that, like, only flat earthers get. Okay? So, hold on.
Hello?
If the Earth is flat, then what is on the bottom?
So when we say flat, do you think it's like a coin and we can just flip it over?
All right, guys, hold on. Okay, 52 minutes past the hour. Helio, my brother, here's the picture of an astronaut inside the International Space Station, inside the cupola, using a sextant that is upside fucking down. It's upside down because the Earth is above him, and sextants should be using elevation angles from the Earth's surface. So his fucking sextant is upside down.
So is the Earth flat or not?
Bro, the Earth is weirder than you can fucking imagine. We got a NASA astronaut. Okay, I posted that picture here at 52 minutes past the hour. We got a NASA astronaut who's using a celestial navigation device upside down from outer space. Listen, if you want any reason to be fucking like weirded out and scared and paranoid about the state of affairs, it's the fact that an astronaut from NASA is using a navigation device fucking upside down from outer space.
Why can't you just dig to the other side then?
Why is a NASA astronaut using a navigation device upside down?
There is a reason for using that. It is a piece of instrument that is on the ISS. It is a handheld analog sextant with a special prism telescope for use in microgravity. Tested by astronauts at ESA's Alexander Gerst in 2018 to see if an optical non-electronic device can serve as an emergency backup navigation tool for future deep space missions on Orion, like Orion.
Okay, Clive.
I love cool stories.
Yeah.
Listen, Clive.
Yeah.
He is in the ISS in the cupola.
Yeah.
Above
Correct.
him is the Earth.
That's Alexander Gerst. That's Alexander Gerst.
Above the astronaut is the Earth.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he's using the sextant to take an elevation angle, not to the stars, but to the surface of the Earth.
I understand. Yeah, absolutely. They're testing it for an emergency.
Clive.
They're testing it for an emergency backup system.
No, why is he using it upside down?
I am not familiar with a sextant, okay? And I cannot make that. Have you ever used a sextant? I'm
yes,
just curious.
I have.
Okay,
and
good for you.
Not only have I, but
good for
anybody who has studied what sextants are
right
would easily see that he is taking elevation angles to the floor instead of to the sky.
Okay. It could be, this could be, we don't know if this is the actual photo. Okay. I would go to, is this picture available on NASA's website, or is this outside? Or do you know?
That's a NASA photo. Yeah, that's an astronaut.
You know that it came from NASA.
Using a sextant to take elevation angles to the floor.
Is this on NASA's site?
Yeah, yes,
okay.
It is. It's where,
let me do some more research, because I work right next to NASA.
Oh, good. Are you in Maryland?
No, I'm in Houston.
Oh, okay.
Okay. My father was the director. My father was the director of the FAA, and his best friend was one of the founders of NASA.
Cool. So yeah, I used to work next door to NASA.
Good. I worked also on the East Coast as well.
Excellent. Yeah. Well, you ever inspected Nike missiles?
No. I am not involved in that. I was an astrophysicist as well as an English teacher in Japan and China.
You're an astrophysicist. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I've got NASA heritage, including the big ear.
If you look up John Hodges, of NASA, he was with the Canadian hyperspace program. Okay, hyper aircraft, and you have the famous group from Germany that founded NASA. He came in from Canada, and that's actually, he appears in a movie. There's a movie about Canada.
Guys. Hold on, Clive.
Go ahead.
That was delicious. I kind of want to clip that and save it for eternity. You said there was a famous group from Germany.
There was NASA. Yeah, of course, the famous group from Germany was the early ones. Then Canada came in with their hypersonic aircraft program, which Canada would not continue. And John Hodges, if you look him up, a friend of my father. Okay, I'm probably the most doxed person here. You can easily find me on the internet.
Okay, you can probably easily find me too. So.
Yeah, we can find each other.
What the hell are you talking about?
Dude, so he's talking about the
movie about
this. Guys, pause. Clive is talking about the most famous group from Germany that founded NASA.
I'm saying after that group.
Okay, sorry. After that,
the Canadian group,
whatever that group was.
Right, the Canadian group.
NASA wasn't formed by Canadians. What the hell are you talking about?
No. Okay, listen carefully. NASA was initially formed. The space program was initially formed from prisoners from Germany. They were the founders.
No, they're not the founders. It existed. No, it was not.
This because they knew how to build the good rockets.
Eisenhower
That's why.
Is the one who started the NASA program, not fucking Hitler. What are you talking about?
Didn't say Hitler.
Prisoners, guys.
Prisoners.
Yeah, so Clive, I got it, bro. So Clive, the same guys like make my license plates. Also build space rockets.
Yeah, Werner von Braun, the prisoner.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, so
Werner von Braun. I couldn't remember the name. Bro. You got to excuse me. I'm a boomer, okay?
I got you, Clive. Yeah. So Werner von Braun went from stamping license plates in prison to building NASA rockets.
Yep. And I was referring to the Canadian program of high-speed aircraft, which there is a movie about it. And my father's friend is noted in that movie, was one of the founders of NASA, coming from Canada.
Okay, dude.
I got
Where did you get this information?
Well, hey.
It's all good. It's all good.
No, I'm just curious.
It's good. Well, let's get back to the sextant.
Yeah, go ahead, please. I didn't mean to interrupt.
And what that would actually, I mean, what was he trying to do with a sextant on the ISS? I mean, seriously.
I gave you the history behind it. It is an emergency.
Well, you also said that you were ignorant of how a sextant is.
I am. I don't know how a sextant works. I've never used a sextant.
Right. Guys, yeah. I can tell you. So what he was doing was he was taking an elevation angle to Houston.
Okay.
Wait a minute. So he's supposedly. Shit.
The gentleman's name is Alexander.
Helio,
ahead.
look
I
at
get you.
him. He's taking an elevation angle to Houston.
An elevation angle to Houston on Earth?
Yeah, look at the picture.
From the
Helio,
ISS?
yes,
Holy shit.
Helio, the astronaut. Yes, Helio. I'm 100%. Helio, go to the text chat and scroll up. When I posted the NASA astronaut.
His name is Alexander Gerst. This was in
He's
2018.
taking an elevation angle to fucking Houston and not Polaris.
This is in 2018.
Yeah, in 2018, we got NASA astrophysicists taking elevation angles to
Well, he's not a physicist. He's not a physicist.
Look at that shit.
He's not a physicist.
No, wait, okay, he's an astronaut. Fucking hell. Okay, so
right, that's a big difference.
He's not okay. No.
There's a big difference, and he was. It was used. It has a special prism in it, and we don't know.
Think about this.
This is not your standard sextant. This has
got an elevation angle to Houston, doctor.
The one in the picture is a standard sextant. But that's okay. Check this out. So
inside it is a special prism.
Okay, well, that's not what's in the picture. That's not what's in the picture.
All right, it has a special prism in it.
Okay, the prism makes it look upside down.
Are you serious? Check this out. Check this out. Now, a standard sextant would be on the ground, like you're either on a ship. There's different variables. But standardly, what you're doing is leveling the sextant, pointing it at the horizon, and then measuring an elevation angle. That's very simple, right? Measuring an elevation angle to a star so you can kind of tell where you're at on Earth, right? Okay? Am I correct? That's what a sextant basically is.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay, so I'm correct. So this guy's in space. Now he's doing, as far as the sextant is concerned, he's pointing it where? Horizontally? In the ISS?
No! He's pointing it up at the globe.
What the fuck? How can you level a sextant on the ISS?
Dude, he's fucking upside down. Like, when he's
upside down, he's leveling the sextant upside down on the ISS.
He's taking an elevation angle to Houston.
You see what we're saying?
Yeah, guess what? Like when normal people use a sextant, the stars are above their head.
Yeah, you just measure it from the horizon to the star. That's an angle.
Yeah. So you go up, right? And so this astronaut, what he's got? He's got the sextant, and he goes up, and fuck, there's like Houston. There's no Polaris. There's
underneath him is Houston.
he's looking up at Houston instead of Polaris. He's got an elevation angle to fucking Houston.
He's pointing. Well, is he pointing? But did he level it before he pointed it at Houston? How would you level a theodolite on the? Sextant on the ISS?
Yeah,
theodolite would be the same thing. I would have the same critique for a theodolite.
Zero gravity leveling device, man. Like, can you sell that to the U.S. government?
Well, it's like, isn't it? Everybody comes in here is like, they use theodolites to measure the curve, right? It's like using a level instrument to measure the curve.
It's not measuring curves; it's measuring stars.
Why is he looking?
I know
at the
Earth. You know,
of course,
we
know this.
I'll give you NASA's source.
Of what?
Dude,
give me a minute,
Clive. No, you're. Listen, Clive. What this man needed to do was use depression angles instead of elevation angles.
Right. He would level
we don't know what he's looking at.
Listen, if he's above Earth and he's not using Earth as the reference plane,
correct.
Then he's going to have to use the ISS as the reference plane.
Correct. I'll give you the explanation here. Hold on.
All right.
This is directly from NASA.
Clive, I want to teach you about the sextant. Once you understand it in about 10 seconds, you're going to think you're retarded.
I understand about that, but he can be looking at something we don't know we have no ability.
Doesn't matter what he's looking at. I'm talking about the reference plane.
He may be looking at
a sextant. A sextant has a reference plane.
Right.
So
he could be posing for a photo too.
The only thing you can do with a sextant is measure angles. Everything else after that is something that you might calculate in your head. If you think you're measuring a globe with a sextant, That's in your mind. It's the calculations after the effect, after you measure the angle. Everything else after that is something you can consider Earth might be.
Yeah, Clive, guess what? If I take a plumb bob on a protractor and I hold it at a 45-degree angle, and if Polaris is at the end of that protractor at a 45-degree angle, then I know that I'm at 45 degrees north latitude, right? Clive, you're an astrophysicist. Like, this should be peanuts.
I think a lot of astrophysicists don't even look at the Earth anymore. They just consider the stars and planets and
basically, my research was on Martian. Mine was Martian meteorites.
Where do you think you're observing this shit from?
Oh, that has nothing to do with Martian meteorites. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, well, nothing is. You can't observe Martian meteorites from, even if you can, and you consider the story. What are you using to look at the Martian meteorites?
That we're looking for Martian meteorites on Earth.
Oh, Jesus.
They've been found.
They've been found. Who told you that?
Anyway, I posted from NASA this particular thing. Now, if you guys want people to come on here, rather than mocking people or dropping bunches of F-bombs, etc.,
no,
that's
check
fine.
This out.
Okay.
Listen.
We're having a reasonable conversation.
A sextant, before you use it, you have to establish level.
I got you.
What are you, a pirate?
You're either going to use an onboard level on the sextant, or you're going to point it at the horizon.
Okay.
Then you're going to measure an angle up from the horizon to whatever.
Okay.
There.
But
so it's flat.
This is just one photo. This is one photo.
The first measurement is of an angle from one flat tangent. It could be a tangent if you think you live on a globe.
That's all technical stuff. He was posing for a photo. Okay. We don't know whether he just put it up to his eye and said, okay.
That's how we know. Dude, everybody's ignorant, including you. That's why we told you it's ridiculous that he pulled out this fucking sea sextant or land sextant on the ISS upside down.
Okay.
Nobody knows that, but we see it.
I have a funny feeling that there are people at NASA who know. Okay. They're not dummies.
Yeah, and they're taking the piss out of everybody like they do every fucking day.
Okay. Let's not get vile. Anyway, I'm going to head to bed.
Sorry, Clive. Yeah, but anyway.
It's all good. Dude, it's all good. The language. The language gets really rough around here. I don't appreciate it.
No, it's all cool. Hey,
and people come in here and say, you're stupid, you're an idiot.
No.
Come on,
dude, I'll tell you what, all of us were very stubborn when it came to
my bad. I asked you if that was what you wanted. It was mattered.
No, all of us were very stubborn when it came into look into flat Earth. We were pretty freaking hardcore on globe shit. We were.
Doesn't mean we can't be friends and have a beer together. Oh, I stopped drinking. I stopped drinking 40 years ago.
Just because
I had a heart attack. For God's sake, I had a heart attack a year ago. I'm out delivering pizza 60 hours a week.
Because I curse sometimes, it's not at you.
Not sometimes.
Wait, dude, it's part of my vernacular. You're gonna have to get used to it.
It's not mine.
Matter.
Yeah, it's not mine. And calling people idiots.
It's a guy there.
I didn't call you an idiot. I think you're a very intelligent man.
No, I give you that. Absolutely. This has been a civil conversation.
The blanket juggernaut.
It was a blanket juggernaut.
There you go.
I'll agree with that.
But anyway, I like you, Clive, man. I want you to
you would love me as a pizza delivery guy. I do fantastic. Because from a taxable income, it's equivalent to making $135,000.
You're gonna love it.
Man. Oh, I used to, dude. I delivered a shitload of pizzas myself. So. Anyways,
and I love greeting people at the door, etc.
That it's hard to but I started off with a high thing, but then I had to go down.
Okay, back to our normal channels, guys. Over.
Who's this?
But yeah.
Wait, who's this?
I'm reading like English stuff, right? I'm reading like the English stuff, and so
Wait,
just
wait,
like
dude, whoever,
I
hold
think
on.
mic open.
Your
Mic open.
D-Town.
D-Town, your mic is super muffled, brother.
His mic was open.
Yeah, it was yeah, it sounded like he was talking in a pillow or something. But yeah, bro. Yeah, Clive, you know, it is what it is, but yeah.
I just worked 21 days in a row without a single day off, 12-hour shifts, made a lot of
take
money,
a break.
et cetera, et cetera.
Hey man, I'll tell you what, go to the
I needed
mountains,
a day
go to
off.
the mountains and get some fresh air.
There you go.
I do that.
Enjoyed the conversation, everybody. I actually have tomorrow off as well. They were finally nobody wants to work. Nobody wants to work. For $40, $50 an hour, would you deliver pizza? Sure.
Yeah, go for a drive and
There you go.
Get some fresh air, brother.
I don't want to drive anymore.
Well, I mean, just
I know what you're saying.
outside of town. You know,
there you go.
Yeah.
Everyone, get a good night's rest. Talk to you tomorrow.
Thanks, Clive. You know, we got somebody on our team who goes by Larry and Hank, and he's also a pizza delivery guy.
Cool.
He's also one of the most intelligent and soft-spoken men that you'll ever have a conversation with. He's an older gentleman like you and I.
Do you know which pizza service he does?
I don't know, but
he's done all kinds of stuff. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, he's done all kinds of stuff. But yeah, he's a mild mannered, but also, I mean, don't tick him off because you know
that's true. But he's also Clive. He's also very, very well read into astrophysics and cosmology. Like he knows. Like if you were to say the Lambda CDM model, he would know exactly what CDM means.
I got you. I've forgotten a lot of that stuff, et cetera, et cetera. It just doesn't pay well. I mean, for God's sake.
No, but see, hey, you got an introduction back into it with us because we.
There you go.
We don't. I didn't know a lot of this shit before I actually got into flat Earth. I know more about everything because I started talking about this. You know.
Speaking of which, just a thing I'd like to do every so often, just to kind of break up the conversation. How was the weather today everywhere? Over. Here it was 95 and 100% humidity.
Yeah, it was hot as shit in Arkansas. About the same.
Gotcha.
Yeah, no Canadian wildfires impacted my asthma today.
Nice. Anybody else?
Not where I'm at.
That's one thing we have in common. We all get weather.
That's right.
Enjoy, everybody.
God makes it. All right. Good night, Clive. Love you, man.
Good night. I may be back here and there. I only sleep 4 hours a day.
Hey, even if we offend you, man, you come back. You see,
you don't offend me.
Clive's got thick skin, man. This is what's.
I like Clive a lot. He's my favorite antagonist.
I like him. I like him because, dude. I mean, like people, you know, some that are anti-flat earthers, they're not even allowed in here because they're so toxic. But Clive's not one of those guys.
No, Clive is for gold, man. Gold globe earther.
Yeah, he's cool.
Oh, he's gone. Look at him. Look at him. He left like a boss.
He said he was tired. He's an old man. Shit.
Dude, yeah. So Helio, have you been around Clive much? I know you listened a lot. We've talked to him a lot.
Well, I talked to him for several hours last weekend, I think.
Yeah, man. So, he's like in his 70s, and he really is a former astrophysicist. He really is. And he's retired. His wife died or something. He's all alone. He's delivering pizzas to just keep himself busy.
Well, that's cool. I'm glad he's hanging around. That's what I'm saying. It's like, maybe we're, I know we're bucking against his whole belief system, but at least he's taking it, and saying, hey, man, what about this? It's like, well, have you considered this about that? Just like the upside down sextant you were saying. It's like, well, I don't know much about sextant. Well, here's basically what it is. You just pull out a sextant, you point it at the horizon, measure an angle above the horizon, which is a flat measurement. It's just like everything after that is up in the air. I mean, what do you want to do? Try to measure the globe with the flat measurement? I mean, go ahead.
Yeah. Why is the astronaut taking elevation angles in Houston?
Yeah. So now he's using the ISS as a flat measurement. And he's upside down, above the Earth. Okay. Well, then you got flat Earth measure into Houston. Okay. No problem here. I got you.
You know, it's funny. Like, I believe him. I believe that he's really like who he was, and what he's doing now is a consequence of like everything makes sense to me. And I gotta say, part of this is, you know, I grew up in a NASA family, and I've got like even today one of my best friends, his dad used to work at NASA, but like used to inspect Nike missiles. Like, why would you be a NASA guy that inspects nuclear missiles?
Well, it's just like I was saying. My friend was like, "Well, my grandpa worked on satellites." I was like, well,
Yeah,
he probably didn't know anything about it other than that. You know, his grandpa worked on satellites. It's
shit
like, all right,
gets
so
weird.
the Earth is the globe. It's like, well, obviously he was a satellite engineer, so what did he do with the satellites?
Yeah.
So he knows the Earth is a globe, so I know it too. So fuck flat Earth. This is dumb shit.
Yeah, but listen, like Clive is here because he knows something is fucky.
That's all right. That's what
You
I'm
know?
saying. I mean, it's like, dude, I couldn't imagine being, which I mean, shit. I kind of, it's been
You know, just like
about 10 years
our
for me.
friend
It's just like,
Josh Ingersoll.
yeah,
Yeah, he knows something's fucky too. That's why on his fucking Prius, he's got like a flat Earth license plate.
well, it's like all the conversations we had, and we've been listening back to a lot of them on the live stream. And it's like, dude, he had to admit, it's never been measured. There's no curve ever been measured on the Earth. It's like, dude, yeah, that's what we're saying, bro. The globe is conceived, it's conceptual from flat Earth measurements, bro. I mean, the whole thing is a story. It's just like, dude. And then it's like, well, what's just like, I think everybody's stuck on satellites, and that's it.
It's fucking weird. I mean, I get it. Like,
Everybody's stuck on satellites. Doesn't matter how fucking flat the Earth is. Everybody's stuck on satellites.
yeah, it's like that's so funny because, you know, we can go to like American history before America even put up a satellite and read the government's plans to use satellites as a psychological operations tool that would put America's like technological progress in the most favorable light.
At a very critical time when they were forming the United Nations. It was called the League of Nations before that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, people don't know this. They think everything's already government figured it out. It's globe. Obviously, you can see the globe everywhere. Well, I haven't seen a globe except for on TV, brother. So, what do you know about the League of Nations? What do you know about World War I, World War II? Who are these oligarchs that were funding these wars? Give me a fucking break with this globe nonsense, bro. They created the globe in the last 100 years, couple hundred years. Even in the late or early 1800s, it wasn't even really that big a deal. I mean, nobody was thinking about globe or whatever. Only the governmental powers were just trying to figure out a better power structure, in my opinion. And it took them a couple hundred years to convince everyone that, yeah, this is it. And we've got, with the evolution theory with Darwin and all that kind of shit, right? And it just kind of all adds once you assume things about, we got geography, right? We can dig down in the earth and go back in time and tell you what was happening back then. It's like, dude, who fucking told you that nonsense? It's like, we have carbon dating. Well, carbon dating is inaccurate. We've proven that, but it doesn't matter. And even if it were accurate, it would only be accurate less and less up to 32,000 years. So fuck carbon dating. It's complete bullshit because you can carbon date something alive and get, that it's 10,000 years old. So get the fuck out of my face with that nonsense. And then they have radiometric dating. Dude, I looked into this shit long before even flat Earth. Motherfucker's been fooling your ass for a long time. You just swallow up. You think you're not smart enough to figure out that they're full of shit. So you just hope that the smart guys figured it out, and then you just pay them taxes, and they're going to do what's good for you. And then when they don't, then you're going to get on social media and complain about it because you trusted them. It's like, who the fuck told you to trust those fucking guys?
Dude, man, epic rant. That was fucking awesome.
Helioskeptic.
Hi.
He's a fucking OG legend, man, from 24/7. If you don't know who Helioskeptic is, he's been running the YouTube channel, recording this stuff archivally for all time, for future generations. When your kids are old with gray beards like some of us, they're going to be sharing this fucking channel with
when
their grandkids.
When they're old, it's going to be flat again.
It's fucking right.
Dude, I'm telling you, 20 years from now, we're already at the very least 10% of the population of the world. So, dude,
yeah,
there's no stopping it, bro. In the next 20 years, there's going to be at least 50%. So, this is like, how the fuck are people going to still believe in the globe when there's 50% of the population that doesn't fucking believe it? Even 30%. I mean, I'm telling you, it's not going to take long. People are going to start to figure this shit out.
Yeah,
and it's like flat Earth. I'm telling you, bro, flat Earth. It's not flat Earth. It's not that the Earth is flat. It's just the Earth has always been the Earth. Someone told you it was something else, and you were stuck in that. Get the fuck out of it, because the Earth is not that. It's not that.
And there are nice NASA scientists, like today, like modern day NASA scientists, not saying they're flat earthers, but saying that they understand that our universe, they have a cosmological view that is way more nuanced than the one that you think that you have that is nuanced.
Exactly. And they're like, these idiots coming here. Well, not idiots. I mean, it's just like, nobody's an idiot. I mean, everybody knows the difference between flat and curved. I mean, you learn that shit when you're 2 years old, But, or even before. I mean, you can tell it with your hands, if something's flat or curved before you even know what the words mean. But as far as that goes, the Earth has never been a globe. It never has been. It's a complete construct of an idea of a solar system. Now, people have been infatuated with the sun for a good reason, because it gives us life. We noticed that.
Yeah, and death.
Yeah, we noticed it. We built calendars around it. It moves to the south and to the north. Now, how do we know what south and north is? Well, it's because of where the sun moves, not because of where the stars are. That came later. And so connecting the celestials, which I disconnect in my brain the sun and moon from the celestials. And so the astronomers, right? Because you have this is where you know more about it than I do, about the celestial equator versus the sun's equator. Is there a difference necessarily? Or does the sun define the celestial equator?
Yeah, so it does. So, let's say that you were, okay, I'll try to make this brief, because, man, you're on a fucking roll, and I hate to take the wind out of your sail, but, okay, so let's say...
This is something, I mean, a lot of people don't even really get this far into it, so they know where it all came from. So the celestial equator, as a, and the path of the sun on the equator between the tropics. I'm just wondering how it compares in reality to what we observe, north and south.
Yeah.
Of that.
Yeah, man, lots packed into this. So if we were to transport ourselves to a location that is underneath the celestial equator, we will be at a place that is defined traditionally as where during the equinoxes, the sun rises exactly due east. Okay, so if we were to take on this point in time of the equinox, the sun is rising from the equator and mark that east, then 90 degrees north.
Well, let's establish a point on Earth so that we can have that in front. Let's say we're in Ecuador. Which is that's also Central Time where I'm at.
We know today that that's around that place. Yep. All right. So for visual, like for people who want map of like God's eye view of the Earth, perspective. Yeah. Let's say we're in Ecuador. Okay, it's on the equinox. The sun is rising at a particular point on the horizon. We will call that particular point at this location and point in time 90 degrees east. That is east. Okay, so
that is east in the celestials, has nothing to do with the compass at all.
No, at this point there's no compass involved. Okay. So if we're some I don't know, Ecuadorian freaking native, we're looking east. We see the sun rising from our vantage point on a mountain. We're raising our arms up to the sky and we're like doing some weird magic ritual. Okay, so we're looking at the sun. It's coming up. Okay, that is east. And if you notice and think about this, ancient maps had east at the top of the map. So when you hold the map like upright, the top of the map was east, and to your left hand was north. That used to be how to read maps.
Confused me because a lot of people say, "Oh well," which I guess is true by now. Whatever they'll say, everyone experiences on the equinox the sun rising from the east, directly rising from the east. Not that it's from if you're in far north, you're going to see it south, or far south, you're going to see it north. It's what I'm kind of confused about that. So what is that? What do they mean by that?
Yeah. So if you can see Polaris to your left, while on the equinox the sun is rising 90 degrees east from that, okay, then the virtue of seeing Polaris means that you are biased towards the north. So this kind of means, actually, if you were to take...
I know what it is. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if Polaris, you're going to mark as 0 degrees, and if 90 degrees is due east, well, if you're actually a bit north, which means Polaris has an elevation angle to your left-hand side, and the sun is somewhere to your right-hand side, around 90 degrees, the more that Polaris is above the horizon to your left, the more the sun from 90 degrees is widening out to the right.
Right, and that's why you're in, moving towards winter or summer, depending on where the sun is.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
But why do they call it 90 degrees, though, necessarily? Because that's what I was saying. You're going to see it directly east on the equinox. But how can you which I know I think the answer would be your limited field of view, of course, right?
Yeah.
Because you're only seeing a few miles anyway, one direction.
Right.
Now, the sun is going to be much higher in the sky, so you're going to see it for longer, but you're still limited in how far you can see it.
Yeah, I'd say so. Like, if I was some kind of like ancient, I don't know, like Middle American Indian priest with some knowledge of the stars and all this other crazy shit.
It's like, see the whole thing from all above, and it's like, dude, if we could all do that, we wouldn't have to question it,
Yeah, and let's say on the equinox, I'm at the equator.
Big booty stank nigger, and she had dookie crushed inside her asshole. And he nutted inside of her asshole. And he fucked the shit.
Oh my god, dude! Boring. All right, go ahead, Yoder. I got it.
All right, so if I'm like this guy and I'm like on the equinox at the equator, knowing that I'm at the equator because I'm under the celestial equator, which we will get to at some point, which we haven't gotten to yet. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering how they are the same or not.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
So at my left, I cannot see Polaris because I'm under the celestial equator.
Under the sun, you can't see.
Yep.
You can't see the stars.
You know, and at some point above there, I could at nighttime see the Big Dipper, and just as on my right side, around the same angle, I can like make circles around with my arm where the Southern Cross is, but I cannot see the exact center point of the darkness where Sigma
Well, they call it
Octantis
Sigma
is.
Octantis because there's 8 stars that revolve around. Go ahead.
So I am staring at this point, and I am marking this 90 degrees east. Okay? I have now established a fixed point of reference at one point in time, however fixed, against which I can measure angles of change to all the stars in the sky over time, and over a course of a year, return back to where they started. And from this vantage point, you know, like I said, I cannot see Polaris, but because if I'm some learned man, I'm going to know that from watching where the equinox sunrise is, Polaris is somewhere that way.
If you see the Big Dipper above the horizon, or at least a portion of it, then you'll know that Polaris is there.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, because exactly, it points to Polaris, just like the Southern Cross points to the south.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. So
you're only going to see that at nighttime. So I'm just wondering how that necessarily connects. And of course, I think it's been confirmed in a lot of places in the Northern Hemisphere. In the Southern Hemisphere, there's only some places you can visit. I'm not saying Sigma Octantis in the same way. I don't know. Maybe I am saying that it doesn't exist in the same way that it does in the North. Has that all been confirmed? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I personally, I've seen enough evidence to think that there is a South Pole star, and it's Sigma Octantis. You know, and what's really weird, I mean, I could probably get into this for a while without, I don't want to derail into this, but
I know. Well, it's just like, this is shit that goes on in my head, but it's like, maybe dude. I want to do some shows, man. Like,
so yeah. Okay. So Polaris, the Polaris, there are actually 3 stars in Polaris. Polaris A, B, and C. And there are also 3 stars with Sigma Octantis.
So in octans, there's 8 stars, but you're saying that 3 are closer and they point more toward the central point?
Yeah. Well, their arrangement almost mirrors the 3 stars associated with Polaris A, B, and C. But they're a bit more spread out.
Yeah, well, and that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. So, well, what I'm saying is, so is it exact? I mean, is it exact at the path of the sun on the equator and the celestial equator? You know, the stars. Is that equator exactly the same? Now, and it doesn't even actually have to be, but is it? Has that been verified?
You know, call this, I don't know, Speculation Tuesday, but I find some credibility in the idea that the southern celestial sky is somewhat of an imperfect mirror, however, some form of a mirror of the northern celestial sky.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like we know where to go only because people have done it before, you know, in the South. Like if you go from South America to Africa, and if you want to go from Africa across the South Pacific, to somewhere in Indonesia or anywhere over there, you're out of your fucking mind. Because you're going to stay close to land because it's wild. You know what I mean? So who's observed anything from there? Like really. I've looked on Google Maps trying to find small islands in the South Pacific. There's a few, but it's not like there's nothing just tacked down solid when it comes to that. We've only seen what we've seen from Earth in particulars. And people say, "Oh, we've got all this technology. It's look how fast it grew in 100 years of this technology this time." And people are told that other humans have been primitive, even though they had thousands of years to develop too. Well, yeah, they were just like caveman. They didn't really. Oh, they built these magnificent pyramids that are still here, but they are magnificent. We can't do it, but we don't know how they did it. But they were primitive. It's just rocks. You know what I mean? Let's fucking get the fuck out of here with your globe nonsense. This is Earth, man. We're not going to buy into the sky magic. Even though I think there's sky magic involved also because sky is connected to the ground because there's only one Earth. Only place you'll ever be, the only fucking place you'll ever know. It's Earth. Where we're at.
Doesn't flat Earth literally require the sky to be magic?
Require the sky to be magic? I don't know. The only humans. I mean, what else would you call it? I mean, you're standing on Earth, you're looking at the sky. I mean, what do you think that somebody who's intelligent has looked harder, with a bigger telescope, and then what did they tell you about what they saw? Are they smart and they figured out what it was?
No, you don't need a telescope.
Really?
But because you guys say the stars, they're not actual physical objects that are emitting light.
Are they?
Well, that's exactly.
Are they physical
You would accept
objects?
that. So if they're not a physical object,
I don't know. If they are, then tell me how we know that.
It's got to be magical. It's got to be some kind of non-physical illusion.
Oh, in the same vein, if you think they're physical, that gravity made them. I mean, how's that not magic?
No, I don't think gravity made them.
Okay, then fucking
whatever they are.
Okay,
it doesn't matter what they are, how they came about.
Well, why doesn't it matter?
A physical object.
Okay, well then flat Earth is not about that anyway. Nobody can tell what the fuck they are. So flat Earth is flat Earth. It's the Earth is flat, not the fucking stars.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you say, but if they are physical,
it is. Okay. It is. Go out there and look. So you say. Man, go out and measure it. So I say, well then prove me wrong. Show me where the Earth is not flat.
Okay, so like I was saying, if they are physical, and I see no evidence
Show me where the Earth is not flat, dipshit.
Okay?
Show me where the Earth is not
has to
flat.
be spherical.
Show me where the Earth is not flat.
69 miles per 1 degree. That doesn't work.
Show me where the Earth is not flat, you fucking retard.
Below your feet, everywhere.
Show me where the Earth is not flat.
Well, look straight down.
At my feet?
Yep, that's where the Earth is, and it's not flat.
Really?
Yeah.
How far do I have to go? Everywhere I go, it's level and stationary. I don't know what you're talking about. I want you to show me where it's not flat. Do I have to go away from the Earth to see it's not flat?
No.
Okay, then. So when I look across the Earth, it's stationary level. I can go hundreds of miles and just flat.
You know, level doesn't mean flat.
Everywhere. Really?
Yeah. Really?
Chat GPT tell you that? Showing
very ironic since the amount of times that flat earthers
all right, show me where in history
show anything.
flat or level has been described as perpendicular to the pull of gravity or the force of gravity. Show me the instance.
I didn't say any of
Not
that.
in modern times. Show me where level means perpendicular to the force of gravity. Come on, brother. Show me your religion.
So, like levels
Show me
of a
where
building.
it's been proven. Because every time, if that's the case, then every time I move on Earth, I got a new perpendicular, got a new new horizontal. It's like I can move 10 feet, new horizontal.
Yep.
You sound like a dipshit.
You think the Earth is flat, so I think I'm winning that one.
Dude, it's flat. Show me where it's not.
Like I said, if the stars are physical,
I'm talking about the Earth,
they're not magical.
dumbass.
Yeah, if the stars are physical and they're not magical and they are even approximately where they look like they are.
Why do you keep talking about the stars?
The
I'm talking about the Earth. When we measure the water, like we use lasers, cameras, airplanes, fucking everything. It's flat as shit everywhere. Where is it not flat? Show it to me. Yes, measurement. Yes, the surface of water is flat everywhere. Yes.
I don't think you're really even like comprehending what I'm saying.
No, I'm telling you, you don't comprehend what I'm saying. The lakes, the
I
oceans,
comprehend what you're saying very well.
They're flat.
Yeah, again, that's an assertion. Okay.
No, I promise you,
have no
it's
way of
flat.
proving
Go
that.
out there and check. Dude, the water's flat, so this whatever you
So that's an assertion. You have no
got
evidence to
from your
support that.
from your religious priest.
No, I'm not
what
religious.
they told you about the stars, dude. If you believe that stars are physical bodies burning,
Okay, so again, you say you don't think they're physical.
If the stars are approximately where they are, bro.
Approximately.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Even
like you said, Maz, you said like if the stars are approximately where they are.
Yeah, if they are where they are, even approximately.
You sound
the Earth
like
can't
you're
be
on
flat.
fucking drugs, Mez.
All right, check this
I
out.
don't.
When you
Sound very angry.
when you look at the stars, are you looking at them from the ground?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. So, where is the curve? I mean, do you move somewhere else and then you're looking at it from a different vantage point on the curved ground?
Yeah.
Holy shit,
Okay.
Helio, that's fucking master stroke, bro. That's fucking hilarious.
Dude, this is the shit I think about all the time.
why,
It's like, how the
what's hilarious
fucking
about
these
that?
guys really like move across the flat
Yeah,
Earth and still think they're on another part of the globe? It's just like the reason they think they're on the
What's
globe
hilarious
is
about
because
that?
of what they see in the sky from that part of the globe. It's just fucking stupid.
You know, what's
Wrecked him
hilarious
already.
about that?
Wrecked him.
Why? What's correct?
Yeah, wrecked him.
What?
Man,
How?
it's-
Why?
You remember when I came in, you were talking about this stupid, you were trying to defend Jesse about his stupid fucking theodolite looking 100 miles across the earth with a fucking theodolite. You're an idiot, man.
Yeah, it's a good measurement.
No, it's
An actual
bullshit.
measurement, not DC25.
What are you going to see 100 miles away through a little fucking scope on a fucking theodolite? You're fucking retarded,
A mountain.
bro. You're not going to see shit. You're going to be able to...
You can. He filmed it.
Okay, he filmed through a little lens on a fucking theodolite from 100 miles. He's gonna tell you what the horizon is, where it is, and he measured a little bit of angle change. We're looking through all that fucking air over 100 miles. You're fucking retarded, bro.
Why? What's retarded about that?
You are retarded.
Yeah.
You don't seem to be able to substantiate anything that you're saying.
Retarded.
Dude, I'm telling you, all the water's flat on Earth.
Yeah,
Go
you're
out
telling
there
me,
and
but
check.
like I said, you're not being able to substantiate it. You know what substantiate
Yes, I have.
means?
All of
Provide
us have,
evidence.
man.
Provide
We just
reason.
go look at all the laser tests we have, all the long distance observations. It's proof.
Yeah, look at them. That's not proof.
What?
Saying we see too far is not proof.
I didn't say we see too far. We have tools that can look across all these distances
Yeah.
across the water.
And what's
If you're
conclusion?
standing
We
on
see
one
too far.
shore of a lake and it's 20 miles away to the other side of the lake, you take a zoom camera and zoom in all the way to the other side of the fucking lake and you see the shore. That lake's flat, bro. Sorry to tell you.
Yeah, we see too far. That's what it all boils down to. It's anything you've got.
Yeah, we do. We do. If the Earth was a globe, you wouldn't.
No, I didn't say we see too far. Oh, yeah, we do.
You agree with me. If you could see the other side of the lake, it's too damn far because the Earth curve would be in the way. The big water hill you guys think is there.
No, drop. It's not a hill. Like you said, water's level.
Pathetic. You're a retard.
Not flat though.
Get out of here. Fag.
So like I was saying.
Oh, I can't say that word.
If it's not physical.
Can I ask a quick question, please?
Yeah, go ahead. And,
this will not be
cool. Hey, Guap. Would you prefer we triangulate the distances?
To what?
To any distance, like, you know.
Wait, what?
You do what you want.
I asked him if we can we do that?
Can you triangulate a distance?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Can you do that?
Again, I'm not sure what you're talking about, so can't really answer that.
Can you use triangulation to find the distance between 2 points on Earth?
To an extent.
Wait,
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on me. You're talking about triangulation using stars.
Oh, shit.
Or what? What?
Oh, shit. He's trying to make a triangle on a ball. Oops.
Oh, is that what that's about? Oh, come on.
Come on, D-Town. What you been smoking, bro? Anyway, get back to Mez knows what he's just filibustering at this point. Mez, I know you're not retarded, so it's just like maybe I don't know. I kind of think here's what I think about you, Mez.
Go on.
I think you're bored. I don't really think you think this. It's just kind of like you remind me of Tim Osmond. You remember freaking Tim Osmond? Not the IPS guy.
Tracksuit Timmy?
Where it's just not Tracksuit Tim, not that guy. No, the old school Tim Osmond who just like he could play both sides. He understands all the arguments, and he's just playing an antagonist. He really understands, and he's playing on the ignorance of some of the listeners.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, so Mez is a flat earther.
Well, I think he's just. I think of him as like a turd or some puke that you would vomit from your lungs if you were dying from cancer. That's the way I think of Mez.
Okay, so he's almost a flat earther.
Yeah, like if he pukes up and his shit just like stacks so high on the flat Earth. So
how many of us have died or almost died before? I mean, let's be honest.
India kicked the bucket recently.
Too fucking deep. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm sick of this.
Strongest soldier.
Can somebody ban him? I don't know how to do that in here. Fuck that guy.
Have some respect, you fucking scumbag.
Yeah, I mean,
what a low life cunt.
Yeah. Get him out of here. How do you ban that son bitch? I know it's only for a certain amount of time, but I only know how to ban somebody if it's on the right click menu. I don't do the text bans or whatever. Yeah, I don't want Mez to ever be involved in any conversations we have anymore. If anybody ever sees Mez and he's fucking around, don't even entertain that idiot. Bottom feeder. Hate people like him, man.
Hoping that my over talking helped to soften that.
No, yeah. I mean, it's just like, dude. if I knew how to ban him, I'd ban him a while. Well, I mean, I did actually entertain it a minute, and then I knew exactly why I shouldn't, because he's a total fucking waste of space.
Yeah, like
I don't talk about people that way, except for people like him.
Right.
People like him, I talk about him. Yeah, I don't talk about people like that. I like people, man, but I don't like that motherfucker. Because I've seen that motherfucker around for years. He shouldn't be allowed here. He shouldn't be allowed here.
Dude, yeah, like...
The fuck out of here, Mez. Nobody wants you. Nobody gives a shit. You're a dumbass. You're a double-speaking fucking moron. You don't give a shit about the argument. You just fucking sea-lining the whole fucking time you're in here. You're a fucking weirdo. Get the fuck out of here. Don't ever come back.
Bro, he's a flat earther, man. Come on. You know, maybe that's a conversation not worth having right now, but maybe there are flat earthers, and that is how you find some of them, by how he's acting.
Well, I mean, he probably is a flat earther. He's just, like I was saying, he reminds me of Tim Osmond, who would play both sides back in the day. You guys, people who know what I'm talking about know what I'm talking about.
I think I was around for that when I was brand new to this.
But it's just like he liked the adventure of just the argument, and just would cause all kinds of weird shit, you know, and just to stir up shit and ask dumb questions for no reason. And instead of getting to the crux of the argument, it would just distract. It's just nonsense, man. It's like we're talking about if the surface of Earth is flat or curved, and it's just like, well, you think that stars are physical? Get the fuck out of my face, dumbass. Now, if it was a new guy and they asked that question, it was like, well, I mean, nobody's been to a star, right? You know, I'd say something like that. But this asshole knows it. He knows the answers. And it's like the only place anybody's seen a star or postulated what it might be is from the ground. So it's up to you to believe whether somebody else is, you know, has more knowledge than you do about stars. And then you'll be like, well, what about astrophysicists? Well, did they ever touch the fucking star? No. Well, then why call it science? Get the fuck out of here, Mez. Somebody ban this prick. If you don't want to, you don't have to, but I'm going to keep deleting his dumb messages. Just get out. You could probably figure out real quick how to ban it, but I actually like that he can hear what I'm saying right now. Because he's a complete weirdo, flat earth obsessed fanatic. Ez is our biggest fan. Maybe we should try to start treating them like groupies. Like, you remember those old 50s videos when the Beatles come out and the girls would walk up and go, and just faint, you know? Like, we love you too, Mez. Look, you're our biggest fan.
Yeah, maybe it's about time for that 24/7 flat Earth, like a gift shop with T-shirts and mugs and mouse pads.
Yeah. We'll give you a free one. We'll give you a free T-shirt, Mez, but you have to promise to wear it and take a picture.
Dude, you know, guys like him are going to be our biggest clientele. Just saying. Listen, like Josh Ingersoll has a Prius with license plates that say Flat Earth on them.
Yeah, that's weird, ain't it?
Yeah, it's weird. Guys like that
like,
can make
I
us
have a
rich.
flat Earth
Let's
license
capitalize
plate.
on them.
I have a flat Earth license plate in my trunk, and I haven't put it on the front yet. It's because I, for the most part, I don't want it. I mean, sometime I'd probably get some thumbs up. I'm going to do it eventually. I'll put it on. It's that flat Earth Coke symbol. It says flat Earth. It's the real thing. And in Arkansas, you can only have to have a back license plate, and you can put a vanity plate on the front, anything you want. So I've got one, but I just haven't put it on. Because mostly my car's already kind of fucked up, so nobody can really, if you can't, it'd be like, damn. It's got a shitload of hail damage on it. But anyway, so yeah, but mostly just because like flat Earth. But I'd probably get a lot of honks. I'm going to put it back. I'm going to put it on there and see what happens. Like, flat Earth. It's the real thing. Only thing, it's not backwards. So if you saw it in the rear view, it'd be backwards. But you can still kind of see what it says. I want to get some custom stickers. Probably this would really probably get a response. They put 24/7 Flat Earth Discord or something. The white letters, just like stickers on the back of the window. I do. We need to come up with some kind of logo because I was telling, who was I telling? I was telling 20 Cubs and whatever. I have 247flatearth.com. I own that domain. So, and right now it redirects to the 24/7 or 24-7flatearth.org. So, but I own that domain, so we can do whatever. 247flatearth.com. If we get a good splash page or whatever, get that website going. Be cool. I got the domain.
All right. So what happens next? Do we petition the president?
What? Why would you do that? I don't give a shit. Well, our current president created the Space Force supposedly, and then right after that, they made a Netflix show, making fun of fucking space and all that kind of shit.
That was such a funny show. Steve Carell, that was a great joke.
Brilliant.
Dude,
It's just like, dude, it's like still people are like, yeah, space. It's like, dude, the astronauts on the space station look just like these fucking clowns in the TV show.
You sure did.
You think one's real and the other one's not. And it's just like, dude, you're out. What I'm saying, we're in idiocracy. Yeah. And it's just like, dude, just stop. I mean, stop. Dude, enjoy both. Just like we enjoyed both. I enjoy the ISS clown footage and the Space Force on Netflix footage. It's both the same. Both clowns pretending to be in space. Or pretending to have a space program and what we're going to do with it. It's for domination. All that kind of shit, it's like, just like, that's what you were, who was it that brought up the the Nazis from Germany, all it was Clive. But yeah, I mean, it's just like, dude, it's like there's a veil over what really happened between like late 1800s and early 1950s. People have been given the story about World War I and World War II. That's when it's when the West was really established and whatever. It's very young. It's very young. What they're trying to do to the world, it's young, and people are starting to figure this shit out. And in their spirit, we don't fucking like it. So whoever the world powers are that think they're going to get away with this shit, it ain't going to happen.
Dude, so Helio, get this. I'm going to say some things, you probably heard this before, but maybe it didn't occur to you just now. But you gave some age ranges between like the 1890s and 1950s, like all this shit went down. Well, guess
that's
what?
when they established the League of Nations and the World Bank and all that kind of shit. All of it.
Yeah. So there are three events that come to mind that I don't know if you want to say that they underscore those ones or overarch those ones, but they are three events called the International Geophysical Years.
Yeah, I've heard you talk about it before. Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah. So we've all heard of the space race. Well, the space race was the third in a series of three of these such events that go back even further back in time. The space race was the third International Geophysical Year, and before that was the second one that took place in 1933. Yes, Illuminati confirmed. I get it. And the first one took place in the late 1890s, and they were organized initially by the Habsburg Empire. The first International Geophysical Year of the 1890s or so was organized by the Habsburgs, and they invited America and Britain and Russia and other participants to the table. And the point was to basically figure out what the hell this frickin' place is, right? What is this place? Is it a realm? Is it a ball? Does it have a North Pole and a South Pole? And yeah, I mean, in the 1890s, the first International Geophysical Year, they were sending polar expeditions. Yeah, and they used hot air balloons and other balloons and all kinds of weird, like, Tartarian shit, if you want to call it that.
Well, how about the Zeppelins and shit? There was a time there. And it's like, how would it wouldn't take much, especially after the World Wars and all the propaganda involved with that. There was decimation from even previous wars, through the Dark Ages and everything. The whole world was in upheaval for 1,000 years, right? Just like what happened before that and what's happening now. It's just powers vying against each other, and now we're pretty close to the New World Order right now, and they've got everyone convinced. Well, who's they? Well, fucking Satan telling you. But that's the bottom line. But if there's lies being promulgated as truth, automatically Satan.
What the fuck? I thought this was the flat Earth chat, not the
whether you're Christian or whatever religion, a lie is not true. So anyway, if there's leaders of populations, if there's an idea promulgated over decades and centuries that you can see that it's a lie, then it's obviously it's the dark side. You can call it the dark side. You don't have to say Satan. On the dark side, if you like fucking Star Wars. Fucking A, man.
Okay, how about we shift back towards the flat Earth discussion as opposed to
People are
whatever the hell you're
people
talking
are
about?
so short. No, I'm talking about this, and you're gonna like it. People are so short-sighted that they think that the Earth was proven as a globe by these magicians. Basically, they're logicians. Some of them are logicians, but also they have this. They've connected this network of ideas.
So a NASA scientist is a magician?
Yeah, if they're utilizing the network of lies that was given to the public to prove the Earth is a globe, because there is no actual physical proof.
But by your logic, you just said they weren't lies given to the public; they were lies given to scientists. So
no. The lie is a fundamental. It's in the core. So you either want to believe the Earth is a globe when it's obviously flat, and you want to prove why it's
obviously
a globe,
how?
even though it's obviously flat. It's flat
Obviously
everywhere.
how?
Go somewhere. Show me where it's not flat.
That's a double negative. Show me where it is flat. You made the argument. Show me where it's flat.
Dude, it's flat everywhere. Everywhere I go, it's flat.
Okay, so I should have said specific argument, but that's my bad, I guess.
Okay, if it's not flat.
So you don't have a specific argument, is what you're saying?
Oh, I mostly have more than one.
Here, take 10 minutes. Go watch the YouTube video that told you the Earth was flat, and then I'll listen to your arguments.
No, I want you to tell me.
You're the one making the argument. You have to present.
I'm going to tell you something.
You're not the defendant in this argument. You're the plaintiff.
Dude,
you have to present your argument to prove a flat Earth. So do that, please.
Dude, I'm making a YouTube video right now. You're the star.
Nobody cares.
Show me where the Earth is not.
What evidence? What evidence are you? What evidence are you providing in your YouTube video?
The Earth itself. The Earth itself. The Earth itself. Everybody can go outside and witness it. It's flat everywhere.
So you have no proof other than you can walk outside.
I have all of it. I have all of the natural evidence I need.
So you have all the proof. You have all the proof, but you still can't present any of it.
Dude, I don't have to. It's right outside. Just walk outside and do it. It's flat everywhere.
Okay.
Are you saying it's not? Are you saying it's not?
I live in a major city, so if I walk outside, I see buildings. So
Oh, well, they're going to be walking perpendicular or horizontal. Your body's vertical, and your.
Are you just using words that you don't really understand the meaning behind?
No, I understand all of them. I'm asking you about perpendicular and horizontal.
So are you the Trump of the flat Earth community? Oh my goodness!
No, I'm.
Do you have the best understanding of them?
Dude, I'm the master of the universe. I know.
He knows all the words. He knows the words. He knows the best words. He knows what all the words mean.
I know what up is and what down is. Dude,
no, stop laughing because I'm literally insulting you right now because you're not presenting any arguments whatsoever.
Wait,
all you're saying is I'm right, you're wrong, and go fuck yourself. That's you have the argument. You're arguing like a literal fifth grader.
All right, well, check this out. I'm saying.
Oh, are you going to present some arguments, some actual arguments?
Yes, I'm gonna give you one. I'm gonna give you one right now. The Earth looks flat. The Earth looks flat because it is flat.
Okay, so does anybody else have a good argument that doesn't sound super retarded?
Hey, Yoder, do you have a better one than that one?
Well, I'm still waiting for a good one in your favor, so until I get one, I'll hold off.
Really, I think that's the best one. You go outside.
Anybody else have a good argument for flat Earth?
It looks flat outside, doesn't it? Looks flat, doesn't it?
Okay.
Flat. Hardcore flat, bro. There you go. It's flat everywhere.
Bro, shouldn't you be chugging PBR right now? Why are you still talking?
I can't handle the truth.
Anybody. The truth that you can't reconcile with, huh?
Go somewhere on Earth and show me where it's not flat. Go somewhere on Earth and show me where it's not flat.
All right, so anybody got an actual argument or...
Wait, I'm waiting for your argument because everywhere I go, it looks flat.
It says that you still have not provided an argument.
Yeah, he
just
has.
said it looks flat. Yeah, it looks
That's
flat.
not just because it looks flat doesn't mean it is flat. You fucking donkey.
Okay, then show me
So
where it's
does
not
anybody
flat.
else have an actual argument? Holy
Dude,
shit!
show me where it's not flat. I'm telling you. I'm asking
Anybody
you. You
else?
said it's not.
Kingsley,
I'm saying it
can you
looks
stop
flat.
sucking his dick and actually come up with an argument?
Dude, I'm telling you it looks flat, and you're telling me it's not. And you're going to have to show me that it's not flat.
Look, just stop talking. Anybody else having a reasonable argument to make?
That's reasonable. Address it.
Okay, so besides me having to explain what the word reasonable means to these two dumb retards, anybody else have a reasonable argument?
Who sounds smarter, me or this guy?
Yeah, who indeed?
Yeah, but we put it this way, dude. Okay, Helio is presenting to you the notion that he sees the Earth looking flat. Right? That's a statement of fact insofar as his experience.
Well, no, that's a statement of subjectivity because you literally just said it. That's the way he sees the world.
I'll give it to you. Subjectively,
it's literally subjective because you just explain it. The way he sees the world is flat, is purely subjective. So
how about you? How about you don't cut me off, right? Yeah, so it looks flat.
What are you talking about?
So check this out, right?
I'm repeating what you just said.
Yeah, midway through my sentence, right? Is that really how you want to operate, dude?
Well, you stopped talking when I started talking.
No, I was not done. I was not really done. Right? So here's the thing, right? The argument is basically it looks flat. It might actually be flat, or it must be flat.
Based on what?
No, you might not like it. But it's actually a very
based on what? Just because it looks flat.
I'm not done, dude. Here's it. Well, exactly, dude. So just because, like, here's the thing: would you turn it around and say, "Oh, it looks flat because it must be a ball or it must be curving"? Would you say that?
Well, no, I would completely discount.
You'd probably say, hey,
dude, you didn't. Okay, so you didn't let me finish. I asked you a question. Let you finish, but you can't let me finish, right? But you asked me a question and then you didn't let me finish.
Yeah, I wasn't done.
What are you talking about?
I wasn't done.
But you were because you asked me a question, so you were obviously.
Hold on. Instead of arguing,
you asked me a question, and then I fucking came up with a response, and then you talked over me because I wasn't done talking.
I got your response. It was a quasi-rhetorical question, right? But you actually did it.
Oh, okay. Well, quasi-rhetorical means quasi-retarded too in this sense.
Here's the thing, right? Someone presents to you, hey, look, it looks flat. It might actually be flat. Someone else comes in and says, hey, no, it doesn't. It looks flat, but it's not actually flat, right? That's the counter. I would ask you, why would you think that? Why would you think it must not be flat, even though it looks flat?
Wait, so is that for me to respond to, or are you just going to interrupt me when I respond to you?
Are you saying it doesn't look flat outside?
You literally did that 20 seconds ago, so forgive me for asking for permission to speak, because I literally tried to respond to your question, and then you interrupted me when I was trying to respond to it, so am I allowed to respond?
Yeah, dude, I got your response earlier, that's why I jumped in. Right now...
Yeah, sorry, I muted him because he's incapable of actually having... He's not talking about what we're talking about. He's only just trying to throw mud at shit, you know.
Is maybe we can try. Maybe we can try that.
And the moon flat? Yeah. Is the sun and the moon flat? I'm just wondering.
Hang on, dude.
Hold on.
Hang on.
Go ahead.
To the guy who actually, to the other guy, all right, who got muted. Yeah, dude, that question that I posed to you was an actual question, just like the other one was, even though it was very short-lived and you gave me a succinct answer that I was happy with, so I jumped back in. This one, I would appreciate a long-winded answer because it's probably going to require one. So, yeah, you can probably give it a shot there.
All right, I unmuted him. Go ahead and answer his question.
No, well, I mean, okay, so first of all, suck all the dicks because you guys won't accept a long-winded response. So, guys, have fun jerking yourself.
All right.
What a dipshit. Same thing, man.
Man, he's got a lot on his mind.
It's like, dude, I'm saying it looks flat, so it is flat. He's saying, well, it looks flat, but it's curved. But he said he's not saying that, and then he's just trying to waffle on to something else. It's like, dude, well, show me where it's not flat, and then we can go from there. And he just can't. He just can't bring himself to actually explain why it looks flat, but it's curved.
Yeah, exactly. He can't even get to that point.
Well,
I just always was wondering if the sun and the moon are flat or not flat. Why would the Earth be flat, but not the sun and the moon?
Well, in relation, all right, check this out. In relation, say, hey, like Eratosthenes, right? He had he saw a shadow in a well, or he put a stick in the ground, saw a shadow. Boom, that's an elevation angle of the sun, right? So, yeah, well, it doesn't look flat it looks flat in that. Damn, now I lost my freaking.
You know, it's funny, Helio. It's like when Globers hear the word flat, they think of a penis.
No, that would be flaccid, I think.
Yeah, that was the first thing he went to. Big old dongs.
It's like, check this out, though. I mean, we're talking about a body of water. Simple. Like if one body of water is flat, all of the water is flat, right? Across the earth. So it's just like, why do you try to make it complicated and think and try to look at us like we're stupid or something? It's like, dude, either the water's flat or it's not. We're trying to figure this out. You're just going to come in here and waffle around the whole conversation and say, oh, you think the whole Earth's flat? Well, yeah, if this body of water is flat, then the rest of the Earth's flat too, because you told us that it's this number, 3959, and it's supposed to be curving this much, so we can measure it against that. Dude, we're just comparing. Talk about scale, right? You say, oh, well, flat earthers don't understand scale. Dude, that's our whole argument. You gave us a scale. You gave us 3959. What the fuck? We're comparing flat to the 3959 scale of the ball earth. Fuck out of my face with that nonsense. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's either flat or curving. That's what I was saying earlier. It's like the academia. It's like, well, it can't be that easy. It's like all the newer people is like, well, it can't be that easy. What about the sun? What about Jupiter? What about this and that? And all the stories they've been told. No, we're talking about the Earth. Those are stories, and you guys say it all the time. Those are stories. The Earth itself is flat. So they're stories about space, which is really it's a culmination, just like I was saying, through the education system after the world wars. And I don't know how many people know, but John Dewey, you guys know who that is. The Dewey Decimal System came from him. These educators, they were freaking socialists. And this education system came from that idea to promulgate, to put up the government as, see, real spiritual people the government isn't their God. God is the God. And we can see what the government's doing. You know what I mean? But people that put the government up as God, they can't see that through that veil to see God. So and a lot of people will misconstrue. And who's the author of confusion? Satan is the author of confusion. So the authority is not the government. It's you and your relationship in spirit with your creator. So when shit doesn't smash past the smell test or the sniff test or the spiritual test, that something in your mind that says, all right, hey, these flat earthers have something to say, you'll get idiots like that guy in here who's like in his spirit, he doesn't care whether Earth is flat or a globe. He's like, there's in my opinion, some demonic influence, because he didn't want to get to any answers. He wanted to disrupt the entire conversation, not talk about whether the water's flat or not. He just wanted to talk about flat earthers and how dumb they are, and all the intellectuals already figured it out. Not him. He doesn't know. He hasn't figured it out. But his priests, the ones that are in the Globe Bible, they know. And so anybody that disagrees with that church, the Globe Church, they're wrong. And so he's just a fanboy of the Globe Church in that religion. When you go outside, the earth is obviously flat, stationary, level, contained. You just go outside. You don't have to pretend anything about earth. Earth was given to us as a gift from our creator, and it's obviously flat, level, stationary everywhere. You move from one part of the earth to the other. When you go to different parts of the earth, you can see different parts of the sky at different times of the year. That explains where our calendars were built. I mean, all of our ancestors, doesn't matter what you think about the shape of the earth, the calendars is the flat earth map model. It just describes what you're seeing in the sky at certain times of the year. You have the months, you have the zodiac. That tells you when you're going to see certain constellations, certain times of the year, when the sun is a certain place and the moon is a certain place. That's it, man. All this idea of the cosmos and something outside the earth, you're part of inside of the solar system, all of that shit's made up. They've never proven that shit. Especially since when you go outside, the earth is obviously not the stupid globe. I'm done. Rant over. All right. Go a little bit more, I guess. I mean, it's people will say, well, unintelligent people would think the earth is flat, but us intelligent people will know it's a globe. Well, no, you don't. You're not any more intelligent than any flat earther. What are you talking about?
Hey, Helio.
Has nothing to do with intelligence. Go ahead.
Yeah, you know the guys like that last one that was bitching and moaning about your free of your argument or whatever. Sounds like they want something more sophisticated, right? So I'm thinking,
no, but they don't. He was lying. He was lying.
But other people like that, right? There seems to be this air that if you make a statement, but it doesn't sound complicated, the likelihood of it being true is low. Because people like conflict.
Yeah, that's weird. It's like that's what I'm saying. They can't figure it out, but they know you can't. So, but it's actually we can. And you want to go over the math, and they're like, no. But I know somebody else did, and I know that you're a flat earther. And if you knew the math that they knew, then you would be a glober too. It's like, dude, I was a glober, and I do understand this more now that I've been studying it for 10 years. And I can tell you don't know shit about it because I'll ask you a direct question about what you're saying. And so you're just not going to answer it, and you're just going to waffle and start spewing nonsense like that last fucking idiot.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, look, the guy was asking for an argument, probably because he was trying to hear, he wanted to hear something either more sophisticated or complicated, or something well formatted, right? Because technically speaking, all that shit. Sometimes they want that. So I'm thinking this, right? If that guy, next time someone comes in and behaves like that, and just give him a logical syllogism, right? How about this, right? Flat things look flat. The Earth looks flat. Therefore, the Earth is flat. Simple enough, but it fulfills that criteria that they might be looking for. Now you have the can of worms is open, and then you can actually engage. Because that guy was stuck on he couldn't even open the door.
Yeah, well, I mean, I knew that with him. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's been here before. He knew exactly what he was doing. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, you always have to find, what's going to actually reach them. This guy was a troll, but
sometimes it's just a formatting issue.
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe so. Well, I mean, I kind of said there, it was like, well, it looks flat because it is flat, and you're saying no, it looks flat but it's not, and so you're going to show me where it's not flat. So, and then he's just like, oh, this is what you flat earthers do. Like, no, we don't. Yeah. We're actually trying to find out whether the earth is curving or not. I mean, it's basically what we're doing,
Yeah, it's just a structure thing, man. Sometimes they want that formality.
No, that guy.
You just kind of reword the same thing that you said, just with a little bit of, a couple commas, couple other words, whatever. Then they're happy.
No, they're never happy, bro. That's why I just friggin' just roast them on contact. I mean, I'm aware there's an audience listening most of the time, and so, but when it's just like that dude was very combative right up front, and that shit doesn't fly with me. So. He just starts over talking to you immediately and trying to push you into an answer to something that's not the question. Like, get the fuck out of here. We're not talking about the same thing, so I don't need you here. We're talking about the flat earth. You're talking about flat earthers or whatever idea you had when you came in here. This is our fucking room. You don't come in here and dictate what happens here. But it's only for people like that, because I know he only came here for that. Yeah, but you're right about like other people. Like, yeah, find a way to kind of connect with them and say, hey, here's a way to look at it. And I think that's what we do most of the time when we meet new people or even other people that are genuine in the conversation, and they add to, like some people do sometimes, even if they're globing here for a while.
You get used to knowing who's worth talking to and who's not, Healy?
Yeah, that's why I just was like, I see what you're saying, 20 Cups, but that dude, he wasn't one of those people. It's like it was never gonna. It was never gonna reach a point, where we're like actually having a conversation.
I mean, even just to use it as a formality, almost as a gimmick, knowing that he's, just waffling around.
Yeah, I tried. I actually did try it. So anyway.
Yeah, we'll just make him stumble faster sometimes.
It's all good. But yeah, man. We attract these people that are. They're not arguing the subject necessarily. They just want to argue about whether some other person's right or whether you're right. They don't know themselves, and when you ask them a direct question, they don't want to answer it, and that's what he was doing. And so he was saying, well, he was really kind of referring. It was like, so you're saying you're smarter or whatever? No, I'm not smarter than anybody fucking else here. I know the difference between flat and curved. I know that much. So if you're going to tell me the fucking earth is curved, you're going to show me where it's at, bitch. You don't have to be a genius to figure that shit out. I know I do talk a lot of shit, but really it's that simple. It's like, because that dude has seen our laser tests. He's seen the long distance observation. And those tests were successful. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here arguing about our test. They would do their own fucking test. And then come in and say, hey, look, I've got a laser test. Shows you exactly where the fucking curve is. I've been doing this 10 years. None of them have even attempted it. None of them. We have hundreds. They have zero. All they have is rhetoric.
Yeah, I was genuinely just wondering if the theory here is that is the sun and the moon flat and only the Earth. You know,
Well, I'll tell you what.
That's
what
the thing I
do,
was wondering.
No, I got you, brother. When you're standing on Earth and you see the sun and you see the moon, someone has told you what they are. And you know that there are humans just like you and all of us in the past, thousands of years in the past, saw the same sun and the same moon. They also had stories from their leaders and everything. They were educated on patterns of the sun and moon, stars, over and over, repeated patterns. These cultures have been studied. This is where our calendars come from, right? So these patterns of the heavens, every idea you think about what's above the earth in the stars, sun, and moon, anybody can come up with anything. Now they've told you, well, there are astronomers, right? We have these astronomers and astrophysicists that really have a better idea because they've taken better telescopes. I'll tell you what, they do have some badass telescopes. Now, the biggest visual telescope in the world, last I saw, there might be a bigger one now, I don't know, it's been several years. But there's one at the Vatican, and it's called the Lucifer telescope. It's an optical telescope with a huge freaking lens, right? I can't remember the exact size of it, but what they're going to do with that telescope is from Rome, they're going to look up, right? They're not going to take that telescope and turn it sideways and look across the earth. They're just taking that telescope and looking up as far as they can see from that point on Earth, right? They're going to have a huge lens and aperture, whatever. They're going to see all the light that's coming into that telescope, and they're going to make interpretations of what they see on that region of Earth from that telescope. And that's going to happen many times across different parts of the Earth with these big optical telescopes. Now, these optical telescopes weren't enough necessarily to tell you Earth is a ball, because you're not looking at Earth in a solar system when you're taking an optical telescope on Earth looking up, right? You're not seeing Earth in a solar system when you look up in the sky, right? I'm sorry. I'm on a rant again. Go ahead. Go ahead. Probably going further than you were thinking about.
I was saying telescopes and
say that again. I'm sorry.
Observable device.
Oh, and as far as like looking at the sun and moon, whether they're flat or not, they don't look flat, right? Yeah, they look like there's some sort of form to them, right? But from Earth, all you can do is see them when they're visible, right? You can only coronal mass that
ejection.
CMEs.
That's what causes the solar
CMEs.
storms and the aurora borealis.
There is a relation. I would say I think there is a relation to some of what they call solar storms when they view the sun. But as far as this coronal mass ejection going through space and reaching Earth, that's not the way it works, in my opinion. Because you're interpreting the data coming from there. I'm not saying there's not a correlation, but just because they see something happening on the sun with these solar telescopes and stuff, and they can predict when there's going to be some interruptions in the magnetic field and that kind of shit, doesn't mean the sun's 93 million miles away in the solar system and all that kind of stuff. You know, of course you can make predictions from observations from the ground. You've seen this happen before. You can, measure fluctuations, all that kind of stuff from positions on the ground. If you already have a stellar map to look at and you're saying, I'm this point on the globe, well, the map's the globe, not the ground. You're just looking at a map where all these stellar positions are, and basically at different times of the year, and they always move around. So I mean, it's taken hundreds of years to build this stellar map, which is only a map of it's a conceptual map because in the celestial sphere they consider these stars to be infinite distance. So the sun, moon, and stars in the celestial sphere are only visible. They're not a certain distance away. The concept of a solar system only comes in astrophysics or astronomy, that kind of thing. But as far as visualizing what's happening on Earth with the sun, moon, and stars, that's been recorded for all of humanity. That's where we got our calendars from. You know what I mean? So stories about what's happening out there and whether or not gravity's causing all of these balls to spin around each other, all that kind of shit. Those are conceptual ideas that may or may not be true. And to be honest, when you're looking up in the sky, it doesn't matter what type of telescope you have, you're not going to be able to tell what that shit is. And if you can tell what that shit is, looking from the ground, I want to see confirmation of that. You're going to tell me what the sun is made of? And that the Earth is a ball, third rock from the sun, and it looks flat, but it's not flat. And they gave us the size 3959, and the drop rate over a body of water should be a certain amount, and it's not there. Then what is the solar system story? Because we're not the third rock from the sun, because the water's flat. You know, tell me I'm stupid because I don't know the difference between flat and curved, and I don't understand fucking astronomy and astrophysics. Like, those astronomers and astrophysicists are not measuring across the Earth. They think it's a globe, even though they've never done it. They came up with the whole globe idea without actually figuring out whether the ground is curving. Believe it or not. If I'm wrong about it, prove me wrong. Show me where they measured the curve on the ground. You might think it's fascinating. Oh, well, they have the theory of relativity and gravity and all this kind of stuff. Well, yeah, they have that when they think the Earth is a globe. Because they have to make an excuse for all the water to be sticking out, on the outside of a ball. What it is the map is a globe. The map is a globe. The Earth is not. So the map is made from where you see stars at certain points on Earth. And they're considered for mapping purposes as infinite distance. So in astronomy and astrophysics, these distances are considered. But when it comes to mapping Earth and where you see these stars from, infinite distance. Makes sense of that. You tell me the Earth is a globe after that. It's like you guys think the flat earthers are dumb and we didn't look into this shit. Those stars aren't directly above every point on Earth where they made the map from. You're not gonna use a globe to go anywhere on Earth, globe map. You can look at it to get an idea of where you're going, but every time you go somewhere, you're gonna zoom in closer and closer. Guess what you're looking at? Flat map. Doesn't matter what coordinates you're at. Yeah, you're at a coordinate in the globe system, but that globe system is an electronic electronically and fundamentally mathematically created system that is made from infinite distances to the celestials. They're not considered a distance when you're looking at this map. So the map is just where you're going to see certain stars from at certain times of year. That's basically it. So when you go over different parts of the earth at different times of the year, you're going to see this star, you're going to see the sun doing this. That's it. All of the outer space nonsense is just nonsense. It's space fiction. There is no outer space observed from Earth. Nobody's been to outer space. It doesn't exist. Sorry, Lyndon, if I did go off on a rant there, but yeah, based on what I said, I mean, what do you think? I could be completely wrong.
Oh yeah, no, it's all good, man. It's all good. But you said there's no outer space, but like if you're sitting in like a dark desert or somewhere in the mountains somewhere, you see all the points of light in the sky, like all the stars. Like, so there's got to be something past, our physical stronghold here. And also,
yes, the heavens above.
Yeah. Whether or not you know the, like if it's outer space is fake and people are on spaceships or there's a space station up there. And
wait! You said people on spaceships. Where's that?
Like the International Space Station.
Yeah.
So if they're on there and they do those, they put they release water or something in a bubble, it'll naturally form into a sphere.
Talking about what you see on a TV screen,
right? That could be fake.
Those ISS astronauts, yeah, sure. I mean, they do it in Hollywood all the time. So
here on Earth,
between Hollywood and ISS, right?
But I'm saying, but here on Earth, like if you're in a swimming pool and you let some air come out, it tends to take the same spherical shape as it rises to the top. So it seems to be a natural shape in Earth.
That's bubbles. We're talking about on Earth. Now, water. Well, see, when you see those. I'm not telling you whether to believe in the ISS footage stuff when they're playing around with water rags or whatever puppet show they're putting on in the ISS, because it is fascinating. I've seen the ISS tour. It's like a 40-minute video of someone floating around the ISS. Here's where we take a shit, and all this kind of shit.
Back in that corner, nigga. I stand with Israel.
Oh yeah. See what we get.
I stand with Israel, nigga.
Well, I don't know why, but I don't know what that's about. But anyway, as far as but yeah, the ISS stuff. I mean, those are kind of actronauts, and one of the ways you can tell is like if you look up. They're saying we're doing some science up here in the ISS. We got science going on over here. We got some science. They're not really specific about the science that they're doing. But that doesn't matter because science is a magic word. It's a magic word that puts people in a trance. It's like when you say science, some people think that when you say science, even though they're not smart enough to do science, someone else has done science and they're smarter than them. Where we promulgate here is like, well, science isn't really that complicated. What we're doing is trying to establish a cause and effect relationship between what we experience in the natural world and what people claim is happening, right? So say something like gravity or whatever. So what you're seeing is, images from the space station, astronauts doing flips and that kind of stuff. That's not science. That's just a TV show.
No, I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying the spherical shape seems to be pretty consistent in nature. Like I said, if you're underwater, you blow a bubble, it's a circle.
Have you considered this? Check this out. Have you considered this? We are a creation. Earth is the only place, and everything above us is very mysterious. Always has been, and that's why this discussion is going on. Because in the past, when it comes to the observations ahead, dude, I mean, there were cultures that lasted hundreds of years. They called the planets, they were gods. They had different gods. The sun was the main god, all that kind of stuff. Who's to say that's not true? And when they're claiming,
they still are named after gods as well.
yeah, they still are. So, and so they're doing the same thing. The Roman tradition is filtered down, but now they're saying it's a globe, and we can go out into reality and prove that it's not. This is hundreds of years of religion and government promulgating this globe idea. Hundreds of years. They don't have any real scientific proof for it. So now we're starting to figure this out. You might think, well, not you necessarily, but for the most part, people think, well, flat earthers they're just not paying attention. Motherfucker, that's all we do. Just pay attention to what they're saying about Earth. And Earth to us is obviously not a globe. And it should be obvious to everyone else because everywhere you go, it's flat as shit. Go ahead. But hey, Timbo, man.
What about Starlink?
Oh no, it's
stuff like that.
I just wanted to ask him about his sphere things. Like, so, what did you say were spheres? Bubbles underwater.
Yeah, bubbles underwater, or say, if you're in outer space and you release water in space, it turns into a sphere. So it's almost like a reverse bubble.
Yeah, like Helio was saying, that's just a TV show, but down on Earth, right? So you blow a bubble under the water. If you actually look at it, it's not spherical. It's a spheroid, right? But it's not a sphere.
Yeah, it's not perfect. Yeah.
Yeah. So where else in nature do you see spheres?
Well, and what happens when you release that air underneath the water? What's it trying to do? It'll misshape until it expands, until it reaches the surface, and then it'll go and mix with the rest of the air. And just because they're drops, it's called meniscus. Somebody just said it. It doesn't matter what material it is. If you get it small enough, if it's against another, like the air or another medium that it's in, if it can't combine with the medium it's in, it's just going to form a sphere. It's just not going to be part of that. So you can just keep making it bigger and bigger. It's just going to be spherical because of the meniscus. And it will be misshapen depending on any other interactive forces, around it. If there's wind or something, like a raindrop. People are like, well, look at a raindrop. Well, rain is water, and so it's not the air. So yeah, it's going to be spherical, but while it's falling, it's going to form a drop.
Got a little tail on it.
Yeah, it does. So because it's falling.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing with any other material that can't combine with another material around it. It's going to actually, I won't say in every instance, but yeah, it's going to form spherical. It depends on the resistance to where it wants to form. And I would say, like under the earth, the rocks, when they're pushing against each other, if they can't combine, there's just going to be this rock against that rock. It's going to push. So they'll form into the shape that it's natural to that. When it comes to fluid dynamics, it's going to be spherical, kind of. But it's just the meniscus of the substance, resisting the other meniscus.
Yeah, it's sticky.
Unless there's unless there's some other chemical reaction that will help them combine, and that's what chemistry comes in. Go ahead.
Like if you throw water at the ceiling, right? You'll see those little drops before they drop. They're about to drop. They're curved. right? It's curved, but the water sticks to the ceiling. Now, that water, when we're forming drops, it's sticking to the ceiling. So the heaviest part is in the middle until it becomes heavy where it lets go of the ceiling, right? It's the same. That's what meniscus is, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's similar to the Earth. I mean, the Earth has heavier elements in its core. It's not all water.
Yeah, this is all small scale, though. Once you get larger scale, then water lays flat and horizontal when it rests.
Yeah.
Right? So
and
it
what about
doesn't form
the satellites like Starlink that they keep launching off, regularly, and all the satellites orbiting the planet? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they got to be. There's definitely sending things up into space, and
well, I don't know about space, but like it's you can have things in the sky, right? Communication things in the sky. NASA's been doing that since the 50s, maybe even the late 40s, but they called it Project Echo, where they were sending balloons up into the sky with satellites on them, and they said it was the gold standard of communication, right? This was the cheapest method of doing it, and they're still doing it to this day, this very day.
Oh, yeah, the planet's
so you can have things
covered.
in the sky without it being a globe,
Yeah.
Just because they say there's satellites in space, it doesn't mean there's satellites in space. Know what I mean?
I've seen, you guys probably seen it too, like where they'll say, "Hey, we've launched some new Starlink satellites. Here's some video footage," right? And they're just dumping these little satellites out of the rocket. Boom, boom. Have you guys seen that?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, now they're claiming these satellites are higher than the ISS, right? So, how did they get the rocket that high? Is there any verification that this rocket actually left and went higher than the ISS? Or what's happening? Are they in low Earth orbit and they're, which even at the distance they say it's still low Earth orbit, sort of, and they're just, here's how we launched the satellites, and which is the only image I've ever seen of a satellite from a rocket being put out. You know what I mean? Because every time they say, well, this rocket went, this satellite's going to be this, and then the way we verify it is you go on this screen and look, we can contact the satellite. It's like, dude, do you have? It's like, what do? You go from Cape Canaveral or Fort Lauderdale, you shoot it up, or in California, SpaceX does a lot of launches from California. So what do you? What does the rocket do? Does it just dump the satellite up and then the satellite knows where to go from there, or are they like launching it at a certain trajectory so that the satellite will continue until it reaches equilibrium with whatever gravitational pull
it's falling around the Earth.
Yeah, it's falling around the Earth because they have to reach a certain distance from Earth for the satellite to begin falling around the Earth, and then it's going to have a decaying orbit around the Earth until it, unless you're going to launch a satellite, which they claim to have some that are in geosynchronous orbit, which is 1 million miles away, which is called the Goldilocks zone, where you can just put a satellite there and it'll be between the gravity of the sun and the gravity of Earth. It's going to stay in that area, 1 million miles away from Earth. Fucking congratulations.
Yeah.
That's where Discover satellite is, where they had that image of the moon crossing the Earth.
Oh, the grey one.
Yeah, where it's like, it's just like 4 frames or 4 or 5 frames of the moon crossing the Earth.
And the one where the whole Earth is lit up.
Yeah. Discover is in the Discover satellite's in the Goldilocks zone. Wouldn't it's just not a picture anyway. It's just like I was saying earlier. All of these supposed satellites capturing pictures of the Earth or images of the Earth. They're just sensors they put on these satellites, whatever distance away, and however they're being. I mean, you're going to tell me
right?
they know the radio telescopes are on Earth, and I was going to get into that earlier after the optical telescopes. But the sensors that they put on these satellites, they're just reading data the same way you could do it from the ground up. They're just doing it from up down, and then everything is interpreted through the globe framework. So, yeah, of course you're going to get a globe from that when you already know it's a globe. Now, as far as how, something like the Discover satellite, they think everybody thinks it's 1 million miles away, or everybody that's working on the project, I guess. Like, oh, yeah, we're getting the data from 1 million miles away. Now, of course, they're going to have to, because I think, if I remember right, it was several years ago when I read up about the Discover satellite, there's several different sensor cameras on there. So all that data is fed back to the machine. So what you saw with that Discover footage with the moon going in front of the Earth, that's not what the satellite saw. That was an interpretation from the satellite raw data, and just like Robert Simon did with the 2000 globe image on the iPhone or whatever. It's the same thing. That's what they're always going to do, because 1 million miles away from Earth. Get out of my fucking face with that nonsense. How long did it take? What did they do with the rocket? There's like, all right, we got a rocket
Is it
now.
still out there or what?
Well, I don't know. Google it. All right, here's what I'm trying to understand. All right, now the Discover satellite's going to be on this rocket. What we're going to do is launch it from Cape Canaveral, and once this rocket reaches low Earth orbit or high enough in the atmosphere, we're going to do what with the satellite? Because they're not going to fly the rocket all the way to 1 million miles away. So how long is this satellite? I mean, where are they going to dump it at? And did they just like calculate it? And it's like, if we let it go at this point while we're still traveling, we dump it out. And at this trajectory, with the gravitational pull of Earth, it's going to spiral around. It's going to keep spiraling away from Earth until it reaches 1 million miles away. Is that how gravity works?
What's the satellite called?
Because they're not going to send a rocket more higher than low Earth orbit. I guarantee you that shit. So they're going to have to push this. They're going to have to push this satellite from the rocket. Once they reach low Earth orbit, they're going to have to push it somehow in a certain trajectory so that it will leave the Earth's influence, gravitational influence, far enough to where it's eventually going to travel to 1 million miles away and be in geosynchronous orbit with Earth, between the Earth and the Sun. Then it's going to be able to capture images, which we got from the Discover satellite. And all we have is just Discover's 1 million miles away. Here's what it looks like. Boom. Believe it or not.
Geosynchronous orbit is only 22,000 miles.
I said geostationary. Geostationary. There's a difference.
Okay. Yeah. But it isn't millions of miles by a long shot.
Oh, dude, geostationary in the Goldilocks zone is 1 million miles away from Earth.
Did you guys buy my books?
Okay.
Look it up.
Yo, quick question. Did you guys buy my books or not?
Do I what?
Did you guys buy my fucking books?
Well, buy your books?
Yeah, I'm Brian fucking Haggerty, man. Did you buy my books?
No, you fucking retard.
You sound like a retard.
What's retard? I have fucking books,
What's the book about?
Brian Haggerty shit? I don't know.
Haggerty?
Who the fuck is Brian Haggerty?
I am Brian fucking Haggerty, man.
What do you do? What do you do, Brian Haggerty?
I like to Haggard it.
Well, man, I'm a huge fan. I did read your book, Brian Haggerty. You're such a genius.
Thank you.
I think you should be bigger, like big as the world, man. You should be
Doctor
famous.
says it's not possible. He already did the extension surgery. Just not possible.
Man, they don't know what they're talking about.
Hey, do you
Fucking
believe you live
doctors.
on a globe?
What do you have to do to get no chat access? That's fucking crazy.
I don't know, man. After my event, they fucking banned
I'll tell you
me from
what.
all the channels.
I'll tell you what. It's always been the rule in all of our chats: have fun and don't be an asshole. 2 rules.
Yeah, and then you can stay.
You guys ever seen any of that hentai?
Ooh, I love
Hey,
that. What's your favorite
Wait, one
genre?
sec. Hey, Brian, do you believe you live on a sphere?
What the fuck kind of question is that? Of course not.
No, you don't.
It's like,
what the fuck kind of answer is that?
All
right, hear me out. Wind, what do you got, Brian? Sorry, I may have been premature on my response.
Frisbee.
What?
Frisbee? You talking about? You think that flat earthers are talking about a frisbee in space?
Being flat earthers, it's just facts, man.
No. The Earth is flat. It's observable everywhere. We're not talking about what the Earth looks like from the outside.
Yeah, no one said it was a frisbee either.
Yeah. It's just flat everywhere.
Yeah, whatever you think it is, it's not that.
It's not a frisbee in space, if that's what you think.
What kind of fucked up shit is this, man? If it ain't
No, check this out, Brian. Earth has never been.
Brian Haggerty.
Listen, now, Brian, outer space is not real. Earth has never been in outer space. That was a story we've been fed, and we're starting to figure out that Earth has never been that. So when you go outside and you experience the Earth is flat, it's because it is.
I thought it was frisbee shaped.
No, it's not somewhere. It's the only place you'll ever be. It's here on Earth, the level, stationary, plain Earth that you experience every day. The sky, the sun, moon, and stars, they're above your head. When you move to different parts of Earth at different times of the year, you can see different things because you're on a different part of the flat plane. Down compared to where you were before. Hold on, if you go from New York to Sydney, Australia, you're not seeing something different because you're upside down from where you were before. That's retarded. Well, what do you think about that? Do you think that you would be upside down from where you were before if you went from New York to Sydney, Australia?
He left.
Okay, I'm asking you.
Asking me? Why the hell are you asking me for?
Yeah, do you think you'd be upside down if you were hanging out with one of these Australians that are in here? Come on.
No.
Hold on. You're standing in one place. You're going to travel to Australia, to another part of Earth, and you're saying that the horizontal where you are now is going to be different when you get there. There's no more horizontal from the original point. Where I think that if I were to travel from where I am in Arkansas to Australia, and it's level the whole way, when I get there, we're on the same level, horizontal plane. All the water between me and that person is flat. Or that city. If I'm in Chicago and I go to Sydney, it's flat the whole way.
No,
all the water.
it isn't.
Really? So, so are you saying it's not flat because of the hills?
No, Earth is just not flat. It's a globe.
Where's it not flat?
Wow, we went to space. How many times I gotta tell you this?
Oh, it's flat in. It's not flat in space, but it's flat on the ground.
No, what? It's a globe in space. What are you talking about?
No, that's what I'm saying. You're saying it's when you go to space, it's a globe, but when you're on the ground, it's flat. It's kind of like in those Star Wars movies
it's because
when they're approaching.
too
Hold on,
big.
when you're in Star Wars and you're approaching Tatooine, but when they actually land their spaceship and then they start talking to people and shit, the planet's flat there. When you get to Tatooine, it's flat there, but when you're above the planet, it's a planet, but when you get there, it's flat.
Dude, I gonna say this again. The only reason
Well, I
why
want to
you
ask
would
you, Ipo, how big is Tatooine? Because I can tell you how big Earth is in the globe
No,
model.
you can't.
Well, how big is Tatooine? Because it looks flat on
I
the
don't
videos that I
know.
saw on Star Wars.
Earth is too big to view it as a curve, so you gotta be far away.
Tatooine is flat. Tatooine's flat.
Okay? I don't know about Star Wars.
Watch some Star Wars. You'll find out that when they're outside of Tatooine, it looks like a globe from outer space, right? But when you get there, it's flat everywhere. All the actors, when they're moving around the scenes, level stationary, plane, it's just flat. So when you're off a planet, looks like a globe. Then when you're on the planet, flat as shit everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yes, bro, because it's too
Yeah.
big.
Because we're an idiocracy.
It's because it's too big.
Elio, I want to go back to your little vacation you were describing earlier when you went down to Australia from Arkansas. I got a question.
Yeah.
You can see the Big Dipper and the North Star from where you're at?
Oh, when it's not too cloudy, yeah. I can't see it tonight. It's pretty hazy out here. I'm outside right now.
Can you see the Southern Cross?
I can't see shit in the sky. There ain't a star in the sky where I'm at right now. It's too hazy. I can see the moon a little bit. I can see the light from the moon. There's a lot of trees in the way from where the moon is. Oh, you're asking. I think you're implying that the reason I can't see Sigma Octantis is because there's a giant hump of Earth curve in the way.
Yeah, but what's funny is that once you do land in Australia, you won't be able to see the Big Dipper or the North Star, but you will be able to see the Southern
Yeah, because I'm too far away from where the North Star is visible from my region.
Yeah, but not only that, when you land in Australia and you look up, the sky will be turning a different direction. So how do you explain that? What is your explanation for that?
I know everybody's about to jump in. You said a different direction. Now, aren't all of the stars, sun and moon, moving in the same direction? Hold on. Nobody's. I want him to answer this. Aren't all of the stars, sun and moon, moving in the same direction?
No. So if you are
standing, if you're on a globe,
let me finish my answer.
Go for it. Sorry, bro.
Wait, one sec before you answer.
You are standing.
I need to correct you on something. Sorry, I need to correct you on something.
No.
You can see that.
Before
You can see the Big Dipper.
Let me finish my answer. I got like
from
half a sentence
Australia.
out, dude.
Hello, you can see the Big Dipper from Australia.
Yeah, Wantum.
The North Star.
If your argument, hold on, Wantum. If your argument is solid, you can hold on. If your argument is solid, you can. Jesus Christ, let me finish mine. If your argument is solid, you can wait a second for clarification. Just don't get your tits all up in a bunch or whatever the fuck phrase people say. So
you can see the
we got time. We got time.
All right, forget the Big Dipper, just the North Star and Southern Cross specifically.
Well, yeah. The Big Dipper revolves around the North Star. And yeah, when you're further south, you can see portions of the Big Dipper. No, you can see portions of the Big Dipper.
All right,
at certain
that
times of
may
the
be
year
true.
from
I'm sorry
south
I
of
brought
the
it up.
equator. No.
Listen. I'm giving away the Big Dipper. I don't care about it anymore. Just the North Star and the Southern Cross. All right. So you asked me a question. You didn't let me finish my answer. So my answer is, due the apparent motion of the sky is due to the rotation of the Earth. And if you're standing in the in the northern hemisphere, you will observe. I believe it's. Let me think. The sky will be rotating counterclockwise around the North Star.
If you look south from there, will they be rotating that way?
No.
No, you're gonna have to turn around to see it. Yeah, you're gonna have to turn around to look at it rotating the other way.
Counterclockwise around the North Star.
Yeah, because you're looking the other way.
I may be wrong about the direction.
Dude. Yeah,
it's not
counterclockwise.
No, not the way you're facing. No.
Yeah, it is. Because if you turn around, it's going to go the other way. Think of it like this, right? So they're both spinning east to west, right?
Yeah. Well, anyway, and then to finish my statement is when you're in the southern hemisphere.
Let him finish it. Let him finish it. Let him finish it.
You see the stars rotating the opposite direction around. Right. There is no southern star, but they would be around the southern celestial pole. And that, first of all, you don't even have an explanation for what stars are or how to explain their movement.
You don't need to.
And yeah, exactly. And that's what you guys say. But the truth is, you really do. You know?
No, you don't. Because if the surface measures to be flat, then you don't have to worry about what the stars are doing.
Well, and also their concept of whatever they observe about the celestials and the map they created with the celestial sphere, that doesn't actually comport to reality. It doesn't have to. So your concept about North and South Pole in the celestials, compared to where the sun and moon and stars move, I explained this earlier. This is something that calendars and all these maps of the stars were made from the Earth. And now you can pretend that, well, Earth is obviously a ball. When you made this globe map from a celestial map where every single celestial is considered an infinite distance. Now, when you're talking about the solar system, that's where the distances come in. So the map is made from infinite distance. When you start talking about solar system and where Earth is, then you're talking about something else. So what you're talking about is observations from Earth, not looking at Earth from the outside. So tell me about what you see from different portions of Earth. And that's what you describe can maybe be seen. What you're talking about as far as the South Celestial Pole, so-called, I don't think that all of that's been confirmed from it. Yes, you can see it at different times of the year. At different times of the night, from when it's dark in South America and Africa, South Africa, and in Australia. So these are observed at different times of the night, but it's almost never daytime at the same time for those guys. You know what I'm saying? So it's not been confirmed the same way that it has been in the north. So what do you have to say about that?
Man, you just said so much stuff. I don't even know where.
I'm just talking about for the map, all the celestials are considered infinite distance away. For the map and even the calendars, all of the stars and the sun are considered infinite distance away, just for the sake of where they move and how you know what time it is and what month it is, what day it is. None of them are considered, Earth being a solar system inside that. All of that comes absent of what you observe from Earth. These calendars and paths of the sun and the moon been recorded for thousands of years before the stupid globe idea came out. So, and when it comes to circumnavigation, they measured angles to stars to tell where they are on different portions of Earth. The globe only came after, with Pythagoras, the Pythagorean cult. It was like, well, it's a perfect shape. Well, Yeah, I mean it can be if the Earth was, but it's not. I mean they are trying to fit the Earth into this perfect sphere, but it doesn't work. And there's no way to actually confirm every point they have, especially about the south and where the stars are in relation to that, because the south, the oceans are mostly what you see in the south, or what you would experience if you were to try to. How are you going to map the south across the Pacific Ocean?
Yeah, yeah, dude. I don't know, man. Look, you're just like going on and like you're giving me like
yeah, because I can, but I mean,
arguments.
there's something you probably
I guess,
haven't think about.
America, you know what I mean? But I got
yeah,
you.
sure, I can make a globe concept out of what we observe with the stars, but you can't go across the Earth to actually figure it out. Go ahead.
Are you one of those flat earthers that doesn't believe that like gases are affected by gravity?
Why would it be? I mean, there's no evidence for that. So yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if yeah, go ahead.
Well, I actually have like a couple YouTube videos saved up. Are you in a position to like open and view YouTube videos right now?
Well, first, if you're gonna, do you understand the argument in the video? Can you explain it to me, then share the video?
No, it's basically I have like, let's see, 1, 2, maybe
because if you're going to share a video, then that means that's your argument. So that means you understand it.
I have an argument, and as visual
the
aids,
argument, and then we'll watch the video.
Why would you share something? Like if I was going to share something with you,
am I going to be allowed to finish one sentence before I get cut off by some bullshit? Let me finish.
Yeah, just present the argument.
You're going to say the same thing again. I can tell.
I have 4. I'm not going to say the same thing again because you guys never let me get a fucking sentence out.
You've got some YouTube videos. Just present the argument.
Do you understand the argument that's presented in the video, and can you explain it? I can watch the video, but I want to make sure that you understand it before you share it.
Let me, please, for the love of God, let me speak one full sentence without getting fucking interrupted by some bullshit.
Right.
I have
the argument, dude.
Stop! Shut the fuck up! I have 4 YouTube videos. I have 4 YouTube videos, and they're honestly just physical demonstrations to back up what I'm going to be saying in my argument.
Okay,
and each clip is like under 10 seconds. Okay. All right. Cool. So, the argument is basically that I guess here. So the start. Gases have mass. They are composed, if you have a tank full of oxygen, it is full of oxygen molecules, which are composed of oxygen atoms, which are just like any other atom in the sense that they have mass and they are affected by gravity, right?
In a tank, and so it turns into liquid.
Hold on. I actually want to hear it. If he has a presentation, I want to hear the whole thing. If you don't mind.
I appreciate that, Helio Skeptic. I do appreciate that. So I'm going to post.
Yeah, because this is important. This is important. What you're claiming is, yeah, I see where you're.
Oh, shit.
So you take a tank that's empty, fill it up with a certain gas, and then it weighs more. Go ahead.
And messages in the channel, Helio. I think I'm gonna actually just message.
I didn't do shit.
No, it's okay. I'm gonna message you like the links, and then maybe you can post them in the chat because I can't. I don't.
Oh, you can't post in the channel.
It's a whole
thing. He might have been banned from posting.
Well, that's okay, dude. Just say it.
So this first video,
we've probably seen this shit before.
No. So basically, when you burn steel wool is just iron. It's a chemical reaction where it's reacting with the oxygen in the air, and that's what and it's an exothermic reaction. That's what produces the heat, right? So when this is a video of steel wool burning on top of a scale, and what's happening as it's reacting with the oxygen, that oxygen is binding and becoming part of the steel wool, and therefore it's adding its mass. And so this video proves that oxygen molecules do in fact have mass. and that mass is pushing down on the scale, right? And you might say, oh well, that's different because for some reason it's affected by gravity when it's a solid form, but not when it's in a gas form, right? Sorry, were you able to post the video?
Wait, well,
steel wool
I didn't.
burning.
Hold on. Well, I'm just wondering, I mean, did they start the steel wool with like what, electricity, or did they use a lighter? Because I know if you put the wool on like a 9-volt battery, it'll light up. You know, is that what they did?
I mean, I don't know, but basically, what the video shows.
The full steel wool is, what did they measure it getting heavier as? I mean, what is it measuring? Like the off-gassing of like?
No. It's so the steel wool is practically just iron. It's almost pure iron, right? And as it's burning, it's reacting with the oxygen in the air, and then it's becoming iron oxide. And as that happens, it's actually becoming heavier. It's gaining mass, and that's proving
so it's no longer. So you think you're weighing oxygen? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So you start off with
wouldn't it get lighter since it's off-gassing oxygen?
It's not outgassing. So you start with pure iron.
Oh, so oxygen is staying in it. Okay.
No. So you start with the iron in solid form, and then the oxygen in gas form, and then you heat the iron to what's called like the critical temperature, where it starts reacting with the oxygen, and then the oxygen binds and forms chemical bonds with the iron, and it becomes iron oxide. Instead of just iron and oxygen, they combine and become one solid called iron oxide. And then as it's reacting with the oxygen, it's actually gaining mass because the oxygen itself has mass. And when it's
no longer oxygen. Now it's combined with something that has weight, which oxygen necessarily doesn't, that you can measure on a scale like you're trying to measure the iron oxide.
No.
So iron oxide is not oxygen. You know that, right? It's a different chemical makeup.
Well, have you?
So if you're trying to measure if you're trying to measure iron oxide after the chemical reaction, then you're not measuring oxygen anymore.
So I'm going to ask you. I promise I'm not trying to sound insulting, but have you ever taken a chemistry class?
I had a little bit in high school. My chemistry teacher was kind of nuts, but you know.
Okay. Do you remember something called the conservation of mass?
So you're saying that the oxygen, the mass of the oxygen is conserved in the chemical reaction?
Yes.
Yeah, prove that.
That's exactly what this video shows.
Well, even if that were the case, and maybe, I could be a little bit ignorant about some of the chemistry of it. Prove
Did
that
you watch the video?
weight. Hold on. Prove that the weight of the oxygen, even if it's conserved in the chemical reaction, and then it's demonstrated on the scale. Prove that means that the Earth is a fucking globe.
So remember how I began this conversation by asking you if you hold this specific belief about gases and gravity? The entire point of this presentation is about
you have to combine oxygen with something else for you to even consider it might have weight. Now, you actually started with you confine oxygen into a bottle and it does weigh a little bit more, right? So, but you have to combine oxygen. Oxygen is just going to do what it does with the rest of the gases in the atmosphere, right? So, in order for you to detect any weight and that goes for a lot of different gases, if you put them in a container, they're going to actually kind of weigh something, but it really has nothing to do with gravity in my mind. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, okay, so first of all, are we on the same page about the chemical equation here? To say, so you have like on one side of the equation you have iron plus oxygen, and let's say that the iron weighs 8 and then the oxygen weighs 2, right? So iron plus oxygen, and then on the other side of the equation you have iron oxide, which is just
Wait,
iron
how much
and
of
oxygen.
both? How much of both is lost or gained
Yeah, it says
in
so.
the chemical process?
Yeah, it traps the oxygen inside the metal and forms rust, right? So in oxygen is moisture, right?
Yeah, so the oxygen molecules in the air are usually O2. That's the most stable form of oxygen gas. And then the formula for iron oxide is 2 iron atoms and then 3, anywhere from 1 to 4 oxygen atoms. So you could have.
So instead of releasing carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, it forms a solid, right?
Yeah, because carbon dioxide would be a gas, but iron oxide is a solid.
All right, so it's not oxygen that has the weight; it's the freaking the rust.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Everything.
Combined.
No. Oh, yeah, but that's what I'm saying is like rust is iron oxide, right? Let's say that iron oxide has a weight.
It's not oxygen, is it? It's another element. No, it's not. It's not oxygen anymore.
It's not oxygen. It's not oxygen.
Okay, no, I'm sorry, guys. So
yeah, I mean, like you're asking me if I understand chemistry, and you're telling me that there is oxygen in it. Well, no, it's not. No, it's rust.
Yes,
it's freaking
the oxygen. The oxygen.
By oxygen, but there's no oxygen left in it.
Yeah, there's no oxygen.
No, yes, for the love of God.
Oxygen.
Oh my God.
No. See,
yes.
I know for a fact
sodium and chlorine.
When it comes to elements,
Guys,
they're no longer. They're not.
This is the fundamentals of reality. These are the rules.
Do you know what the definition of an element is? You know what the definition of an element is?
This is exactly what we're
so it's combined molecules, right? So it's no longer molecules, it's an element.
No, a molecule is not an element. The two elements are still the same thing. The molecule is the combination of 2 or more elements.
But you've changed it.
What are you guys going to go to Antarctica?
It's like if you combine oxygen, if you combine oxygen and carbon, then it makes another gas which doesn't have weight unless you condense it. Like I was saying, you can put it in a tank. Yeah, the more carbon dioxide you put in a tank, it's going to get a little bit heavier, but you're not weighing the gas carbon dioxide.
If you put dry ice on a scale, you can weigh it. What are you talking about? No, okay. So not only that, Helio.
Yeah, I know.
I sent you the second video.
No,
I sent you the second video.
Not even the same thing.
Solid. Yeah,
I sent you the second video. Okay. The second part of so here's my.
But wait, we haven't finished on the first one yet.
Yeah, he always wants to jump on because we busted his fucking iron oxide argument, which is retarded.
No,
you've just changed. You've changed the substance,
bro.
It's now
the point of that first video was just to demonstrate that oxygen has mass. Okay,
no, it's not the oxygen.
No, you can't do that. You can't just because it's combined with iron and created rust.
Yeah,
it doesn't mean that oxygen has mass. Because it has an atomic weight, that's a convention. Atomic weight is a convention, and if you're going to weigh it on a scale, you're going to have to combine oxygen or condense it.
No, so listen. So when you burn that steel wool and the mass increases, where did that mass come from if it didn't come from the oxygen?
It did come from the oxygen, right? But it changed it. So it trapped what was in the oxygen.
Yeah, the iron is no longer iron, and the oxygen is no longer oxygen. They're one element called iron dioxide. Iron oxide.
Okay, so your response to the first video is that the oxygen is affected by gravity.
I didn't even watch the video. I don't have to.
When it is a solid form, but not when it is in gas form. Is that?
It's like when you. So it's like when you when you pressurize gas and it turns into a liquid.
You know when you burn wood and there's smoke and there's no more wood left, it's no longer wood.
Can I join in on this?
But it's funny, right?
Did you
So,
post?
like,
Can you post a video,
just 1
Helio?
second, just 1 sec. If you put
Helio, you
wood,
promised you would post the video,
no,
man.
just stop
Did you?
for
Are
a
you a
sec.
liar?
If you
Where's
put,
your honor, my guy?
sorry, if you put wood in a vacuum and then take all the air out, does that wood
Nothing happens.
get heavier, or are you sure about that?
Oh, well, wood is very porous. Well, the solid
Yeah.
parts of the wood, nothing would happen to those. I put stuff in vacuum every day, dude.
Yeah. So why?
Anyway.
If you're taking all the air out, why is it getting heavier then? If gas has mass.
Can I
I don't
join
know.
in?
I don't know what hypothetical
Guys trying
scenario
to
you're
take the
talking
piss out of
about.
me because
I'm
I had a
talking about an
basic
actual video.
Just hang on.
I'm talking about a real video you can see with your
Not
eye.
a hypothetical. Just hang on. You presented
I don't care.
something, and I'm saying if you remove the oxygen from timber, it becomes heavier. So you saying that gas has mass, we're going to remove the gas, but the timber becomes heavier. So what's happening there?
Yeah, the gas
I never
actually.
said it became heavier.
Dude,
It
it's a
does
chemical
become
You're putting words in
reaction.
my mouth.
What you're
It
I
weighing
never
is
said
a
anything.
fucking chemical reaction. It's no longer the same substance. This is what a chemical reaction is. When two elements or two things combine, not element is what happens afterwards. Yeah, it's when they combine, they make a different element. So you're not
No.
weighing the
They don't
absence
make
of
a
the
different
other.
element. You have your vocabulary
Oh
mixed
my
up.
goodness.
It's not a different element. You just Google the word elements, dude. So if you have iron and that has a molecular weight of 8, and oxygen has a molecular weight of 2, iron oxide has a molecular weight of 10 because 8 plus 2 is 10. That is conservation of mass. You don't gain mass, you don't lose mass.
Why wouldn't it get lighter though?
What are you talking about?
Because oxygen doesn't weigh anything. Well, that's what I'm saying. The atomic mass index or whatever, they're not weights. They're a
No, they are. It's the amount of mass that
No, it's not, dude. No, it's not.
What are they
called?
called? Atomic weights then?
When you talk about atomic weight, you're talking about something different than weight.
So the second video I sent you shows a balloon being weighed on a scale, and then it's inflated with air, and then the scale reading increases. That shows that gases are still affected by gravity, even in their gaseous form, not just when they're part of a solid.
Concentrate, dude, I told you that when you concentrate a gas into an area, yeah, you can measure it, you can measurably detect that there's more gas because you concentrated it. But gas itself is going to, unless it's contained, it's going to combine with the rest of the atmosphere.
Yeah. Of course. Oh, you're sleepy a lot today, baby. You get
So
good
as far
rest.
as oxygen, I mean, how are you?
You get good rest.
Oxygen goes.
Okay.
Bro, quantum mechanics. This is too complicated for flat earthers to understand. Can you go to a simpler topic, please?
No.
Yeah.
Wait. I want to hear, even though, I'm a simple man, explain how quantum mechanics itself actually proves that the Earth is a
Guy
globe.
doesn't know what quantum mechanics is, bro. Don't try to explain this to him. Why don't you just get a ticket to Antarctica, view the 24-hour sun?
Wait, I'm saying yes, you can put a bunch of oxygen in a bottle and it weighs a little bit more. And now I don't understand.
Did you hear what I said? I didn't even refer to that.
Well,
How do you explain the 24
this is in relation to what we were talking about. Now, quantum mechanics. Well, I'm just asking you in a simple way. Can you explain quantum mechanics to a new guy, or I mean, does it make Earth a globe somehow? Does quantum mechanics make Earth a globe?
That was never an argument that passed my lips.
No, you were talking about
why to distract from what I actually am trying to present.
The whole argument from the beginning. Hold on, the whole argument from the beginning is that the atmosphere has weight, and that's why it's not being sucked off into space, right?
Right.
All right. So explain to me how quantum mechanics explains it
why the atmosphere is not being sucked off into space. It's not sucking. I know vacuums don't suck in that vein.
I never
But
made
anyway.
the argument that it does. Your question.
Okay, well, this idiot did. He just said it's because I don't understand quantum mechanics now, and that's why.
I don't even.
That's why.
You don't.
But you think that? Hold on. You think all the gases in the atmosphere have weight? Like the heavier ones are what? Closer to the ground? Is that what we're dealing with here? Like oxygen, nitrogen, that are heavier, they're going to be closer to the ground. Or why aren't there pockets of oxygen and nitrogen that I've run into every once in a while? Because they can't figure out whether to go up or down.
Well, I can answer that question. The answer is the answer is that the sun heats up the surface of the earth, and then the closer you are to the surface of the earth.
Oh, well, what's the difference? Because
why'd you interrupt him? Why'd you interrupt?
Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me.
I'm sorry, I did interrupt.
The sun heats up the surface of the earth, and then the gases that are closest to the surface of the earth are heated up more intensely. And not only that, they actually absorb the heat and they shield the upper layers of the atmosphere from.
Does that make sense?
So what that means is
how do they do that?
The lower.
There's also a weight to the gas.
The energy is absorbed at the bottom, so it doesn't.
All of them want gas to have a weight. They want them to have weight. They want oxygen to have weight. That's why I was asking. Why
they literally do. They do.
I want to step into puddles of oxygen and just be like revitalized. It's like here's a puddle of oxygen due to gravity. Just walk in there and get you a big
puddle. Would be that's an English problem. That's like saying a gas. That's like saying
extremely turbulent. That's why it's evenly mixed.
Well, no shit. So it has nothing to do with the weight of the gases, then, does it?
Helioskepticism. Can I ask you a question?
Because it's extremely turbulent from the top of the known atmosphere to the ground. It's extremely turbulent. So how would you know that any gas has weight? Besides containing it, putting it in a bottle, putting it on a scale, or combining it with iron or whatever, what you were talking about earlier. So how would you say, okay, well, I definitely know there's outer space and the vacuum of space, but what's happening on Earth is gravity's pulling all the gas down and completely making it livable for us because gravity's the bitch. It's the man. Gravity
is
Jesus.
Gas has mass because we can weigh a container before and after adding gas.
Okay,
I just told you that. I just told you that, but it has nothing to do with mass. Has nothing to do with mass. Go ahead.
It literally does. Okay. What are you
really?
about?
So are you in the tank? Hold on. In the tank, are you injecting? Are you injecting the mass? Are you injecting the mass of oxygen into the tank when you weigh it?
Bro,
yes, you're injecting.
Stupid, bro.
Okay, Elio, here. Let's cut the bullshit. Answer this question, okay? You acknowledge that the mass of the container increases when you add the gas. Yet you say it's not because of the mass. So answer this question. Why does the mass increase?
Wait, are you talking about the weight? Wait, are you talking about the weight of the bottle increases? Hold on. Yeah, exactly. So
the second video I showed you, the second video I sent you shows the mass of a balloon.
I don't have to watch the videos. I already know what you guys are saying.
All right. So
the weight of the bottle.
Tell me
why the weight of the bottle increases.
Tell me why the mass increases.
I just told you the weight of the bottle increases when you inject whatever gas you're putting into it because you've concentrated the gas. But that's not the way the atmosphere is.
We didn't concentrate anything. We put the gas in a container.
You didn't put which gas? Which gas? Which gas?
23, you're missing the point. 23, you're missing the point. What is it about concentrating the gas? No. Here's the point. What is it about concentrating the gas that suddenly makes it more massive?
I didn't miss the point. I'm reaffirming your point.
You concentrate.
No, I know. No, what he's saying makes no sense. That's what I'm saying. 23.
It doesn't.
He's saying
I'm asking you. All right.
No.
I'm agreeing with you.
His ultimate explanation is that it gains mass because you concentrate it. But he can't answer what is it about what does concentrating mean? Why does that make it massive? That's nonsensical. Like it's like suddenly this mass comes out of nowhere.
When you have
so why are you all right?
Okay, when you have a piece of timber in a vacuum, and you take all the air out, why does it become heavier?
Who gives a fuck? I don't care. That's not what I'm talking about.
But you're saying
yes,
that
it is.
gas.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, you're saying that gas weighs something, but when you remove the gas in that, when you remove the gas in that situation, then it gets heavier.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay, listen to me. If you put a piece of timber in a vacuum
I'm not going to answer your bullshit
then
question
you
when
take
you haven't
away
answered
all of the
mine.
gas.
No, you answer my question. Doesn't mean you're interrupting my
these
shit
guys.
and then demanding that I answer
Hang on,
yours.
I'm
That's
not
fucking
finished,
bullshit.
Quantum.
Answer
Don't
my
fucking
question. You
interrupt
don't have
me.
an answer.
Don't fucking interrupt. All right.
You're interrupting me, jackass. You're coming in and interrupting my stuff with your bullshit and demanding that I answer in it.
Okay, so when you put a piece of timber into a vacuum chamber and you remove the gas, why does the timber get heavier? Because you're saying that the gas has mass and is adding to the weight, but when you remove it, the weight adds. So this is part of your argument.
So the answer to your question is that it's, first of all, premise one is false. The piece of timber.
Okay. So Wantum. So why your argument is that gas has mass, but when you remove it, the thing becomes heavier. So your argument doesn't work, does it?
He's got to say for both, it's because of gravity, whatever that means.
Yeah. So again, guys, it doesn't get heavier when you remove the gas from the vacuum container. Just let me finish.
The log
What
gets
changes-
heavier when you pull all the air
Just
out of
learn
it in
something.
water.
Just learn something, guys. Relax. It's okay to learn things. You did this
Dude,
in
we
first
know
grade.
already. We already know when you remove
See,
the
so
air.
you're closed-minded. You don't want the answer to your question. You just want questions and don't
Hold
want
on.
the answer.
Hold on. You're
Okay,
saying
go
I'm going to
answer it
say
then,
that
dude.
you're saying it's because of gravity.
You asked the question. Let the
Okay,
intelligent
answer it.
person answer it. I'm your teacher.
Intelligent.
Answer it.
Yeah.
Go for it.
What I did. Let me finish the full sentence. The timber does not get heavier when you remove the gas from the vacuum container. What changes is the buoyant force acting on it. Do you want to understand what happens in normal air? Yeah, guys. That's what happens.
Okay. So what he's saying that so when iron oxide gets heavier, what's happening there?
Why do you just keep asking another question? Concede to the first question.
Well, it's like I'm wondering. I'm wondering if the buoyant force, quote unquote, is reactive, or if it's definitional in the way that you're trying to say. You know, is the buoyant force what you're saying is like you removed something that was weighing the log down, you know, due to gravity. Is that what you're saying? I'm trying to figure out where
I'm
so
saying
you're trying to say we don't believe in gravity, but we're just describing what happens, you know, while we're here on Earth. And you're trying to attribute it to something
I'm not
making the Earth a
attributing it
ball.
to anything. I'm telling you why this
keep lying keep lying to yourself and to the rest of us. Yeah, gravity is not causing it.
Okay, this was the whole point. 23. He came in and his argument was when you burn steel wool, the oxygen combines with the steel wool and the steel wool becomes heavier. So can you explain that? Is that buoyant force too?
It's combining with oxygen from the air.
Woo, me and not a chemist told him the same thing.
Yeah,
We
it's no
literally
longer
are telling
oxygen.
you that oxygen is a gas and gas has mass. What
Okay,
part
so
of
the
this do you not understand?
Okay, so the oxygen is making it heavier then?
Absolutely.
Okay, so when you remove the oxygen from a piece of timber, it becomes heavier. So where's the gas mass there?
I just explained buoyant force to you.
Explain buoyant force.
Vacuum towards less upward buoyant force equals scale reads higher. You get it? The timber's actual mass stays exactly the same. You didn't add atoms or make it heavier.
Yeah,
You
but you're
only
removing the
removed the
oxygen,
air
right?
that was helping hold it up, brother.
Yeah, and you're
This is the
removing the
same reason
oxygen,
a
right?
person would weigh slightly more on a very accurate scale inside of a vacuum chamber than in normal air. Just admit
No,
you don't understand what you're talking about.
Their blood would boil and they'd die.
I am a
What are you
chemistry
talking about, you
expert,
idiot?
brother. I have a forensic science degree. I know
You're a
the entire
chemistry
periodic
expert.
table.
You're a chemistry
Listen to
expert,
me.
and
I
you
am
just
intelligent.
proposed.
I can help you.
Listen to how much he has to tell us how intelligent he is.
You're a
Fucking
chemistry
crazy.
expert,
You fucking
but
psycho.
but you just proposed to put a human in a vacuum. You fucking retard.
You have to fucking explain how intelligent they are when we're asking very simple questions about this.
I gave you a simple answer, brother. I don't know what else you want.
Dude,
You want
yeah,
to believe
but
in this fairy
I
tale.
know it's tied to gravity, and you don't have any evidence for that shit.
Anyways, bro, I'll move on. Let's stop talking about gases. I can debunk the flat earth
Because
in
we're
one
talking
sentence.
about chemical reactions. That's what we're talking about. Or whether or not you concentrate a gas and whether it weighs more when you concentrate it. Yes, we know this, but it has nothing to do with gravity.
And I quote Dave Weiss: "Go to Antarctica.
Who gives a shit?
Let me finish. See the 24-hour sun and disprove the globe." This was
Blah,
his
blah,
exact
blah.
word.
Yeah, but we don't believe what Dave
That is
Weiss
disprove a map. Disprove a reified map. Oh, nobody's doing that here, so
He believed in
throw
a.
that shit out the window.
He believed in the AE map, dude. Just hang on, I'll explain.
No, the Earth is flat outside. It's not flat looking from the outside. It's flat here.
Relax.
23.
We
He
live on a
believed
globe.
so much in a. Just let me explain it to you. He believed so much in the AE map that he said that was a map of the Earth, right? And he said that him and his mates all believed in this map. This is the Earth. We said, fuck that. That's not the Earth.
Okay,
That is
Timbo, I'll
not
ask
the
you a
Earth.
good
It
faith
can't
question
be.
then. I'll ask you a good faith question. Do you agree that the 24-hour sun does support the globe model? Yes or no?
No.
Then you're just lying, bro. You're just lying.
No, I'm
So
not.
there's nothing else to talk
Because
about.
you know why? It doesn't support the globe model because every time we measure the surface, it measures flat. So when you measure the surface to be flat, it can't be a globe. And that
if
throws
you
the whole
ignore the
globe out.
surface, sure, you
Now
can
we're talking
pretend that,
about
that it
surface.
supports. Hold on,
Oh my
you can pretend it's a
If you
globe
guys want to
model,
talk
and
about
yes,
surface, then show me a planet without a mountain on it. Since you guys
we're
say
not
the
talking about
surface is
Earth from the
topography, because you
outside.
guys are talking about topography. Topography on Earth isn't flat. It's mountainous.
Nobody can
It has
see
hills.
the.
It has
Oh
waves.
God!
It's not
We're not
flat
talking
only
about
because
2D
you moved the
flat. We're not
goalpost.
2D flat. You fucking
moved the
idiot!
goalpost.
Look at him! Look at him squirm now. We're talking about the
See, you're
actual flat
looking
Earth,
for
and
a
he's
reaction
squirming.
from me. You don't want the truth. You
I'll
just want
shut
to
up.
get
Go
petty.
ahead.
You want to rage
So
beat me.
23, the flat Earth is a horizontal reference plane, right? So the measurement is from a horizontal reference plane, up or down. Topography is up or down, right?
Just
No, just
admit
let me
it,
finish.
bro.
Just let
You
me
don't want the
finish.
truth.
You're straw manning a
Oh,
position that
here
we
we
don't
go.
have, right?
Of course, can't
Okay.
get through
So
an
just
argument without
listen.
saying that word.
Okay, 23. Can you explain to me what flat Earth is?
I don't care.
No, you should. Well, you obviously care, so tell us what we think.
I described Antarctica and the 24-hour sun. You then moved the goalpost to we're talking about the surface. No, we are talking about the surface. We are not simply talking about the surface, and you know it. You just can't admit it because the 24-hour sun absolutely obliterates
into an argument.
the flat Earth model.
Shut up, nigger.
Okay, so put it into an argument. All right.
Yeah. The 24-hour sun in Antarctica is one of the strongest proof that Earth is a globe because it matches exactly what a tilted sphere orbiting the sun predicts. During Antarctica's summer, Earth's
Turn it
south
into
pole
an
is
argument.
tilted towards the sun. Because Earth is a curved globe, the entire Antarctic region can rotate.
Okay, so there
while
you go.
still
You made
staying
You
in
reading
sunlight
Chat
from the sun.
GPT right now?
No, dude, I am a fucking scientist, motherfucker. What part
Well,
of
it
the
sounds like you're reading something.
Hang on. Just one sec.
hydrogen,
You made
helium,
the claim.
lithium, beryllium?
He's a nigger. He's a nigger.
Come on, bro. I can do this
Hello.
all day.
He's a nigger. You made a claim that
Ignore
the
this
Earth's
idiot. I'll
surface
find
is
out.
fucking
curving.
inject people for a living, brother. I do
23.
chemistry.
Okay,
What do you use the globe for, though? What do you use the globe for?
Fucking
Who's this
retard.
idiot that keeps fucking
Got
saying
him.
that shit? I can't
All right, 23. So you made a claim saying that the Earth's surface is curving, right? $23.
I'm here, bro.
Yeah, in that argument that you just stated, which wasn't really an argument, you made a claim that the Earth's surface was
not
curving.
an argument. It's true.
You said the Earth's surface was curving. Now, in your argument, you would need that to be true.
It's so funny
for it to
because
be
no
a
one in
globe,
here heard
right?
me say the Earth is curving, even though it is. You're lying.
Even though you did say it, though, right?
Yeah, so you can show us where it's curving then, right?
Oh my God. Okay.
Where's it curving? Show us.
Yeah, just
if
a
it's
measurement.
so it's so obvious, if it's so obvious Earth is a globe and we're a bunch of dumbasses, show us where the Earth is curved. Without space pictures, if you can.
Any observation I give you blatantly showing you the Earth is curved, you're just gonna create another
Yeah, just a measurement will be fine, dude.
Wait, just do it. Yeah, I mean,
Measurements
show
ain't
us
the only
where,
way we can determine.
like you're standing on the shore of an ocean or a lake, and you're saying, right there, when I see the
I don't wanna do
horizon,
that.
that's the edge of the globe. That right there is the edge of the globe. I'm going to watch a ship go over it, or this much of this building
Yeah, because
in the distance is
zooming in on the ship doesn't bring the ship's hull back. This proves it's hidden behind curvature.
Sometimes it does. Sometimes it
Third
does.
grader? Like, oh my
Sometimes it
God.
does.
End this chat. Delete this channel. You guys need to get educated. Be Darren.
Somebody's
Be
butt
smart.
hurt. Somebody's butt hurt.
Someone got touched up by a flat earther.
I can show you about
And now you
100
insult
videos where people zoom into the whole fucking
You just
ship
a rage
after the
baiter.
sphere.
You want me to act out because I'm logically destroying your
No, you
fucking
came
identity.
into our flat Earth
This is your
channel.
entire
Who do you
identity.
think
You
is
join
gonna
Discord
act that?
every single day at the same time to talk about flat
Dude, we're
Earth. This is
always
a
here.
religion
You
at this
already know
point.
that. So who came here to act out? We're always
That's a
here.
fact.
We've been here
This
for
is
10
a
years,
religion,
dumbass.
guys. You're in a religious cult.
What the fuck? Fuck you, man. Get the fuck out of here, you dumbass. You don't want to address the real flat Earth. It looks flat because it is flat. Fuck your chemical reactions. Yes, yeah, chemistry is a real science. Your pretend shit about
This guy just
astrophysics and the
explained to you
globe.
how gas is mass in the most fucking kindergarten rate ever.
I got that, but how does that make
you didn't admit it when he
Earth a
said it though?
sphere? How
You
does that
piece of
make Earth
shit.
a sphere when it's not measured as a sphere when you're standing on the Earth? Where the fuck is the curve, dipshit? You can pretend gravity is whatever you say it is, and the Earth is a ball 3959, but where the fuck is the curve? Ultimately, you're saying gravity makes the Earth a ball, and it's 3959. We go out and test for that 3959 curvature. Shit ain't there.
Gravity naturally makes objects circular. That's why all the other planets we observe through a telescope and watch.
Okay, but except for this one, the one we observe from the ground that doesn't have curvature?
That's your fucking claim, retard. I'm telling you it has curvature. You refuse to fucking listen.
I proudly claim that there's no curvature on the Earth.
Claim that Mars, Jupiter, Venus, Saturn, all of these planets are circles.
I'm looking at Earth, dumbass.
But
what are you looking at? Why are you looking at Jupiter to figure out whether the Earth is flat or not?
Because you think your observation equals truth. No, it doesn't.
A retard.
Truth equals truth.
I'm going to look at Jupiter to see if the Earth is flat.
And I quote,
look at me.
And I quote, go to Antarctica, observe the 24-hour sun, and prove the Earth isn't flat. And I quote, David Weiss.
24. Well, David Weiss, dude, we've told him so many times over
Yeah. Now
years. I
David
mean,
Weiss
probably
isn't
10
a
years
flat earther.
to
Anyone
stop
who
doing
reads
that.
flat earther
But I
was
don't
never
care.
a flat earther from the
Dude, I
beginning.
don't care.
We know, bro. He's still a flat earther even
Yeah.
after he saw the 24-hour sun. That proves
some of
you
those
guys
guys that
aren't good
want to,
faith.
you know why some of those guys don't want to talk to us that interviewed David Weiss?
Be a man
Because
for
we're going
2
to tell
minutes.
them
I
that
know you have
that fucking
autism,
AE
but
map
be a
is the
man for
globe
2
map.
minutes. Helio, can I ask you a question?
No, I'm not going to give you 2 minutes. If you ask me, you better let me answer. Ask me.
Fair. Did Davis Weiss say that if someone goes to Antarctica and observes the 24-hour sun, the Earth isn't flat? Did he say that? Yes or no?
I think that he's under that impression, or he was at one time. I don't really communicate with
Did he
him.
say it? Yes
I've
or
been
no?
with this group. I don't
Did he
know.
say
He might think that.
He said it. We have him on film in 8 different clips.
Who gives a fuck?
He denied the 24-hour sun. Do you think that he's no longer? Let me finish, motherfucker. Let me finish.
No.
Do you think that? Okay, look. This is so bad.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead and finish.
How does anyone in your audience trust you after today?
Go ahead and finish, and I'll respond. Go ahead.
Now because you realize how much of a jerk you're being.
All right, so you're talking about a circle map. So
David
that's
Weiss
what I was about.
proposed a theory to check Antarctica. He said that the Earth would not be flat if the 24-hour sun existed because of the southern poles, right? Do you think that he's no longer a flat earther? Of course he is. He's still a flat earther, not because he didn't stick to his claim. He said he would change his mind, but he still kept it because he's not good faith. You are not good faith. Just admit it. He said it out of his own mouth.
Hold on.
Nothing will change your stance.
Hey, asshole. How long did I just not say? No, you're talking about David Weiss. I never talk about David Weiss unless I say, hey, I was following David Weiss before the flat earth thing. He started talking about flat earth.
Do you not understand what I'm telling you?
Hold
I'm
on,
telling you that
motherfucker,
this
you said that I could
person said
answer.
they would change their mind, and they did not because they're a flat earther. It is a religion. He said it. There is nothing I can tell you that will change your mind.
My mind was already changed. I used to think it was a globe. I think now the globe is fucking retarded. It has nothing to do with David Weiss. It really has nothing to do with that. So I don't know what you're talking about.
To do with this cult.
No, it's not a cult. Dude, I'm talking about the fucking Earth. You told me that we can prove that the Earth is the globe because we look at Jupiter. What the fuck world are you living on?
We're talking about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. That's literally impossible on a flat fucking day.
You are talking about that.
We're
I'm
talking
not.
about the fucking Antarctic sun.
Hold on. You said me. Let me answer.
Globe.
I'll tell you exactly why David Weiss is wrong. And
no, this isn't about him.
I figured out. Yeah,
this isn't about him. This is about him not changing his mind.
If it's not about him,
even after saying he would change his mind.
Let me ask you this.
Unban me from the side chat, and I'll post a clip of David Weiss saying, "If you go to Antarctica and show me a 24-hour sun, I will no longer be a flat earther." We did that. We took.
What's this idiot's name? Who is this idiot that I'm talking to?
He didn't change his mind.
23.
This is a religious cult. I'm showing you.
You're a fucking retard. Don't ever come back here, you fucking idiot. Get the fuck out of here. You won't let me fucking talk and explain to you that we don't do this here. We don't have the fucking circle map. We're not trying to debunk a circle map. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. And who cares what David Weiss said? Get the fuck out of here. We're not talking about that circle map, which is a globe. Get the fuck out of here with that. We're not going to waste our time anymore. Everybody knows that we know that the circle map is a globe. So is the Mercator map. I got the fucking evidence. We got it. We don't talk about that. The globe is a coordinate system with infinite distances to the celestials. It's just a map, and you don't reify it into a globe unless you're a fucking retard. And all the shit about gravity is just excuses for you to explain how the water doesn't fucking float off into space. So get the fuck out of here with your nonsense. Fucking, I asked you if you're saying that gravity's doing it. You refuse to answer it. You're just like, that's not what I'm talking about, gravity. You're just trying to obfuscate, senile bullshit. Get the fuck out of here with your bullshit nonsense. 23 for, I've heard your dumbass before. You're going to come in here with sock accounts, fucking ruining everybody's fucking time. Get out of here with nonsense. You won't let anybody talk and explain that we don't fucking do the circle map. It has nothing to do with 24-hour sun. We all knew there was a 24-hour sun long before the stupid final experiment done nonsense. We were talking about it years before. Get the fuck out of here. If you're trying to attribute that to us, then we don't need you here. We're not talking about celebrities or what flat earthers say. If you hear one of us say something, challenge us on that. Don't fucking come in here and tell us what other flat earthers are saying. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. Now, if you're nice about it, we can address what other flat earthers are saying. Maybe they haven't been here and talked to us and how we think. But don't just come in here and attribute it. All flat earthers are saying this. Fuck that shit. We're not going to let you do that. We're never going to let people do that unless they're new and they have real genuine questions. Otherwise, fuck the fuck right off, dumb fucking bitch. God damn, he pissed me off. Sorry, guys. I'm not going to put up with that bullshit. Sorry, not sorry, by the way. It's like with the if it can't be simply explained, it's like oh, we proved gravity by burning fucking iron, steel wool, and the oxygen combined, and it weighs more. Well, you had a chemical reaction, sure, weighs something, sure, maybe the oxygen added to the iron did add a little weight, maybe it didn't. Is that science? Just because you burned the steel wool and it weighed a little bit more? Maybe. Did you do a scientific experiment to prove that it's because the iron is now combined with the oxygen and that's why it weighs more? Maybe there's something I don't know. But even then, we're still on Earth, and what you call gravity and weight are two different things. To me, weight is just what things weigh. If you're going to oxidize something, then sure, fuck, maybe O2 combined, maybe it does have a little bit weight, but it really is not going to make the Earth a sphere, because when we measure the Earth, it's not spherical. That's so fucking simple. Who cares what happens with, chemistry is a real science, bro. And I'm not going to argue with chemistry, but if you try to combine it with your idea of gravity making balls, something totally fucking different.
Hey, Helio.
Hey.
Can I try something? I want to try something. Okay, so we got the 23 Noober Goober still in here, going by the name of Lol. Okay, I'm gonna unmute him. Okay, I want to see something.
Let me just say one thing. I don't hate any of you. I respect all of you because I genuinely think some of you are actually looking for the truth. I simply was pointing out an observation that David Weiss, and I wanted you guys to view this observation in a way that can make you reflect on yourself. Because David Weiss said that he would change his mind if presented with the evidence. He didn't change his mind. He still is rambling about the flat earth. So you have to reflect on if you're actually being genuine or not. Simple.
So you think all of us are David Weiss acolytes or something? Is that what you're getting at?
No, they do deserve respect. See, this guy's texting me saying, don't be respectful. No, you guys do deserve respect.
We're not doing what David Weiss is just going to high school students saying, hey, take a look at this, which I was introduced to the flat earth by David Weiss, but I went way past him, not even very far. It's like I stopped watching him anymore. You know, when he started talking about flat earthers, stopped watching him. Then I started watching him again. And I was like, dude, he's like kindergarten flat earth. And then I'm where I'm at now. It's like I don't really pay attention to what he's saying. He's like just if he's using a circle map and saying this is what flat earth looks like, that's retarded.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think we're giving this too much airtime than it really deserves. Check this out. 23. David Weiss is human, right? Humans make mistakes. Right. Is David Weiss allowed to make a mistake?
Yes, he is.
Okay, so why are you in here, throwing this at us as if, we're supposed to follow in his footsteps, even though we didn't actually make the same statement?
I'm not throwing anything at you. I'm putting a mirror.
You're talking about David Weiss for 15 minutes.
Well, I mean, you asked the question. I'm saying, yeah, David Weiss said there's no 24-hour sun because he thought the circle map was going to work. And anyway, it didn't. And he may have said it one time. Now he's different, but he's still using the circle map. I get you, bro. I don't like it. We've talked to David, and we're like, bro,
do you
it's
think
not
David
that.
Weiss is good faith anymore? Can you trust him?
Doesn't matter.
He's
not doing what we're doing. He's not doing what we're doing. What we're doing is completely different than what he's doing.
Yeah, okay. I mean, 23. Think about it. For all we know, I don't watch David Weiss either. For all we know, he's recanting on his statement and trying to fill in the gaps and apply some potentially justify how the 24-hour sun could actually fit in a AE projection map. I've heard some guys try and do that and suppose that it could actually be possible. Okay. For all we know, he's doing that. I don't know. I don't care. Okay. But I would like to ask you why it matters so much that the 24-hour sun actually proves the globe somehow, even though it's more of an indirect, bit of evidence that would lead you to suspect it might be a globe.
There you go.
If you weren't actually on the surface, right? I can see how that your line of reasoning would bring you there.
I'm showing a character flaw. I'm not trying to prove that the Antarctic poles demonstrate that the Earth is a globe. I'm showing the character flaw. He gave his own.
Hold on. I told you we're not associated with David. So your character flaw is talking about something we're not talking about.
But you're a flat earther.
Okay, well, he is too. But I'm telling you, we're not associated necessarily with David Weiss. I mean, he said something
resembles it.
Could I be unmuted in the chat?
Because the Earth is flat. It is flat.
Watson wants to be unmuted, by the way, guys.
Could I be unmuted in the chat just so I don't interrupt in the voice?
Dude.
I don't want to interrupt in the voice. So could I just be unmuted in the chat?
We're not here to make sociological arguments. You bring up David Weiss and pointing out his potential mistake or character flaws or whatever, and trying to put that in our face so as to bolster your argument that we're wrong because he might have been wrong. That's kind of dumb, dude. I don't know why you're wasting.
Yeah, we're not saying the same thing, so I don't know why you're putting his argument on us.
I'm showing you that he isn't good faith.
Could I be unmuted in the chat? I don't want to interrupt.
He's not us.
But you are interrupting.
Of course, he's not literally you. But you're showing the same character flaws. You're presenting with evidence of a fact.
Okay, let's get into it. What character flaw are we exhibiting?
Yeah. For example, you'd say you would concede to the fact that gas has mass if we prove it to you. Then we prove it to you, and instead of just saying, hey, you're right about this, you then move the goalpost and talk about something else. This is what David Weiss does. This is what he's factually clipped doing. He said that if we saw the 24-hour sun, the Earth isn't flat. Instead of seeing the 24-hour sun and changing his mind, he just moved the goalpost and is still spewing garbage on YouTube. This is a flat Earth character flaw. This isn't a David Weiss character flaw.
Okay. I
Hold
looked at
on,
the person in chat. I don't want to speak.
Dude, and you won't speak if you keep interrupting, even though you're saying you're trying not to interrupt, but you've done it about 4 times. Okay. Thank you. 23. You there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. What about the 24-hour sun proves it's a globe?
I mean, we can get into that if you really want to. I kind of wanted to stay on the character flaw. But yeah.
I know you want to talk about, some sociological shit for whatever reason. I don't understand why. I don't understand why you think it's important.
Honestly,
We're not bringing it up.
I don't think you guys can comprehend it. And that's not me. I just think
comprehend what the sociological. Hang on. Do you mean to say that you don't think we comprehend the sociological argument that you're putting forth, or are you saying that you don't think we understand how the 24-hour sun proves anything?
Exactly. I don't think you guys are capable of understanding that, because if you did understand it, you just chill. You
That's why
leave
I'm
this
asking
cult.
you, dude. That's why I'm asking you. Okay, let's get into it. Why is 24-hour sun bit so important, and how?
Okay, so we have a model of how the Earth works. This is called the globe model. Every pilot, every NASA scientist goes by this. The 24-hour sun in Antarctica is the strongest proof of these models because it matches that model to the T. Okay, it matches it perfectly.
To a T. Okay, so you're admitting and affirming the consequent.
Yeah, which came first, the 24-hour sun or the model?
Here you go. I got it. Okay, 23. So you're committing and affirming the consequent, and affirming the consequent is your best proof of your position.
I mean, do you want me to sit here and describe it to you? So, like, during Antarctica's summer,
you affirming you mean you want to elaborate? You mean you want to elaborate on an affirming the consequent to try and smooth it out? Still an affirming the consequent, dude.
Dude, a flat Earth model has to explain.
Why?
Guys, we have an explanation of why this occurs.
I know it's an explanation, dude, but there's a lot of problems with it. Number one, you don't really know what the sun is. You suppose you know what it is. You suppose you know that it's an object existing in 3D space and occupies.
We know what the sun is so well. We're making artificial suns here on Earth.
Who the fuck are you? Right, 23. You suppose all these things, and in that sort of framework, yeah, you can maybe justify what you're saying, but these are all prerequisites that you need to prove first.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
Run down the line.
Let's assume we don't know what the sun is. We know what the sun does based on our own observations, which you guys agree is the only factual way to determine the shape of the Earth. Measurements and observation, right? So if we know what the sun does, and this sun matches the globe model perfectly, what is the issue with the globe model that makes you go, I'm going entirely against this model? I believe the Earth is flat.
By what the sun does, i.e., it moves in certain patterns that you can maybe predict from your vantage.
No, it lights up certain areas while keeping other areas dark.
Yeah. I got that. Right, and you observe it move in specific patterns depending on your location. Right, that's fine. But
so the sun is a light. The sun is a light.
Yeah, we got. Yeah. There's light, dude. Giant light in the sky. Great. It moves around. Let me finish though. Okay. You have to suppose that light occupies a ginormous 3-dimensional volume at a certain distance and all that stuff. Okay, in the first place. Okay, and at the same time, you also have to suppose that the ground is curving into a ball. Both of these things have to work in tandem. Now, check this out. You can use the 24-hour sun phenomena to maybe reinforce the. Let me finish. Let me finish, dude. Okay, you can use the 24-hour sun phenomena to reinforce the notion or the possibility that your model may be correct. But all the while acknowledging that there's some preliminary information that you're unaware of, but you can discount it. that, but there's another piece of the puzzle that does have to be confirmed because it's actually readily available. Namely, the ground also has to be curving. Okay?
Do you not realize?
Let me finish. Don't talk over me. Okay, you can use the sun. Okay, the 24-hour sun phenomena to again reinforce the notion that it might be curving or the model might be correct, but you then have to then prove that the ground is actually curving too because they all fit together. Okay, so now that you have that 24-hour sun thing that gives you confidence that it's probably that this model holds, finish the job and show that the ground is actually curving.
Let me acknowledge your first premise. Your first premise about distance. So you said that you'd have to prove that the sun is at a great distance or whatever for this to work. That is false, 20K.
Why?
This model is based on geometry, not distance, not anything else. This perfectly. Yeah,
Dude,
you didn't understand this argument?
What the fuck? Dude, the distance is a component of the geometry.
No, it's not. We're talking about the rotation. Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, it's involved in it too. But the size of the sun, the distance of the sun, the size of the earth, the radius, and all these are all geometric properties, dude. Are you high?
No. You're mixing up how we measure something.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anyway. It doesn't matter anyway. These are all parts of the story that you can willingly ignore because they're not even really the direct argument. The real argument has to do with the ground. Now that you have your 24-hour sun business, okay, that supports your position, finish the job and show that the ground is curving, so as to actually, have the final piece of the entire puzzle.
I want to make sure everyone understands.
Hang on, let me finish. I just want to finish one thing, dude. Okay, all the 24-hour sun thing should really serve in your argument. Okay, is just almost like one little piece of the puzzle that can maybe reinforce a certain confidence that you have in the entire model. Okay, that's all it should do. And that's all it really can do. But you still have work ahead. So why don't we just cut to the chase and get to the last step? You guys seem to want to avoid that like the plague.
Because we have to make sure everyone understands that distance doesn't affect this observation. The sun's distance is calculated using geometry. Yeah, that's true. But the observation of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, it does not depend on already knowing the sun's distance. We can directly observe the sun above the horizon.
Yeah, you're right. I hear that. I'm not disputing that.
Any model of Earth has to explain the observation.
Dude, watch. The observation is the observation. I was just talking about the properties, like the distance, the size, and all that stuff. That just fits into the heliocentric model as a whole.
Exactly.
Why are we having this debate? That's your underlying framework. Okay? There's problems with that, but we can ignore that. Now we can ignore that part for now because it's not really the crux of the argument. You're saying that the 24-hour sun. Hang on. You're saying that the 24-hour sun basically is the nail in the coffin.
It is.
Okay. It's not, though.
It is.
You're missing the whole purpose that this phenomena is supposed to really serve as. Like I said, all it does is serve as an extra bit of evidence to lead you with confidence down that road that your model is actually correct, potentially. Okay. But
so where's your model?
The final boss is ultimately the ground has to be curving. Helio has done a great effort to try and lead you down down to that line of reasoning, or to have that conversation for like a half hour to an hour now.
Yeah,
and
let me help you.
You don't want to do it.
So you're
now he wants to help us.
So you don't understand.
He still wants. He wants to put the fucking A map as a model for the flat earthers and try to debunk that when we've been sitting here effortless, just
guys,
like
the
every time saying
is evidence.
Every time saying that's not the flat Earth model. Hey, bro, that's not the flat Earth model. Hey, that's not the flat Earth model. It's not.
Hello?
You're not debunking the flat Earth model when you use that.
That model, that circle map is a globe. It's a globe.
Yeah, we're not advocating the AE map 23. You've been told that many times, not only tonight but in past conversation.
I need to prove the final nail in the coffin. So let me do it.
All right, cool. Curvature. Let's find it. You're with us now.
Yeah.
You're with us now. Let's find the curvature.
Hey guys, do you agree?
My collar's blue and my neck is red.
Oh, good work. That was kind of funny. But yeah, curvature.
Yeah, so one more time, guys.
All the water is supposed to be curving, but it's not. So where's the curvature?
But it is. The 24-hour sun is evidence that the ground is curving.
No. Where is the water curving? On the ground, where's the water curving?
There is no geometric model. Do you understand what geometry is?
No, listen carefully, Junior.
We're not talking about models.
The way you started that off, it should have been, I know the Earth is curved because of X, Y, Z. It's not, the Earth is curved because it's not flat. Now. You're getting old.
Tony, you already acknowledged that's in affirming the consequent before. Or at least you didn't dispute that position.
So what you've got to do, if you want to claim the 24-hour sun means something, you've got to prove... Yeah, that's great. Shut up. Yep, you're not helping us. You're making yourself look like a tart. Stop it, please.
Like you say it.
If you've got me muted, you little shit stain, I'm going to yeet you.
It's flat. I mean, it's like, show me where it's not flat, and then we'll have something to talk about.
In 23. Again,
this is how it works. It's ever so simple. If you are going to claim the 24-hour sun proves the shape of the ground, then you must be able to logically link the thing in the sky you call the sun to the shape of the ground. The sun is yellow, therefore curvature. You have to be able to logically link that. At the moment, you've got sun in sky for 24 hours, and you're telling us thus equals curvature. You haven't proven it equals curvature. If the sun was up there for 24 minutes, does that prove curvature? No. If the sun was up there for 24 days, does that prove curvature? No. And why did you run off? Because you're here to preach. Fancy that.
Loki, I got a question. Matrix.
It better be a sensible one.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so y'all know how like y'all say like the sun and the moon is like above Earth, right? Mm-hmm. So like why does we like why do we, what am I trying to say? Like why does the sun set and it goes down? If it never goes down and it's always like above us.
Sometimes it goes down, sometimes it stretches off into the distance. It's all to do with weather conditions.
How the sun is gonna move with weather conditions? What?
Well, it's just how you perceive it. So if you get a day that's really hot and humid, you're going to get one effect. If you get a day where it's really dry and cool, you'll get another effect. When it's really dry and hot, you'll get a different effect. When it's cold and humid, you'll get a different effect. It all depends. It all depends on the weather conditions. So what I'm going to do,
I've got a way to think about it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm going to post up a video in the side chat for you so you can understand the different sun setting things that we've got.
And here's what I want to say about sunsets. Like the best place to view a sunset would be like the western coast over the ocean, right, of any continent or country or whatever, right? So all you see is water, and then you see the sun moving away, right? So now what they're telling us about the globe is when we're standing on the shore of that beach, is that the horizon on the globe would be about 3 miles away.
No, I don't care about the globe. There. I just want to know how.
No, hold on. So what you're seeing is when you're seeing the horizon, they're saying that's the curve, and then when you see the sun go down and away from you, then it's when you don't see it anymore. It's because the curvature of the Earth is blocking it, right? And so you're asking, well, why do we have a sunset on a flat Earth, right? Now the sunsets have been happening on flat Earth since the beginning of time, recorded human history, right? Now they all viewed sunsets, didn't say, well, Earth is a globe, that's what causes the sunset. So now we're intellectuals now, and since we know Earth is a globe because of all the other planets, and we're a planet too, and all that kind of stuff, nobody knows that from viewing a sunset. So, I mean, to think about it that way is kind of like, well, I see the sunset because Earth is a globe and the horizon is the curvature of the Earth and the sun is going behind the curve, and that's why I can't see it anymore. That's really, you can't necessarily prove that, because what we're saying is when you measure the water, it's just flat. So the sun is obviously not what they're telling us, and it's not 93 million miles away and you're moving backwards away from it to see the sunset. I mean, Dan, that's why I was saying this. I don't know if you thought about it that way. When you see a sunset, that means they're telling you that when you stand on the shore of the ocean in the west and when you see it set, that means you're moving away from it, and the big giant hump of Earth curve is coming between you and the sun, and that's why you see a sunset. Just wanted to put that out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So next time you watch a sunset, think about that. See if you think you see the sun moving away from you, or if you think, okay, the reason the sun's setting is because I'm on the Earth and I'm spinning away from it, and the big hump of Earth curve is getting in the way.
I don't know. I have an idea in my head. I could be wrong.
Well, it's not necessarily, we're all wrong about everything a lot of times. But, as far as, like, is the water flat or not? It's like it should be simple. Like that jerk that was in here a minute ago didn't want to talk about the flat water. He did everything but talk about the flat water. Wanted to talk about David Weiss. Wanted to talk about the AE map. Wanted to talk about flat Earth model. Everything but what we can do when we're standing on the shore of a lake or an ocean. Everything but that. So either the Earth on that ocean or lake surface is curving down and away from us, or it's not. And we can take a high powered zoom camera or a laser, shoot across that lake, and prove without a shadow of a doubt that fucking water is flat, pardon my French. So for everybody to sit here and argue about Jupiter and shit, it's dumb. It's like, that's why we get frustrated. It's like, we already know that water's not curving with the 3959 radius ball that they gave us. So it's just kind of the way it is. These guys don't want to talk about that. That's why homeboy, every time we tried to bring him to the ground, he wanted to go to space. Because I mean, there's these concepts have been considered throughout generations of humanity. There are certain time frames where you can say, well, you ever you've heard of the Dark Ages, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like in medieval kind of times. It's like all these kings and rulers had different power, but there's not really a big record of what they were doing, how to exchange this power and shit. They call it the Dark Ages because there's either they knew what was going on, and this is how they put this power play in process. Because whether you believe it or not, this globe took a long time to build. It took hundreds of years. So now with it in our face, and we've been told, hey, you can actually go out and see whether it's a globe or not. They're like, oh, well, they couldn't be lying about it. Well, they're not. They think it's a globe, most of them. And so when we can go out and just measure a lake and see that it's obviously not a globe, then we're up against all these people that trust the authority that have been building this map and concept for hundreds of years. And we're like, dude, simply just take a look at the water. It's not curving. And so this is why we have a lot of trouble we're bucking up against a concept that is virtual in their mind. So, of course, I mean, I thought the Earth was a globe, and I thought flat Earth was dumb as shit. It's like anybody thinks the Earth is flat is retarded. But now I know why. Now I know why they how the globe was created, and it took me. It's taken me a decade to figure it all out. So now I know how the globe was created as the globe Earth, and when it never was a globe, it never can be, and so where I see it now. I mean, it's like, oh, can you be convinced the Earth is a globe? Not again. No, not that. Now that I know more about the globe, the more I know about the globe, the less I believe in the nonsense. So it's like if you're ignorant about it, then you can believe it easier. I'm sorry. Say that again.
Like, I mean, it's just a hypothetical. Like, what if somebody was to pick you up to space and it was a globe? Would you change your mind?
If Jesus came and told me face to face, I might consider it. If Jesus told me,
consider it.
Yeah, because I love Jesus. So if he told me the Earth is a globe, I'd probably consider it. In spite of all the direct measurements we have of no globe here on Earth, if Jesus told me face to face, I'd probably be like, "Hey man, I made it a globe. Why are you telling everybody it's flat?" Be like, I thought it was flat. Sorry, Jesus.
I just think like the Earth is too big to see the curve. I'm gonna keep saying that. Like it is too big.
This is what I was saying earlier. When you say, "Well, it's too big," then you're going to want to compare what the Earth would look like as a globe compared to what you experience in reality, right? So when you go outside, kind of looks flat, but you're thinking globe in your head. When you move somewhere, you're on a different part of the globe. And the globe map was made from the stars. So you're going to see certain parts of the sky, different parts of the Earth, at different times of the year. So the globe was created from that, but it's always from your observer standpoint, from horizon to horizon. So what you see above your head in a 180-degree field of view, like a protractor, like you standing on Earth, the ground, a flat line, and the arc of the sky 180 degrees above you. And this is the way that people, when they moved across the Earth, made the maps. And so they used the angles. Now, Polaris, as the North Star, would be the center of the northern hemisphere, right? So if you're at a certain latitude, it's because your angle has changed from the North Star. So if you're directly under the North Star, that would be 0. Is it 0? No, it's yeah. No, it'd be 90. I don't know. Yeah, it'd be 90 degrees latitude. You'd be under the North Pole. And then you go to 0, that'd be the equator. You can't see Polaris anymore. So this is the concept of the globe based on the angles of elevation to the heavens. And like I was saying earlier, these celestials, when you're creating the map or when you're considering the globe, these celestials, they don't have a distance in this idea. They're just what you see from where you are. So the idea of a solar system, that's not involved. So when it comes to the globe map, you're using the celestials to create this big globe map. You have the Polaris at the North Pole, which is the northern hemisphere, and you measure the angles and latitude down to 0. Then you go from 0 to 90 in the south, and you'll use Sigma Octantis, which is the southern pole area, and then those are the latitude lines from the south to 0 at the equator. And so that's the map. Now, whether that's been physically observed and confirmed by anybody that's the confirmed real map of the globe, it's functional, just like I was saying earlier. It's functional. I mean, you could use a pragmatic fallacy to consider, well, hey, I can use the map to get here, and the way we use the globe you're not using a globe for anything when you're using a map. You're just using the Earth, and the maps are just maps. They're made for certain purposes. So if you're not going to pull out a globe if you want to go from Los Angeles to New York, right? You're going to pull out an atlas. And when you get to a city, you're going to pull out another map that's going to be closer. You're not going to be able to see the highways and side streets. And then if you kind of get lost with that, you're going to pull out one that's a little bit closer. Are those flat? Are they curved? No, you're just getting a closer idea. So maps are never perfect. They're never accurate. So if you're trying to see the whole Earth as a globe, well, that's what that map is for. But there, it's not actually a globe. It was made from elevation angles, different celestials on different parts of the Earth. Who can ban this? That's one. He's really pissed that he can't talk, and he's being a little bitch.
Fuck him, he can't talk now.
Yeah, I don't know how to ban him, so whatever.
Problem fixed. That's why I said he can't talk now.
Yeah, fuck that. But yeah, I mean, basically, I know it's a really hard concept to grasp, but yeah, that's how the globe was created. Not because it's actually a globe, but it's a concept that people came up with hundreds of years ago, and over time, the governments and the religions have been involved, and they had to make a cohesive kind of, hey, this is the map, and they really do think it's a globe, but that's okay because the map as a globe works functionally when you use it as a map. Now you can't, like I said, you can't pull out the whole globe map and go from city to city using just the globe map. You have to get closer. So they make other maps that are closer. Well, those are real maps. Now you'll have coordinates on those maps that match this polar coordinate system north and south, but those are only conceptually created from infinite distances to where you might see stars at certain times of the year. You know what I mean? So the map isn't the Earth. The Earth is the Earth. But the map's functional and it works really well to get around. So it's not like I'm saying the Earth is flat and not a globe because because I'd prefer the flat over the globe. It's just I know how the map was created now and why people think it's a globe. And they haven't really thought that deep into it. And people think that, okay, well, the reason you think the Earth is flat is because you're dumb and you haven't looked into it. Well, I guarantee you, you've heard us people talk about this. We've looked into it. Period. So it's not like we're ignorant. Yeah, we're not ignorant of the concept. We just go out into reality and measure the flat water, and it can't be a globe. So what are we supposed to do with real Earth flat measurements? Just pretend that doesn't exist? We can. Some people are like, well, why do you do it? Why do you sit here and talk about flat Earth all day? Why are you here if you don't give a shit? When people come in and say, well, I don't like what you're talking about, or I don't think it matters, like we're going to give them an answer. How am I going to give you an answer to how it matters to you once you realize that the globe is nonsense? I can't give you that answer, and it's not going to help you along the way. You have to actually know it yourself before. So, I can give you any answer, and it's still not going to make a difference if you still aren't believing your own eyes and the measurements, that we do with lasers and cameras and telescopes and even just mirror flash tests from one side of a lake to another. You can see that the water's flat. It's very simple to do. They make you think it's complex. For not. I used to think it was, but flat water is not very complex. Can I get an amen? I'm just playing.
No, you can't get amen.
You hate to love flat Earth. That's where you're at. That's where you're at.
I hate to love flat Earth.
I do. You hate it. That's why you're here every day. I hate flat Earth.
Okay. Still can hate something.
All right, who's well? No, it's all good. I'm glad you're here. I actually enjoy your color. You're a character, and I think you're smarter than you play off, and that's all good.
Nah,
Yeah,
I'm real stupid. Like, I'm stupid. How many times I gotta tell you that I'm stupid? It's okay.
As many times as it takes, because I know you're not. That's all right.
I am, but okay.
Dude, I guarantee you know more about the Earth in the past couple months since you've been here than you ever thought about before. So,
Okay. One thing can be true, but that doesn't mean I'm not. That doesn't mean I'm smart. I'm just still slow.
It sounds like you're paying attention now. You're like, what are these fucking flat earthers going to say next?
No, I'm just slow, and it's okay. Some people are like born with like a low
Yeah, I
IQ,
wouldn't.
and that's me. But I'm
No,
fine.
I wouldn't. I've talked to some low IQ people, and you're not one. So keep telling yourself that you can play
Yes,
the
I
game.
am, bro.
You ain't low IQ. You know what we're talking about. You know what we're saying. It's all good.
No, I don't. I don't even know what refraction is, bruh. I just bring it up. I don't know anything.
Hey, I'll tell you what. If you hear a glober talk about refraction, and they're saying that the reason they can see the laser on the other side of the lake is because of refraction, who doesn't know what they're talking about? The flat earther or the glober? Because I say the reason you can see the other side, you can see the laser from the other side of the lake, is because the water's flat. That makes sense, right? Now, the glober's saying, well, yeah, I understand that the laser should not be visible because it's 66 feet above your original location or whatever. But refraction will make you see the laser. Which one makes more sense?
The flat Earth one, but like it is because of refraction. So period.
Really? How?
Yeah.
Tell me how. How's
I can't tell you. That's a good question for chat.
Yeah, no, but no, don't worry. See, you consider yourself not very smart, and all the other Globers that come in here and we ask the same question, and they think they're smart and they got all the answers for refraction. They don't know it either. So just like I'm telling you, it's simple. The water's flat. It looks flat because it is flat. It measures flat because it is flat. You don't have to make excuses. Just like, well, how's the water sticking to the ball in space? Gravity, right? Well, that's an excuse. The water's not sticking to a ball. The water's just laying flat because we're on Earth. That's what water does here on Earth. You're not going to go anywhere somewhere else where something's going to do something else, matter or whatever is going to act a different way. You can pretend and do science fiction all day, but no, that's not going to happen. Earth is the only place you'll ever know and experience. And when you measure the Earth, when you look across the Earth, when you utilize Earth for its purpose, you're going to use it as a level stationary plane. You can pretend it's a globe and gravity's making it feel flat and look flat, and your globe map works because you pretend it's a globe. You know, that's all good and well, but it doesn't change the fact that the water's fucking flat.
Yeah, if I can add, I mean, Hippo, if you really want to wear a particular hat on your head about, labeling yourself on something, at best you're stubborn.
Yeah, own that shit if you're going to do it, right?
Right. Yeah. If you want to acknowledge that you're slow, hey, maybe you are young and all that shit. That's cool, right? But the sheer fact that you're in here and you're asking the questions and you're potentially giving some time of day to contemplate this stuff, I mean that in and of itself is a sign of intelligence to me.
100%. I think that about it every day. I'm glad she's here. I don't know about anybody else, but I'm glad Epo's here listening to the conversation.
Yeah, I'm glad she's here too. I mean, it's kind of annoying from time to time when you you do your little shtick. But apart from that, in the last 5-10 minutes, you've been asking good questions. I can appreciate that.
Yeah, I guarantee if she was, she knows probably too how many times we kick people out of here. she's still around. So and she's been banned a few times and then come back. It's all good.
I've been banned for absolutely no reason because y'all were in y'all pissy ass feelings.
I thought that was fucking hilarious when she came on Nathan when he was in here. That shit had me dying, bro.
Who's Nathan?
Nathan, the British dude that you came in and talked to while he was doing his show. Remember that?
Oh,
It was
yeah.
like last week. Oh, that was so funny. You didn't know what was going on, but I did. I thought it was fucking hilarious. Wow, that cracked me up.
Loki, he need to come back. I want to debate with him.
You can go on a show. He has one every day at 8:00, but not in this server. It's another server. Talk to Nathan. I think you should do it. I'll
What
listen. Then I
server?
don't listen to his show anymore, but I'm ready to listen to it if you go on there.
What server? I want to go.
I don't know what server is he mainly on now, because I don't think he's on the other one that he used to.
Hold up, I gotta go use the bathroom.
I don't know what server Nathan's on. Does his main show from now? Is it still science versus pseudoscience? I'm not even sure if that server's still open. But anyway, I thought that was fun. It's like Epo came out of nowhere on Nathan's show. That shit was funny. Flip side, I don't know if I've heard of that.
All right, period. Glenn's back.
How the fuck did JJ get up in here?
that they've had no experience directly with the globe, and no matter how hard they try, they won't be able to about it.
I see it now. So your point is like opening the eyes of people, let's say, like to give enlightenment in their lives.
I wouldn't presume to say that way. I just want people to consider that they've had no experience directly with the globe, and no matter how hard they try, they won't be able to, and they'll find that nobody who even claims to have actually did either.
Yeah, I see that.
You know, I'm a theist, specifically a Christian, and I've been in debate circles with atheists for a long time. And if I can make this analogous to anything, it kind of feels like how the atheist feels being surrounded by a bunch of religious nuts. Being the flat earther and surrounded by a bunch of globe religious nuts. So you'll have to forgive us sometimes when we get impassioned about this, because it is quite an important topic. It's important for your very dignity at the very core, right? I don't want to be pissed on my back and told it's raining. Now, does that mean it's going to change how I live my life? You know, I still need to go to the store to get groceries. I still need to fill up my gas tank to drive places. I still have to work my job and do the same thing at my job day in and day out. But I tell you what, I'm able to think and process my world without the burden of carrying somebody else's imaginary myth through which to process all of my firsthand direct knowledge and sensory experiences through anymore. I can process the world as I see it and I experience it, and not suffer the dictates and mandates of somebody else.
Yeah, I see it, but coming back to the example of being pissed at your back and the shape of the earth, like, I still don't think that the example of being pissed on your back and being told that it's a rain, it's quite equal as the shape of the earth, because nothing of your
It's a bit
changes.
crude.
Yeah,
I get that. It's a bit crude, right? I mean, I understand the sentiment where it's coming from. There are space agencies that have lied about their achievements. Now, I don't think they're necessarily lying about Earth and the nature of it for that purpose. I do think that they are lying about achievements for the sole reason of projecting national pride, power, prestige, technological progress, whether that's for the end game of making more money, increasing military and technology sales, or for concealing the development of doomsday weapons like nuclear missiles. Whatever their true motivations are, they are projecting power and capabilities through this, and technological achievements that never happened, provably. So there's where the piss comes from.
Oh, I've recently read the chat and Yaga Bruno, but still, like, I wouldn't like to philosophize the words, but like the way eventually it was like weakness is like neglecting your duty, like the one you have aforementioned, but still, like, let's be realistic here. Then it goes to what is your meaning of life and what's your duty in life. Is it like to guide others? Then, like, why would you guide others? Is it because you feel better, or is it because you think that you have to guide them, or is it because they are in need of guidance? And if they are in need of guidance, what makes you not being in need of guidance as well? Like, or is it someone you want to? Yeah. So you see, like, the thing of weakness makes no sense. So I guess it's more of a claim that neglecting this specific duty is weak.
I think you can objectify this sense of weakness that Jedi was talking about. We have a tendency to sometimes do things that are not in our own best interests, but we delude ourselves into thinking they are. So when it comes to the psychology of economics, human behavior, it used to be called praxeology before it was called economics, or catalactics. It's the psychology of human preference in a market. Now, the reason why we act is to dispel uneasiness, however that comes, but we have choices before us on how to do that, on how to act. A weaker choice is often associated with having a high time preference. A high time preference means you need something, want something now, and you'll do whatever it takes to get it now, immediately, to fulfill a sense of gratification now. There are biological reasons for this. But in many cases, it is more rewarding and beneficial to yourself, to those you love, and to those in the market if you have a low time preference, which means you defer gratification in order to save up and store for the future. And one of the reasons why a low time preference can be more beneficial is because it helps you mitigate risks that can also happen in the now. If you store up enough food for emergencies, you must have a low time preference in order to exercise that discipline. If you consume the food instead, you won't have any stores for those times that you might need it. So exercising that discipline requires inner strength. You can't be a weak person and exercise the discipline that's required for having a low time preference in order to store up food for the future, which would make you and your family and everyone else around you better off. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right. So I think that's where Jedi's mind was coming from. In a sense, coming to the conclusion of flat Earth requires discipline. It requires you to be honest with yourself about how you first experienced the world. And it requires you to then be honest about how you see others interpreting and experiencing the world and coming to the conclusion that it's a globe. When you start to understand not just the psychology, but the very methods and processes that they go through in order to arrive to that conclusion, it becomes quite obvious and clear that not only is the Earth not a globe, but people are taking their everyday observations and interpreting a globe out of it when it doesn't exist. And you know how exactly they're doing it. And you know how they're trying to justify it with math. And what's maddening is people believe that they are justified in their interpretations of a globe due to mainly societal pressure. It's kind of what it comes down to. This is like a big Asch conformity test. The globe is. You've got a room full of participants, right? And the mark doesn't know that all the other participants are in on it. And what happens is a proctor who is coordinated ahead of time with the other participants will tell them to answer falsely a simple question and to do it on purpose in order to instill confusion on the mark. So they'll go down a list of people, ask them stupid questions, and they'll give stupid answers. And the mark is meanwhile wondering what the hell is going on. How come people around me are answering so confidently that they believe these stupid things to be true? And when the proctor gets to the mark and asks him the stupid question, will this person conform and give a stupid answer? Or will he have the discipline, the resolve, the mental grit and fortitude to give the right answer and to be honest with himself and give the socially unacceptable answer? So when it comes to the question of weakness, yeah, we're tired of dealing with weak men. We need strong men who will pass the Asch conformity test, who will stand up against a room that seems to be out of control and crazy, but conforming to common silliness, and break through the mold and declare, no, you guys are actually all wrong, and I know what's right. This is the truth.
Is it the wisdom of Master Yoda, or is it the wisdom of AI? Because I kind of feel like you were reading a text and not saying it. No, I mean, no offense. Because like even I use AI to some points, but
I
let's be realistic.
don't. You'll have to just take my word for it. I'm sitting in a parking lot right now, and it's windy outside. I've got my phone in my hand. I'm waiting for my kids to be done with the gymnastics event. And it's crowded as shit in there, and I can't get in to see them, so just kind of waiting. Got another 10 minutes.
Oh, well, I see it now. Quite cool. Well, I gotta move. Goodbye. Have a nice day.
Okay.
Don't
Adios.
be stressing about everything and every people again. See ya.
Hasta lasagna.
Don't get it on ya.
That's a bizarre worldview. He listens to everything you said, and he comes up with, was that AI?
Yeah.
Nothing about the content.
He was processing the content, though, I believe it. He seems to be very educated, and he does dwell on these issues a lot. And I think he prefers to dwell on these than the room topic of flat Earth. But I think it was worth tying it in. Now, he I think prides himself on being able to ask thought-provoking questions and to get enlightened discussions going. But I'm not sure what his worldview is, but I suspect it's probably going to be closer to brain in a jar, postmodern relativism and solipsism than anything else.
Right.
I just kind of get that feeling. So, he wanted to ask a thought-provoking question back to Jedi is, well, what do you mean you're dealing with weak men who don't want to stand up for things? Like, what do you define as weakness? Earlier we had just talked about how this whole thing is a delusion, and it takes a lot of strength to pull yourself out of it. We didn't quite get into the social pressure until we came back to it at the end.
Yeah, that's true, though. That's very true.
Right, and it could have gone into places. I mean, so Jedi brought up the analogy of, they're pissing down your back and telling you it's raining anytime they show you basically a globe on TV or whatever the case is, when you're being inculcated with the globe all day on things that don't make any sense. Like you'll see a globe logo on a stick of butter for a commercial and be like, what the fuck? Why do you have to put a globe on that? I mean, it's almost like a sick, perverse obsession that people have that they're also not really consciously aware of at the same time. So it's just such an endemic part of our civilization and how we view ourselves is we are enlightened technologically and we are advanced civilization and we live on a globe. It's kind of part of our worldwide shared cultural identity.
Yeah, for sure.
So breaking free from that, I mean, really means rejecting all that it stands for. And people don't want to be put into that position because they don't want to be seen as a pariah by their friends and family and neighbors. There's an obvious risk issue there. We are herd-like people. We do know and recognize that we survive better when we come together and do things, whether it's participate in a market or otherwise. And if you've got a bad actor or a participant in your community that's just this oddball freak, the natural inclination is to peacefully disassociate, and ostracize. And ostracism is such a powerful, powerful way to deal with something you want to reject. I mean, they say that social ostracism psychologically inflicts more pain than physical pain ever could, than torture. And people inherently fear being socially ostracized as a consequence of rejecting what this world believes to be true. And so we're dealing with that psychology every time we're in here talking with people. And I think it's very deep. And whether or not the people we're talking to understand it and can articulate it this way is kind of irrelevant, because they're responding as if they intuitively feel this way. And so they're recoiling. You know, we hear this all the time. They say, well, how could everybody be wrong? How could NASA be wrong? How could all the scientists be wrong? How could everybody else be wrong? And they turn it around and say, you flat earther must be the arrogant one. You must have this Dunning-Kruger complex. Who the hell are you to go against this entire mountain of belief? You know, and well, who am I? I'm just somebody who has the mental fortitude to call it like it is, to describe the world as I see it, and to describe to the world how they're misinterpreting it. Quite obviously so, objectively so. We can prove it.
Yep.
So what Jedi said about us needing to basically foster a culture of strength and to deride weakness around us, I think is absolutely on point. It needed to be said, and he was fully right in engaging this guy in that way and saying so.
It's far away when it's above you, and you can't stare at it because it burns your eyes. But when it's on the horizon, you can. Why?
Because when it is above my head, let's say, it is closer than when it is...
That would make it worse, bro.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah. I mean, when I see it above my head, it hurts. When I see it on the horizon, it doesn't hurt.
Yeah, why is that? Why is that?
What do you mean, why is that?
Why can you stare at it when it's on the horizon and it doesn't hurt your eyes like it does when it's right above you?
Because
is it because I'm looking through all the air? Is it because I'm looking through all the air?
No, the air doesn't have anything to do.
Yeah, it does, bro. You need to look into it. Your own side says that you're looking through the thickest, densest part of the atmosphere, causing the scattering of light, thus the redness of the sun at sunset.
But we're talking about different things. Like, we're talking about why my eyes doesn't hurt when I see the sun, when it's...
Yeah, so am I.
Right.
It's the same reason why when you look out at the horizon, you can't see 1,000 miles because you're looking through air. You're not looking through a vacuum.
Yeah, but it's the same sun, and it's different distances.
Yeah, there's air. The air is getting in the way. Gas molecules. Remember?
That's what I'm trying to understand. Like, why the air has to do when it's closer than when it's farther. You know?
When the sun is directly over your head.
You're not supposed to think it's significantly closer or further in your paradigm of the globe. That little bit of difference that it makes is negligible. It wouldn't make a difference from your own side's point of view. You're not supposed to be arguing that. That'd be more like something that we're supposed to argue, that it gets closer and further away. Because it's not 93 million miles away.
I'm not arguing.
It's a known fact. It's a known fact, man, that when the sun is directly over your head, that the air is less dense, because as you go up in altitude, that there's less air.
We agree that it is closer when it is right above my head than when it is in the horizon, right?
I mean, if that's what you want to argue, we agree, because that's what we all see. Yeah.
On the scale of 93 million miles, bro, what difference is that going to make?
It's 93 million. It's 3 miles farther, so it's 93 million 3 miles.
Oh, that's going to help. That's going to make a huge difference, right?
Well,
93 million and 3.
Even if it's that close,
in the globe, this is what we're trying to tell you. In the globe model, the sun is 93 million miles away. Above your head versus on the horizon, it's 3 miles further away.
Okay, so but when
you think that matters?
Take the example, okay, but when we take the example of the table, it doesn't matter. But when we take the example of the sun, it does matter. That's what I'm trying to understand. The
air is thicker. The air is thicker.
but taking different objects of
Do you have weather? Do you have a weather app? A weather app like on your phone?
I don't, but I can search
A weather.
Google.
Okay. But if you searched on Google right now and typed in whatever you live, like say you live in Tokyo, Tokyo, Japan visibility, it'll tell you how far you're going to see. Where does that number come from? Say it says 10 kilometers, visibility 10 kilometers. Why is that?
You tell me.
I did tell you. It's because the air.
Because of the air thickness.
You're
Okay,
looking through the thickest part of the air if you're looking horizontally.
So it depends
there's less
where
air
I am.
looking up. Yeah, there's less air looking up. There's more air looking sideways.
So when I'm trying to see further, there's like more air particles. So
light comes to you, brother. And there's less water particles too on top of it. Because as you go up higher and higher altitude, it's drier, right? There's less humidity.
Because the sun is closer.
Doesn't matter what the reason is. It only matters whether it is or not. Yes, but I think humidity. The reason is irrelevant, dude. We only care about how much is there. We don't care about why. We only care about whether it is or isn't.
That's the thing. That's why I don't get why in some topics it doesn't matter and in some does. Like,
okay,
why do we take
right now we're talking about something very things? You're being a sophist, and I'm starting to get annoyed. There's a difference between the question of whether something. Listen, there's a difference between whether the question of whether something exists or does not exist and why it exists. Those are all different questions, right? We want to know does it exist or not.
Well, it was you that.
Like I can say, hey, do you have a sister? Do you have a sister? Do you have a brother?
I do.
Okay. Do I need to know why they're here to know if they're here or not?
I don't believe
whether they exist or not. No, I don't need to ask.
Interesting part.
When did your parents have sex? Like, I don't need to ask you that. Either you have a sister or you don't. It doesn't matter how she got here.
Okay.
Okay. Like,
and doesn't matter
you're not
why.
This dumb, bro. Okay.
But that's my point. Like in previous chat. Yeah, in previous chat that we had before.
It's not that you don't have a point. You don't even have comprehended any of the points that people have been given to you. So you still have to be able to even steelman one of the points that have been brought forward to you. You don't get any of the points, not one.
I do get the point individually, but I don't connect them between them, you know? Like, we talked about God. We talked about how it was designed. Now we are talking that the sun does this, does that, the light, the tables. I cannot connect the meaning and prove with those all things together. That's what I'm trying to say. And if I may add, I know, and I am thankful for that from you, that there is a language barrier, and you're being very patient. So I do thank you for that. If you understand what I'm saying, is that
I do.
All the points that we talked in this, I think it is an hour. They don't connect between them. All the topics that we talked before, you know. I'm trying to believe. I'm trying to connect.
You know why? Listen, guys, 1 second. You know why? Because when the guys were trying to tell you about level, about water, about long distances, you were going to the moon, to the sun, to the sky, and those celestial things are not the ground that we can operate, check, verify across, the one that we can test and measure, and people have been trying to describe for you and trying to explain to you how to get it. Your mind is going outside of that, away from the thing in question. That's why you
here's
don't
what
get
I
it.
don't, Jamesy, here's what I don't understand. How are you telling us they don't connect and they don't make sense when you brought up the sun?
I think
We didn't bring it up. You brought it up. If it doesn't make sense, it's because it's your topic.
I know. I'm think that it is available example,
Who talked about the sun? Us or you? Who brought it up?
The guy that was talking.
So he said the sun proves the flat Earth. Is that what he said?
No, he had a question about the light and the sunset.
I'll tell you how it got brought up in Indio. He was asking why we can't see the Eiffel Tower from New York, and I explained to him the thickness of the air, and he didn't understand what that meant. He thought that we could just see forever because we can see the moon and the sun. I said, yeah, so how come we can see the sun on the horizon? We can look at it and it doesn't hurt our eyes, but when it's directly over our head, it'll blind you. And then that's how we got into this whole conversation. But he did.
Okay, I get it.
You did bring it up first. You just don't remember bringing it up.
Okay. Can things be too small to see?
Let's say it does.
Okay, let's just go. We're gonna start over. We're gonna can objects like the Eiffel Tower be so far away it's too small to see? Now let's say we took the Eiffel Tower and we put it on the moon. Yep. Would you be able to see it on the moon?
With bare eyes? No.
Okay, there's your answer. There's your answer, dude. There's no way you're going to see a 500-foot tall building from 5,000 miles away. It's too small to see. Never mind the air, even if you were in a vacuum.
But it's like pretty small. I mean, yeah, there is. I mean, if we are talking about a thing that it is,
I can promise you. I'm just going to say this real quick, and I'll back out. I can promise you that if we put the Eiffel Tower on the moon, you wouldn't be able to see it either, even with the world's most powerful telescope. If they say the moon is the size that it is, because they say that the moon is 238,000 miles away. So I don't think you'd be able to see a 500-foot tall object 238,000 miles away.
So now I have a question about that. Where I'm from, depends the day, or actually the night. The moon.
Here we go.
It's
sun, moon. This is flat Earth, dude. This isn't flat moon or flat sun. If it doesn't make sense, I just want you to remember you brought this up.
Yeah. I'm talking about the moon. Like we were talking about the Eiffel Tower in the moon. I'm like following the line. The moon in the night, where I'm from.
You're following the line the wrong way.
I'm trying to understand the way I can.
The line that is being drawn for you, that the world that you operate in is a horizontal line, and you're trying to go away from that. If you don't comprehend the ground that you operate across, you're not gonna get anything about the moon or the celestials or the luminaries. You first have to come back to your senses, back to the ground, and figure that out first. Then maybe you can entertain the other things. But you're still in page 1. You haven't finished the test for page 1. You don't have the right answers. You don't have all the information to complete the comprehensive assignment that you can draw a logical conclusion about the whole thing. And you're asking about unknown wonders of nature, like the moon and the sun. You're not gonna get that. So just chill.
Wouldn't be the sun and the moon and the stars a good measurement from where we are? Like, we take different things?
The idea of the globe, the movement of the luminaries as they move in cycles that repeat like clockwork, it will definitely easily show you that the globe idea is an impossibility.
So it is a good measurement to tell if it is flat or not,
No.
right? Like, it is what you're saying right now.
Not.
It is not. Why?
No, because no matter what you do, you're making what's called an inductive argument. You can't look at something that is not the object to determine the object. Like if I wanted to know how tall you were, I wouldn't go measure Gemsy. I'd measure you. What you want to do is you want to look at something that's not the Earth to figure out what the Earth is, and that's not possible.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, if I say I am, which I am.
What's the thing? You're going to try to convince me the impossible is possible? No, brother. Are you going to try to convince me the impossible is possible? That's what you're going to try to convince me of.
Let me try. So if I am, yeah. I mean, let's talk it.
It's logically not possible, dude.
If I am 190,
height by measuring Gemsy.
If I am 190,
tell me how I can measure. No, brother, we're not moving on.
Hey, let me talk.
Can I figure out how tall you are by measuring Gemsy, the guy that was talking to you? Can I measure his height? How?
Yes. If you put
you said yes.
Next to, yes, I do. If you put one next to
no, we're not going to use you. No, just measuring Gemsy. That's it. Just Gemsy, not you.
That's what I'm saying. If we
have to measure you, right, to know how tall you are?
No. But let me finish. If you put how's it's
you're a bullshit
name?
Artist,
MC. But why do you?
No, you're a bullshit artist. You know you're trolling, dude.
I'm not trolling. I'm saying
being delusional.
Hippie must also be a Puerto Rican. Hippie must also be a Puerto Rican, dude.
I am not. If you say.
No, you're comparing yourself to Gemsy, man.
No, just keep it. No, let him to finish. Go ahead. Say what you're going to say and fucking put your foot right in your mouth.
Okay.
Because there's nothing you can say that's going to fix this, dude.
Okay. If I say my fridge, it is 1 meter tall, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And I say I am 1 meter 90. And we put both together, you can tell if I am saying the truth or not. That's reasonable, right?
Yeah, but we measured you, dude. We measured you. We used the fridge to measure you.
You are
measuring that's right, dude. We used the refrigerator. Okay. Listen, we used the refrigerator as the unit of measure to measure you. Okay?
Exactly.
You're talking about not looking at you. Stop talking. You're talking about.
You can interrupt me, but I can interrupt you.
You're over talking me because you know you sound stupid. So you're talking about not measuring you at all, in just measuring the sun and the moon.
No. I'm saying that if you take an object and you measure that, you can have at least an idea of the object that it is next to it. You know, that's all I'm saying.
You would be seeing like if I was measuring you next to your refrigerator, I would be the point of view looking at you in the refrigerator. I can't jump away from Earth and look at the Earth and the moon side by side. That's how retarded you sound.
Well, that's another topic.
Let's say you see the moon, right? You can see the Earth, you can see the ocean. You're on the beach, right? You can see the Earth, you can see the ocean, and you can see the moon. Yeah. Right? They're right next to each other in your vision. How big's the moon?
Yeah.
How big's the moon?
I couldn't tell.
Why not? They're right next to each other.
Yes, but as this other guy said,
you said that they're right next to each other.
No, but he had a good point, not you.
Yeah, that's right. Change it, dude. Yeah. You sound dumb, bro.
But why do you get aggressive, man? I'm saying he was right.
Because listen, you stopped being honest like 20 minutes ago, and you stopped engaging us honestly 20 minutes ago, and I'm not happy about it because you were being honest, but you stopped. Okay,
no,
and now you're just trolling.
You got angry.
Don't believe what you're saying, dude.
Yeah, I do. I'm trying to get from my perspective of ground Earth how you.
That's not your perspective, dude. No, brother, you never had.
It was indoctrinated. It was indoctrinated from me that it is ground Earth. I mean, it is my beliefs.
What's
your belief? But it's your hold on. It's your belief, but you've never actually.
Yes, it is.
will you let me finish? You've never actually had that perspective in reality, right? If I said from memory, what do you remember the Earth? When do you remember the Earth looking like a round Earth? You can't tell me from your memory, can you? You don't remember that.
Remembering what? That it was round?
Remembering when you saw with your eyes the Earth being round.
No, I don't.
Okay, neither do I. I don't remember that, and nobody in this chat remembers that ever happening. Okay, nobody you know and nobody they know remembers that. Okay, so when you say from my perspective, it's not actually a perspective you had in real life. It's what you imagine. It's your imagined perspective.
Hey, India,
and that's why we're trying to.
I think that the word that imagine, it isn't the word. I think that it, as you said, it is indoctrinated and taught like when we were a
kid.
We
got taught the same thing. Yeah, I got taught
but
the
it is the word isn't imagine.
Hippie.
Yeah.
If the surface of the Earth is not curving into a ball, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
That's an assumption that it is kind of.
It's an if. It's a hypothetical.
Yeah, but why there's only two options? Why it isn't square, for example?
It could be square, but that would be flat, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the third option? If it's not curved, so you have.
We're going
so you have
to
two
something.
Options. It's either curved or it's flat, and then once you define that it's curved, then you have two options from there. It's either convex or concave. You see how that works?
I'm talking about the shape as in square or circular.
We don't know what the shape is. We don't know what the shape is. It could be any shape. It could be an octagon. For all we know, the UFC got it right, and we live in an octagon. That's why we're always fighting each other.
Is that right?
Let's get ready to rumble.
That's actually something true. Like it's an octagon or
no. What he's trying to tell you is if the water, right? The water, it either curves into a ball, curves either way, or it's straight, right? So it's one or the other, and we can figure out.
Straight. Yeah. So if it is straight, does it fall?
Fall to where?
Hippie, look in the side chat.
Fall to where? Where are you going to fall to?
I mean,
look in the side chat. Look in the side chat.
Yeah, where would the water fall to? First of all, it wouldn't fall because there'd be a vacuum, right? And water evaporates in a vacuum. So that isn't going to happen. So fall to where? See, this is more like imagination. See, when you think about the Earth, you have to rely completely on imagination. We're trying to get you to think about what you actually experience in your life. Okay, not what you imagine the Earth to be, but what you actually see it in real life to be. Okay.
Hippie.
So
look in the side chat. Look in the side chat. I just tagged you. Which of these shapes are flat?
I'm trying not to look to the chat because Platter is going with all the jokes, and I can get the serious stuff, you know.
Just look at the picture I posted. That's all I'm on. Look at the picture I posted, the image I posted. Which of those shapes are flat?
Let me say, I like you, Platter. I like the jokes. I'm not that sensitive. I'm seeing the shapes. Yeah.
Yeah. Which one's flat and which one's not flat?
Could all be flat.
Okay. Cool. So flat is not exclusive to like one shape, right? Flat is just a feature of the surface, right?
Yeah, I know. I thought that you like went further and you knew the shape. Like it was something like you already achieved.
We just know it's not a ball because if in order for it to be a ball, it would have to curve.
So what's the next, let's say, step to know what the shape is?
It's a good question, man. You'd have to go to the extent of the entire universe to figure that out.
So, let's say, how do I make this question? So, we didn't went to the moon.
Hell no. Why would you?
No.
That's a trending question. I'm asking really seriously. Like, if we did get to the
nobody's
moon,
been. Listen, brother, it's worse than that. Nobody's been to outer space.
so it was all a lie.
Yes. It's made up. It's a fairy tale.
It was created to exert dominance over the rest of the world.
Now there's NASA documents from when NASA was created saying that they wanted to create the impression that the United States was so technologically advanced no one would oppose us. And that's why they created NASA.
So what's the point?
In their own words, it says that. It isn't what I say. It's in their own words. They said
I believe. I think I read it. I don't want to say I did because I don't remember. But the thing is, I don't understand why. What's the point about that? That's what I don't get it. Like, why
I just
would they
told
do
you
that?
why. The reason they said they did it was to create the idea among foreign people that the United States was very technologically advanced, and if they tried to make war with us, we had such great technology that they would be destroyed.
So it's like a war power thing, let's say.
Okay, think about it like this. Say you could go out and buy, you know how there's people, they can inject in their, they can get implants, right? Like,
yeah.
And make it look like they got big ass arms and they're jacked, but they couldn't freaking curl 10 pounds. So that's what we did, right? We basically put on a fake muscle suit and walk around like we're huge when we're freaking skinny.
So you try to appear as someone like very strong, very powerful to other countries.
That's the art of war. That's the art of war. When you're weak, appear strong.
So Russia, let's say, and China, and all the other like the space war or space race. I don't.
There wasn't one. There was no.
There wasn't one.
Well, according to the Russians, the Soviets said that the United States made up the space race, that it only existed in Western media.
Well, I like what Platter said. Right now, I'm reading the chat.
Well, I mean, listen, doesn't there need to be two people in a race? And if the other person says, we're not racing, and the other person's running around the track by themselves, is that a race?
Yeah, no, but yeah, no, but
I'm just telling you what they said. They also say that the moon landing's fake. But nobody believes them because they're the lying Russians, right? They're the commies. Whatever they say is a lie.
The thing is,
if you want to get into why they would lie, like, okay, so let me explain this to you, okay? There's a lot of sub-reasons for why people lie. Oh, I lied because I didn't want you to get hurt. I lied because I wanted to be better than you. I lied because of this. I lied because of that. But the real reason why people lie, there's only one reason. And then every reason under that is a sub-reason. The reason why people lie is to control how other people think.
Okay,
that's the only reason why people lie.
Have you ever thought that, as Platter said right now in the chat, this isn't like another way to divide in people? Like being flat Earth or ground Earth isn't like another way?
No, you're the only one divided from us.
But that's the point. Like, why are we divided? Like, we are in the same Earth.
Why are you defending the governments of the world?
No. I'm taking the point that Platter said, that it is a way to divide in people. The thing that the space race and what NASA said, and like, why are we arguing if the Earth is flat and or the Earth is round? That's
why
the
are you
point.
defending an idea you don't? Well, dude, you came in here, right? And you came and you started defending. Hold on. You started defending an idea that isn't yours, and you don't really understand it very much. I mean, you understand it a little. We all do because we all went to school, but most people don't understand the globe and all the stuff that goes along with it. But they'll defend it to their dying breath. Why? Why would they defend it? Like, imagine somebody else, like down the street, had a good idea, right? Are you going to run around and yell at people because their idea and take it up like it's yours? That's what people do. We've been doing this for nearly a decade, and we watch people every day, dozens of times a day, come in here and get angry, get mad, yell at us, swear at us. Someone last night saying we should kill ourselves, drink bleach, all this stuff because we don't think the earth is a globe. Now, you tell me why they do that, because I haven't figured it out, other than there must be an occult or something.
Well, I agree with you, like 100%. And that's why it hurts me when some people are trying to be open-minded, like me, or the other girl that entered here and try to be. But you have to understand that we were taught that the earth is ground all our lives, and it's like
So
I
were
don't
we.
know.
So were we.
Yeah, but if they taught
So
you,
were
let's say they
you.
taught you, brother, let's say they taught you frickin' Greenland was covered in ice and then you found out it was a desert, would you be upset?
I'm trying to finish the other idea. What I'm trying to say
But I'm
is
saying
that
is people get upset about it. You're missing the point, is that people are getting upset. They learned something in school. They're getting told what they learned in school is wrong, and they're getting emotionally upset about it.
But
That's not normal.
Being you upset also doesn't like give us when I say us is like ground earth the point. Like, why are you upset about it also? Like, if you are right, why
we're not upset, hippie. Hold on. Now, you mentioned that girl earlier. Some guy came in and said, because you're a girl, you don't understand shit. That guy was likely a globe. Hold on. That guy was likely a globe earther also, like you. He was just coming in here to talk shit because that's what globe earthers do with their low IQ personalities. Now, you think a little bit more sensibly because we did that. Remember, we did the, you missed it, India. We calculated the circumference of his kitchen by measuring two angles of the, of soda cans on his floor. It was fantastic. His kitchen
awesome, man.
24 meters in circumference.
Yeah, and the Little Prince planet. Freaking awesome.
Now I have a fucking huge kitchen, man. Yeah, that was awesome.
So we don't go around shitting on people all day. That's not our nature. We actually, believe it or not, flat earthers have a genuine appreciation for the life around them. So when someone comes in and says, because you're a girl, you're a piece of shit, or whatever he said, that's not us. That's probably somebody that's on your side who thinks the earth is a ball and is a godless heathen and doesn't know how he's going to get live life once his mom and dad die. Like, it's just a thing, man. That's not us. That's your side.
If I'm being honest, like, since I don't believe in God and I feel kind of excluded just by that, I think like all the people that doesn't believe in God has to find a way to actually believe what you're saying without proving that there is a God. You know what I'm
It's not about belief. It's not about belief.
This is different than God. Okay, God. The question of God is a metaphysical, supernatural question, and the question of what the earth is a question about the natural world, right? Those are two different things. You can't prove the existence or non-existence of God with the natural world.
Okay,
you can't like the thing. People that don't believe in God, I go, okay. I'll say to you this.
Yeah.
What would prove to you God exists?
I do not believe so.
Okay, I know you don't believe, but what would prove to you that God exists? What evidence? What type? You don't even have to tell me exactly what the evidence would be. What type of evidence? Would it be something from a scientist in a test tube? Would it be a freaking reading on an instrument? Like, what would it be that would prove God exists to you? And if you ask yourself this question, you'll find out that there's no evidence that would prove God exists to you, that you'll accept because you don't want God to exist. This is a matter of desire. It's not a matter of whether it's true or not. And this is what we tend to find out with people. But I don't want to make this topic about atheism versus theism.
Yeah, no, me neither. Me neither. I'm sorry that I brought it up.
The point is that they say this is how you figure out what in science. They say you do this to figure out what the natural world is. Okay, let's go do this. They say the Earth is a globe. Let's go check. And me personally, even as recently as last week, I go to the beach, I make measurements, I go check, and every time I go, it turns out that where they say the Earth is a globe and that the measurements do not match that and do not check out. Now, I'm supposed to ignore all that, what I've done personally in real life, and watch TV and go listen to some guy that says, oh, I went to the moon in a rocket ship and I dropped stuff and they didn't fall. And I'm supposed to believe the words of some idiot on TV when I've gone out and actually checked, right? What am I supposed to believe, dude? Me or the TV set?
Yeah.
Right? We're not trying to convince you the Earth is flat. A lot of people come in here, they think we're trying to convince them the Earth is flat. No, we are here to give you information that you did not have otherwise, right?
Yeah,
such as
yeah.
That's it. You can decide for yourself what you want to do with that information. You can fact check us and say those flat earthers, I'm checking, we'll see what they said is true, and go on the internet and look and see what we said is true. You'll find out that everything we say is 100% factually accurate. Now, you might disagree with the conclusions about the facts, but that's a different thing, because there's always interpretation. There's always interpretation of fact.
Yeah.
There's always interpretation, no matter what. You have data, and it has to be interpreted by a human being. So, but the thing is, there's certain things about the globe that they teach us in school that they only tell you the things that work, right? They never tell you, it's like selling a used car. They tell you the good things about the car, but they don't tell you the bad things about the car. Now, in certain respects, the globe model, I guess, if there is a model, it works in there's a certain parts of the globe model that work, but there's other parts that don't work, right? So, but they don't tell us the parts that don't work. We know about the parts that don't work. And in the interest of full disclosure, we think that everybody should know, like, yeah, this globe idea isn't as solid as people think when you actually investigate it. And I say, and I'm going to say it again, is the only way to know for sure is to test it yourself. You're not going to learn it you'll learn things from us, but you should check what we say. You shouldn't just listen to us and say, I don't believe NASA anymore. I'm going to believe the Flat Earth Channel. No, don't do that. Go out, test it yourself. I'm not worried about you testing it yourself. I encourage it. Go test it yourself. You'll find out the Earth is not a globe at all.
Yeah, and he's already said that he's seen boats that he believes to be 20 kilometers away disappearing at a distance, right? But aside from that, hippie.
And you can check. Hold on, just to give him. I want to give him a resource. Just to you can actually check their distance. There's a website called marinetraffic.com. It'll give you the positions of boats. Huh?
I'm searching it right now.
Marine Traffic. TRAFFIC.com.
Yeah.
It's got boats all over the world. When you click on the boat, it'll give you its coordinate, right? It's latitude and longitude coordinate, right?
Yeah.
And then you can figure out, there's all sorts of what's called Earth curve calculators. You can get your coordinate where you're viewing it from, its coordinate where it is. You can ask one of the AIs, say, how far away is this latitude from the latitude, longitude from this latitude, longitude? It'll do the calculation, and then you can see, hey, should I see this boat based upon the Earth curve calculator? So one I did was capture the boat on the horizon. It was 10 miles away. Well, the horizon should be 4 miles away. So that's a big problem. The horizon's 2 times farther than what it's supposed to be, right? And I've got all sorts of these. I've seen a boat 30 miles away. I've seen in case the conversion of that's like 50 kilometers. I watched a boat sail from.
Yeah.
Well, think about that. 50 kilometers away. I saw a ship that was sailed away from me. So it started in Boston Harbor and sailed out like directly away. And I could still see it at 50 kilometers away.
So at what point does the the air particles start to
It depends on that day.
It depends on the day.
It depends on the pressure, the humidity, how much the wind, how much particles are in the air. The best day to do the best condition to do observations are you want high pressure and low humidity. So in Antarctica, right, they say in the Southern Ocean, there's a guide that the U.S. Geospatial Agency puts out. It's like a guide on how to sail in the Southern Ocean. Now, the Southern Ocean is the ocean that's, Chile and freaking South Africa, all that, and below Australia. Now, the air there is very dry. Yeah, the air there is very dry. And in their sailing guide, it says, it is not uncommon to see mountains 300 miles away. Okay? Now, if you do the calculation for a globe Earth of seeing 300 miles from a ship, you shouldn't see any mountain that is shorter than 9.75 miles tall. Well, Mount Everest is 5.25 miles tall. So you should only see mountains 2 times the height of Everest. But they say it's not uncommon. Yeah, well, yeah. And the difference in between observing there and everywhere else is that the humidity is very low. It's like 20% relative humidity, which is super low, which is dry, about as dry as like a lab where they make microchips, right? A chip lab where they wear the suits and all that shit. It's a complete controlled environment. They take out all the particles out of the air. The Southern Ocean is like that, so you can see super far. That determines how far you can see is the amount of particulates that are in the air, and temperature and wind, and there's other smaller factors, but it's mainly the particles.
I speak Spanish. Maybe this guy speaks Spanish. I can translate to him, and actually he can understand the questions.
Now, if someone's gonna do that translation, it's gonna be me.
That's the problem, hippie. I speak Spanish. Like you.
¿Hablas español?
Sí, yo hablo español y sé el tema. But anyways, you speak English, guys. That's it.
Is the English server? Hold on. I think the rules here are that you're supposed to speak English.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Okay.
What's the question again? I mean, how do you know what you see outside, the sky? It is what they taught you it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what's the proof you have?
TV.
You don't even have to have proof. How about some evidence? Let's start there, and we'll deal with the evidence, and then determine whether the evidence proves it.
Well,
feelings, nothing more than feeling.
But you don't neither, right?
Don't neither what?
I don't fucking claim I know the extent of the universe. That's a bold fucking claim. Think you know what the universe is.
But you do?
Nope.
Nobody does.
That's
nobody, not me, right? Not you, not the scientist, nobody.
We just claim the Earth is flat. That's it, Bob.
Yeah, the surface that we live on is measurably, observably, and testably flat.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. That's why I'm trying to get, like...
we can prove that. And do you know why? Because we're on the Earth, and we can test the Earth because we're standing on it. Things about the sun, stars, moon, out there, we can't prove anything about it. We can make up stories, the same as they did in the past, the same as they do now, but we'll never be able to actually prove it because we can't go there, right? So that's it. You have to accept there's some things that can be proven, and there's some things that can't be proven, and some things that are beliefs, and some things which are knowledge. We know the Earth is flat because we can prove it's flat by measuring it. We can't prove anything about the sun, stars, moon, or anything like that, and neither can anybody else.
I do believe that we can, use the moon to measure some things in the Earth. for example, let's say.
Would you make a bridge that way? Hold on. Look. Would you build a bridge by using the moon?
But that's bold too.
But you said we can measure the Earth with the moon, dude. Can we build a bridge using the moon?
No, I said that we can.
Then we
use
can't
the
measure
moon.
the Earth.
No. I said that don't. I mean, don't say things that I didn't. I'm saying that
I'm just saying.
can get. Okay, let me finish. I said that the moon. We can get the moon to measure things. Things,
what?
not all the things. For example, the tides and the gravity and all. We don't.
You're measuring tides. You're not measuring the moon.
Yeah. No. We are using the moon.
No, you're not.
To how come?
How are you measuring the moon? How are you using the moon to measure a tide?
Because of gravity and the interaction with the with the Earth.
That's not true, dude.
Is this quantum physics lecture or what? Fucking bowstring dolls, man.
I mean, what we were taught it is that the moon and the interaction with the gravity of Earth
That's what you taught.
creates.
But what are you measuring?
Okay, that's awesome. Awesome. What evidence did they give you that that's true?
Math.
No, they gave you math.
They didn't give you math either, mate.
They didn't give you anything.
I mean, they prove it.
Diagram.
They prove it by math. I can't replicate.
They gave you a cartoon, bro. They gave you a cartoon and said this proves tides.
Did you know that tides are not actually all over the world? They're only in some places, in some parts of the world. Actually, most of the oceans of the world do not experience measurable tides.
As the moon is in different parts of the.
That is true. Go look it up. It's called It's called tidal nodes or anthropomorphic points.
Yeah, a lot of the Mediterranean doesn't have tides.
Great Lakes don't have tides. Like almost the entirety of the oceans. If you type in tidal nodes and go on Google Images, you'll get a map, and that map will show where the tides are immeasurable, meaning there's no tides at all. It's most of the ocean, not even some of it. It's most of it. I'll just post it in the chat. I mean, you don't have to believe me. See, remember I was telling you earlier about we're going to give you information you did not previously had? This is it.
Yeah, I'm actually.
Most people think tides are all over the world. Well, I'm just saying is that most people, what we're taught in school, all over the world has tides, and those tides are determined by the moon. That's not true.
Yeah.
There's a correlation. There's a correlation between tide height and where the moon is, but it's just a correlation. There's also 20 other, when they calculate what the tide's going to be, which are often wrong, but when they do the calculation for their model, there's actually 20 variables, not just the moon and not just the sun. There's 20 other variables.
But you say yourself that they are wrong.
Well, sometimes they're wrong. So like a few years ago in Venice, right?
Yeah.
In Venice, there was what they called a freak tide. So they didn't predict it, but Venice was buried under freaking 40 feet of water. Venice, Italy. And then 5 years before that, they had another freak tide where all the water went away and all their gondolas, instead of being in the water, they were at the freaking bottom of their little canals. Right? They didn't predict any of that. So that's the point, is that they can make predictions which are accurate a lot of the time, but they're not accurate all of the time.
But does that make it false?
No,
Or
it means
not exactly right?
They don't know.
Your claim was you can measure tides with the moon. So that you can throw that out now, right?
How's that? I'm sorry?
So your first claim, your claim that you brought up, you said you can measure, you actually said you can measure the moon with some things on Earth, but I don't think you meant that. Is it, you were talking about tides. You said you can measure the tides with the moon. Yeah.
Not measure, but justify it. Yeah, maybe it was a
Yes. Yeah, so it's incorrect, right, what you said.
And then there's a difference between correlation and causation, right? There's a difference between saying the moon causes the tides and that the moon correlates with the tides. So a correlation means it's just two things that happen at the same time. They could have the same cause in and of themselves, right? So the thing that causes the moon to be in a place and the thing that causes the tides to be a certain way, make both of those things make the moon and the tides do something. So they both have a common cause. And if you don't pay attention, you might say, hey, the moon causes the tides. But like, does a rooster cause the sun to rise?
Yes.
Yeah. So you ever heard that, right? Like the sun comes up right after a rooster crows, right? So it must be the rooster making the sun come up. He causes the sun to come up.
I mean, what I do believe, and this
maybe
is
the tides. Maybe the tides cause the moon, right?
Maybe.
No, what I do
tides
believe,
cause the moon. Yeah, there we go. I like that one.
what I do believe, it is that it is, as you said, correlation. It does have something to do with the tides. I mean, we cannot ignore the fact that it actually does have something to do with it, and maybe it isn't the only reason it happens, the tides, but it does have something to do, right?
Yeah, they're related in some way, but if you look closer, so I'll give you an example. So in England, right? England's a small island, right? So they have the tide times all around the island. And right, you would think that England, there's one time for the tides across the whole island, right? Because the moon is pulling up the water, right? To pulling the water of the earth toward it, right? And so like it should be like 5 o'clock. It's high tide in England everywhere, but it's not. One part of England will experience the high tide 11 hours after some other part, right? So there's a number of factors which tell you when the tides are. All you can say is that at any particular location, right, when the moon is, because it's a cycle, right? So there's a lunar cycle in which the tide is higher. So we know that, like, for any particular location, that cycle, that when the moon is in that position, the tides will be higher at that time. But it won't be the same time as, say, on one side of England and the other side of England, like the north or the south or the west, right? It'll be different times they have tides, but we know that, like, when they actually have their tide, it'll be higher than their normal tide at that place, right? So we don't know everything.
I'm following.
Yeah, I'm just saying is that, like, it's some of these things are a little, like, natural phenomena can be pretty complicated because there's a lot of stuff going on. But the point is like the sun, moon, stars. Like, do you think anybody's ever going to really know what the sun is or what it's doing? Think someone's going to go to the sun and take a scoop of it? Go, oh, the sun's made of hydrogen. Here's a scoop of it. Right?
Well, I mean,
we can never know. We can never actually get a hold of it. Or the stars, right? We can't go to the stars and, like, the stars are just like the sun, right? I mean, someone came up with the idea that the sun and the stars are the same thing.
But we do know something, like, and based on that facts that we do know, like, for example, the hot or the summer or whatever, it is caused because of the sun. Maybe, and I give you this right, we take assumptions of that fact.
Sun's elevation angle in the sky. That's the only difference.
Yeah, whatever. But the thing is, there are certainties.
Whatever. That's what causes summer and winter.
I mean, what I'm trying to say is that there are certainties that maybe.
The sun gives heat.
Yeah, we have we have no problem with saying, hey, this is what we think, this is what our ideas, and we believe it's this. But they don't say that. They tell us that it's an absolute 100% fact that the sun is a nuclear fusion generator, right? And it's just like the stars, and the stars are trillions of light years away. They are trillions of miles away. They just tell us that. They don't say, this is our best guess. This is what we believe. this is what we think the evidence shows. They don't tell us that this stuff is just their opinion. They tell us that it's 100% fact. I have a problem with that.
What I'm trying to say is that
I'm just saying
no. What I'm trying to say is that there are things that are facts, and
Like
that
what?
maybe, well, for example, the radiation of the sun. Are we
like how much
okay with
it
that?
is, how much radiation it emits? Yeah, we can measure that.
No, not about how much. It is if there is or if there is not.
Yeah,
and
it's
I think
detectable, right?
yeah, okay, so there is radiation from the sun. We can measure things from those radiations.
Like what?
We can, well, I mean,
You can
I
measure
don't
the
know
What can we
radiation, right?
measure? What can we measure about the sun?
about the sun, no, but take those things that we know about the sun, the stars, and the moon. Only only things that we know
Don't know
that I
anything
know
else.
that are facts. You know, like for example, the the temperature that we have on the Earth, it is related to the sun. And that's a fact, right?
Of course.
Or, yeah, I
that's a
mean,
factor. The sun is definitely a factor, no doubt.
okay.
There's other
So
factors though, right? There's
Yeah, there
also
is.
local air currents, elevation, sea currents,
Moisture in the air.
moisture in the air, whether there's a lot of foliage, whether there's a lot of other factors which determine, the season, the temperature, all that stuff. The sun is part of it, but it's not the only thing.
It is not the only thing. Yeah, but taking from there, can we know, for example, that if the sun it is the center of the universe, or let's say it is not the universe, but the center of the galactic way that we are?
We can't
In
know
the
that.
center of the solar system, is that what you mean?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Can we tell?
My
No, we
English.
cannot tell. We cannot tell from where we are. No, we can't.
You don't know it. You don't know if it is a physical thing like a solar system, though. Either.
Earth could be the center. Like you arbitrarily pick the center. Jupiter could be the center. Anywhere can be the center. You could make Jupiter the center, right? And you could create a model that would model what you would see from Earth, assuming Jupiter was the center. It's perfectly doable.
Well, the sun we can
Because you
see.
got in modern cosmology, there's no absolute reference frame. Do you know what that means? There's no such thing as absolute space. There's only the motion of one object relative to another object. Right?
Yeah,
This is the general
I
relativity.
understand.
This is why the speed of light is constant in all reference frames. Right? So when they tried to measure the motion of the Earth, the Michelson-Morley experiment failed to measure the Earth to be in motion. And this is why general relativity was invented, to explain this away. The fact that when they went to measure, they're like, the Earth don't seem to be moving, but we can't have that. So we'll just say the fucking clocks don't work and the frickin' rulers don't work. And we'll just say a bunch of bullshit. It's literally what they did. And that might sound crazy, but that's what they did. So what they said was that when they measured the apparatus of the motion of the Earth using a interferometer, the apparatus shrunk in the direction of the Earth's orbit. The distance between the mirrors got closer because space-time bent because of special relativity, and that they couldn't measure the change in distance because of the constancy of the speed of light. That it's going to, no matter what they measure, it's going to look 300,000 meters per second, no matter whether they're going fast or slow or not. So they're always going to measure the same thing no matter what. See, this is the whole Einstein, right? This is all the stuff Einstein came up. A lot of people don't know that the whole Einstein thing exists because they couldn't measure the motion of the Earth. This isn't me making it up. You can fact check me. Michelson-Morley experiment. Einstein even said in a talk he gave, he's like, the motion of the Earth cannot be measured by any optical experiment. Meaning they can use lasers, they can use telescopes, they can use whatever. and they can't measure the motion of the Earth by looking at anything.
Yeah,
Now that might be disturbing.
No. I actually read something about that. I know you're telling the truth. Even though I do believe whatever you tell me. I mean, I'm going to actually study a lot of things that you sent me because it's really interesting, actually.
Yeah, it is interesting. This topic, people think, oh, flat Earth, you guys are dumb. This topic's actually super complicated because it deals with science, measurement, history. You know what I mean? Philosophy, all sorts of things are involved in this.
What I do believe, and I say this not to you, but to all globe earthers, that they should actually, as you said, fact check the shape of the Earth. You know, that they should actually take the time to make these experiments.
Look into it, right?
Yeah, man. Like they should do that, and maybe they come to the conclusion that the globe, the Earth it's round or whatever, but they at least did something to actually prove it. You know,
they've just got to ask themselves one question, right? That one question is, how do I know the Earth's? That's it.
Yeah, man. That's it. I think that's the most important thing about all this. Like, you should ask that question once in your life, and whatever the conclusion is, you
and at least because I saw it on TV, then you need to look further into it.
Yeah, the key thing is actually asking the question honestly. How do I know the Earth is a globe? Not how I think somebody else knows, because a lot of people, we go, how do you know the Earth is a globe? And they tell us what somebody else thinks. We want to know how they know it, not how like they think an astronaut knows it or some scientist knows it or somebody else. How do they know it? Because they don't know it. They think somebody else knows it. Okay? And they're relying on somebody else. And then we ask them, who's that person? They don't know who that is either. They say, well, there's lots of experiments. Okay, what experiment? They don't know what that is, right? They don't know who proved it. They don't know when it was proven. They don't know how it was proven. They don't know where it was proven. They just know it was proven out there sometime. We call this the magic science guy fallacy. They think out there somewhere is a magic science guy that proved all these things. They just don't know who he is, what his name is, or where he's at. But they know he's out there. And I say to them, we're looking for him too. Tell us when you find him, because we want to talk to him.
He was a bounty.
Yeah, bounty, exactly. Hunt him down, man. Who's this guy that proved the globe? We want to talk to him. Because we've been looking for him. I've been looking 8 years. But like, it's a question you ask. How do I know the Earth is a globe, and not how somebody else knows it? Like, what do you like? Because people act, and normally that would not be a fair question, but in this case it is, because they think it's obvious, right? If you think it's obvious, they think it's so obvious it's a globe, right? It's so obvious. Okay, if it's so obvious, how do you know it's a globe? And then they don't.
Well, that's the thing. And that's what you actually do really well, man. As a ex-globe earther believer, whatever.
Yeah, a while ago.
That you actually take the time to say, well, okay, prove it. All the people just assume it, and it is kind of easy if you know how to do it, just to prove or not prove, or just to experiment. And most people don't do it.
Look, I'm not. Listen, brother, I appreciate that a lot, because I'm actually not trying to get them to prove it to me. I'm trying to get them to prove it to themselves.
Yeah,
I want them to prove it to themselves. Okay, how do you know the Earth's a globe? I want them to talk it out. Like, how do I know? How do I know the Earth's a globe? What evidence am I relying on? It does the evidence that I'm relying on justify the conclusion that the Earth's a globe, right? So we'll see. We're here. Things like, well, there'd be no horizon on a flat Earth. If the Earth was flat, there'd just be no horizon at all. And if you think about that for 5 or 6 seconds, you realize that no matter what you're on, there's going to, if you can see the sky and whatever you're on top of at the same time, there's going to be a horizon, because the horizon's the line that divides the sky and the ground, right? So if you're standing on anything, no matter what the shape is, there will be a horizon. Like, they just never thought about it. And a lot of these things, they just never thought about it or thought it through. Like, you even said it, like, why can't I see the Eiffel Tower? Because it's too far away. Like, you're not fucking Superman. Like, what do you think, man? Like, why can't I see the Great Wall of China from New York? It's because you're not in China. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, you're in New York. That's why you can't see it. It has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe. It's very far away.
Yeah, that's something that I appreciate that you taught me today. I do not believe that the Earth is flat. I do not believe maybe that
you shouldn't.
The Earth is round.
At this point, you shouldn't believe anything. You should just see, like, I'm undecided until I do a test.
That's the point. Accepting that maybe we as a whole society or world should take the time to experiment these kind of things and
no one told you it was a globe. No one told you it was a globe. Would you have come to that conclusion yourself?
No, I didn't.
No, because every day you experience as a flat stationary plane, right?
Well,
you don't experience the globe, do you?
That's another thing that it's like a hot topic in these discussions. And the thing is, okay, in, I don't know, 3, 4, 5, 6 decades ago, I can see why the government would lie about that.
Don't worry about the government. I'm just asking you.
No, but what I'm trying to go is like, why would they lie to us?
Who in the government would even know? Do you think Donald Trump knows if the Earth's a globe? If I said to Donald Trump, how do you know the Earth is a globe? Do you think he's going to tell me an answer?
I don't think
he's going to say the same thing everybody else says. All the scientists, magic science guy fallacy. That's what he's going to do. The same thing everybody else does. He's not going to do anything different. Donald Trump, fucking J.D. Vance, go down the line of every government official. They don't know anything. So they're not lying. They believe it.
But
you believe you believe the Earth is a globe, and like you weren't lying to us, right?
But why? No, I don't.
And you've never experienced the globe either, so.
Yeah, it wasn't a lie from me because that's right. It was something I believed, maybe blindly, but I did. But that's the thing. That's maybe the next answer. I'm sorry. That's maybe the next question that the people
you should
will
ask.
have.
You got to figure out who first. That's like people ask us, why would they lie? You have to figure out who would have to be lying first. Who would know?
Is it a lie?
For certain. Yeah. Or is there a lie at all? Yeah.
Well, is
right? Because lying is intentional deception, right? So they would know the truth that the Earth is flat, and then they would be telling people that it's not flat. So who would those people be? Apollo astronauts, right? The moon people, the moon landing, they would be lying. Maybe some people that work at Houston, handful of people here and there, they'd be lying, but not all of them, obviously, because like the director of the Apollo program said no controller could tell the difference between their simulations and the real thing. So they're just looking at a screen. They don't know if it's real, but they believe it, that, Earth's a globe, but they don't know. So like if you go through and actually think about it, who would actually know and who would actually 100% have to be lying, that number of people is super freaking small, man. It would be like less, my guess is less than 10,000 people in the entire world. Maybe 10,000. That would probably be a stretch. Maybe 20 people in every country.
That actually knows, or what?
Yeah, that would actually know 100% that the Earth is flat. Would probably like maybe some countries probably would have nobody in their country that would know the Earth is flat.
But what do they gain from that? Like lying?
Fuck if I know.
Control.
If I knew,
What are
I'd
you
probably
going-
be on there doing what they're doing.
Yeah. Why do people lie to people, right? To gain an upper hand, right? It's always to gain an upper hand. The only reason you lie is to get an upper hand on someone, right?
Yeah, to deceive, to get a benefit from it. Yeah,
That's right.
but what's the benefit? I mean, if it is control, then
Benefit is to get the upper hand.
Yeah, dude, if we knew, don't you think we'd be doing it too? We'd be like, fuck, bro, you get that? I'll take some of that.
Yeah.
Like, we there's no way we could know. We can speculate, but we can't know. I mean, it could be a reason that we just can't even imagine. I mean, it could be a good reason. It could be a bad reason. Could
That's
be
a
like,
good
hey,
point.
dude, there's fucking cannibal fucking zombies if you go too far across the plane, and we'll just tell people the Earth's a globe so they don't go over there. Like, it could be anything. Like, we don't know.
Well, I mean, that's actually a good point. Like, maybe they're protecting us from something that
could
we
be that.
don't have to know, because then it will be chaos, and
Yeah.
well, that's an aimer. But
I mean, one reason I've heard is limited resources, right? So if the Earth is a globe, then the resources are limited, right? And if you go anywhere, you just end up back at the same place, right? So there's no point in going, like, say, hey, I'm going to go for a walk in one direction. I'm going to walk as far as I can. Well, we're not even going to try if you think you're just going to end up back where you started, right?
It's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
I know, right?
Walk that way and you'll end up behind me.
when you
Walk away
leave
from
your
me,
house, tell your girlfriend, I'm on my way home, honey.
Start walking away.
that will be if the Earth is ground, because you will do like,
Well, not even. That would only happen on the equator. Anywhere
I think
else
it's
on the
funny,
globe.
like the Qibla where you have to pray to Mecca. If you're in New Zealand and look it up, you have to pray toward Antarctica because that prayer goes around the globe and toward Mecca.
Yeah, you can face
Just
any
think about that.
direction
You're
you want,
praying
really,
south
right?
to Mecca.
so you don't think that the Antarctic wall and all that shit that they come up with, the global earther.
There are pictures of a wall-looking cliff, right? And they've shown it in, the U.S. Geological Services. There's photos of it in expeditions and things like that. But whether it circles a planet, whether it circles a flat, like Earth, I haven't seen any evidence of that.
The ice
So you
wall.
just don't know.
The ice wall comes from. So there was a guy named James Cook, Captain James Cook. He tried to
Yeah, I know.
circumnavigate the ice, right, of Antarctica to find an inland passage, like a river that would go into Antarctica. Well, he didn't find it, but he did. He did say there was an ice wall. That's what he said. That there was a great ice barrier that prevented him from getting into Antarctica.
Are you
And he
kidding me?
recorded.
We're still on this ice wall theory. This has already been like.
No, we're explaining. No, why are you straw manning what we're doing, dude? Why would you do that?
Yeah, you just jump into a conversation.
There's like
What was I talking about? Repeat to me what I just said. Repeat to me what I was just saying to him.
You were talking about an individual called James saying that there's an ice wall.
James, Captain James Cook. No, I said Great Ice Barrier. Crown. I said Great Ice Barrier, and it's still on maps today. What are you talking about?
Yeah, because there is an ice barrier. Like, I'm just letting you know there is an ice barrier.
Is a barrier? No, he brought up ice wall. I was telling him about the ice barrier, which is on maps, which is not a flat Earth idea. It's a globe Earth idea. That's what I was telling him.
Yeah, I'm letting him know that. That's what I'm saying.
You're letting me know that. Sure. Yeah. Okay.
No, not you,
Anyway,
Sherlock, the other guy. Like, this guy doesn't even know the difference between you and him. Like this guy, bro.
Yeah. Okay. Your nervous laughter is pathetic. Just shut up. Anyway,
You went on a 5-minute tangent explaining the difference between a wall and a
it
barrier.
wasn't 5 minutes, about 45 seconds, dude. Good try.
Oh, so you just
your
figured out
narrative,
how to
your
do it.
narrative
Nice
meta, your meta conversation narrative spinning is an epic fucking fail, bro.
Hey, can
You're
you
not
What a
good at
word
it.
salad.
You're like a
What a word
20-year-old
salad.
fucking kid.
What a
fucking
word salad. What a word salad.
spiraling
Wait,
out,
so
dude.
20-year-olds are kids? 20-year-olds are kids?
You're goddamn right, they're kids.
Hey, can
What
you
a
tell
moron,
me?
dude.
Can you tell me?
Yeah, 20-year-olds are
why-
kids, especially nowadays,
20-year-olds
dude.
are kids? I think
I
that tells
spent
me
more
everything I
time
need to know
outside
about
by
you.
the time I was 11 than you spend outside yet.
What does that have anything to do with 20-year-olds being kids?
Because I have more experience about the world about being
Oh, so
outside.
you having more experience about the world means
When I was
20-year-olds are
11,
kids?
I had more world experience than you do now. When I was
that
11.
means 20-year-olds are kids?
Yes, because you have the so you have the level of experience I had when I was like 5 or 6.
Yeah,
You're
and
a
that
kid.
means 20-year-olds are kids?
Yes, you're kids, children.
Your
Look at
personal
you.
experience means
Look at
20-year-olds
you.
universally
You're
are
acting.
kids.
Your maturity level speaks for itself.
Oh, so my maturity level means all 20-year-olds are kids?
No, it means no. Doesn't mean all 20-year-olds are children
Add a
to me
criteria.
because
I'm
a
a criteria.
20.
Yeah,
I'm
look how
talking about
slow you look.
20-year-olds now. People like you,
Yeah, so
Zoomers.
20-year-olds now, because of people like me, 20-year-olds now
Why are you
kids.
like repeating it over and over again, trying to straw man my
Yeah,
position
because you're
over and over?
claiming
So
something
this is how you
universal
do.
and
So
factually
you're
incorrect.
saying whenever someone says so, you're
I said
saying that a
20-year-olds
straw
are
man.
kids? What a
Yeah, I
moron,
did say.
dude.
I'll say it again.
You guys
20-year-olds
even
are
know that
kids, including you.
18-year-olds and 19-year-olds
Oh my
and
God,
20-year-olds, these
20-year-olds
are
are
grown
kids.
adults, dude.
Oh my
What
God,
a long
20-year-olds
tangent
are
proving
kids.
nothing, dude.
Oh my God, 20-year-olds.
Oh my
Do
God,
you
that's
think repeating
embarrassing,
yourself
dude.
is like some sort of
Oh my
argument?
God, that is actually so embarrassing for him. He doesn't even know 18-year-olds and older are adults, bro. There's no way. And he's talking
They're
about
legally adults, but they have the mental maturity of a child, like you.
Oh,
That's why
yeah,
you're
your
giggling and
opinion
laughing like a
matters.
little
Your
girl.
opinion matters. For sure, your opinion matters.
It's not my opinion, it's my observation. That's when I call him a girl. Must have hit the target. Anyway.
Anyway.
Moving on. How dare you?
Yeah.
Anyway, Cook recorded that he sailed 60,000 miles. Okay,
Yeah.
now if the circumference of the Earth is 25,000 miles, that fucking don't jibe, right? So he sailed more than twice the circumference of the Earth to sail around Antarctica? How does that make sense? So anyway, the point is this ice wall idea doesn't come from us. It comes from the globe Earth and like people trying to make sense out of Antarctica, the Southern Ocean, and what the fuck's going on down there. Because it didn't appear on maps for a long time, and it appeared on maps for a long time, and then when it appeared on some of the older maps, it didn't have ice on it, right? So like, there's a lot of like, they say now that they got it all figured out, but even that is kind of cap. You got idiots like this dude Colin Brady who said he walked across Antarctica and that he navigated with a compass, but the geomagnetic frickin' South Pole is supposed to be in the middle of the Southern Ocean. So if he followed his compass, he would have ended up in the fucking water. So like, there's a whole bunch of weird shit, dude. So
Yeah, there is.
but that doesn't determine whether the Earth is flat or not. Even like globe Earthers think there's fucking hidden Nazi alien bases and fucking submarine bases in Antarctica and shit. So the Nazis went to Antarctica to look for the fucking the spear that pierced Christ and like all sorts of shit. What do they call it? The spear of destiny or something?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm like the Mythbusters. You know, I'm like, well, you know, people think you say that there is a city under Antarctica, or actually no under, but you know, after Antarctica. It isn't right. Like you don't believe that, right?
Do I? No.
Yeah, I mean you as a whole. I mean as a collective.
I don't think anybody in here believes there's a city under Antarctica.
Or there is an ice wall that.
I'm not even sure. Well, I mean, there's an ice wall in the sense that there's a fucking glacier that sticks out from the land that fucking, you know, hundreds of miles.
Yeah.
And it's hundreds of feet tall. So technically it's an ice wall, but I don't think there's a Game of Thrones ice wall that surrounds the Earth then if you climb over it, you're gonna fall to space. Like I don't think any of that. Like the way they depict flat Earth, like in internet fucking memes and thumbnails, nobody thinks that. Nobody believes in that flat Earth.
That's the question. Yeah, that it is.
My view is more metaphysical than that. I don't have a materialist viewpoint of reality. I believe there's a material world, and I believe there's a metaphysical, spiritual, supernatural world, and they're kind of meshed together. They're not they're separated, but they're also intertwined. Let's put it that way. But you're an atheist, so you probably wouldn't go with that.
Yeah.
I guess you could be an atheist and still be spiritual and not believe in God.
Well, that's what I was about to say. I mean, I kind of believe that. I'm more inclined to believe that than acknowledging that there is a God. But I get what you say. And yeah, I mean.
Yeah, the world can't be completely material. I mean, it's impossible that would be true because we have things.
We can talk about things. Yeah.
Well, we have things that exist which aren't material, and you can't prove they exist with the material world, such as logic. Where is logic? Where does that come from? Where's that?
I can even meet you halfway and say there is a soul.
Yeah.
Okay. That's you can take it the religious way, you can take it the metaphysical way, but you don't have to be you can be an atheist and still believe about the soul.
Yeah.
And that's
well, I mean, you don't have to you can be an atheist doesn't know because a theist thinks there's a God and he has a personality, right? He's a person. Right. But there's people that think the universe is God, like the monad and the dyad, right? That nature's God or God is some other metaphysics. He doesn't have a personality. So technically, if you believe that, you're not a materialist. You're an atheist, but not a materialist atheist. You still believe in immaterial things.
Yeah, that's what
I don't like is a materialist atheist that just say the only thing that exists is physical matter and physical energy. And that's the only thing that exists. In your mind is just chemical reactions in some physical matter created by the Big Bang 9.2 billion years ago, 90 billion years ago, whatever they're at now. I think that is fucking poison.
Which is in some way kind of hypocritical. I mean, I don't know how to say right the word, but even then, if you think that if you believe in the Big Bang and whatever, there is some metaphysical thing in that,
I know
what I'm trying to say.
I know that.
I know.
Religious.
Yeah, it's religious.
If you want to say religious, you can say religious, but for the atheist, well, but if you can see it from the eyes of the atheist,
faith without evidence, right?
Oh, maybe. Yeah, but I mean, if you believe in Big Bang and you're an atheist, you believe in some kind of metaphysical world or things.
Creator.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, I mean, you get my point.
Yeah, the world was created. The world was created from nothing, right?
Which is why I think atheists that think that espouse that say, hey, the only thing there is the physical world, and it's like a fucking just follows the laws of physics, and it's just like a machine, and I'm conscious, but that's only chemical reactions caused by atoms and molecules and stuff, and it's some emergent property that doesn't really exist, and there's no such thing as right and wrong, and there's no objective truth, and there's no such thing as meaning. I think that even like you said, those are metaphysical statements, but they deny that they're metaphysical, and I think that shit is poison. I think that they're fucking people that espouse that viewpoint are fucking poisonous to the human spirit, dude.
Yeah. but believing that doesn't need to go to the religious way.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
I don't base my viewpoint of this on religion. The flat Earth to me has nothing to do with religion. I just don't. I just know one thing, that the flat Earth idea, it cannot. It can support an atheist. It can't support what I call the materialist atheist worldview. The worldview that there is no God and everything in the universe is determined by physical laws. Only. Just physical laws, and that there is nothing else but physics.
What I do find strange, maybe it's nothing to do with this, but I am the only fucking globe or ex-globe earther believer in this chat. Like, I think this is like a very interesting topic. And,
I'm an ex-globe earther.
Well, we all are. That's true.
Yeah, because it's how we were taught.
Yeah, but there's not a lot of people here talking about this, and there's not like an open discussion about this. Like, since I don't know, it's been like 2 hours.
You are the
more.
open discussion, dude.
I just blab a lot, dude.
But how's there's not a lot of people here, man? That it's like a very interesting discussion.
You're entertaining. You're listening to you, man.
The problem if you have too many people speaking at the same time, the conversation never goes anywhere. So everyone in this room knows when to sit back, when to let the conversation go. You know?
Yeah, like if it wasn't us talking, me and T-Dub, it would be freaking Drace could talk. He could talk to you too, man. He'd make different points than us, and it'd be just as valid. Everyone in here, like there was a time when we first, because a lot of us have been together for a while. There was a time when like everyone would be fighting to get to you, dude. And we'd all be talking over each other, screaming at each other, you know, and then it would be very counterproductive. I'm guilty of it too. I would do the same thing. And we've just, like, over time, we've kind of learned, you know, to just whoever's dealing with, you know, a newcomer or somebody with questions, just let that person deal with it. You know what I mean? And let them talk to them, like, kind of exclusively. So that's why it's like this. It isn't like
it is easier to learn something, even it's whatever. No, I mean, it is kind of hard to erase everything you knew and to accept this new reality that you bring up. I get that from a lot of people, but I mean, given the chance to actually sit down and take a look or listen to whatever you say, I mean, you any people should do that, you know. Even if I came out from here and say, well, maybe I'm not a flat earther, but I did speak to a group, and they taught me things like, I don't know, man. I think it's really important for people to do that. And I'm maybe not talking to you about this. I'm talking to the people who maybe are listening in the YouTube or maybe are here in mute. Like, I'm pretty sure everyone has maybe at least one question or some self-doubt about what they do believe, just blindly, what we were talking about this time. Like, I don't know, maybe that's why I find strange that nobody come in here
a lot
with
of the people in here are flat earthers. Well, I mean, just wait, dude. You know, it depends.
Yeah, I'll be
There's
around.
an ebb and flow to this. We'll get like 20 people after. I mean, we get that jerk that just came in here. I mean, we get like usually there'll be someone like that every 30 minutes that will come in and do that, something like that.
That's annoying, man.
That's normal. Yeah, it's annoying. It's annoying. Like, dude, you get used to being annoyed. To be honest.
it is frustrating
Regardless of
for
the
you
facts,
also, right?
I just want to tell you something. Regardless of the facts that we give, there is a sociological and kind of psychological element to this discussion about this topic that just can't be ignored. It like people just don't just like, okay, here are the facts, and I'm just gonna, just unbiased look at the facts. There's always way more to it. Some people, they really like the idea of outer space and going to Mars, and it creates because that's kind of like part of their identity. They can't really hear the information. And then there's other people that are atheists and they think like flat Earth is based upon God, and their bias also would not allow them to hear the information. And then there's other ones that are just like think flat Earth is a conspiracy theory, and they're just government bootlickers, and they think that flat Earth is against the government, and they can't hear what we have to say either. So like there's people come in here, they have baggage. Right.
Yep. There's even Globers who come in here and say, "Oh well, flat Earth is a psyop." So like they think we're part of the government. They can't keep their story straight.
So when I looked at this, I literally had no preference, and which might sound weird, but I was concerned about other things when I ran into this topic. I wasn't really thinking about it, and I just took in the information, and I was like, "Wow, I got to look into this a little bit further." Like, because there was like there was a news report, right, in Chicago. So it was a Chicago TV station, and they were doing the weather, and they were like, "Oh, so we're going to show you a picture from Josh Nowicki. He took a picture of Chicago from the Warren Dunes. So that's across Lake Michigan in America. The photograph is 52 miles. So 52 miles across Lake Michigan, he took a photograph. That's like 72 kilometers. Okay. So I was like, wow. And he said, what you're seeing here is a mirage because it would be impossible if the Earth was a globe. So you had to say it was a mirage. But you could look at the picture and see it's not a mirage. It looks nothing like a mirage. So that made me look into it further. That's the point. Like I didn't have any bias. I wasn't attached to the globe. I wasn't attached to flat. Like I didn't think anything. Right. So, but if you are attached to the idea of like going to space, or especially, or Elon Musk or any of that stuff, right? Any of the pop ideas about modern human progress or something, it's hard for some of these people to actually even hear the information.
Yeah, and I can understand that, man. It is
because they're invested in some of these ideas. If you're like a space nerd, right, and you're all into spaceships and black holes and satellites or whatever it is you're into, and then you come across flat Earth and we're like, none of that shits exists. So you're telling me I just wasted 8 years of my life being a space nerd? Like, yeah, that's what we're telling you. Yeah, they
the
can't hear that.
PhD guy that came here and you told them wrong, and it was like, hey, well, fuck. I mean, I can see from his eyes, like, well, I studied this thing. I wasted my time, my lifetime, studying something that in, I don't know, 2 hours, in one night, you're proven wrong. That's tough shit, man.
Because he never questioned the assumptions of his field. Right. So one of the things I brought up to him was like, when you do observations of the sky as an astrophysicist, do you take the Earth being a globe into account? Which I already knew the answer to. The answer is no. Right? They don't need the Earth to be a globe to do any of that. Right? Because everything is so far away, they assume the Earth in their model, right? The Earth is just a point. Right? Everything is so far away, they can just assume the Earth is a point, and they're at the origin of the coordinate system, right? And that's all they need. The Earth can be fucking anything. It doesn't matter what it is. So it's not required to do anything they're doing. They just assumed it, right? So he just never actually questioned you know, the whole thing, right? So we're like, okay, we went through the whole thing, right? The Earth that has a radius, right? So, you know, and this is the funny thing is there's something called the cosmic distance ladder. Have you ever heard of this? The cosmic distance ladder?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so the cosmic, how they get the distances to the planets and the sun and the stars and all this stuff. It's called the cosmic distance ladder. So first they got the thing they never measured, the radius of the Earth, and then they get the distance to the sun, and then they get the distance to the planets, and then they get the distance to the, you know what I mean, based upon a bunch of different things, different like redshift and parallax and Cepheid variables and supernova fucking explosions and blah blah blah. Okay, that's not important. Important is the first rung of that, the radius of the Earth, was never measured. So they've never measured the very first thing everything else is built upon. And like we've talked to astrophysicists, and we've talked to them about like, hey, where do you get the distances from? Well, we measure redshift, and then we go backwards, and they don't know that we're leading them back to the beginning. Okay, where'd you get the distance of the sun? And that's where it starts falling apart. Because you can't measure the distance of the sun by looking at it. They had to assume that Venus was the same size as the Earth, which they couldn't know by looking at it. And then they timed Venus going across the face of the sun. So if they know the size of Venus, and then Venus takes so long to go across the sun, they can get the size of the sun. But they don't know the size of Venus because they don't know the size of the Earth.
Yeah, you keep going backwards and backwards and backwards.
Yeah, so
and
it's like
it is based in something that they
and then he was shocked. Yeah, he was totally shocked at like, hold on, dude. So that it can't even be measured in principle. So like you can't even measure the radius of the Earth in principle. You'd have to go to the center of the Earth and then like take a tape measure and measure the surface. You can only calculate based upon assuming shit. So you can't actually measure it. So the whole cosmology, all of it, is based upon a value that's never been measured. Which is fucking, he never realized that, and he was kind of freaking out. But, you know.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. No,
it's pretty kooky. We had the other dude, who was it? Itar? Artar was he's a post-grad doing his PhD on exoplanets. He also didn't know about the cosmic distance ladder, did not have any idea how that shit was created, did not have any idea about how the distance of the sun or the planets or how any of that worked. Now think about that. This guy's going for a PhD in astrophysics, and he doesn't know anything about how they got the distance to the sun. He just read, sun's 93 million miles away. That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Did not ever question how they got that value at all.
So one thing that is really bugging me, it is that when you go and see, for example, a spaceship being launched into space, like you can go and see that. I mean, I don't, because in my country we don't have it. Yeah,
that's the thing. You don't see it go to space, dude. You see it launch. And you see it launch and take a parabolic arc and go out of sight. That's what you actually see. You can't tell if it went to space or not. Like, think about it like this. Say you had an intermediate range missile that goes 1,000 miles.
Yeah.
And you had that rocket, and then you had a rocket that says, this rocket's going to space. They both launched at the same time. They would look identical. You would not be able to tell the difference between the one that went to space and the one that goes 1,000 miles.
So, for example, I don't know if you remember or if you ever saw it, the Red Bull.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. The thing. Yeah. I think that man that dropped from the stratosphere. Or I don't know where it was.
128,000 feet. Yeah, we know all about it. We're well aware of it.
So, like, I mean, he had a camera.
That jump. Yeah, we know the outside camera. It had a fisheye lens. It's called a fisheye lens.
Oh, yeah.
That jump.
Yeah.
So here's the funny thing: is that jump actually proves the flat Earth. And let me tell you how. Because the lens that wasn't a fisheye was inside the capsule, facing out, right? The door. It was facing the door. So they got the photograph of him at the door when he was 10 feet, but before they went up, right? So he's at the door and it's 10 feet. And you can see the horizon at his waist level. And then right before he jumps out, he's at the door again, and the horizon is at the exact same place at waist level. But he's supposed to be at 128,000 feet. Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you a picture.
Yeah, I know. I'm actually searching the video right now. Red Bull Space Jump. I don't know how to call it.
Well, I mean, they can call it whatever they want. It wasn't no space jump.
Okay, so what I'm seeing right now is that he has the camera. This frame, this exact frame. I'm going to send it in the chat.
I think it's Planet Mexico. Dude, do you think that's Planet New Mexico?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where.
I'm saying, man. Dude, even Neil deGrasse Tyson says that.
No, there's like a frame. Well, actually, the start of the video.
Can you look in the side chat?
In the second 08. In the second 8 second. Oh, fuck me.
Yeah. Can you look
that frame?
Can you look in the side chat, dude, before you go through all that? Look in the side chat.
Yeah.
There's a picture from that camera when they're on the ground. Look at the Earth. Look at the horizon. If you scroll up a little bit, what Dre's posted. And then there's what I posted.
That is from inside the capsule or whatever that.
No, that's mine. The one right above that. So it's right above. You see that?
Where it says 10 feet?
No, above. Scroll up one more. Dre's posted it. Just go to fire icon under it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Remember Felix Borgmar? Yeah.
That one.
You can
so,
see...
so obviously it shows the Earth. The Earth isn't curved from 10 feet. Now, what I showed you, the one inside, right? You see how the horizon is going right across his waist at the same place? Well, if the Earth was a sphere, the horizon is supposed to, from that height, it's supposed to dip down 6 degrees. Okay? So 6 degrees, the sun is half a degree, and the moon is half a degree. So it should be 12, the equivalent of 12 moons stacked on top of each other. That's how much lower the horizon should be. So the horizon should be like at the bottom of the door. Because the Earth, if it's curved, the horizon dips down because it's a ball, right? It should dip when you go up higher.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it didn't do that.
Yeah, and if you look at your picture 8 seconds into the video, you see how curved the Earth looks in that image?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, if the Earth were that curved at that height, the horizon were that curving, the Earth would be so small that it would be planet New Mexico. It would not fit any other continent.
Yeah, that's like comparing the two pictures with the waist one, where it matches the waist and the Earth, and the one of the frame that I'm looking at, you can tell that it is not the same curvature. I what you say.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the external camera is like a fisheye lens because they're trying to capture, this is an advertisement. You got to remember, fundamentally, Red Bull played for this as an advertisement.
Yeah, Red Bull.
They're trying to make it look good. You know what I mean?
I mean, when I'm seeing the waist one, the one that matches, in the window at the left, you can see like certain curvature.
No, that's just the angle of the window. Remember, this is a sealed capsule, so they got super thick windows.
Yeah. I imagine.
So the point is the point I'm saying is the line that crosses his body is in the same place. It should be lower when he's up in the air. It should be like down by his feet. the horizon line should be down by his feet. It should drop down as you go up. Like Yagi posted that animation, right?
Yeah.
So the Earth, because it's curved, like it would dip down because you're going above a ball. But if you're just rising above a plane, the plane is just going to extend out. Now, I'm not saying this is flat. That this is obviously evidence that the Earth is flat. I wouldn't call it a proof. I wouldn't rely on this to prove anything.
Well, that's another thing, like all the pilots in planes and all that, shouldn't they like tell if?
No, it's not really high. Planes don't really go high enough. Now remember, they say the Earth is 8,000 miles in diameter. Planes only fly 10 miles high. So like 1/800th of the diameter. How would they ever be able to see the Earth? They're nowhere near high enough. In fact, you shouldn't even be able to see curve from 250 miles. And if you look at like the Chinese space station, what they say is their space station, they show a flat Earth. And they're like at 250 miles, like 400 kilometers.
Wasn't there a discrepancy with where he landed as well, with that Red Bull jump?
Yeah, backwards.
I don't know. I don't know where
backwards 87 miles. Apparently, the Earth decided to spin the wrong way that day.
87 miles against the rotation.
Correct.
Yeah, he was supposed to have risen up, and there should have been a Coriolis effect, and he should have gone the opposite direction based on rotation, but he landed the other way.
Was it 87 or 37? It was something 7 miles that it went. Allegedly, the Earth stopped and decided to go backwards for a couple of hours. I must have missed it.
Well, I mean, the wind has to do anything, no? Like, there are a lot of factors that may have interfered where he landed.
So he's supposed to be.
Yeah.
The Earth's supposed to be rotating 1,040 miles underneath him, and the wind decided to blow the opposite way. At what speed?
How was the wind traveling faster than the Earth rotation?
Yeah, no, I'm trying to find.
Really good
Actually,
engineer.
I'm trying. Yeah. Actually, I'm seeing the Chinese space station. What you told me right now.
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, I don't believe in a Chinese space station either, but Chinese can do math, so they actually faked it right.
They can find a way to.
Yeah, they faked it right because they're all faking it like their own way, right? So, like, I don't know if you've ever seen any of the India stuff. It's so horrible. And Japan ain't much better with the crap that they put out. And the Russians, man, they must be colorblind because the colors, none of their colors match anything anybody else does. One of their Earth images has like the MacBook Photoshop grabby hand still in the frickin' image.
So they took photos from the nah. That
No, they're not photos. They're not photos. I wish they were photos, but they're not. They're yeah, that one. So the one that was just posted, this is supposed to be like 7 or 5 years apart or something, and it's the same weather. I don't know how that happens. Yeah, when it comes to NASA stuff, I mean, it's like, I mean, you either take it on faith or don't. I mean, we can't prove that they faked it, other than, they depict all these oceans, this curving ocean. We can go to the ocean and measure that it's not curving. Other than that, we can't really. We have no methodology to prove a photo's fake.
What's crazy to me is that they all have like different versions of it, of the world as it whole, and the photos.
Oh man, there's so many. You don't even know, dude. There's so many.
But there are a lot of pictures of the world. They are all round, spherical, whatever you want to call it, But
they're all
even
different colors, different continent sizes, different cloud color, different water color. Everything's they don't look the same amongst each other. You know what I mean? To
that's the
compare them to
thing.
each other.
That's the thing. Like they all have those, but they all differ one each other, and that's fucking crazy. You know, like how why in Russia have different pictures of the same world as China or USA or India or whatever, and
The
like
Russians say this is a funny one. The Russians say the moon is brown because they say they sent something up there. They said when they got up there, the moon was brown.
That's crazy,
But
man.
the United States says it's Craig. And I don't know what the Chinese show. Like, there's so much crap out there. So here's another one. This private company said they sent a probe to the moon. Okay, this happened. I don't know, like 6 months ago. They sent a probe to the moon, and they just happened to get there when there was a lunar eclipse from Earth. So on Earth, it's a lunar eclipse, but on the moon, it would be a solar eclipse, right?
To be all black.
Yeah. So from the Earth, the lunar eclipse, the Earth is supposed to be getting in the way of the sun, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But if you're on the moon, it's a solar eclipse, right? The Earth's getting in the way of the sun, but you're on the moon looking at the sun. The Earth goes in the way and blocks the sun, right? You understand?
I'm trying.
You're on the moon. Let's say you're on the moon. You are on the moon, and you're looking at the Earth from the moon.
Yeah.
Or you're looking at the sun, and then the Earth goes in the way of the sun.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the picture they showed had what's called a ring of fire. You know that ring that's around during a solar eclipse?
Yeah.
The ring.
Yeah.
Well, if you were on the moon, that wouldn't happen because the Earth is way bigger than the moon. The Earth would block out the sun completely. But they didn't think when they faked it. And they made a ring of fire on their fake video.
But
it's very funny that they didn't check, dude. They didn't realize that if you were on the moon, that the moon would completely block the sun. Or the Earth would completely block the sun so that you couldn't see it.
Yeah, you can see the same thing with the moon landings. The Earth from the moon landings is very tiny, kind of like how the moon is from Earth. But the claim is that Earth, claim is Earth is supposed to be 4 times larger.
And the angular size of the Earth would be much larger than the sun from the moon in their worldview.
Fucking insane. Apocalypse.
Yeah, I'll show you a picture.
Did it for clicks.
Yeah, so this is supposedly they were on the moon, and this is the picture they took. So, allegedly, but that would be the Earth blocking the sun. But the Earth would be so large from the moon that it would block the sun completely, and that there could be no ring of fire.
That I mean, the distance doesn't have anything to do with it. Like if you take your finger, for example.
Yeah, but the Earth and the moon are the same distance either way, right? So, like, if I'm on the moon, if the moon blocks out the sun perfectly, right? So that there's the same size. If I'm on the moon and the Earth is larger than the moon, it'll look bigger in the sky, right? It won't be a half a degree. I think it's like 1.7 degrees, which is like 300 times the size or something. Hold on, I actually got the math. Let me find it.
Yeah, but it's kind of like your example. Your thumb can like barely block out the light, so that at arm's length, so that the light spreads around your thumb, and you can see like a halo around it. That would be on the Earth looking at the moon. The moon is your thumb in this instance. However, in the other instance, the same distance, but instead of a thumb, you have a book, for instance, and the book completely covers the light, so you don't see that halo effect.
Actually, you may laugh, but I'm doing that same experiment right now. Like I'm blocking the light from the ceiling, but I'm thinking like, does the thumb blocks me? You know what I'm trying to say? Like if I am in my thumb and I'm trying to look, to me, like I'm pretty sure I can't see me because I'm bigger.
Yeah, that's the point. You're bigger than your thumb, just like the Earth is claimed to be bigger than the moon. And so, if I put this flashlight behind your thumb, you can see the rim of light around the thumb because the flashlight is a little bit bigger than the thumb. But if I put the flashlight behind your head, you're not going to see the light because it's shining at the back of your head. If you were at the position of the thumb in this hypothetical.
Yeah.
Because that object is bigger, so the light doesn't get around it. So it didn't work out geometrically. They didn't account for, like, they keep telling us like, oh well, the sun is 400 times further away and like the 400 times bigger, and that's why they look the same size. But that wouldn't be the same if you were looking from the moon. The Earth would look far bigger than the moon due to perspective. The same distance, much bigger object.
Well, this is all kind of a lot. For me right now, but I'm going to study a lot more probably tomorrow because it is 3 a.m. right now. But it was really nice talking to you. I'm grateful for this space, and I don't know, man. I thank you all for showing me your points with patience and nothing, man. I'm going to study all the things that you sent. I actually saved a lot in my browser to continue looking it up tomorrow. But anyways, I think I'll say that that's it. Yeah. Fuck. That's what I'm going to say.
It was a pleasure listening to you.
Hey, I'm going to be around practicing my English more. So I think I'll see you here.
Just because you watch something fall down doesn't mean that the Earth is a ball.
Well, it does when you apply what amount of mass will do what, and then you take the size of the Earth and realize, hang on.
You had to assume it. That's the first rung of the cosmic ladder, is that the Earth has to be a ball. And then from there, you start making all these other calculations. But you have to assume the Earth is a ball for everything else to math out.
And the calculations turn out right.
We know it's a ball.
Okay, then how do you know it's a ball? Can't use gravity because gravity.
Neptune.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Okay, I give up. Triangles, you can have them.
You give up. Okay, one down.
Yeah, one down. Yeah, I think you bored him to death.
I can tell that I'm just going to make you sound dumber and dumber, Ricta, because you're not going to make any sense whatsoever. That's why I bowed out. I understand everything you're saying because I used to believe it for 39 years. But nobody ever measured the curve of the Earth, so therefore, all those extra stories don't work. It's something else. Whatever it is, it's something else.
Yeah, well, stories that no one ever measured the curve of the Earth, which is just plain wrong. That makes you sound pretty stupid. So, geodetic survey is
who measured the Earth
on the
curve?
daily. On the daily.
Who measured the Earth curve?
He said
geodetic surveys measure it daily.
Really?
No, that's planar surveying. They're measuring in planes of triangles in a plane.
No, that's not planar surveying. Planar surveying is planar surveying. Geodetic surveying is different to planar surveying.
No, you need a planar survey before you do anything, so you have a reference.
What? Explain the planar reference, right, to do geodetic surveying.
Yeah, well, look up how you do it.
Oh, so you can't. You're going to leave it to me. You make a claim and then say, I need to go find it out. Okay, well, I don't believe what you're saying, so why would I do that?
You just got to think about it for a second.
Okay.
If you have three theodolites, right, in a triangle, is that a plane? Is the lines of sight between those three theodolites a planar triangle? The three lines of sight. We have A, B, C. We have lines of sight between each.
Why do you triangulation and stuff instead of just talking
That's what surveying does. That's what surveying does.
Geodetic surveying uses three, does it?
Yeah, it's called a triangulation network. Yeah.
That's how that's how you shoot straight lines, dude.
That's how you shoot straight lines, dude. No, you don't need three theodolites to do.
No, I'm just saying if you have three theodolites, well, you could have two rods and one theodolite. You could do it that way.
Yeah, so you just shifted the argument from what we're talking about to something where you could refer it to planar surveying and triangulation. Oh, so you just shifted it.
It's still a planar triangle. It's still, bro, stop spurging. It's still a planar triangle. Still.
Yeah, and we're not doing planar surveying, so what are you talking about?
Okay. This is how you survey in any type of surveying. You have a theodolite, which is your optical instrument, and you have rods. And if you make a little triangle with the rods or two rods or one rod and move the rod to a third location, that's a planar triangle. Because you're not on the surface of the Earth, you're above it. So what they do is they take those planar triangles, and they wrap it around something called a reference ellipsoid, which don't actually exist. It's a concept. The WGS84, the Clark ellipsoid, the bezel spheroid. Pick one. They take their measurements and they stick them on this other surface. That's what geodetic surveyors do. So no, they don't measure the curvature of the Earth. They take a bunch of planar triangles and wrap it around mathematically an imaginary surface.
Yeah, sure they do. Again, just
yeah, they do.
To make it something that you think your listeners don't totally understand, and you make yourself sound like you understand it.
I do understand it. No, don't let your bias creep into this, dude. Don't let your bias creep into this. You think we're flat earthers, so we're dumb, and you have a bias. No, we're not dumb. We investigated the globe, and we found out that it doesn't actually exist. You have just believed that somebody who you have no idea who it is has said, hey, yeah, Earth's the globe. And you're like, yeah, sure, I believe you. Well, we said, we don't believe you. We're going to check. We checked. It's not a globe. You should go check too.
You have a bias that you think, I just, never looked into anything at all. I just went, the scientists say it's a globe.
Yeah.
I've never done anything.
I heard you say
made
gravity.
That assumption that I couldn't possibly know what I'm talking about, but I'm supposed to trust that you have looked into stuff. That is impossible, but I know what. But I trust that you know what you're talking about.
I know you don't know what you're talking about because of what you're saying.
Yeah, if you were wrong, then you'd be wrong about me not knowing what I'm saying.
But I'm not. You don't know what you're talking about. You said that geodetic surveyors measure curvature every day. That's bullshit.
Yeah, they do. It's not bullshit.
How?
Go look it up. That's all I got.
I have, and I just told you how they do it. I have looked it up because I've heard this before. I have looked it up. You haven't.
No, you try to involve planar surveying, right, and triangles, right, with looking through a theodolite and seeing drop over distance. You tried to confuse the situation.
They don't see drop over distance. They don't even measure a long enough distance to even measure
do see drop over a distance.
Oh, no, they don't, dude. Okay, because there's something you don't.
They absolutely do. Stop
talking
nonsense.
No, they don't. Want me to publish a paper? Want me to post a published paper right now?
Who's it from, and what biased calculations are in there, and misinterpreted results?
He already doesn't want to see it.
He wouldn't understand it anyway. That's the problem. He doesn't want to see it because he doesn't understand it. He doesn't even understand what we're talking about.
I absolutely understand what you're talking about. I
want to know who his reference for geodetic surveying is. Who's your reference for geodetic surveying, Victor?
So did you say who or what?
Yeah, who's your reference?
Wouldn't know. Countless people looked up heaps of geodetic surveying and their results, and didn't note any of it down. Very convincing stuff to me though. But I can go and relook it up if you want me to show you the kind of evidence that I use to come to my conclusions. I can do that when I get home. No problem.
Well, the ones that measure drop over distance. Who are you using as a reference?
Honestly, couldn't tell you their names. They're at the top of
Is it like an anti-flat earther, like Maine Surveyor or Jesse Kozlowski or Baron Rutledge, one of these three that are known anti-flat earth clowns?
Oh, they don't know what triangles are, though. They failed.
I know they
Jesse
don't.
Failed the triangle test on me.
They didn't even know. They didn't even know what deflection of the vertical was in surveying, which is hilarious.
So they're making videos on Earth curve, and he doesn't even know what a triangle is, and yet he can say that this is bigger than a triangle, a spherical triangle, but doesn't know what a triangle is. That's weird.
I got no idea what you're talking about. With he doesn't know what a triangle is. I wasn't privy to that conversation that you had, and
don't worry, it's recorded. So it's part of my triangle test I give everybody. He failed it.
So I posted in the chat. It's called Updated Atmospheric Modeling of Refracted Zenith Angles Using Vertical Temperature Gradient for Refraction Coefficient, Journal of Geosciences, 2023.
Yeah, right. Okay. So you're saying that gravity doesn't necessarily pull directly down. Is that the upside of it?
Well, it's not me saying it, it's them saying it.
Right. Anyway, everyone listening, has anyone ever held a plumb bob and it didn't hang straight down?
No, I haven't. I don't believe it does
do
what they say. But but it's needed for geodetic surveying to work.
Oh man, it's
called a geoid model, right? It's called EGM 97 geoid model. So it's lumpy gravity. So you have tilted. According to what you believe in, geodetic surveying, you have to believe that plumb lines are curved.
No,
yeah, you do, because in geodetic surveying, they have curved plumb lines, dude.
They don't have curved plumb lines. So I assume what you're doing is you're adding you're adding the geoid because the Earth isn't completely smooth. Right? There's also different densities of matter underneath the Earth.
No, the geoid is the bro. The geoid is not the surface of the Earth. It's the equipotential surface of gravity.
What I was trying to say was, when you add them all together, you get quite a strange picture of what the Earth could be, right? And that's where you get these claims of, gravity doesn't. No, none of it adds up to flat. None.
Okay, so So you're driving, but I'm posting in the chat from also Platter also posted it from Geodetic Surveying, curved plumb lines. In fact, they have publications called Curvature of the Plumb Line.
They say that they should be able to hang a plumb line and it not hang directly towards the Earth.
Instead of what they think is if they hang along in a plumb line, it would be a curved line and not hanging straight down. And it definitely isn't going to hang. It definitely isn't going to point to the center of the Earth on an oblate ellipsoid. Dude, you're in the major leagues now, dude. This isn't fucking TikTok.
Not understanding science as a whole.
Understanding science. You don't know what even science is.
The world championship of misinterpretation and misunderstanding.
Yeah, but you can't say what I misinterpreted or what I misunderstood. Weird how that is. All you can do is like a backdoor ad hom. You're just doing a backdoor ad hominem. That's all you're doing.
Man, you're doing one right now.
No, no, not at all. I'm pointing out what you're doing. I didn't say anything about you. You said, I don't understand something as a rebuttal to my argument. That's just an ad hom, dude. Yeah. Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. And you're saying that what I'm saying isn't true, and so
you're wrong.
It's an insult.
You're factually wrong, though. But you were factually wrong. Yeah. And I posted in the chat the fact that you're wrong.
If you're taking him saying that you're wrong as an insult, then you got problems, man.
And it actually isn't me that says you're wrong. It's the entire field.
You guys do not.
It's not me saying you're wrong. It's the entire field of geodetic surveying that says you're wrong.
Yeah, right. So I say the same thing to you, and you say that's an ad hom. I say, no, you're misunderstanding it. You're wrong, right? And that's an ad hom. But when you tell me I'm wrong, no, that's factual, dude. You don't understand it. Give me a break,
you
man.
said I don't understand it. You said I don't understand science. You said me. Okay. I said you were in error, and I told you what the error was and who the source of my claim of your error. It's not me. They say you're in error. Your own worldview says you are in error.
No, not correct.
Okay, so it's not correct. The things I posted in the chat that are right out of geodetic surveying manuals that say curvature of the plumb line. You guys always do this when I bring up the plumb line's curve in your model. You think that it's flat earth or made up bullshit. No, it's your made up bullshit. Yours. You're not going to voice it onto us. It's yours.
It doesn't have an effect on a plumb line. Just like the Earth is not shaped like that freaking, like, what is it, a heat map looking kind of thing. That is the
worldview, it does.
The Earth doesn't look like that, and now you're talking over me.
Dude, you're just denying what is written down. It's written down in the surveying books.
You've seen that picture of the Earth, right? That's not a picture. It looks like, how can I say it, like a heat map. Right, which is the geoid. Earth looks nothing like that, but that's a map that they use for the actual shape of the Earth, or the gravitational density. But the Earth looks nothing like that.
Okay, I never said the Earth.
So is that picture
you don't understand the point.
Is that picture bullshit? Is that picture bullshit?
Okay, I never said the Earth looks like the geoid. I said the geoid was the exponential surface of gravity. That's what I said.
I'm pointing out.
Why is that important?
Your misunderstanding.
Why is that important?
Because I'm pointing out. I'm trying to answer your question. I'm pointing out where you've misunderstood the extent to which this non-vertical gravity goes. That geoid looks nothing like that.
No, bro.
So the Earth looks nothing like that geoid.
Kruger is off the chart. No one said the Earth looks like the geoid. What you're not understanding is when you take your theodolite and shut up. When you take the theodolite and you go to level the instrument, the vertical, the plumb is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. So if you go out and then you try to measure a dip, assuming that your horizontal is 90 degrees from the surface of the Earth or parallel to the surface of the Earth, you'd be wrong. You don't understand how surveying works. You don't understand what they're doing. You don't understand why their geode's important. Okay, what's the first thing you do when you set up a theodolite?
How much is this not vertical?
What's the first?
How much is this not? I asked you that a minute ago.
Australia?
Talking over this. Just answer it.
Well, in Australia,
how much is it that much?
In Australia, 0.71 seconds, dude. Seconds of arc. Seconds of arc, dude. You don't even know what that is, do you? Seconds. It's degrees, minutes, seconds.
Yeah. Maybe at home, dude. You know.
You have no idea, dude. You're drowning, bro. You're drowning, bro.
I'm drowning.
You picked the wrong topic because you don't know anything about this. Because you don't know anything about this, dude. Sorry.
How's 7.1 seconds at home?
What would so if I was hanging up?
In fact, Australia, because of this,
a 1 meter string. Why are you interrupting me? What are you scared of?
And no one's scared of you, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm just like a cat playing with a mouse right now.
You're just talking yourself up. If I was holding a 1 meter string with a plumb bomb at the end of it, right? 0.71 arc seconds. How much is that not going to be?
I didn't say arc seconds. I didn't say arc seconds.
I thought that's what you said. 0.71 arc seconds.
No, it's degrees, bro. Degrees of the units. Not arc
degrees
seconds.
Of units.
Degrees are the units.
What? Degrees are the units. Okay, sorry, misunderstood. Yeah. Audibly misunderstood you.
That's fine.
So if I hung up a 1 meter string with a plumb bob at the end of it, right? That deviation, how far not centered to my hand holding it is that plumb bob going to be?
Yeah,
how many centimeters away from being vertical? How many centimeters away from being vertical is it going to be?
I don't know. That's not the point. The point is you're using that vertical as your horizontal. Listen, you're using the vertical as a horizontal reference. So if I shoot 3 miles and my deviation from the vertical is 0.02 degrees, that's 6 feet and 3 miles. That's the drop according to that's the horizon dip for the globe is 0.02 degrees.
Right. So if I see several hundred feet or several thousand feet of drop, what's the excuse for that?
Because it's based upon distance. Okay, so 0.02 degrees, you want me to double it? And 30 miles, it's freaking 60 feet. That's the deviation. That's the error, dude. It's 60 feet of error on a 0.02 degree deflection of the vertical. That's why they only shoot short distances and they leapfrog and shoot a whole bunch of them. Because when you do long distances, degrees. 2/100th of a degree.
Okay, the numbers are changing.
This is just one I know off the top of my head. I know that in 3 miles, a divergence from the angular difference, right? The absolute difference in size. Like, say I take a laser and shoot it level, and then I dip it down 0.02 degrees and shoot it below where I originally shot it, it would be 6 feet lower. That's supposed to be the horizon dip at 3 miles on the globe. It's supposed to be 6 feet.
So in 3 miles, in 3 miles, 0.02 degrees ends up being
6 feet of drop. It's 6 feet of drop, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go to a job, and I'm nowhere I can validate. I'm sitting in the car. I can't validate or verify anything you said. So I'll come back when I can. You going to be hanging around for a while?
Yeah, maybe. I'm probably like 30 minutes, maybe. Don't rush. There's other people here, dude. It's just I might not be here, but other people will be here.
I just don't want to be accused of running. That's all. But I'll see you another time. No,
dude, we're not bitches here, dude. We're not babies, dude. We don't do that shit. Girls do that shit.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having me. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for talking. Yeah. Thanks for talking to us.
All right. Take care. Take care.
Yeah, you too. Another McToon acolyte goes down in flames.
Well, when after a while listening to him talk, I was like, God, that's Jesse Patholight. Sure.
You think that's Jesse Patholight? Is that what you said?
Yeah, no, I think like everybody's sticking in the Jesse Patholite's argument to that whole celestial theodolite thing. Like they're just like still so stuck on.
He brought it up. He brought up the celestial theodolite?
Really? No, he didn't bring up the celestial theodolite. He just brought up theodolites. But I know from talking to people over in Ether Cause, like they are like deep into like the imagination of what theodolites can do over long distances. The celestial theodolite isn't even using a theodolite.
Yeah, I know.
It's just a timestamp.
Yeah, I know. I know. Like, but I brought up theodolites because he talked about surveying. So if you're going to talk about surveying, you got to talk about what they're actually doing. He said they measure horizon, they measure curvature every day in geodetic surveying. Well, the instrument they use is theodolite, and they only measure angles with that. That's the only thing that theodolite measures. It measures an angle. And then you have to extrapolate that angle into like a size, right? So in 3 miles, so say I take a theodolite, right? And it's supposed to be 90 degrees to the surface of the earth, and I turn it down 0.02 degrees. Now I should be looking at a spot 3 miles away, 6 feet lower than where I originally looked at. But that's not how it works in practice. That's how it should be in their freaking messed up vacuum world, right?
Yeah, no, I know from life experiences, everything that I've ever done with science, what they taught in the classroom, as soon as I got out into the field, yeah, forget everything you were taught. This is the real world.
Yeah, man. The lab is the lab. And that's all that is. Like what happens in the lab, you know, look, I mean, just seriously, like, yeah, I'm sure they can do amazing things with the internal combustion engine in the lab. But then when they take it and they put it in a car, it don't go so well.
Yeah, no, like when I heard him say like they what did they say? With theodolites they measure
curvature, he said. So they measure curvature.
Like dip. I think he said they measure
dip. He measures the drop. He said they measure the drop. He actually didn't say dip, but the dip, I just skipped instead of arguing about what that means to measure the drop. It's actually a dip angle. That's what they would measure. Right. They'd set up the theodolite. They'd make it so that it was like 90 degrees from vertical. Right.
Right. And then they measure the angle
and then they put the crosshair on the theodolite or on the horizon and then go, okay, the horizon's dipping down or dipping up. Right. From the horizontal. Right. But but this is the thing I'm getting at, is that horizontal is determined by vertical. Because to find the horizontal, you have to find the vertical first. So you level the instrument. And the leveling of the instrument is with either a prism that hangs like from a string inside there and it shines a light through it. And when the prism is perfectly level, it'll reflect back, and then that's how the thing reads level. Or it'll have bubbles, like a little bubble levels, and you look through it with nearly a microscope, and you level the instrument that way. Either way, both of those work by the downward vector. So that's the first thing you're doing, is you're finding the downward vector. And then wherever the downward vector is, horizontal is 90 degrees from that. But according to the globe, that downward vector is not perpendicular to the surface of the earth. It's that it can be tilted because of lumpy gravity. So now think about it. You have a tilted vertical. That means now you have a tilted horizontal. And then they're looking, and then they're taking the theodolite and aiming at something and going, there's a horizon dip. Well, your instrument wasn't horizontal relative to the earth in the first place. You didn't have a vertical orientation. That's why this horizon dip stuff is nonsense. And did you see what I published? What I posted?
I've seen what you posted before, man. Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is new. This is new shit.
Oh, this is new?
Yeah, so this is Sheepdog. It's so funny, man. Like you said yesterday, I always come back with new shit.
I've seen this image before. You talking about the one at 11 after?
No, further up.
Oh, that was Platters.
Further up, the updated modeling of refracted. Okay, so These guys, they measured a concave Earth dip angle. That means the dip angle was up. Okay?
Yeah.
Instead of a dipped horizon, it was the horizon was too high.
Right.
No, is there a concave Earth now? Did they prove a concave Earth because they measured these freaking this negative dip angle? Of course not.
No, it just made a correction back to the fucking globe.
Yeah. I mean, in fact, because they're using spherical coordinates, this means they measured a flat Earth. But it's neither here nor there. The point is that you can't draw conclusions about the surface of the Earth because your initial reference is the direction of the downward vector. And according to those guys, it isn't straight down. But they want it to be straight down when they're like, oh, a dip angle. And then you tell them, well, it's not straight down. You guys have curved plumb lines. And they run away from that as fast as humanly possible because, think about it, your idea has curved plumb lines. They know that that is poison to any normal person that hears it. That go, what? What do you mean? What do you mean the globe model has curved plumb lines? That's ridiculous. Meaning that if you take a weight and hang it from a string, that string is curved. It's not hanging straight down. That gravity is making that thing curve. Well, now if it's a 6-foot string, it's in such an infinitesimal amount you can't see it. But if it was like a 1,000-foot string or a 10,000-foot string hanging in a hole, right? You'd actually be able to see this string be curved. This is what they think in their worldview. And if you said this to, like, if a normal person hears this, they're going to be like, the globe is some bullshit. That's why they want to get off curved plumb lines as fast as humanly possible. They don't want to talk anything about that. Why are you interrupting me? Did you hear me talking?
I just want to know who's dumb.
Globers.
Anybody that thinks plumb lines curve.
What?
Do you know what a plumb line is?
What?
Do you know what a plumb line is?
No.
So you build the building, right? And you want the wall to be straight. So you hang a string with a weight. And then you build, it's called a plumb line. You hang a weight, you have a weight at the end of a string. And you hang it.
Okay.
That line's straight, right? The string?
Yeah, I'm straight. And the line is straight too, yeah?
Yes. Well, not in the globe Earth. In the globe Earth model, that string is not straight.
What?
Yeah. Scroll up, look in the chat. Scroll up. Exactly. This is anybody that believes that is dumb. That's why globe Earthers don't want to talk about it because it makes them look crazy. Look in the chat. So if you look in the chat and you look at a couple images, I'll post another one. I'll post it again.
Fucking dumb, I think.
Yeah, it is dumb. So look.
Yeah, I am dumb too, I think.
Yeah, you're not that dumb. Yeah. You know that if you hang a weight on the string, that string is straight. Okay, like you're not so stupid that you think it's curving.
Okay.
So look at the diagram. See?
Yeah, I'm curving.
So look at the diagram in the text chat. Look.
Where?
In a text chat. Text chat that's attached to this channel. Do you know how to use Discord?
Absolutely not. I'm dumb. I'm just dumb.
So you just came in here to interrupt?
No, absolutely not. I just want to know better.
Okay, Earth is flat. That's all you need to know.
Okay.
It's not a ball.
Not a ball?
No, not a ball. Not. Negative. No ball.
No ball. Okay. Ball is not straight.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Can I ask you, Indio? Can you give me a concise reason on why geodetic surveying is important for, I guess it would be map making?
actually like important.
Yeah, like is it more purposeful to use geodetic surveying, or is it more purposeful to use planar surveying? I mean, I get it, like, different tools for different things, but I'm just trying to figure out the purpose.
The only geodetic surveying is useful in the sense that because at long distances, like say I'm making a road, right? Say we're making a road that crosses America.
Yeah.
And I start in Kansas. And I start building the road. And now I've gone 100 miles.
You are
and now
American.
I can't.
You are American?
Yeah, I'm American. Go on mute, bro. Go to a beginner channel. So say I'm in Kansas, and then and I'm using planar surveying to make the road, right? And I go 100 miles. Now I'm not exactly sure what my orientation is relative to where I started because I can't see over there anymore. It's 100 miles away, right? So how do I make a unified spatial reference? Okay, we use the stars, right? Because all that geodetic surveying, it's really astrogeodetic surveying. They call it geodetic surveying, but it's really
now I gotcha. Now it makes sense.
Because they're just trying to map it to the latitude and longitude system, which is in the sky. So, thing I've talked about this, but it's called in the 1927 they made what's called the North American Datum. So they surveyed east-west across America, and they did some north-south, but we're only going to talk about east-west. They didn't use like a what do you call it? Like the reference ellipsoid that we use now. What they did is that they went to a place in Kansas. It's called Fort Meade or something, and they took astrogeodetic survey data, right, to figure out their exact position in the celestial sphere, right, their exact latitude and longitude. For 6 months they did this, right? So all night, every night for 6 freaking months, at least when you could see the sky, they're trying to fix their position, like celestial navigation does. They're trying to get what their GP is, right?
Like every hour they were taking a timestamp of the star.
Yeah. So once they decided, hey, this is our latitude and longitude, then they surveyed out from there, and all the geodetic surveying points were referenced relative to that initial starting point. So that was their origin, right? Fort Meade in Kansas was their origin. And they surveyed out, yeah. So that's the zero, right? So you have, just imagine you have graph paper, right? You got the zero, you got your x-axis and your y-axis. That was their zero, okay? So they surveyed out from there to the coasts. So years pass, and you're like, let's do it again. So we're going to make the North American Datum 1983. But we're not going to start at Fort Meade Ranch, whatever they call it. We're going to use this other thing called the WGS84 reference ellipsoid, which is purely conceptual, and we made it up in our mind. Then they did the survey, and then they looked and they said, holy shit, these two things don't match. That's exactly what happened. See, want to know what they did? Because there's already survey markers stamped into the ground. They just changed the numbers instead of putting a new survey marker, which is what they should do, right? When they actually find a coordinate, right? They go, oh shit, this is like 45. This is like 45 north, and there's no marker here. We should put a marker, the 45 north marker here, and go pull up the other one. Nope, they just went to the other one and said, well, we'll survey over here. Like, okay, this is 4532. Let's just stamp a new number on it. Yeah, that's what they did. They just stamped new numbers on the shit. When they found they were in the wrong.
That totally makes sense now that you say it like that, because it goes back to when we were talking about how they made longitude and they used the celestial sphere. And I was like, basically, they just plastered the Earth to the inside of the celestial sphere. You're like, yeah, basically, like all that just makes sense now. Completely.
Yeah. And like, yeah, so at long distances, you need the sky as a reference so that you know, like, kind of like your orientation relative to something else, right? Because you can't tell from just looking at the ground. You have to use the sky. That's the point. That's really the purpose of it. You know, we have a good idea. If you're in Los Angeles, the stars in the celestial sphere, when they're going to be over your head, time and time again, within a pretty good at it. Make that good prediction. What's going to be over your head, and that's like a certain location within the celestial sphere. And we're going to call that latitude and longitude. We know when the sun's going to be there. We know when these stars are going to be there. And when there's a coincidence of the sun and the stars at a certain date, then go, hey, you this is your coordinate. That's what people don't understand is like the latitude and longitude systems. It's a mixture of space and time because of the star's motion, right? You have to assign time to it because you can't say, hey, I'm under this star. There's no one on Earth where you can go, hey, I'm under a star. You'll be under a star for a couple minutes, but it's not for long, right? So that spatial reference of the sky, it has to be linked to a timepiece, right? It has to be linked to some time. And the longitude is the time. But we don't call it a time, we call it a place. But it's really a time. So the latitude is the place, depending on how high the sun goes above the horizon, and longitude is the other place, depending on when the sun goes over your head. Or it reaches its highest point, I should say. It should be solar noon. So think about that. There's a point in the sky where the sun will be its highest above the horizon, right? And at a particular time of year, those two things that, like, there's a coincidence. Hey, it's December 21st. I looked, the sun was freaking, 1 degree above the horizon at its highest point. Okay? There's not too many places on Earth that are like that. And then we assign that place where you make that observation a coordinate. But they think that coordinate is actually a freaking place, dude. Like a place. Like okay, I don't know how to describe it, dude. Like, 125th West 33rd Street, you know what I mean? In New York City. Like there's an apartment building there. No, it's just a coincidence of time. You could just change the clock, you'd have a different coordinate. Change the freaking units, or change the origin of how you measure latitude and longitude, how you measure latitude, and that'll also change. Will change your position. But to answer your question, the purpose of geodetic surveying is to kind of deduce stuff and match up with the celestial sphere to places on the ground.
Makes sense. Like, what is it? Planar surveying could be very useful even for like building neighborhoods and stuff like that. But geodetic surveying would be like connecting those neighborhoods to a main road that leads to another neighborhood.
Yeah, and it's important because, planar surveying is great, but you could planar survey and make a road from frickin', New York to San Francisco if you wanted to. It could work. But the thing is, we have something called the interstate highway system, and we have multiple states. Each of those states has their own freaking plane survey system. So we need something uniform. We need some uniformity between systems, and they chose geodetic surveying.
But yeah, that deflection of the vertical is killer.
I mean, say the federal government's like, okay, we're going to make a road across the United States. Each state's going to make their own road, right? And we're going to connect them all somewhere at the borders of each state. That wouldn't work.
Right.
But I should also say this, these datums that everybody, like the datum we use, the North American datum, it's just one. I mean, there's something like 110 datums. And each of these datums has its own unique scaling factor. So if you took one datum and tried to be like, okay, here's my, so there's something called Ordnance Datum Newland, which is like the UK datum. And I tried to just apply that metric to North America, everything would be wrong. I would have to convert it into the North American datum using a scaling factor because the scales aren't the same. And you go, hold on, how can the scales not be the same? They're all just using latitude and longitude. How's the latitude and longitude scaling? Yeah, well, it's a good question. How is it scaling? How is latitude and longitude being scaled depending on where you use it? Meaning shrunk or expanded.
Right.
Yeah, the space between the lines, right, the latitude and longitude lines, either shrinks or grows depending on the datum you're using, which it shouldn't be doing if it was some uniform global spatial reference system that was actually universal, right? It means it's not universe. It means people are taking measurements all over the world and they're shoehorning them into latitude and longitude. And when they don't fit, they just change the scale until they do fit.
Yep. No, I get that, man. Oh, that formula didn't work. Here's another formula.
I mean, we got AI has talked about this, the military grid system, that mapping system. You're familiar with it. Now, we know the military grid system's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if I take out my road atlas, will the military grid system map onto that? Or will it map onto the geodetic surveying information?
No.
Will those all match up? Or will it be different? What if I take some USGS topographical maps and then use them? And it could, because there's topo data on the military grid. So are those going to match up? None of this stuff is going to match up. And then the ballers goes, "Where's your map? Where's your map? Show me a map and I'll show you something that's wrong." I mean, it's literally that simple. Show me a map and I'll show you something that's wrong.
Have you seen the map that I always give Globers when they ask for a flat Earth map? Oh, have you?
I had Hapro today yesterday, denying the apparent sun and denying there's an apparent horizon. Just like,
can you hear me, or is my microphone bad?
No, I hear you. I hear you good.
I know you don't like hearing a flat Earth map. Have you seen my flat Earth map?
No, I said no, man. I want to see it.
Oh, I didn't hear you. It cut out.
Oh.
So I was like, wait, I guess you didn't hear me. Gotten buried since I've gotten new stuff. I know I'm close when I get down to where my. Oh, here we go, right here. This is my flat Earth map. Every time I Glover says, "Where's your flat Earth map?" There it goes.
It's so funny. That's awesome. Oh my god. That's great, man. That is so great.
You know what they always ask?
I'm sorry, dude. I'm stealing that, man. Stealing it. Sorry.
Yeah, dude. Their first response always is, "Where are the continents?" I'm like, underneath this.
For real? They say, where are the continents?
Nah, I swear to God, that's the first thing most of them say.
You say they're underneath it. Oh, man, it's underneath. Underneath what? Underneath that map. That's where the continents are. They're underneath the map. Well, show me the other side. Well, turn around. Wow. That's genius.
Thank you.
Yeah, bro, that's genius. Because that is the map. That is actually the world map. Is the stars. It's not the ground. It's the stars.
When you helped me realize that, like all maps are basically, they just took the celestial sphere and they pressed the Earth up against the celestial sphere. I'm like, oh, so the map is the sky.
That's right. It's easy to prove too, and they bug out when you ask it. You can prove it with one question. Tell me your coordinates using nothing but the ground. You can't use anything in the sky. You can't use the sun, the stars, the moon. It's completely cloudy. You can't see anything. How do you find your coordinates? Want to know what they say? Use GPS.
Yeah. You're right.
And I'm like, no, man, no, because GPS uses the same coordinate system. I'm like, okay, fine, just find.
That's what they don't understand either. Like, oh, GPS, like that's exactly what GPS does. They basically took all the math and put it into a computer simulation. That's all they did.
Simple. They can't do it. It's not possible. Not in latitude and longitude coordinates, that's for sure. They can't find it. So the map is the sky. It's that simple. And the odd thing is, it's like they fight against that the map is the sky when all they want to do is talk about the sky every other time.
That's so true.
I can't understand Matthew Never Learns. It's like, what's going on with that guy? It doesn't make sense. He must be lying, because how can he be around all the facts and listen to all these facts over and over and over so many times and still like just completely just dismiss everything? It's like there must be something going on there. I can't figure out how someone could actually. I mean, there's no ways someone could actually continue being a Glober and be exposed to so much truth and so much, reality. I mean, just look at the fact. I mean, there's so many different points that have been pointed out so many times to him, and he just dismisses everything. It's like Matthew Never Learns. I mean, they should really change his name to Matthew Never Learns.
Yeah. I mean, so hold on. We'll get to you in a second, Jack. I'll unmute you. So a while back, Matthew, I showed him like the GNOME experiment, the idea that weight changes by latitude and that things weigh less on the equator. So I showed him the result of that experiment, and I said, now that you've seen the experiment, Matt, because he was like, weight changes by latitude, blah, blah, blah. That's what the GLOBE model predicts. I said, yeah, well, that's not what it's measured. And I showed him the GNOME, right? So they went all over the place with this good old GNOME with a scientific scale and didn't match what the GLOBE predicts. And I showed him I asked him point blank, I said, now listen, Matt, now that you've seen the data, are you going to believe the data or are you going to continue to believe the model? He said, I'm going to believe the model. So I don't know what to do after that, right? Like, because he had no reason. He didn't question the data because it was done by professional scientists at CERN and let's look at more labs and Indian National Labs. And like professional scientists did all these measurements. So he couldn't disparage them. He had to just like go into La La Land.
And then normally he leaves when you do something like that. He says, "I got to go."
Yeah.
Conveniently, yeah, he'll just like leave. When you say too much, it's just, "Oh, bye, I got to go."
Yeah, it's just really weird that he openly rejected the data for like his concept, man, which is very.
Every time.
That even caught me off guard. I didn't expect him to be like that.
I've noticed he lately there, when you get into something with him, and he'll preface like right before he leaves, "Oh, this is around the time that you guys are going to start banning me, so I'm just going to leave now. Bye."
So I'm gonna unmute Jack here. He's a newbie. He's got no role, so let's see what's up with him.
Welcome.
Coconuts have water in them. Goodbye.
What? Okay, next.
I couldn't hear what they were saying. What did they say?
I do not know.
They said, "This is the time you're about to ban me. Goodbye."
Yeah, I was too. So we got another one. We got Ultron. You got Ultron dude here. He has no role, so I'm gonna server unmute you. What's up, Ultron? Ultra something. Ultra nitration.
Ultra nitration.
And Shine. Shine's a new person.
Welcome.
So you guys got any questions or comments? Or whatever? It's Water Hill Wednesday. That means, are there hills of water between you and China?
Okay, that's funny.
Actually, Matthew Ernst is the one who came up with that kind of. That's very weird that we're talking about that too.
I don't forget Matthew's comment about trees on the ocean. That was oh man, that was funny. He's talking about having trees on the ocean. I don't know how,
and he's a professor, man. These are like when they appeal to like authorities, he's one of the people they appeal to. That's why like me and AB like taking down anybody that comes in with credentials, because we want to show that like the people without credentials appeal to, they go, oh, the authorities know, the scientists, the cosmologists, they know that the Earth's a globe. I'm going to appeal to them. So when we get one of those guys, we want to show that they don't know anything. You know what I mean?
Right. And the thing is, the other day he was saying, we are just presuming that it's a globe, and we're just teaching the children that because it just makes the most sense. But we don't know 100% sure. We're just guessing, but we presume it's right, and we're just showing them how to think, and that the probability that it's a good probability that it's a globe. Basically, he literally said that on the. I don't know if you were there when you said that. He said basically we think it's a globe, so we're teaching them the most probable thing.
Yeah, and like then you start asking them, how do you know that's the most probable thing? And then they come up pit. So they have no idea why they are even saying that.
Just his religion. It's his guess, his belief system. He always says, he goes back on that often. He says, no, it's just my belief. There's no evidence for the curve, but it's just my belief. It's crazy. He just believes it's round, so it's round.
Yeah. It's just like a preference, man. Like my favorite food's chocolate. That's how these guys are.
I like red T-shirts, and you like blue T-shirts, and let's discuss what we like. Our favorite, what we like. We're not going to tell you what it is. Anything is. We like.
I love this one from Vsauce. Oh man, it's not playing. What's up with his bot, man? Pay good money for this thing.
I was having issues with it earlier in the other server. And
it won't play like short ones. That's the problem. Like, won't play anything under a minute or something. I'm thinking.
Bots these days. I think Discord doesn't.
That's what it was. It was like a 15-second clip.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem I'm finding. It won't play any clips longer than like 60 seconds or something. Soltron, you have no questions? What's up, Sheepdog? Oh, we got TM in the fucking house. What's up?
What's up, TM?
Now we know we're fucking cooking.
Water thing makes sense to me.
What's
some holes, man.
What makes sense to you?
I said I don't have any questions about the whole flat water thing because it makes plenty of sense to me. Why would it stack up like a pile of dirt if you go across a certain distance? And they like to say, well, yeah, over a long, long distance. But I mean, how long is distances in the ocean between islands or anything? There should definitely be, curvature, at least in the globe model. And if there is curvature, then you should have the water like stacking up on top of the water. But I just feel like that makes no sense. They'll try
hello water
in, but it just doesn't. It wouldn't.
Like the thing that most people can't comprehend is how large that hill of water is supposed to be. In 30 miles, it's 400 feet.
Wow.
So it's 40 stories building. You got to think of that. If you're fucking 30 miles away, anything shorter than 40-story building should not be visible. And we know that that's not what's actually the case. We could see shit 20 feet high at 40 miles away under right conditions.
That's a good argument. Really good argument. I'm going to write that down.
It's something that I feel like I've always known, internally, so that even when I was a kid and looked at pictures of the supposed, Earth from space that they didn't really take and stuff, I knew there was something weird there. And it wasn't until a long time later when I was reading Flat Earth stuff that they said, the water can't hold that shape. And I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense, because how would it be, stacking up between the two edges of the cup that forms around it?
Well, I mean, the pictures from space thing, the problem with that is you can't even evaluate them. If I show you a picture where someone says, yeah, this is the Earth from space, how can you evaluate it to whether that actually is the case? That actually is a picture of Earth from space.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't.
Well, how could you? But no, just in principle. Principle. This is a hypothetical, right? In principle, how could anyone evaluate that, right? If someone took a picture and they said, "Hey, this is a picture of a horse that I took from the top of my house," I've seen a horse. I can easily look at it and go, I don't think that's a horse. That's a fucking cow, or you know what I mean, like. Or that's not a horse. That's a fucking beaver. I can evaluate it because I've seen a horse. But I've never seen the Earth from that point of view. So the picture that they claim, I can't even evaluate it at all because I have no idea what the Earth looks like from, 10,000 miles away. Right? So I have to just trust them in their claim that this is, hey, a photograph. I took this photograph from outer space. All you can do is trust them. That's the fundamental problem with images claiming to be from space, is that you can't even test them or evaluate them in any way. All you can do is go, yes, I believe it. No, I don't believe it. Right? Because you can't go there. And then there's so many supposedly images of Earth, and they all look different. Different angles, according to them. Oh, it's different focal lengths, different angles, different lighting conditions, different color values, different this. This is a composite. This is not a composite. Well, I mean, they don't even look consistent across each other. So, like, how the hell do you even evaluate any image as real? So, something AB does, which is quite interesting, is when someone says pictures from space, he asks somebody, like, show us the one that you think is the best one, the one that proves the Earth is a globe the most. And you know what happens most of the time? Most of the time they post an image that they didn't check, and it's actually admitted to be a CGI image of Earth, which proves that they can't even tell the difference between a CGI one that they admitted CGI and one they claim is real. You can't even tell.
The lack of curiosity.
Yeah, like just it's almost like if you're dealing, it almost feels like you're in, yeah, you like you're talking to somebody who who believes in who is part of a religion, like it's in because I don't, like yeah, how to explain it. I'm just like I'm very much interested, like I in how they think, like how I don't know how to explain it. Because you're curious, right? I mean, like you're curious, you're interested, like knowing. Um,
I mean, like having an open mind,
yeah.
being open to the idea that maybe
Yeah, you know what I noticed? Yeah, at the end of at the end, like for example, at the end of the day, like it couldn't like, at the end of the day, like the last belief they typically have, it's like it just couldn't be. It's just impossible for the lie to be so big. That's pretty much like that's the final frontier for them. I think what I noticed.
Well, it's not really that. There's a subconscious thing to it where they're like they don't think they're stupid enough to fall for something. So there's an ego involved.
Can you repeat that again? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
There's a subconscious ego involved where they don't think that they were stupid enough to fall for that. Like it can't be that obvious. And so now they're like, well, I've known this in my entire life, and now I have to go against that. And I don't know how to explain it. They just don't think they were that stupid to be fooled.
Yeah, what about like for example you personally? Like are you 100% like sure? Because are you 100% sure that, for example, you're definitely standing on one side, right? So like are you still open to the fact that like the earth might not be flat? Like are you still or definitely
I know we already changed. We did already change once. You shouldn't be questioning whether we'll flip flop, bro. We already changed. We're globe earthers, and we changed our mind based upon the evidence. Why wouldn't we change back if we got positive evidence the other way?
No, I'm not saying about like changing back, but just kind of like just wondering, like, because it's
Look,
like
I just accept the evidence. Whatever the evidence is, that's what it is. I don't care about any of the other stuff. Just whatever the evidence says, that's what it is. I mean, like, what am I going to do? Go, oh, the evidence says it's a globe. I'll just fucking pretend it doesn't. Like, I don't do that.
Yeah, like in my case, I don't buy I have a very difficult time buying the idea. I bought it before, and yeah, now
Which idea?
I'm not a
Flat Earth?
subscriber. No, the globe.
Yeah, well, you have to believe a lot of very freaking strange things, man, when you actually think about it. I mean, the way the globe is kind of like a used car. You go to the car dealership, they're trying to sell you a used car, and they're like, man, the engine runs great. We just freaking had it painted. It has great freaking tires. Man, this is a freaking steal at any price. They don't tell you that the clutch is going. It has a leaky valve cover gasket. There's a hole in the muffler. Like, they don't tell you all that bad stuff, and the globe is the same way. They only tell you the stuff that works. They don't tell you the stuff that don't work. And the stuff or the crazy shit you have to believe, like the entire world is in some sort of optical illusion, man. Because you have to believe that even though the Earth looks flat everywhere you go, that's just an optical illusion. That it actually isn't flat. That everything you're seeing is not real, basically. Or that you can't perceive reality as it really is. That somehow you're deficient or defective to perceive reality. Because that's what they say. You're like ants on a beach ball. And the reason they use ants is because we have no concern for ants. Ants are just like insignificant bugs to be stepped on. And when they compare you to an ant, you're an insignificant bug to be stepped on. You're too insignificant to perceive reality as it really is. You're just a speck of dust. It is fucked up, dude. The whole thing is a mind fuck.
Yeah, but they're speaking for themselves, huh? Like,
It's I mean,
I don't want to. Yeah.
But it's almost like this weird cult that everybody like got absorbed into.
Mm-hmm.
The same way people get like sucked into telling their kids Santa's real. You know what I mean? Because I've heard a lot of people, right? They're like, I'm never going to tell my kids Santa's real. But then when they have kids and Christmas comes, they're doing it, right? Because they don't want to be like the odd man out. Or I told my, like, you know, you'd rather your kids like live that freaking delusional freaking lie, at least for 5 years, than, you know, just because it's, I don't know, idyllic, fantastic, whatever. So everybody ends up doing it, even though they say they're not gonna. That they're gonna tell they're gonna be the one parent that tells the kids the truth. It turns out they're not.
Most of the time,
might be like a lack of originality,
parents, you know, for ruining.
They say
the
that
other
they say
kids,
that.
like belief in
Yeah.
Santa. Sorry, Lionel. Sorry, just
No, it's fine. Yeah.
I didn't hear what you said. Say it again.
I was just saying that most of the time with the telling the kids about Santa, like it's the part of taking flack from other parents that find out when your child has told their child Santa ain't real because my daddy told me it's not real. You know.
Oh yeah, true that.
So
that's why you put your kids in kickboxing and jiu-jitsu.
With Santa? Does everybody dress up like elves? And you freaking just fuck each other up as elves?
Anyway, didn't mean to, you know, take the combo off topic there. Lionel, you were going to say something?
I just want.
You cut out, Lionel. Your audio just.
I dropped my phone.
Oh,
dude, I feel so fortunate. You know, my sometimes most of the time I look at my family and I see it probably as most people. Like my family seems to be broken, you know. But I'm so fortunate of my parents, both my dad, even though they're separated, right? But both my dad and my mom, bro, like they made me question things from a very early age. Like they made me question everything.
That's good. They gave you a way to defend yourself. That's what you really have to understand. If your parents teach you how to figure out what the truth is, they're really what they're giving you is a mental defense.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Sheepdog talked about jujitsu, but you need jujitsu for your mind, man, because people will try to frickin', you know, basically psychologically jump you, which is what peer pressure is, right? It's the equivalent of just being jumped by a bunch of people and circle kicked. So at least you can protect yourself now that you know, at least your parents said, hey, man, just don't believe everything you're told like a sucker.
Okay, probably a question, probably something you guys talked about like a million times. But what is like the general explanation for the 24-hour sun? Like, is there like a standard or like a general idea? Or because for me, for example, I accept that knowledge is limited. You know, like you know. But is there like? Is there a general idea, general like perspective about the 24 hours? Because dude, I lived in South. I lived in the considered like the last city in South America. It's in Tierra del Fuego. It's in Ushuaia, dude. And I experienced. I lived 4 years there, and I didn't experience like a 24-hour sun, right? But like, for example, in summer, you have only a few hours of nighttime, so when I watch the video, supposedly that it's real, but I can understand why that is real, because like I lived, like I said, I lived in Ushuaia, and I experienced, in summer days are like, you only experience like a few hours of nighttime. So I imagine that
I mean, that
going
happens
south,
in the Arctic too.
yeah,
Let me ask this.
yeah.
Okay. In order for the Earth to be a ball, water has to curve around the surface, right? So if water has to curve around the surface, but you can't measure any curvature anywhere, the surface of water is flat everywhere, then it can't be a ball, right? That means the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, I mean,
So if the surface of the Earth is flat, then whatever's happening in the sky can only happen over a flat Earth.
Okay, but like, what are your thoughts? Like, for example, just like, you don't have to believe.
There was a 24-hour
I'll tell you
on a flat Earth.
Yeah, this is so. I hate going into this shit because it's long.
Even if you explain it to me, I would have a difficult time understanding it.
So
I don't get too technical.
Okay, you have to start. So I know you have to start at like, how is the 24-hour sun even a globe prediction in the first place? Let me tell you, it's not.
For sure.
It's not
a globe prediction. It's not a globe prediction.
a globe prediction. No, it's not.
Okay.
Okay. So the way they predict solar time, the sun, sunrise, sunset, how high when the sun's above the horizon, all these things, they don't actually use any globe in the mathematics themselves. They only use the celestial sphere. They use the celestial sphere, celestial equator, and the ecliptic, which is the path of the sun through the sky. And that's all that's used. It has nothing to do with you or what you're on at all. So the methodology, the point is, if you look at the mathematics, the formulas, there's no globe in any of those formulas at all. You don't even need a ground at all, because you know why? Because it's an observer-centric model, meaning you're at the center of the coordinates. Your eyeballs, not the fucking globe, your eyes. And that's where all the mathematics is done, from using you at the center coordinates. Now, that means there is no globe model to predict the sun. Doesn't exist. There's no flat Earth model either. There's also no pineapple Earth model, but there also is. So there is a globe Earth model, and there's a flat Earth model, and there's a pineapple Earth model, because the model works no matter what surface you're on. Because you only look at the sky. You do not look at the Earth to determine when the sun thing happens. Right? No, I want to know what sunset is. I want to know what time. How do I figure it out? I go, hey, how many degrees is the celestial equator above the horizon? Oh, there it is. Okay. What longitude am I at? How would I know the longitude? Well, I would need a clock, because I need to know when the sun rises and when it's noon in Greenwich, and then I can use my frickin' clock to figure out when I'm going to see the sun. You don't need any references to the Earth itself to figure out how long the sun is going to be visible, right? You don't need the Earth at all to figure out any of that shit. So there is no globe Earth model. There is no flat Earth model.
Yeah, now, the globers just have an explanation, and we've already debunked the basis for that explanation, so that cannot be valid.
Yeah, to even make a globe Earth model of that, think of how complex that would be. You need to plot the fucking orbit, compute the eccentricity, the fucking, what is the other one? The obliquity, how you're fucking facing the sun, and then project it onto a plane, and then to see what it would freaking look like. And you have to do this, and you figure out where the Earth is in orbit at that time, how far away it is from. You'd have to do all these computations. Okay, we don't do any of these. Okay. because you would have to take the computations and then flip them into orthographic, basically like a 3D environment, like a video game, to figure out what it would look like. And I guarantee you, it would be off. So we don't use that. We just use the celestial sphere model, which is what we use for the sky, the sun, all that stuff. So it's a it's a myth that all that's based upon a globe. It's really not. The explanation is based on a globe, but the actual model itself, the mathematics, is not based on a globe. You understand all that, Lionel?
I can follow it. Yep. No.
Yeah. So I'll show you. I'll show you something. You have actually. Hold on.
But like, I appreciate it. But like,
I can show you with a graphic. You'll understand as soon as you see this. Okay, so it's going to be in the live stream voice text. I'm gonna.
It's also anybody can provide an explanation. Like we could make up 1,000 explanations. It wouldn't be something you could verify.
Yeah. If you look in the live stream voice text, you see that image, the diagram.
I see.
I pinged you in it, so you should see like a ping thing.
I don't even know where on the text.
It's the channel. It's the voice text channel right above this voice channel. It says live stream voice text. I pinged you in it.
Apologize.
I'll do it again.
Voice.
That help?
No.
Did you collapse the channel or something?
He's probably looking at the bubble where the instructions are or whatever.
I'm on my phone, and it's like I always struggle.
You have to collapse. You have to collapse the chat you're in, and then you have to go to live stream voice text.
Yeah, the text channel above the voice channel.
Or just go to your notifications and then click on.
Oh yeah.
The last person that tagged you.
Here, I DM'd it to you. So just check your DMs, dude.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
I got it. Thank you. I can see it now.
Yeah, so this diagram shows how it's actually done, right? So you would look in the sky, and then you would see like a celestial equator. You would just get where the celestial equator is, and you'd measure down from that where the sun would be in the sky at what time. That's how it's done. You don't even need the ground is irrelevant. It doesn't. You don't need anything. You don't need the ground. And the thing is, this is the crux of the problem is this. What are latitude and longitude in the first place? Are they points on the ground? Or are they points in the sky? They're points in the sky. So when you say something like, I'm at 45 latitude, negative 180 degree longitude, all you're saying is 12 hours after the sun, it's noon in Greenwich, it's going to be noon here. And when I look in the sky, I see the celestial equator at 45 degrees. That's how you're getting your ground coordinate. But there's no way you could find that coordinate if you couldn't see the sky. So if you can't see the sun and you can't see the stars, you have no idea where you are. Right? So when they said, hey, we're on Union Glacier, this is Union Glacier's latitude and longitude. Yeah, how did you know that was the latitude and longitude? Well, we looked at the sky. And when we saw the sun was so high above the horizon, we called that place frickin', 77 frickin' south. You understand? It's a self-referential thing. Like saying you're at 77 longitude and then saying, hey, why does Polaris match your latitude? It's because that's how latitudes are defined. They're defined by the elevation of Polaris. Saying, yeah, why do I see Polaris at 45 degrees when I'm at 45 degrees north? Because you defined 45 degrees north as when you see Polaris at 45 degrees. Do you understand? Like the ground coordinate is defined by the sky. We're not finding the ground and then confirming it with the sky. We're seeing the sky and then saying this is a spot on the ground. But the thing is, the problem with this is great for we want to travel around. We got a nice star map where we can just sail under the shit, right? And then we can know where we are. But that doesn't mean that the relationships between these places on the ground is the same orientation and relationships as the stars in the sky. That is a leap of logic. That's why what Sheepdog said to you, we could see the sun do whatever. If the earth measures flat, it has to be doing it over a flat earth. Because everything about the sky and its relationship to the earth is hypothetical.
It's very limited because typically we match, and the sun go in circles around the flat earth, right?
Yeah.
And
I mean, we don't know if they're circles or not.
Yeah.
We don't, because the thing is, saying they do circles around the flat earth is just, you're basically falling into the same trap they're falling into. Saying that the sky's relationship to the ground is some circular weight. No one's ever measured a circular path of the sun above the earth. No one's ever measured whether the center, the North Celestial Pole, right? Polaris, that's the center of anything. How do you know the stars ain't asymmetric? So how do you know a lot of because there's a problem if we take a compass as north and south don't line up with the celestial sphere at all. Did you know that? Magnetic declination. Have you heard of this thing?
Magnetic declination.
Yeah, you should know. You were in Peru, right? So I think there's 11 degrees of magnetic declination in Ushuaia. That means if I take a compass and I look at it and it says north, and I point north with the compass, I am 11 degrees off of true north. I am actually not pointing toward true north. That the compass doesn't match. And when I say true north, I mean north as would be designated by the celestial sphere, North Pole, South Pole, the center of rotation of the stars don't line up with the compass, is what I'm saying. That north-south directions don't line up with the compass. Okay, now which is right? Maybe the compass is right and the stars, the way we're thinking about the stars is wrong. And maybe the stars are right and the compass is wrong. Right? You can, you're just picking an arbitrary coordinate system. But the thing is, you're not actually measuring the ground itself. This is where we keep coming back to the thing. The spatial references we're using are not of the ground, or they're of something else. They're of the magnetic field. They're of the stars and the sun. But what about the ground that we're talking about? Where are those spatial references? Where we use just the ground to figure out what the ground is? See, we're always appealing to something else. That's not the ground. That's what we're always going to. Oh, look at the stars. Look at the planets. Look at the moon. Look at black holes. Oh, look at the magnetic field. Look at the wind. Look at fucking the water going up and down. Look at all these phenomenon. We're never going, hey, let's just go out into the world and fucking measure the earth. But they have done this, and the results are pretty whacked out, right? So
the only one I maps are fucked up. There's so much confusion with a map. Why can't the maps be simple, right? I mean, they should have been measured and everything. Why? Yeah.
Because it's not that simple to measure. These things are actually hard.
Why can't we have a map? Why can't we just have one? Why is it so difficult? For example, when I ask the Globers, what's your map? What's the real map? We should have a fucking photographical map, a real map. Huh?
They don't believe in any map.
It's too hard.
So what they say, they wouldn't use them. This is the funny thing is they're well, all the maps are wrong, but the globe, if you had a physical globe, that would be right. A globe on your table on your desk, that would be right. That's what they would say.
That would be right. I mean, they would never.
Right? Hold on. Here's the funny thing is they would never actually use that because they wouldn't be able to actually get anywhere with that. Right? Imagine you're going on a road trip or you're sailing across the ocean and you're like, oh man, we're gonna get lost. And you're like, no, we're not gonna get lost, baby. I got this globe I bought from Walmart. And fucking bring it onto the boat. Fucking, you got a globe. Where do you think you're going to go? You're going to go right to the bottom of the fucking ocean, right up about 20 miles from the shore.
It wouldn't work. It would work, no, for them. Like, I mean, if you know how to use it, I guess, no.
How could you use a globe to sail across the ocean?
I mean, they claim it's the real, like they have a real map, and it has.
Yeah,
to be
but how
shaped
could
as
you
a globe.
use it? That is what I'm asking. How could you actually use it to sail the ocean?
I don't know. I guess you could, if it was like the real deal.
How?
No.
How?
I mean, it should work perfectly well. I mean, if it's a representation of reality, you should have no problem using it.
Well, I mean, the thing about the ocean is that there's no landmarks, right? Right. So you got the oceans on your physical
watermarks.
What'd you say?
I was going to say there's no watermarks.
There's no watermarks. What are you gonna do? Say take a left at a freaking 50-foot wave?
I don't know. You have the compass.
Take a left at the next water hill.
Bro, don't remember just saying that the compass doesn't match the map, the globe?
Yeah, it does, no?
No, it does not.
I mean, it does. I mean, no, like
no, it doesn't actually. That's what we're trying to tell you. It doesn't. The compass doesn't match. So the globe is created by that celestial sphere coordinate system I was talking about.
I mean, you can go around the equator, no?
Hold on, dude. Hold on. But the compass doesn't match that celestial sphere coordinate system. As far as east, west, north, south, they don't match.
Yeah.
They're not even close to matching. They're freaking way off each other. Let me see if
doesn't the compass up north point to like some place in Norway or something like that?
Oh, dude, the magnetic North Pole is supposed to be like in the North Atlantic or in the Arctic Ocean or something. In the South magnetic pole is supposed to be in the Southern Ocean. They're not even on land.
Well, one thing we can agree on is that maps like don't match each other at all. Like the globe versus the flat, projection map of the continents and stuff. Everyone's always saying
the flat projection maps are off a globe. They actually do match the globe maps,
but not in a different way, which is just like public opinion. Like most.
Do you guys not comprehend this, dude? They're not projecting the land; they're projecting the stars. The entire coordinate system is the stars. So when they go from one map to another, they're doing a transformation of the star coordinates onto, and then they're changing the quote unquote land that's underneath it accordingly. But it's not a projection of the dirt; it's a projection of the stars in that coordinate system, latitude and longitude.
Like it's
hard for people to accept this. That maps are not of the Earth; they're of the stars, dude. It's like really hard for people to just function with that.
Like from your perspective, from your vision, you see a bubble around you. Like I start with the circle of vision. That's your horizon. And then, so 360 degrees, that's the limitation of your vision. Then when you look upward over your head, now you're creating a hemisphere. And then if the Earth wasn't underneath you, you would literally see a sphere in a sphere around you. But going back to the hemisphere, it's not even it's your hemisphere. It's not the Earth hemisphere. It gets so much weirder than that. But the whole, like Indio said, they take the celestial sphere and they press. I don't know how to say it. Basically, they're pressing the Earth up against the inside of the celestial sphere, and all it is a celestial sphere.
Exactly.
You have to read the book Longitude in order to understand it.
That's fair enough, but you can't assume that if you remove the ground that you'd see stars 360 degrees around your position. As if
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Okay, because it sure sounded like you were, so just clearing that up.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it would be a 360 degree bubble all the way around you. But that's all hypothetical anyway.
So they do it based on the stars?
Yeah, and they used to be more explicit about it in old books. And Yoder told me this, is that, like, they would say that you're under the equator, or that you're under the Tropic of Capricorn, and that you're under the Tropic of Cancer. They wouldn't say that you're on it.
Yeah.
Like during like the 1800s, you would never be on these things. You'd be under them.
Based on the stars, because for the longest time that was the way people navigated, by the stars.
Yeah. It's the way we still do it. The entire coordinate system is based upon it. Just because you're not looking up, we're using a coordinate system developed from stars. And that, like, if you couldn't see the stars, you wouldn't have a coordinate system. At least you wouldn't have that one.
And that's why they made paper versions where you could actually have a coordinate system in your cabin. You didn't need to go out and look at the stars.
So I'll give you another example. GPS uses something called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. It doesn't use latitude and longitude. It does a conversion into that. You can use any coordinate system you want to use. It's freaking dealer's choice, but they've just fixed on that one. Because it's it's easy to navigate using this system, easier. But even it's so easy that before the globe was even invented, Polynesians and people that lived in Micronesia were navigating using the stars hundreds of kilometers without any globe math, right? It's because the stars move so consistently that you can predict where they're going to be. Like, if you know how fast you're going and you know how fast the stars are changing relative to your speed, you can go, hey, man, at the rate we're going, we'll be there in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, this star is going to be over that island. So all we got to do is time our travel. So and every night when we watch the star, we go, shit, we got to go a little bit faster. We got to go a little bit slower. Okay, and eventually, and as long as you get there when that star is overhead, or some other stars around there, they wouldn't use a single set of stars. They would use a bunch of sets. And they knew what the sky had to look like in a particular location at a particular time. Okay, hey, 2 weeks from now, if we're if the sky looks like this, we're in the right place. If the sky don't look like this, we're fucking lost.
God forbid their clock break.
I mean, the sky was their clock, so they didn't really need, the Polynesians at least.
My bad, I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, I said the Micronesia, like the, people from Samoa, Hawaii, they traveled all over the frickin' oceans. You got to remember, they even say, like, it's in New Zealand and Australia, right? Those people came from Madagascar. How'd they get from the Indian Ocean on frickin' canoes? And then those people supposedly came from South America. Was Lionel still here?
Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah, I'm listening.
So what do you think? What do you think of the Bolivian salt flats?
The what? Oh, the what? Are you talking about
the mirror, the giant mirror.
I have no idea. I've never been there, dude. I've never been there.
We want to hire you. How far is it away from where you are? So I brought up the Bolivian salt flats because I recently, with the help of AI, thought of a test that can be done at the Bolivian salt flats. Because if they're just curved, right, and it's a mirrored surface, then if you're 200 feet above the surface and you watch the sunset, you should still be able to see the sun, but the reflection of the sun should disappear. You shouldn't be able to see it because the curved surface, it's not a flat surface. Basically, the reason is because you have a line of sight to the sun, but the point on the earth that has to reflect the sun to your eye, the sun doesn't have a line of sight to there. That's behind the curve from the position of the sun. So you could just go do this test as long as you have a 30-something mile stretch where you in a nice crisp water horizon. You can do this test where you see the sunset, but you don't see the reflection of the sun, even though the surface is completely mirrored. So this,
I don't trust the sun, man. I don't trust the sun.
Oh, now you don't trust the sun? What about 24-hour sun, man? What happened to that?
I don't know, man. I don't know what
Now
to
the
think
sun
about
goes
the sun.
overboard. That's what always happens.
I don't know what to
Well,
think about the sun.
they also surveyed the salt flats and surveyed them flat. And so what you could do is when the salt flats flood, there's water now on the flat level ground, which you can measure too. And so if the Earth was a ball and the water was conforming to a sphere, then you should be able to measure that hill of water over the entirety of the salt flats.
Does water freezes like in a curved
No.
way?
No, we've done that too. We've done that test too. Yeah, we've done. There's lots of frozen lake flat Earth tests, lasers, lights, flashlights, all sorts of shit. So we don't have to use the sun. We can use a light, right? So this is what you have to understand. If it was a flat surface, a flat mirror, when the thing goes down towards the horizon, they should both be the same size. But if it's a globe and a curved surface, as the light gets closer to the horizon, the reflection of that thing should get smaller and eventually disappear while you can still see the light. Understand? So you have what it would look like is the reflection of the sun going up, the actual sun coming down, and as the sun approaches the horizon, the reflection of the sun that's in the water disappears before it reaches the horizon, and you'll still be able to see the sun directly. This would definitively prove the Earth is a ball, or at least the salt flats are curved. It would prove that. But these pictures already exist. There's already pictures from the Bolivian salt flats with the sun right on the horizon, and the sun and the reflection of the sun are the same size, which they shouldn't be if it was a curved mirror.
Yeah, we all have the same observations, and you can see that all the way back into history. We all have the same observations throughout history because we all live in the same world. It's just the interpretations and the zealotry concerning their interpretations being right and everything else being false because they have such a strong belief in their interpretation. Yeah, the more you separate out what you believe and what you actually know, and the more of a foundation you build in actual knowledge, the more accurate your predictions and how you see the world is, because it's more reflective of how the world actually is instead of how you believe the world to be, because of somebody hurt me, so I'm going to believe all black people are bad. That's just not true, but it's a fallacious, faulty generalization. But then you're right that the guy might have hurt you, but that is an incident between you and him. That person was bad. And so, there's a distinction in how reality actually is and how people perceive it because of feelings.
And part of my take on this is because we know from our evidence and stuff that this model has to be correct and stuff, it just means that so many of our institutions are putting their resources into the wrong things. Studying space, exploring space, but even schools and stuff. Teaching about space, teaching the tenets of the solar system model and the globe model and stuff. Should we really be doing that if it turns out that it's completely wrong? That would mean most of our institutions designed to empower us are in fact lying to us or making us weaker. Whether intentional or not intentional, they are drawing people further away from understanding reality instead of closer.
Well, think about it this way: if you were a very powerful person who had a lot of wealth and control in the world, would it benefit you more to have people ignorant and believing things that are inconsequential to them in the long run, and that distract them from what's actually happening to them, that would profit you?
Well,
depends what kind of person you are.
Exactly. So when you consider the fact that people who are seeking positions of power, influence, where they can have control over you, are generally people of persuasion that is not positive. It's the
Yeah, I know. I know where you're.
it's a narcissist. It's the sadists. It's the psychopaths. It's the sociopaths. They gravitate towards these positions because it gives them what they want, and it's hard to believe these kinds of people just automatically. But that's what most of the world does because they're in positions of power.
I mean, like, yeah. So, is it meant to be like that? Is it supposed to be like that? Is this like a jungle? Is it supposed to be challenging? Like, maybe this is how nature is supposed to be. Like,
I think it's just evil. I think if you look at history and just the history of rational language use, for instance, just in America, for instance, you can see rational language was so common that it was about a 90% range. And then all of a sudden, it just started dropping until it and it coincides with them removing the trivium and quadrivium and the focus on logic, giving you a foundation and something to argue so that you can understand what you're dealing with, and kind of shoved that to the side and then rewrote a lot of the textbooks and a lot of the arguments that you get in the textbooks are filled with fallacious argumentation, and so you learn to use fallacious argumentation to try to justify things or argue things, and that just breaks the people. And it creates perfect factory workers who don't know anything and can't actually complain about the issues because they don't know enough. But it ruins society as a whole, and it limits how much our scientists can actually discover. And so it makes it so that you can control how much progress is being made, and so you can push it out. So you can be the guy presenting, "Hey, here I have something better," and not being it's something uncontrolled that you can't control. Because if you give everybody logic, if you give everybody the scientific method, and everybody starts trying to discover something, they're likely to discover something that you can't control. We are not fully blocked, but shadow banned, so that we think we can speak to the general public, whereas the general public generally doesn't have access to our streams. They don't see them. They don't pop in their algorithms because they don't want us to be seen, but they don't want us to think we're too suppressed, so we don't go too far out and become too outspoken.
I was having this conversation the other day. I was at the debate flat Earth, Discord server, and they were mentioning that there was a flat Earth event happening. They asked me if I was aware of it. I'm like, no idea what's going on. And I asked them why are you guys interested about flat Earth event and this? Which is good for creating content. Because they make fun of flat earthers. I'm like, okay, that's fair enough. And they're why wouldn't you be, Leo, interested in joining one of these activities? I'm like, dude, no, not Mike, not me. It's why not? And I'm like, I don't know. It's just getting together with other people. I don't know. But I thought, I'm like, what would be cool? I would join the flat Earth, a flat Earth community or whatever. If it would be, at least it would be more attractive. If they would do what's the name? Not a strike, but a protest. A protest in front of the NASA department or in front of whatever, going a little bit more hardcore. That. That's.
And that's what the point of that be.
Yeah, I don't see the point.
Well, the point is to call the attention, because you need to have the attention of people.
Dude, if fucking Earth is covered in 70% water and that doesn't come to their attention, I don't know what will.
Yeah, all that's going to do is create an opportunity for them to co-opt it or send agitators under the guise of being flat earthers, and then you are just creating trouble for yourself. It's much better if everybody goes out individually and collects as much evidence as possible that the earth isn't a ball, and then we'll just always present evidence, and they can't deal with the flood of evidence.
Well, but dude, you even admitted yourself that it makes logical sense that the earth is flat, but you just can't seem to get away from the globe. The reason is because it's your identity. You identify with it personally. And this is the problem we run up to. It's not the evidence that's the problem. The evidence is around everybody. It's not like they got convinced the earth was a globe based upon the evidence. That's not how they got convinced. We ask people all the time when they question us, hey, have you ever questioned the globe like this? And they never have. They've never even questioned it for 1 second. So the problem isn't the evidence. The problem is that it's an idea that people like and they chose to believe it. But they don't think it's an idea. They think it's a fact. What we do is point out, hey, these ideas you have, they're actually not facts. They're based upon belief.
Yeah, but like people don't care. But people do
they do care. They do care.
No, they don't care what the shape of the earth is. Like they don't care. They're not curious.
Look, I've been involved in this topic for 10 years. They care.
Most people are not curious.
Look, if they don't care, just fucking go walk through the airport, start telling people you're a flat earther, and see what happens.
Yeah, it's also like the people you are trying to communicate.
They will care, dude.
I think where he's getting this from is when you try to sell flat Earth to people you care about. It's very easy to come off as not very coherent, or at least to their mind. So it's very difficult for many people, at least I've spoken to many people who've told me that it's very difficult. It wasn't difficult for me because I understand psychology a little bit. I've studied persuasion, and so I understand that you need to at least address it from where they're at. And so I didn't try to push onto my family members like the earth is flat, they have to believe it. I started small. I started showing them the errors, and just the errors. And then they can laugh at the errors with me, and they can be like, yeah, this is clearly an error because I explained it fully to them. And you got to kind of build it. You got to make them want to understand this, like, or make them at least understand it because they wanted to listen to you. Like, if they don't want to listen to you, they don't care about it, of course.
Yeah, they don't imagine, or they don't think NASA, for example, is corrupt. Like most people
they can't imagine that. They can't imagine that. But if, for instance, with my family, they couldn't imagine NASA was corrupt, but I didn't try to tell them NASA was corrupt. I just said, hey, look at this compilation of funny videos here.
Dude,
this is a compilation of NASA fails. And they sat with me and laughed at and was like, why? Why is all these fake here on NASA? Why is NASA faking all this? And I'm like, well, I don't know. You don't have to push the idea. You just have to show them that they are bullshitting here, bullshitting there. They're wrong over there. And then they will automatically want to know more.
Yeah, so as far as like NASA, you're overthinking it. This is simpler than that. It's weigher down than people aren't making rational decisions about it. They're not analyzing the information, looking at the data. So in one respect, they don't care in the sense that they accepted the idea without putting any effort into it. They didn't put any analysis into it. They believe it because they think everybody else believes it. And they're also told at a very young age that if you don't believe it, you're stupid. This is a social thing. This isn't a freaking intellectual exercise. This is the thing where you have to outsiders don't understand that this is a social problem as far as globe Earth versus flat Earth. It's not science. It's not the data. It's not any of those things. That's how it's portrayed from the globe side, is that the globe was proven by science, and that's why everybody believes it. No, everybody believes it is because they were told when they were a little kid that if you don't believe this, you're stupid.
It's bingo. Like, it is the social and the psychological aspect that is hanging them up. It's not the evidence, because that didn't prove it in the first place to them.
They were never presented any evidence. Not in kindergarten, that's for sure.
What I was just saying, I mean, like, what I was trying to say is that I'm not, I'm not interested in changing anybody's mind, but some of us here in the group, like for example, may have like the intention of helping other people realize the truth, and I was just like thinking like, okay, like if I would be that person, if I would have that drive, to have the desire of like helping other people like come to the truth, or I would start by like creating like a type of movement where it would be something kind of like make a protest, against corruption, or to call the attention of media and stuff like that.
It's pointless. It's pointless, dude.
No, I think it's a good idea.
No, I mean, because it's true. Because
get together
corruption,
and go on your rally.
corruption,
Like,
corruption is supposedly happening. I mean, corruption is supposedly happening. Like nobody's like
there's
making
corruption
a
all over the place in every aspect of society. Like
nobody's
fucking,
pissed off.
This isn't about corruption. This is beyond the government.
We have like the strong evidence and stuff, so I'm not really afraid to argue with anyone.
Bro, the other day,
a lot more raised awareness that there are people.
This isn't a government thing, dude. I don't know why. Like, you guys look at this in a very bizarre way. Like, you look at it. I can tell both of you two. You both got globe skeptic. You're very both new to this topic. You're looking at it from. I've listen, brother. I've talked to tens of thousands of people, tens of thousands at least on this topic. It's probably like 20,000 people just in this server as of like a year ago. I haven't even kept track. Over 250,000 people have been through this server. Okay. I have a pretty good big sample size of what people think and why they think it. This isn't a government issue. There could be no government. And just because of the social situation, the same way people believe in Santa, they would believe that the earth is a globe just because they're told that. The government isn't actively lying and telling people, hey, believe in the earth is a globe. Like, you choose to believe it. Like, I don't know why you don't understand that this isn't being forced on anybody. You're being shown some, just like I could start a religion tomorrow and be like, yeah, I'm worshiping fucking, this fucking 3x5 index card is my God. And people can choose to worship it with me or not. Right? And if a whole bunch of people choose to worship it with me, so the people that don't believe in that, what are they going to do? Go protest that there's a bunch of people worshiping a fucking index card? You see what I'm saying? They're presented with the globe like, here's this globe thing. You can believe in it. But they present it as if it's a fact. But it's just a belief that people believe in. And the government has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, to use that analogy, it's like the believers had children and then taught the children, well, this is the truth because that's what they believed. They just didn't tell them it was based in a belief. It's a tradition of that.
Yeah, you guys are overcomplicating it. This is simpler. There's no conspiracy. There's no fucking group of fucking 300 pushing this on people.
Confused because I feel like it does matter that the government, supports the.
What are they doing?
Globe Earth model. Well, they pay the astronauts for one thing.
But why do they support it? It's because people in the government that vote on shit, they believe it too, but they don't know anything. What do you think Trump knows? You think Trump knows one way or another if the Earth is flat or a globe?
I would imagine he does. I mean, how? Because he's the president. He's got to have.
How would he know, dude? He'd still get that information from some other person, right? Yeah. And he in no way could verify that what that person is telling him is true. So no matter what, Shine, he's going to be a believer.
To these arguments and stuff. I mean, the arguments are the thing that sort of give the flat earthers the.
It's not. We are based upon evidence, and we don't. Our shit isn't based on arguments. It's based upon evidence. Look, Rogue, this is what you don't understand. Okay, we all this is objectively true. that to everybody that's ever walked the surface of the Earth, that the Earth appears flat. That's objectively true. That's what we all experience. Nobody experiences the Earth as a ball. That is also objectively true. There are a certain segment of people that said that they've seen the Earth in its entirety. The Apollo astronauts. Those are the only ones. That's 27 people. In the history of the world, claim to have seen the Earth as a ball. 27 people. You're the only people that could ever claim knowledge of that fact, right? Those people, just that 27. Trump don't know, Xi Jinping don't know, Putin don't know, all those people, they don't know shit. They don't have, they would get their information from somebody else. And they would either believe what that person says or not believe what that person says. But they would have no personal knowledge of any of this. Okay, so you can think that the government does all these things. It's just a circle jerk of believers. The same thing with any lower rung of society. Okay, we have a guy that comes in here, Josh Ingersoll. He works for the Amazon. And what he does at Amazon is he works for the Amazon Kuiper project, which supposedly is going to compete with what is it, Starlink, to do satellite internet. Now, we've talked to him over now 6 months, and we've probed him and asked questions and all sorts of shit. He doesn't know shit, and he works directly, as in personal knowledge, at the Earth's a globe, and he works directly with this shit.
You're probably right, man. You're probably
It's not
right.
that I'm probably right. I am right, and I've got him to admit it.
Okay, but not everybody think like you're probably. I'm not probably expressing myself. I'm not. I'm sure I'm not expressing myself well.
I don't understand what we're going to protest, right? People believing in something. Why would we protest
dude, it would be interesting. That's all. It would probably not make a difference at all, but it would at least be different. It would be interesting.
Yeah, don't we be characterized as some sort of political movement? That's the problem.
When you hear a nice debate. When you hear a nice debate about, for example, on the news and stuff, it's interesting. When you hear people speaking with logic, publicly, it's interesting.
I get it, dude, but then they would turn it into a political question. Okay?
I don't know. Whatever.
And
it would make noise.
Everything would get freaking muddied.
No, that's a good thing. We want it to be a political discussion.
Why?
No.
We absolutely
No, we do not.
Research, space exploration. That's all stuff that political money goes towards. So we totally want to stop the.
You need to make noise.
And bring them to
listen, even a globe earther should want to stop that. Even if you're a glober, you should want to stop that shit because it's a waste of time.
In essence, you want to go the path of Antifa.
You know what they're. Yeah. Well, at the moment, like for example, flat earthers are like fucking crazy. They speak on, but they're not. Yeah, like we're not as a we're not making much noise.
Yeah, we're not crazy. That's the problem.
We're not making noise.
We're not gonna go out and act crazy just because you want that.
No, I'm not talking about being crazy. I'm talking about acting.
It doesn't matter if
years for the globe idea to take hold. Can you give us a little time? I'm sorry, it's only been 10 decades.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you and your 10 friends are not going to be violent in your riot. However, that doesn't mean that 20 other people won't come and be violent and cause a riot, and then that's attributed to flat earthers who are crazy. So you're just undermining the efforts if you do that.
Please, dude.
To attribute rightness to right arguments.
Dude, I'm a follower in this sense. I would join. I would join a protest. You know, I mean, like, and if it gets out of control, I'm out of the way.
Why don't you go lead it? Go lead it.
But if it's like. No, because I'm not.
Why are you trying to get us to lead? Look, bro, I'll tell you straight. We're not going to do that,
man. You're taking this too personally.
Listen, no, I'm not taking it personally.
I'm not telling you to do
We aren't going to do that, dude. Look,
That's perfectly fine.
You go do it.
We're just having a conversation. I'm just thinking about what would be cool. I'm not talking about anybody. I'm not asking you. I'm not saying anybody should do it. I'm just saying it would be interesting.
It's very weird that there's two fucking clowns in here doing call to arms. Like no one's ever tried this
bro. I'm done, dude. I'm done.
Yeah, be done.
Yeah, create your own chapter of Antifa.
Really weird that Shine and you both fucking
enjoy the rest of the evening, man.
Both globe skeptics
you take this too personally,
in here at the same time, in here at the same time doing the same shtick, dude. Really weird.
What's wrong with
Really
saying
weird
to believe in the flat Earth? Isn't that the whole point?
The call to arms shit, dude. Every once in a while, we get some fucking moron that in here with the call to arms. We need to protest the government. We need to write our senators. We need.
No, dude.
Come on, it's fucking stupid.
No.
It's
no.
You know.
Well, I don't think it's a bad idea. I'm just that's a okay.
It's
thanks,
stupid,
guys.
dude.
Thanks.
Listen, you're not a. If you think that that's a good idea, you're not a flat earther, and neither is the other guy. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't understand anything. You just don't understand it at all, even at a level.
I'm sure I don't.
Because people that act like this, they have they're not flat earthers, and they have a preconceived notion of what flat earthers are, and they come in here and they try to pretend. It's just like you trying to sneak in the Mexican embassy because you got a sombrero on. Like, dude, we're not fooled by this shit.
Yeah, you can make your own group and you can hold your own protest. It just has no relation or connection to us.
You don't get me. That's fine, dude. Okay, thanks, guys. Bye.
Yeah,
Bye.
you and Shine, we weren't fooled by you. Yeah, give up. Exposed.
It wasn't me.
Yeah, Shine. Your shit's up too. You might as well leave with him.
I'm gonna stay.
Okay, so I don't know why with this fucking call to arms shit. You don't understand flat Earth.
But
okay,
what
it's not a hypothesis. It's not a model. It's none of those things. Flat Earth is based upon just observation. You are aware that before the globe model existed, or the globe concept, everybody was a flat earther, right?
Yes.
Why?
Because it was the way they saw the world.
Okay. Did that change?
No.
Okay. So people still see the world now the same way they did 10,000 years ago. It still looks the same.
Yeah, it still looks the same.
So the only thing that it changed was humanity got injected with an idea.
Mm-hmm.
And some people chose that idea. They want to actually believe that idea, that experience that everybody had the whole time, forever and ever, going back to the origin of man. They all had this experience. But these other people said, no, that's not right. That's some illusion. And they're literally saying it's an illusion. This isn't figurative. They're saying that you seeing the world as flat is an optical illusion. And the flatter it looks, the more it's a fucking globe. It's almost mind-bending. So you are aware that when you see the Earth looking flat, you understand what the globe Earth claim is that's caused by light bending around the curve, right? You've heard this before? Shine?
I mean, they claim things, yeah. But
yeah, they say it's light's bending around the curve of the Earth, lifting up the surface of the Earth, making it just look flat.
Yes, that's what they claim sometimes.
So here's the funny thing, is that the flatter the Earth looks, right, the more refraction there is. That's what they're saying. So if I go out and the Earth looks really, really flat, then there's more super refraction. And what causes refraction in the first place? They say gravity causes refraction. Not directly, they say there's a density gradient of air. What causes the density gradient? The gravity. So think about this. Gravity creates a density gradient. Gravity creates the Earth into a ball. That means gravity created a ball that has a air density gradient that makes that ball look flat. Think of how crazy that is.
I agree.
It's fucking insane. The thing is that the experience everyone has doesn't change. This is really the point. The experience that everybody has did not change. It's just that people ended up, there's people that said the Earth is a ball and that's an illusion, and then a whole group of people have chosen to believe it. Now, they only have some responsibility because they were a child when they were presented with this. But the thing is, we're just here to tell them that that's the case. That what the situation actually is. That there's actually no evidence for the Earth being a globe. What they just have is a concept and a bunch of ideas. But as far as like experience goes, they've never experienced the world that way, and they never will, and no one they know ever will. Right? But they don't really realize that. People come in here and call us delusional. They say, you flat earthers, you're delusional. Okay, I go out and I see the world and I say, hey, the earth looks flat because this water looks flat. And you go out there and you say, this earth looks flat because it's curved. Who's delusional? Obviously, the person saying if something flat looks curved is delusional. Or saying, hey, it looks flat, but it's actually curved, but I can't see the curve. It's an optical illusion. That's delusional. Saying it looks flat because it is flat isn't delusional. That's fucking insane.
Yeah. So is your point then that because the Earth is already flat, there's like no point in trying to convince people or argue? They should just sort of see it already.
The evidence is all. No, we just point out that the evidence is already there. It's already all around them. It's already everywhere. It's like people, oh, how is the government hiding the flat Earth? Like they're not hiding it. How do you hide the ocean? Think about it. How would you hide the ocean? How can the government hide the ocean? There's a meme we got, right? With a dude with his head in the sand, and in the background is a fucking flat ocean. And there's a little bubble that says, yeah, Earth is a globe, right? If you stick your head in the sand and ignore everything that's around you, you can come to the conclusion that the Earth is a globe. If you just ignore what you experience. But people are so far down the rabbit hole in their own mental conditioning and brainwashing, they need to be told the obvious, that they experience a flat Earth and that the globe is just a concept that they were told as a child and that they've accepted as holy writ.
Do you think that would convince people, or do you think they would just make themselves be in denial about it?
I'm not worried about convincing. I'm not worried about convincing them about anything. I'm just going to tell them what the truth is, and that's it. Tell them what they can take it or leave it. If someone would you try to convince somebody the sky is blue?
No.
There you go. Look, the sky is blue. You would just go, and they were like, "No, I don't believe you." You wouldn't sit there and try to convince them. Be like, okay, have fun with that.
And use your senses.
Yes, we're kind of in that position where we go, "Hey, dude, the Earth looks flat. That's the way you actually see it," and you chose to believe something else. And they think that there's a lot of evidence. So this is the way it usually goes. They think in their head that there's a lot of evidence to support the globe idea. They don't know what it is, but they're pretty sure it's out there somewhere. And that some magic science guy figured out that the Earth was a globe, and they're relying on that person for their belief. And they're very confident. Really, what really their idea comes from a confidence in what human beings say. Even though they don't know these human beings that said it, they don't know anything about that. And that's where it comes from. What we do is just say, hey, those people that you're relying on, they don't know anything either. They don't know anything more than you. They also experience the world as you do. They experience this flat and motionless. And when we ask them, the magic science guy that you think about, when we ask them how they know the Earth is a globe, they also appeal to some other magic science guy that they've never met. And it ends up in this continuous freaking chain of people when we never get to the person with the actual information that knows the Earth is a globe. It's always appealing to somebody else. And that's what we're pointing out, is that they have a belief that it really is that the things you were told, such as eclipses are predicted using a globe model, the sunsets are predicted using a globe model, and all these other things, those actually aren't true. They're not even true. All you have to do is, most people which haven't done, is dig into the information to find out that they showed you a diagram in school of how an eclipse works. But then when you look at the actual mathematics of how they predict it, that doesn't match that diagram. They're not doing 3-ball fucking equations or of spheres blocking the light from each other. They're not calculating any of that. They're not doing any fucking ray tracing or any garbage like that in the model of predicting eclipses. But people just think that. They just fill in the blanks because of the diagram. We just give information. That's it, dude. We're just giving them the information. Hey, a lot of things you think are true actually aren't true. And you chose to believe them based upon trust in people saying that the things are true It's really a trust-based belief system where you just like, I believe in this system. Why would all the scientists lie? Right? It's not that they're lying. It's that they don't know.
It's
You know
that
how
they
we know they
believe
don't?
just.
Well,
It's that they believe
one
just
more
as
thing, Jace. Do you know how we know they don't know? Because we asked them and they said they don't know. Dude don't even know if he has hands.
Yeah, at the core of it, it's just a belief. It's what they, in their own words, it's their best guess.
I mean, I think it's fair to, like, people that have been indoctrinated with something, just tell them, hey, bro, the things you think are facts you were indoctrinated with actually aren't facts. And you've been bamboozled into denying what you actually experience. But people don't think of it that way. It's so easy. It's like the globe is like one of those ideas where it's easy to just like, they make it very easy to believe in it. There's no social repercussions. In fact, the social repercussions are the other way if you don't believe in it. In fact, you're poo-pooed for even asking questions about it.
And if you can memorize some of it, you're spotted as intelligent.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You write down a bunch of equations. Fuck, dude. Start talking about black holes and freaking cosmic microwave background radiation. You're a freaking veritable genius.
Yeah.
So what's wrong with trying to shift the public view so that they don't like look down on the flat Earth idea?
Because this is like how do I put it? This is a multivariate problem. There's a lot of gears spinning in this problem. Some of it's social, some of it's psychological, some of it's identity, some of it's misunderstanding of what the information actually is. There's lots of things that are problems of why, like, it's... The thing is, it isn't like trying to convince them the Earth is flat. It's more like getting them to stop being convinced the Earth is a globe. Because the flat Earth is the default position.
Yeah, protesting
We're trying to get them to reject the idea that they've been force-fed their whole life.
Protesting is not going to improve our image. Like, that's what the mob does, and generally it makes the image of the mob worse. So I don't see a reason for that.
And when do we protest? We have no interest in what fucking the United States government does and where they fucking shit they put on TV. I can't sue NASA for being fakes. I'd have no standing. No citizen could ever sue the United States government for fucking faking space. So if you have no legal right, what are you protesting?
Well, it just becomes like all the leftist protests happening, like, and people are already super tired of that. And so I only see it as a negative. I don't see it as a positive.
But isn't those things more of a matter of opinion and this one more of a matter of fact?
Yeah, that's why we don't push.
Yeah.
Like I said, I use that analogy of the blue sky. Like, why are we going to keep pushing if somebody won't accept a blue sky? I'm only going to push so hard, dude.
Yeah, and how are you going to present the evidence in a clear, logical way in a mob where, like, nobody can hear you and everybody's just screaming?
Yeah, I don't know.
Our first problem that we typically have is teaching people how to think. It's not what to think. They don't know how to even figure out what the truth is in the first place because their brain is just full of logical fallacies, irrational thinking. The very fact that they believe in the globe demonstrates they're being irrational. Just the very fact they believe it. I was irrational once. I believed the Earth was a globe because they believe it for reasons such as